all went out across the globe for heroes to join together. Over 600 teams came to do battle. Only 8 teams remain. They are here to fight their final battle until one team dominates them all. This is the Heroes of the Storm World Championship.
Welcome to the Heroes of the Storm World Championship, where 8 of the top teams in the world have been battling it out for their share of the $500,000 prize pool and a chance to make history. 5 global regions have sent their best teams to Anaheim, California, representing Korea, Europe, China, Taiwan, and the Americas. These 5-player teams have proven they have what it takes to compete against the best. But which team will stand alone as the first ever Heroes of the Storm World Champions? Join us for every team fight, every Dragon Knight rampage, and every moment of glory the Nexus can handle as the Heroes of the Storm World Championships continue at BlizzCon 2015.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our host for the Heroes of the Storm World Championship, Anna Prosser Robinson.
Thank you.
I'm glad Jake's voice could introduce us.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to BlizzCon. I'm so impressed by you. Look how many of you got out of bed this morning on the second day of BlizzCon to be here. Yeah. I'm Anna Prosser Robinson, and we, of course, are back with the first ever Heroes of the Storm World Championship. We're live here in Anaheim, California at the Anaheim Convention Center, and we saw some epic gameplay yesterday, and I have a feeling that today may even surpass it. There are millions of you viewers around the world and here at BlizzCon waiting to see which team will take the trophy and their share of the $100,000 prize pool. Now, yesterday's matches, if you didn't catch them, you should go back and watch them. We had some very, very close games, and we're watching the emergence of this global meta. Now we only have 4 remaining teams as we move into our semifinals, 2 from Europe, 1 from North America, and 1, of course, from Korea. Our semifinals remaining champions are from Europe, Na'Vi, and Team Dignitas. From North America, it's Cloud9. And from Korea, Team DK. Now, these teams are fighting for that coveted world title, but let's not forget that they would also like to take home a hefty share of the $500,000 prize pool. That means, of course, the third place team takes home $50,000. The second place is awarded $120,000. And for first place, they will get to take home $200,000. The total prize pool, again, is $500,000. I wouldn't mind taking home a share of that. How about you? I'd take it. Now, as I mentioned, we're getting to watch these teams define what will be the global meta for Heroes of the Storm. And to help guide us through understanding that, of course, we have a top-notch commentary team. Kalaris, how are you doing today?
Not too bad, Anna. Thank you very much for that lovely introduction here for the World Championship for Heroes of the Storm. I'm alongside my European compadres here in Todd and Grubby. How are you guys doing so far?
Doing great. Really happy to be here. And again, this is going to be a great day of Heroes of the Storm here with these semifinals and finals that we have coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I was so ready after yesterday's games to see more of the epic conclusion of today's tournament. And I'm super excited to see the teams that have made it into top 4 so far and ready to see the semifinals here between these knockout teams.
Yeah, definitely. I think across the board here with our teams that have actually pushed on forward, our top 8 teams, I really think we have come to the best of the best. I think, you know, with Cloud9, DK, and obviously our 2 European teams here, let's not beat around the bush, doing very well for themselves and actually being able to push forwards towards the semi-finals. I think we've definitely found our top 4 teams here.
It's a really great diversity that we have, you know, in terms of regions being represented across the globe, and a rematch here up first between Dignitas and Na'Vi. a little bit of a dream for all, I guess, the Europeans, you know, whether you're a fan or a player, to have Europe doing so well here at BlizzCon. One of these teams is guaranteed to go to the finals.
Yeah, the European teams have done good, but again, let's not really kind of overstate this. We've seen Cloud9 and DK here show really strong performances so far, Grubby.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9, we haven't seen them at all yesterday, not because you know, they were unable to play, but because they had already done so well as to make it into the semifinals already. DK wasn't the #1 favorite that everyone thought they would be. They even had a very rough game against Braveheart last night. And that just goes to show again how much the Chinese teams have grown during the course of this World Championship at BlizzCon. Both Team YL and Team Braveheart did absolutely phenomenal. And Team DK can almost call themselves lucky to make it into top 4.
Looking at these 4 teams here in the semifinals, it feels like it's anybody's tournaments to take.
Yeah, I definitely think so. With how the level of kind of shape up here, and also with how the teams have pushed one another. From opening week to now BlizzCon, they've been scrimming against one another. We've seen this kind of evolution of the meta happen in just this small window. So it's been really interesting to see how things have played out so far. As we've gone on forwards, though, let's take a look at how the competition has played out, not only from the very beginning stages here of the tournament, but moving on through to the World Championship. We started things with the open tournaments throughout every single region. That fed into our regionals, where we had our European Championship, we had the American Championship, and we crowned our winners. Now we're here in the final day of our Heroes of the Storm World Championship to find out who is going to be crowned the victor. And across all of these regions, Grubby, after crowning our champions, we certainly had some fantastic regional competition.
Yeah. I think the story isn't just going to be which region is the absolute best. We've seen all of them push each other to the very limit, going lots of 2-1 scores here. And I think lots of teams have something to be proud for, even if they don't end up taking the first place. But of course, that's the main prize.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I mean, Todd, you mentioned it as well, with all of these regions actually being represented. We've got America here, we've got Europe here, and now we've got Korea here as well. A lot of people are looking to Korea as one of the biggest hopes to actually push on forward. They haven't looked as strong as people thought coming into this, but they still have garnered a lot of respect from the teams at the back.
Absolutely. Going to the tournament, I think DK was the team with the most hype. A lot of people basically said that it was going to be like on StarCraft, for example, where, you know, Koreans, they win pretty much all the time, but it hasn't showed that it was necessarily going to be the case here so far. They've struggled a lot. They're 2-1 in series, and the 2 series that they won, they actually very well could have lost in both of these. So it's been very close. They've been hanging in there. They're going to need to continue their streak, and with Navi against Dignitas coming up first, I guess we're going to get a glimpse at which team is doing better right now and which team can try and challenge DK were they to make the finals, because Cloud9 have looked pretty darn strong as well.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic, our first series, obviously, with Navi and Dignitas going up against each other once again. Obviously, we're here in day 2 of BlizzCon for the World Championship, but we did have our first day conclude yesterday with some fantastic matches. So let's take a little bit of a recap as to what happened yesterday.
Welcome to BlizzCon.
Over 600 teams came to do battle, only 8 teams remain. This is the Heroes of the Storm World Championship.
The road to BlizzCon ends right here.
Is about to begin on Tomb, and the Spider Queen makes some noise. Talk about a good start to BlizzCon. Alpha will get blown up very quickly. 2% core. A 4-level lead. The first game of BlizzCon 2015 goes to Team YL. Oh, look at that move from Battle to try and come up towards the road.
Here for Braveheart. Happy. Look at this. Oh my God. They try and make a statement here against Tempo Storm, and that will be the ball falling, and that will be 1-1, forcing us on to a game number 3.
It is Team Dignitas.
Game number 1 between Team Dignitas and Team YL. It is the rematch here.
DD is on the run now. It's like Wile E. Coyote chasing the Roadrunner.
Both of these teams are in a do-or-die situation.
Desperately to slow them down, but Thunderburn won't be enough. They're going for the core. Team Dignitas will be able to pick up game 1 in this best-of-3 rematch.
Final game of the night.
Definitely. It is going to be an exciting series. Braveheart, they just pulled a rabbit out of a magical hat.
Are you guys ready?
Between Braveheart and Team DK.
This is exactly what you don't want to face. A train wreck coming in from Team DK. For the last takedown, may not be able to connect. Invisibility will go down. Will go down at the end. Have a targeted takedown Zala first. The rest of them gonna get comboed quickly by the Ring of Frost. On the extra 4 there. This is gonna be a good time. Finally, we see the ball. It is for show only. And game number 1 will go to Team DK. And they get it! The final push-up by Exia will actually happen. Slowly poking at it, making sure to get a maximum satisfaction, and Braveheart will take game number 2.
But we're ready to go for the final game of the night. China versus Korea, DK versus Braveheart. And we're hopping on into it at Sky Temple.
Kanadia in a lot of trouble. Jaina goes down, and the pulling back. Holland does will not connect, and the boss goes to Team DK.
Well, they've got this. DK will advance to face Cloud9 in the semifinals.
And the winner of this game is Team DK.
It continues tomorrow right here on this stage as we enter the semifinals and move into the grand finals. And then, of course, we will crown the team that will claim the title of the 2015 BlizzCon Heroes of the Storm World Champions.
A great day 1 here for the Heroes of the Storm World Championship. Lived up to my expectations, and personally I'm ecstatic that we actually have these kind of regional head-to-heads, being able to see Europe going up against Korea, being able to see America going up against China, etc. here, as we can actually take a look at the brackets and how they have played out thus far, not only through opening week and through day 1 as well. So let's start things off here with Group A, as we had that conclude yesterday overall. And Grubby, Group A offered some very, very interesting games. We had, Cloud9 being able to be victorious overall, and then Dignitas obviously moving on through there against Team Wild, doing very well for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Team Dignitas took a very strong 2nd place in the European qualifiers firstly, and then they practiced hard for this tournament. So to get through the loser bracket after dropping to Cloud9 was well done by them. Of course, Cloud9 looked very dominant in their games. They had a few moments where they admit during practice as well as during real games, sometimes when they get ahead, they feel a little bit too much ahead. They like to have a bit of fun. That is what I would say was the main risk to them in their ascension to the position that they are in right now.
And then obviously on the other side of things, we had Group B, Todd, where we had, some surprises here and there. Team DK didn't look quite as strong as people were expecting them to coming into the tournament.
Yeah, Navi really seems to be the team that everybody's talking about right now. Maybe one of the favorites here, to do really well, to go to the finals, maybe even take the whole thing, not losing a single map in the European road to BlizzCon. And now they only lost 1 map to Team DK. I guess that's one way to look at it. Even though these games were pretty close, they are just doing so well right now.
Yeah, only 1 map lost in the proper official. That's a massive, massive position that we've seen there. And now we have our semi-finals up and coming here, Grubby. So, I mean, these matches, they're dream matches, really.
Yeah, they really are. Navi practically embarrassed Team Dignitas in the European qualifiers.
It's fair to say.
They won 2 straight-up matches, and it was a best of 5. And for the 3rd one, it was a pocket strategy, and they had a very special heroes, but they made it look so seamless and easy. And in the aftermath of that, they practiced a lot together. So what we might see coming out here is a little bit more weird matches. They know each other really well. I feel like probably Team Dignitas would have pulled closer to them in terms of form. So this could be a really good game.
And then, of course, you've got Cloud9 and DK facing off against one another in the bottom side of this semi-final. Todd, we saw that DK were rivaled here by some teams like Tempo Storm, etc. Do you feel Cloud9's chances in that one?
Oh, definitely. I think Cloud9 has a great chance to do well there. Gonna need to be playing some of the best games that they've ever played, but if they can do that, they've impressed Probably even more than DK, personally. Like, again, I know that DK, you know, to a lot of people, they're the favorite, but Cloud9, they look pretty good in their games. And DK, they struggled a little bit, for sure.
Yeah, they did. So it's a great point that you bring up, though, in that Cloud9, as much as they have looked really, really strong throughout this entire tournament, it's probably going to be their biggest challenge yet, with DK having a little bit of a rocky position, but still, you know, whenever you talk to the guys in the back, they still believe DK to be, in essence, the strongest team here. They have a lot of respect here for them, especially their warriors. We'll be getting into that a little bit later on. For now, of course, yeah, we can take a look at how these matches are going to shape up throughout the day. Obviously, we have 3 matches to cover throughout the entirety of today, with Navi and Dignitas going to be kicking things off first. And then we will have Cloud9 versus DK. And of course, we have our grand finals to come here, which is going to be fantastic, Todd.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that would love to see, myself included, a Europe versus North America Grand Finals.
Oh yeah.
To settle the debate once and for all. even though some like Ravi like to pretend it's not out there, it is out there.
I mean, everyone is friends, right? No, they're all enemies. But it would be even really be cool to see something like Team Dignitas or Navi versus Team DK as well. Although, by the way, I think C9 is probably the favorite against Team DK. Maybe a bit of a different opinion, but that would be really cool to see as well, because Europe, so far in Heroes of the Storm, hasn't done that fantastically against Korea yet. So I feel like there's a lot of rivalry there. Here we have 2 really good teams together, but they have not yet proven themselves against Koreans, because usually when you're good at games, the first question is like, well, you know, what's your rank in the game? The second one is, do you still play really well at LAN or at tournaments?
Exactly.
And the third one is, can you beat Koreans?
It's been a very small sample of games that Europe has played against Korea. Cross-region play hasn't happened that much just yet in Heroes of the Storm. So what better place than the best and biggest Heroes of the Storm tournament yet to try and leave your mark?
We're going to crown the very best here today. I'm going to have to kind of move it on, though, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your insights as we head over to Anna on the stage to get our first match underway here between Navi and Dignitas.
Thank you, Kailaris. I think you guys are ready for our first match. You look pretty awake. Wow. Now this match, as our casters mentioned, it is a rematch. We know we will have a European team in the finals, but which will it be? There is the pleasure of knowing that we will see one, but the pain of knowing we will lose the other. And I'm here to introduce them to you today. First, the team that secured their spot in the semifinals last week. We haven't seen them play yet at BlizzCon because they already had their spot by opening week. I am willing to guess they have not been resting on their laurels. Are you ready? Your blue team is Navi! And their challengers, the red team, now they came in second in the European Championship. They were knocked into the lower bracket by Navi during opening week. This is their last chance to prove that they are the dominant force in Europe. They are Team Dignitas. Now these 2 teams, they started out as rivals, but as they prepared for the World Championships, we've been told that they've been practicing together a lot. They've become more like allies, so this must be a very bittersweet situation. Kailaris, what do you think these 2 teams might be feeling right now?
Oh, they're going to be feeling quite a lot, let me reassure you about that, because this is a big one between these 2. As you said, they have been pretty much brothers in arms, preparing here for the World Championship with each other. They basically developed their own little meta in a bubble while they were preparing for the World Championship here. So I am ecstatic to actually get the opportunity to talk and be able to watch these games go out once again. We could talk about this stuff for hours, guys, considering how much history these 2 teams have with one one another, but we've got a short amount of time. Grubby, let's start with Navi. Let's start with how they were able to do so well in the European Championship and how well they're doing here so far.
Team Navi is just insane. Like, they're probably my favorite team here. They not only have an incredible coordination when it comes to combining their heroic and basic abilities, but they also excel in good drafts, preparation, and just general mechanics. They are so impressive. They have looked dominant. Their total score in BlizzCon is 14-1 when you count the qualifiers and the main tournament. And I think they're probably the #1 favorite to beat here.
They are strong. They are very strong. Todd, your thoughts on Navi here?
I completely agree with Grubby. They're going into this tournament, again, personally as maybe my own personal favorite. The thing about Navi is that, again, they have their own personal niche picks that they go for. And coming from an RTS background, maybe you will agree, but it feels like something that's not only just well prepared, but that's meant to come out at the most important time in the tournament, to make use of it and use it to win in very important games. But what's funny about it is that they use it multiple times. We've seen Butcher and Falstad come out with Lamb to the Slaughter, and Mighty Ghost, I think it was twice. So it's not a one-time thing like it would be in a real-time strategy game. They actually find out about very strong combos and then use them over and over again very effectively against teams that seemingly don't really know about some of these combos. Even the Diablo that came out from them looked very, very strong with JPL playing it.
It's a really good point that you make. Overall, Navi has been in the situation where they just kind of play their own game, and nobody really plays like Navi. But we've talked about them quite extensively here. Let's move on to Dignitas and how they've been able to shape up and really kind of ship out what the kind of product that they've been having to dispense here. In the European final, they did not look good against Navi. Navi steamrolled them. But here, and being able to kind of work a little bit with Navi before all of this, they have been able to gain a bit more confidence here moving forwards.
Yeah, Team Dignitas is kind of like the team of the expendables. They're a bunch of misfits. They were removed from certain teams or they quit. And, you know, that's very normal. That happens. But then they came together and they found together a sort of new strength.
Yes.
And just like the expendables, they keep coming back.
Saving the world.
Saving the world, maybe. I mean, they took second place there, and they're just getting better and better. They have some really keen star players, like, for example, Bakery on the Karazim, who is confident to hit every Divine Palm, to save one of his allies, to hit every cleanse that matters. So very strong performance by Dignitas individually and as a team.
Todd, your quick thoughts on Navi here?
I don't think it's possible to mention Dignitas without talking about the mad scientist himself.
Oh, yes.
You nicknamed him that, and I feel like it's the most perfect nickname for a player. ADRD. This guy can play pretty much anything. He's great on Abathur, on Asmodan, those heroes that are very difficult to play. Bakery said very openly that he thought that ADRD was the best Asmodan in Europe, and we've seen how strong he can be on a hero. So I expect some of these niche picks to come into play here, maybe even from the first map.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen out there and gentlemen at the desk, we are ready to go into our first draft here for the first semi-final of our World Championship. Let's get into things. Navi versus Dignitas. I am expecting hard focus here on Tyrael because these two have had so much practice with it, and already a full stat ban coming out from Dignitas targeting against Navi.
It's Blackout's Bay. This was the map where Falstad and Butcher came out together and showed us something that we didn't expect and that did really well.
Yeah, I mean, Falstad, we thought maybe he would go for Hinterland's Blast. No, they have this special combination, Lamb to the Slaughter, one of the opponents, and blow away the rest with Mighty Gust.
Yes.
It was a combination that we had not seen at high level before, that we did not even consider possible, and they would just want to remove that from the get-go.
Wow, and then we have the Sonya ban coming out here from Navi already. So, you know, what I was mentioning before, Tyrael being a big playmaker between these two teams could quite easily come into effect early on in this draft. And we do have Dignitas being first pick, so will they go for it?
You know, we talk about how these two teams, they're so familiar with each other. They've met so many times in the European tournaments, but with these first two bans, it's already been proven how much respect they're going to give to each other in terms of these heroes that they know the opponents are going to be very good at.
Yeah, that was a very specific ban, the Falstad.
Yes.
The rest is a bit more along the lines of what we have come to expect. Heroes that are very strong and versatile in the beginning, like Sonya, like Jaina. Not too much of a head turner there.
With Jaina coming out here for Dignitas, now Navi has 2 picks themselves. So a lot of room here to expand out on what they usually go for. Johanna is going to be a first pick up here for Navi, and that is not as usual as we would normally expect. You can already see the levels of difference here between the regional competition.
Yeah, I mean, if we tell you that these teams, they've played in the European finals, but since then, who better to practice with? Oh, there we go with Uther. Who better to practice with than Navi and Dignitas themselves to prepare for this? That say, at least we'll try to make it into top 4 together. You pretty much know that you cannot predict exactly what's going to be picked.
They weren't in the same group, so that was one great way to do it here. Ideally, I think they would have liked to meet in the grand finals, but hey, you can get everything that you want every single time. And now having to face in the semifinals, we're seeing already a very specific draft here to these 2 teams. In particular with the bands, in terms of pick, it was more like, you know, these higher tier heroes that they both went for. Dignitas going for the Karzim here for Bakery. We talked about this. I think he's quite easily the best Karzim in the world. A lot of people would agree on that.
I think so. I mean, he has proven it so far. No one has any challenge really to that claim. They are not here, he's here, and he's got the best Karzim player.
There's probably a few guys in Twitch chat who are like, nah, actually I am. Like, I'm pretty good with Karzim Hero League,
but I mean, we saw the palms yesterday, right? We saw them landing at the very, very last second to be able to go for it. There is the Tyrael here, bringing it out for Athero, and that will be a big, big playmaker here against Navi. In practices and scrims before this tournament even went down, he was first pick and first ban between these 2 teams. Sanctification, powerful stuff.
Yeah, now they both have a hero that offers a kind of invulnerability.
This feels almost too good to be true, to be honest. You know, going to this draft, Dignitas, I'm sure they would have loved to be able to grab Jaina, Karzim, and Tyrael, but now that Navi went for Johanna, it almost feels as if like something's up. They know something, they knew this was coming.
I know what Navi's doing here. You look at their bans, they're taking away things which couple up with Tyrael's Sanctification really, really powerfully. So they're happy to give Tyrael away, but not so happy able to give the combo pieces that Sanctification couples up so nicely with.
Yeah, that is how Navi actually defeated Team DK in the end with Tyrael. Oh, no Butcher either. Wow. It's the entire combo disassembled. Taking away one piece, it wasn't enough. It's both Falstad and Butcher got removed. Now, if I can point out one theme here for Navi, they have 2 heroes that at level 20 become kind of invincible. Uther comes back to life after he perishes, and Johanna gets a full life bar if she takes lethal damage. There we go with the 3rd one. That's the thing.
They're going for the Immortal Army.
What's next, Murky?
It's never going to die. Well, Murky would die a lot, but it's never going to die.
But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Murky Abathur.
There is Leoric, of course. We haven't really seen him too much yesterday moving on forward. Obviously, his big trait is Undying here. So even if he does die on the battlefield, he will still resurrect in the same position and can use some of his abilities to hinder their opponents as well. And also to point out the heroic abilities. Usually we see March of the Black King come into play for some extra damage, but we haven't been a stranger to Entomb to try and slow down the pace of the battles or even catch someone out.
Yeah, he's very good at cheating death, and it pretty much seems to be the name of the game right now for Navi, who are going for a crazy composition here of very survivable heroes here for some of these fights. The Butcher being removed is interesting because Falstad was already gone, so that combo wasn't really going to come into play, but Uther was already picked from Navi, so you don't want to face JPL's Butcher with the Divine Shield available for him. Sylvanas gets picked.
All right, next one is Sylvanas. She's undead, not undying though, slightly different there. But as we're going to see the final picks here for Dignitas.
She was a Wailing Banshee for a while, kind of haunting people and doing what she did. So she can fit with this lineup quite nicely. Team Dignitas might need another warrior here, I feel. Getting a good, strong front line against them. They're going to pick up Zagara here as good vision control. Obviously, we know she rains terror down on that bottom lane, or even the top lane. You can, in theory, put her up there, regardless of where you want to go.
Could do a pretty good job at the bottom lane, especially if you were to face Leoric. Kind of keep him low on hit points, make sure that she gets those golden coins. Especially the first 2 chests that are going to come up are going to be very important, because if any of those teams gain some good momentum and start collecting a lot of gold, they're going to be doing really well going later down the line.
What, are you feeling another warrior here for Dignitas, Robbie? Are you feeling something to kind of bolster that front line?
Well, the thing about the Tyrael, you don't have to, you can. And they actually are going to Arthas, their high damage dealer. lots of crowd control.
And great sustain as well with things like Rune Tap, with the fact that he can use Death Coil as well to keep himself alive. And one thing to look out for usually is Army of the Dead as a heroic to even add more to that sustain. We haven't been a stranger to Summon Syndragosa though. It has been used in the past to lock down buildings and push very, very aggressively. And technically, going up against a Sylvanas, that could be quite strong, but still, I'm feeling more of the sustain here for them.
All right, one more pick remaining for Team Na'Vi. It can't be Falstad and Butcher.
Will it be a wild one? That's the big question, because Na'Vi, we know that they have a wide range of heroes here. So is it wild, or is it more?
Kael'thas is still available.
Yeah, they need another ranged hero. They have 3 melees already. I feel like they need a ranged one. Kael'thas would definitely be a very viable pick.
Vara could be good.
And normally, actually, when I think Na'Vi, whenever I think Valor, I think Falstad instead. Yeah. But that kind of went away very, very quickly. Dignitas didn't want anything to do with that. And it will be Valor, so the more conventional pick. And normally, we do not see this out of Na'Vi. It's normally, again, a different ranged assassin, but going over to the Valor, this is a very conventional draft here, I would say, for Na'Vi compared to what we're used to.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly conventional. We've got the double warrior setup, 1 support, 1 specialist, and an assassin, but still very good to keep in mind that 3 of their front line, the 3 melee, are all one form of Undying, and most of them reach that Undying status at level 20. Of course, we've got Divine Shield and Unstoppable Iron Skin from Johanna before that, but that kind of could mean that they don't want to like seize too quickly on early game opportunities. They feel like it could be a longer game. It's conceivable. They've practiced a lot together, so they might be too good like to lose too early to each other.
Todd, considering the drafts that we have here, looking at it, Dignitas, whenever they're going up against Na'Vi in a tournament setting, have gone up against more wild drafts, more things that can add variance and craziness to the games. But going up against this kind of draft, do you feel a little bit more momentum here for Dignitas compared to what they're used to against Na'Vi?
They can't be dissatisfied with the draft, but at the same time, this really feels as if Na'Vi, they felt comfortable enough against Dignitas, whom they beat many times, who they embarrassed in the finals of the European Road to BlizzCon, to just go into a regular game. Pick the strong heroes that they think are out there, don't do anything fancy, and then just win a straight-up game.
Yeah, they both have something here. We've got Team Dignitas with the Zagara. They have more map control, kind of, with all the creep tumors. They have a better early game hero to make some kills, like Arthas and Jaina, who provide a lot of slows and can really close out some kills if they go for the ganks early game. But what Na'Vi has is they have a better wave clear. They've got Leoric, Johanna, who are excellent at it. Vala's excellent, and so is Sylvana. So Na'Vi could be looking to play the map a bit here. Just get a lot of camps, get a lot of coins, keep paying the coins to Blackheart, and then try to win primarily through the objective.
That's a great point that you bring up, actually, there, overall. We have seen a lot of teams, especially in the European region, playing PvE Blackheart's Bay. And it's certainly a great tactic to use. I mean, there is the potential here with a Leoric and a Johanna as their front line to have great potential to just disengage, run away from Dignitas, and just do whatever they want, really.
Yeah, it seems like in terms of heroics that we're going to see here, it should be pretty standard. You know, I'm guessing March of the Black King. For Leoric, I don't think we're going to be seeing Entomb, but you never know with these guys.
You never know, yeah.
Karzim, does he go Sensei, Strike, or Palm? Usually with Bakery, it's going to be Palm a lot of the time just because he's so good at it. And Zagara, nobody should overlook her Devouring Maw. It's something that's not necessarily been taken in consideration in some of these fights in the previous games that we saw yesterday, and that has come greatly into play in isolating some heroes and really bringing back some of those huge fights for some teams.
And overall, with Dignitas and Na'Vi facing off against one another here, we have to remember the result of their previous final once again. It was 3-0 for Na'Vi in extremely convincing fashion. Grubby, do you think we're going to see a convincing result out of Na'Vi again, or do you think they're far closer now compared to where they were?
Well, we've heard that they practiced together afterwards, after that 3-0, and they continued that practice. Now, there could be 2 reasons for that. One, there's no one else that comes close to the flame that Na'Vi and Dignitas are, and all the other teams may not be as motivated, you know, because they're not playing in BlizzCon. We're talking about European teams to practice with here. But still, even so, you would expect that Na'Vi would stop practicing with Dignitas if it wasn't good practice. So I feel like it was good practice, and almost invariably, the team that originally lost really badly will come closer to the dominating team. So I feel like much more likely is a 2-1 either way.
They're supposed to beat them at some point, right? kind of like me and you in all times. Like you were always beating me, but at some point I was always going to beat you.
Did it happen?
I mean, yeah, it's supposed to be how this is. You either have a team like that throughout time will always beat the other one.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, whoever is getting bullied and losing a lot to the same opponent will come back at some point and win this one time. And it can happen when it matters the most. It could be here for Dignitas. This could be it.
Did it happen between you two when it mattered the most?
We kind of went back and forth, didn't we?
Yeah. But at first, you were winning a lot.
Good days, European Championships.
Our Warcraft 3 legends. Thank you very much for joining me here, guys. Always a pleasure. Between these two teams, though, as we're seeing Dignitas play out, I was speaking to Eternal before actually going into today's games and thinking, kind of trying to get into the mindset as to how they were going to approach this game. And Eternal said to me something that was very, very interesting, is that oftentimes between the two teams, even in scrims, the match was almost won in draft. But this overall, to me, stands out as a very interesting draft for Navi because it is so generic, as it were. So even here, I don't think this one is won in draft, Grubby.
Oh, won in draft. Yeah, it's going to be down to execution, pretty much. I mean, they both have all the chances. They have standard teams. It's not like let's try without warrior or assassin or without support. And in the end, I think yes, this is definitely going to be won through execution, strategy, and rotation.
Yeah. All right. Well, before we actually get here into our first semi-final, our team's just getting prepared a little bit and getting good to go. Let's hear from Navi as to what they think here about the World Championship.
To be honest, we are like kind of family.
We do all these decisions together.
We're like really big friends. We have chemistry in the team.
We always talk to each other, even if we're not playing. It's like a job, but with friends and even a family.
We're really proud to be here as the European champions. That's really big by itself. So we're really happy that we have the opportunity to represent Europe.
It's something that every player strives for.
Even if we are not winning it, just qualified for it, it was really big. Winning BlizzCon is like reaching a dream.
We had a bit of roster changes in the past, but I guess that we kind of have chemistry now. We found like players which fit us really good, because I think that we play a bit different from what the meta is and what the meta is considered to be. I want us to be known for our diverse play style.
After the tournament, we will probably eat Taco Bell.
We will go to Disneyland and have some fun.
I think we will just party.
And that is Navi, of course, looking very, very confident here in the World Championship and going up against what you would consider to be their rival, not so rival here in Europe. It's kind of this weird relationship that these two teams have. But one thing's for sure, as I say, is that Navi do seem confident going into the World Championship.
Yes, I mean, they have provided more pocket strategies than they used, I think, in Europe. So they still have something in their bag. They have a lot of secret strategies. One thing, by the way, which was really interesting, when I was talking to Team Navi, they busted out their Diablo strategy in the first game of the BlizzCon opening week last week. And they were playing against Braveheart. And Braveheart, absolutely impressive. They played amazing at this tournament. But we didn't know that. We didn't know they were going to be that amazing. Braveheart, the second team that came out of China. And I asked, why did you use your secret strategy in the very first game already? Wouldn't you want to like go easy on Braveheart, maybe sucker the others into thinking that you don't have any special strats? And they said, we take every game 100% seriously. That's a magnificent attitude. They're not pulling any punches on anybody, not underestimating anyone, and that's actually pretty much a champion's mindset.
Yeah. Just to kind of give you guys confirmation as to what's currently going on as well, is that one of the teams does have a slight audio issue, which is being worked on, and that is why we're actually just waiting a little bit longer here to make sure all of our conditions are absolutely perfect here before we get into the semi-final. Don't want anything tampering with the result here between these two teams. Of course, we can hear from Dignitas as well here going into the World Championship to see what they think moving forwards.
We're definitely one of the hungrier teams for this title. I think we've had a lot of hype surrounding our team ever since even we first started playing.
We've been practicing about 8 hours per day going to this event, and everybody has been spamming a ton of Hero League. We want to get really comfortable in our heroes coming into this tournament.
One of my favourite dynamics for the team is we all like to joke around with each other. We're all comfortable with each other and we all hang out a lot. There's a lot of joking in-game, out of game, but when we have to get serious, we get serious.
I don't really have to tell people to practice because everyone is motivated and they want to be the best and they try their hardest all the time.
With Dignitas, I think we show that we have 5 incredibly strong players who all have the ability to make our own plays on the map. We can create situations from anywhere. I think we're very confident in our ability to play every map and play almost any style.
All of our players have pocket picks. Having those kind of versatile picks really gives us a boost in our drafting.
We're really coordinated. We can turn any situation that looks bad into our favor.
For me, winning at BlizzCon, it would be really awesome because we'll be the first team, whoever gets the title.
And I think it'd be really cool to, say, oh yeah, we're representing Europe and we came into the first World Championship and, we smashed it. Like, that would be an awesome feeling.
And that is Dignitas, of course, here moving into our semi-final. I just want to give you a little bit of a glimpse into how these teams communicate going into their games. So there's a very different contrast between Navi and Dignitas when they're actually playing. Navi, screaming a lot, shouting a lot when they're in the games, really focusing down on one hero, etc., etc. If you ever stand behind Dignitas, on the other hand, here's how they communicate. Jaina, focus Jaina. Okay, Muradin. Great, yeah, really well done. Great job, great job. So they're
Which one do you prefer?
They're very, very calm.
I'm all for the yelling.
I like the yelling as well. We have a few characters in the European scene, such as Breeze, for example, who love to shout and scream. If you were in a kind of team atmosphere, team scenario, which one would you be, Todd? Would you be the shouty guy or would you be the... Jaina?
I'd be the loudest, I think.
Yeah? Yeah?
He says that, but we played a lot of 2v2 together, and Todd, he is so sweet, and he doesn't shout in team comms at all. But Robbie, would you please come back to my base and save me from these enemies?
Yeah, it's different though. It was a real-time strategy game. It's very calm, like you're supposed to be thinking about strategy and stuff, whereas here it's like, you see a hero, you're like, get this guy! Get on top of him right now, don't let him escape!
I've seen him play Overwatch, so I can say that's true.
No, of course. We are just still working out these technical issues here that we do have with the team, so thank you very much for your patience, guys. Of course, across the board here, not only have we had the Heroes of the Storm World Championship going on here, but we've already had some fantastic announcements to come along, one of which is my personal favorite, which is Cho'Gall, which I can't decide is going to break some marriages and friendships or is going to strengthen them. I'm not sure, Grubby.
We'll find out when we play, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, we are doomed, Todd. We are doomed. I'm sorry.
Cho'Gall is awesome. Have you seen his skill set? You've got the Cho head and the Gall head. It's 2 players playing 1 character, and you have to lock it in together if you play in Hero League. And both players have their own set of 5 abilities. 2 different heroics, so total of 4 heroics, 3 different abilities each, so total of 6. And he just looks magnificent. He looks awesome. And this would be a great way to play with your wife, your girlfriend, or just with friends, introducing new players to the game. And I think Cho'Gall is awesome.
Or if you really want to challenge yourself, 2 PCs.
Don't spoil my plans for my next stream.
Damn, I'm sorry, Grubby, I'm sorry. It would be quite the task ahead of you. I'm sure StarCraft players actually probably got that on lockdown.
I've played Warcraft 3 2v2 before on 2 PCs like this.
How did that go?
It's hard, but I can imagine it will be a little bit easier with Cho'Gall, but still a very big challenge.
Yes, I would imagine so. I would imagine so. All right, again, guys, as we do wait here patiently before the teams to be ready, we do still have a few technical issues to work out. So once again, thank you very much for your patience, guys. We are going to go to a short break here before we start our semi-finals, but bear with us because when we're back, we're going to have a fantastic semi-finals from the World Championship.
Exists is a realm of endless conflict. A crucible for heroes ripped from countless worlds. In this new battleground, fate will decide their allies and their enemies. Now, they face a greater trial. Here, anything can happen. Heroes, prepare yourselves! The ultimate challenge is upon you! For soon, you will enter!
All right, well, welcome back to the Heroes of the Storm World Championship here, ladies and gents, as the arena is coming here to Heroes of the Storm, and they did tease 10 Illidan's. I don't want to be a part of that.
It's the perfect solution, actually, to how most Illidan's play on the internet. There's this problem with, it's kind of a stereotype, maybe it's not fair, but we do see it from time to time. Someone picks Illidan, presumably in first spot, and they end up diving 1 versus 5 because they feel they have so much support. It can't happen anymore when there's 5 Illidans. If everyone dives in 1 versus 5, it's 5 versus 5. It's perfect.
I guess so, yeah, I guess so.
It's funny because like when I saw that, it raised a lot of questions for me. I was like, what? 5 Illidans against 4 Illidans in a Karazim. Who wins?
Oh, okay, now you're really thinking meta.
There's a lot of new possibilities.
Yeah, I think so. That's going to be a bit of a crazy game mode, that's for sure. But let's bring it back on point. Let's bring it back on message here. Dignitas versus Na'Vi. Obviously, you know, we've kind of thought about the draft a lot here while we've been talking throughout all of this. Who really, I mean, Todd, looking at these drafts, do you give sway to based on the compositions alone?
It's really hard, I think, to make a choice, but I still can't.
I can understand that you have to take some time to think about this.
We can look at how a fight is going to start. I don't know if we have an image of the draft once again, but we can say Team Dignitas, they've got Arthas and Tyrael as the warriors, and Jaina and Zagara as the backliners. Karazim to save someone. Arthas could potentially start a fight with a Howling Blast to root someone in place, and then there could be a lot of follow-up. Jaina could start a fight coming from the shadows and casting Cone of Cold and Blizzard, and that would be an initiation on the opponent. But most of all, I think Team Dignitas is more of a defensive team. They're going to wait till someone clusters up and tries to focus one of their heroes, use a Devouring Maul, potentially use Sanctification, and then do a counterattack. I feel like Dignitas is defense into counterattack. You look at Na'Vi, they have a few ways to initiate. If anyone is out of position just a smidget, Blessed Shield from Johanna can come out immediately.
It seems like it's just really hard to tell because both teams are going to depend a lot on their heroics, and in particular, Wailing Arrow on Na'Vi and Devouring Maul on Dignitas.
So Wailing Arrow can get countered by Sanctification. The Devouring Maul can, to a degree, get countered by a really quick Divine Shield, depending on how many heroes get hit by it. Then you've got the burst damage from the Wailing Arrow can also be countered by Karazim's Divine Palm, but only if he's not caught in it. So positioning for each and every hero is going to be absolutely crucial.
I just want to interrupt you there for a second there, Grubby. We do see on stage at the moment that we have our tech guys working on the audio issues as this ensues. So still, these problems do persist, but we cannot begin here and risk any kind of integrity towards this game before all of these issues are sorted. So once again out there, I do appreciate the patience that you have for us here, because let's be honest, once these games get started, they are going to be explosive between these two teams. They've got so much rich history between one another. And then we now see a Na'Vi presenting a composition, as you said, which isn't exactly the aggressive Na'Vi that we are used to seeing. They are playing a bit more of a defensive composition, as you point out.
It's Na'Vi's map, which, to be honest, we don't really see much of. Blackheart's Bay didn't really come out too many times in this tournament.
I'm willing to say that maybe we didn't see it once yesterday. I don't think we did see Blackheart's Bay once yesterday.
So.
It's kind of a snowballish map. if you have the control and
To a degree.
you keep the point, you keep the Blackheart's Bay point, you can just win by never really attacking. You just get all the mercenary camps, you get the coins, but of course at that point, that is the real fighting place. Not the enemy's core, but Blackheart paying station himself.
Yeah, we've seen that exemplified in the European scene in particular with teams like Virtus Pro, for example. It was quite a while ago that we saw this kind of strategy come out, but even things like Thrall Earthquake and Tyrael Sanctification to just always continue disengaging and never actually taking a fight. So
I remember
some
that.
really crazy stuff has come out before.
It seems like the two priorities on this map, the biggest two in my opinion, are knowing when to fight or when not to fight, and execution. And to be honest, these are the two things that I think maybe Navi is one of the best teams at. So it makes perfect sense for them to want to play on this map. But we've seen in the past quite a few teams going for the map pick. For example, you know, Liquid going for Garden of Terror, and not having that much success on it. So you need to be careful. You need to make sure you're on point on that one map that you've picked, because if you start losing on your own map, usually it's the beginning of the end.
And one thing, of course, should be kept in mind, none of the maps can be vetoed out. All maps have to be comfortable on every single map, even maps like Blackheart Bay and Haunted Mines, because there's always a chance that one of your opponents picks a map and you don't want to be caught without practice on it.
Exactly, and that's how the tournament structure is fully functioning. What goes on is there is the coin flip, and then one team has themselves first pick, or the team that wins decides whether they go for first pick and first ban, or map pick. So depending on how comfortable you feel on a specific map, you can go for that themselves. And Blackheart's Bay coming out here as Navi's choice is a very, very interesting dynamic that we don't see too often, because we don't get a chance to see Blackheart's Bay as much as the other maps at this kind of high level of play.
Yeah, and I really feel it's because of the rules here that are pretty good, to be honest, because it adds more diversity. If you give all of those teams vetoes, we're almost always going to see the same maps. It's always going to be Curse Hollow, Tomb of the Spider Queen, sometimes Dragonshire. So it's really cool to see all of these maps here coming. I'm pretty sure we've had at least one game on every single map here. We've seen the Haunted Mines come out one time, and it was a pretty fun game as well earlier between Navi and DK.
And Navi found themselves against Team DK in the third place decider. It wasn't a knockout match, but it was the right to be in the semifinals already. And Navi was down 3 levels, 3 forts, that is to say 2 forts and a keep, so they had 1 keep remaining, and Team DK still had 2 forts, 2 keeps, and they had the 3-level lead, which also means they have a talent lead, they have massive amounts of more stats, hit points, damage, and so forth. And Navi just started clawing their way back. They won 1 fight at level 10 versus 13 near their own keep, and then we were all backstage and we were thinking like, okay, they only need to do that 5 more times to get back into the game, and then they did. It's like pretty impressive.
6.5 out of 10, no comeback mechanics, they said, but in that game definitely proved otherwise.
There's that banner apparently in the arena video
Yes,
as
I
well.
saw
So
that.
a good tip of the hat there to IGN and everything that they've done here. So 6.5 out of 10, beautiful stuff. I imagine these games are probably going to surpass 6.5 out of 10 when I think about it now, actually. So
Yeah, there's a 6.5 out of 10 chance that they will.
Thanks, Grubby. really on point there.
I'm
with
leaving.
That. Bye-bye. All right, well, as I said before, still these problems do end up persisting here between the two teams, so we are not starting just yet. I do apologize for the inconvenience. But for now, we're just going to go to a short break here as we still continue to try and solve our technical issues here at the World Championship.
For honor and glory.
I am the first of the Dryads.
Raven Court will belong to the Gravekeeper.
Heroes, prepare for the arena. for trouble! Make it double!
All right, welcome back here to the World Championship for Heroes of the Storm as we continue to try and solve our little issues that we do have going on at the moment. But again, Cho'Gall, very, very excited to be playing that one. I was doing my little moves, like trying to do, I don't have two heads, sadly, so I can't really like hit the second one. It's not exactly that easy. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what to tell you. But other than that, of course, we've got Gen Greymane coming up. A Worgen, which I am going to really enjoy killing over and over because I am Horde. Proud Horde, of course, not Alliance.
Is Worgen
cheers from the crowd.
Wow.
Huh?
I hear the cheers.
So I've actually just alienated about 50% of the audience there, so that's what you do when it comes to World of Warcraft. That's how that goes. Of course, I don't think either of you really played World of Warcraft, so you're not on either side of
Warcraft.
You played Warcraft, okay, yeah, I guess so. But if you had to really
Warcraft was my world. Does that count?
That counts, that counts.
That counts.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
I mean, likewise, Todd, actually, yeah. So you had a different perspective on it all. You were Orc, so you were kind of Horde, and you were human, right?
Yeah, I play human, but to be honest, I have no bias. I'm happy about, you know, any hero that I see from Warcraft or any other game in Heroes of the Storm here. It's definitely cool to see some of the heroes you're already familiar with. You know, I remember you during some of the European qualifiers that we cast together. You mentioned many times how Malfurion is a restoration druid from World of Warcraft. That was really cool because it's exactly accurate for a lot of the characters here that we had in Warcraft with the same spells and like before they even come out or you know about them, you already know every single spell that they're gonna have, and that's really handy in learning how they work and what they do.
I mean, even Cho'Gall, as much as, you know, he has two heads and stuff like that, I imagine for like the chaos factor working in there, with his Twilight Hammer being part of the Twilight Cultist, etc.
Have you seen his ability set yet?
I have not seen his ability set yet because we've been kind of busy.
Yeah, I checked last night before sleeping. So he has this one ability where he can pull up to, I think, 3 or multiple enemies towards himself or even behind himself doing damage. He's got one where he has this mace and he does like a kind of a cone-shaped slam where everyone gets knocked back a bit and gets damage. He's got a heroic where he does like big line damage. Lots of different cool abilities. And then Lunara, she has like heroics. She has 2 different heroics. One is like 3 times the line damage, 3 charges. One where she jumps over an enemy and then throws like her spear, and she can do it once again. Very mobile, quite a big range. So
is that charge based?
2 charges as well.
Okay.
So not only would you have a really cool way, and it looks graphically very appealing, much like many of the other Heroes of the Storm heroes, but you also have a way to dodge enemy damage and to dodge enemy attacks. And then her mount variety is she has no mount. After all, she's a Dryad. She's half here already. But she's always moving at 120% movement speed. So most heroes, they move at 100%, and then they can mount up to have 140%. She's always 120%.
Wow.
Like you, when you're casting.
I'm always casting at 120%.
That would actually be an interesting dynamic, having a Dryad sat on a horse.
It would be a bit weird.
It'd be a little bit strange,
It's a family show, so we couldn't have that.
No, that's true, that's true. But Lunara as a whole, not exactly a lore character that we're familiar with, just kind of like very, very similar-esque to a Brightwing here, moving forwards with extra heroes that are coming out. And also, now that I think about it, something else that was announced here was probably the bane of my existence because she's going to be teleporting everywhere, is Tracer, probably coming out in 2016 or so forward. So that's going to be kind of scary as the first Overwatch hero.
Yeah, I haven't checked out that much Overwatch yet. I know some people have the beta already. I wish everyone could play it soon.
Yeah.
But Tracer is a very mobile, very quick character that has some form of teleport. She's quite a force to be reckoned with when you play against her in Overwatch. Very scary, and it kind of gives me shivers thinking about her in Overwatch, in Heroes of the Storm.
She's very squishy, actually. One of the heroes with the least hit points. That's usually tries to reach the back line with the speed that she's got and try to take out, be the support or somebody that's not mobile like a Bastion or something. So that could transcribe very well in Heroes of the Storm if all of the spells are similar to, I guess, that one hero that can go very quickly into the back line, try and take out one of the ranged assassins, and then make it out of there.
I mean, what I'm imagining is, I don't think we've been given any talents or like abilities or anything to do with Tracer just yet, but what I'm imagining is Valor with Brightwing's blink heal to a certain degree, but not having to actually choose to where you're going. So that kind of, the idea of it in my mind makes me rage already, because I don't want to have to face that. That would be annoying.
So to refocus your attention on the character you love, Greymane, he starts out as a ranged character that can shoot from a distance. He has some abilities like shoot a few times with his gun from a distance. And then with an ability or with his trait, he can either go through a normal transformation to the Worgen form, or he can use an ability to quickly jump on an opponent and become the Worgen. And he has the same one to become from a Worgen back to a ranged assassin. I expect he is an assassin. He can use that ability to roll away and become human form again. And of course, while he's a Worgen, he does all kinds of clawing things.
That kind of stuff. Yeah,
just like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly like that.
It was a beautiful, beautiful presentation. I think, you know, as much as I am, again, Horde, Gen Greymane is actually one of the cooler Alliance characters for sure. So it's really cool to see that kind of transition between Worgen form, human form, him having the gun and also the blade. So that kind of cool variance between ranged and melee that we haven't seen too much of at all here in Heroes of the Storm thus far.
Absolutely. Just thinking a little bit about Dignitas against Na'Vi here. These two teams here clashing at this stage in a tournament like BlizzCon. This is really what they've been working for a very long time.
Yes.
A lot of these players here in Heroes of the Storm, they started playing the game, they figured out that they enjoyed it, and immediately they had this mindset of basically telling themselves, this is it. This is the game I want to be a pro player on. I want to go to all the biggest tournaments. I want to win them. I want to do really well in them. I'm going to enjoy myself doing it. And look how far they've come.
I mean, they've definitely had two very, very different roads. If we look at Team Dignitas, we saw them as Bob Questionmark to start things off, and one of their biggest goals in the entirety of the European scene was, we want to beat Team Liquid, and they did it so much that they actually forced Team Liquid into this scary position where now they've had to rebuild their entire team. That's how much of an impact Team Dignitas has had on the European scene. And then you have Na'Vi on the other side of things, who have just been the workhorse, really, of Europe. They've just constantly been, you know, we're just going to get better and better and better, stage by stage by stage. And then they hit this kind of like epiphany moment where they said, we're just going to play this game how we want and actually dictate the meta entirely.
Yeah, these are two teams that not that long ago, a couple months ago, were not necessarily at the top of the European scene, and they worked their way to the top.
No,
and now they're here to stay.
If you think about the European scene as a whole, if you think, let's say 3-4 months back, who would you say? You'd say Team Liquid and probably Gamers 2 as the top two favorites. Na'Vi was working their way up there for sure, but then Team Liquid was winning everything, and Gamers 2 was coming second place at everything. So
Virtus Pro as well. They qualified for, I think, the two global tournaments that we had before that, and they were doing pretty well for themselves, but it's really Na'Vi and Dignitas lately that stole the show and really proved themselves to be the best two European teams. Do you agree, Grubby?
Yeah, I do agree. And I also think that, of course, you know, technical issues like this, delays are nature of the beast when you're in competitions like this. Of course, we rely on our technique to work appropriately. And when you have this much of a running up to a tournament like BlizzCon, of course, no one would like to have this kind of delay, and of course, we really appreciate your patience as well, but they're out there, and there is a chance for them to lose their adrenaline, to lose their mindset, but if your willpower is strong enough, you're actually not going to let that happen. I had this trick that I used to do when I was a competitor, where I would be like, okay, everything that happens which isn't supposed to happen, I'm going to pretend like I willed it to happen. Like, there's a lot of mind control in situations like this. Like, yes, I'm very happy that there is a 3-hour delay. Not saying we're headed for a 3-hour delay, but I've had
but if there was, we should be happy, because the games are still happening.
Good things come to those who wait.
Yes.
Now, just whatever way you can twist it is like, okay, you know, yes, I wanted my, whatever not to work, and then I'm gonna move past that because that's how much I want it.
Yeah, and again, you guys really speak from experience in the end after having.
Well, it's grubby mostly. I would just lose patience and play really bad. That's why he's won a lot more tournaments than me.
The temperature has to be right for Todd, that's for sure.
Oh, you did not just go there.
I'm sorry, man. I had to. Well, before we get to this once again, we're going to actually take a look at how Team Dignitas feels everything goes forward here for one of the most important members of the team in their team captain.
ADRD puts a lot of time into looking at other teams, looking at drafts, looking at the way that team comps play into and around each other, and that just makes him able to shot call and draft really effectively.
I think the most important thing that ADRD can do for us this weekend is make sure that we're prepared with the strategy that we want to play and that we all know exactly how we have to perform that strategy. Because I think if we get in a situation where we know exactly what we want to do and he can bring us there, we can easily take any game.
I think the biggest thing that ADRD can bring for us this weekend is probably adapting in between games. If we lose the first game of the series, adapting why we lost, what they did well, how we can counter that.
He's like the drafter, the shot caller, so we kind of all of like trust him and listen to him.
I'm mostly responsible for our drafts, and when we are in game, everyone can shot call something, but I usually make the final decision.
I feel a lot of pressure to deliver in the BlizzCon because we are crowned as a Europe champion and I want to continue that streak. Can we retake?
Yeah, we can retake.
Thank you. We feel a lot of pressure here at BlizzCon because we are kind of a favorite to win the whole thing, so it's a bit too much pressure. Retake! Okay, I'm just gonna say we don't feel pressure.
Okay, that's fine.
Here at BlizzCon we don't feel that much pressure since we know what we can do and it will go good.
Experience has taught the Protoss that when we do not fight together, we die alone. But we shall not see defeat this day. For we stand as one. Our differences will not divide us, but make us stronger. Together, we will defend the Nexus with honor and earn our glory. I am Hierarch Artanis, leader of all Protoss. And in unity, there is strength.
Terra Marines are the toughest frag magnets in the galaxy. But when they're in trouble, guess who they call? Medic! Winning a battle is more than just shooting enemy soldiers. It's about saving your own. I protect every member of my squad with my life. Sometimes I think I'm the only thing holding them together. Who am I? I'm Lieutenant Morales. I'm your medic. I'm gonna need a lot of bandages.
My son, a terrible darkness has returned to our world. As before, it seeks to annihilate everything that we hold dear. I go to face it, knowing I may not return. They're coming! They're coming back!
All my life I have lived by the sword. I've seen kingdoms burn and watched brave heroes die in vain. It's been difficult for me to trust after losing so much. But from you, I have learned patience, tolerance, and faith.
Open fire!
Anduin, I now believe, as you do, that peace is the noblest aspiration. But to preserve it, you must be willing to fight. For Azeroth!
I have trained all my life to serve the 1,001 gods. With their insight, I walk the dagger's edge between peace and war. By their grace, I can heal the wounded. When they wish to strike, I am their iron fist. I am Karazi, monk of Ivgorod. The gods speak through me, and they want a word with you. It is said that I hunt alone, wandering these bitter lands, far from civilization. But in truth, I hunt with family. One that I hold close. I protect protect them, and they protect me. I am Rexar, champion of the Horde, and I never hunt alone. As king, I dedicated my life to Tristram and served its people with all my heart. In exchange, they called me a madman and betrayed me. But I have returned, stronger than ever. These so-called heroes think they can destroy me. But I cannot be killed again. Here in the Nexus, I will have my revenge. I am Leoric, the Skeleton King. And I will only choose allies who I know will never betray me.
I think one of our other strongest points is that all of our players have pocket picks. I obviously play Monk a lot, we have Stitzes and Chen on Athero, we have Azmodan and Adiardi, and having those kind of versatile picks really gives us a boost in our drafting.
A lot of people will be prepping for us from our Prague performance, but we've changed a lot of our playstyle since Prague, picking a couple of different heroes.
Going into this tournament, our form has been a lot better and we feel a lot more comfortable playing on stage now.
If we come to the games with the right mindset,
Knowing what we want to play before we come into the game and focusing on getting that.
we shouldn't have problems with any teams.
The best thing about Splendor is that he watches a lot of replays and it makes him come up with new things that we never tried before. Eternal is really good for us because he's the one comfortable in making the big plays, so he can take risks and it often works out. The best thing about Jay is that he will always deliver with any hero we give him. Alex will always win his lane, whatever hero he's on. He will always deliver on the laning phase.
The thing about our captain that I like the most is that he's doing all of the interviews.
Our captain liked Taylor Swift, and that's very awesome. We're not gonna be the same team without his amazing hair.
There is some burden that comes with being the best team from your region. You want to show up to the event and you want to represent your region and bring it home. We are the hope of NA at this tournament.
I think the team we're most afraid of right now is probably DK, but I wouldn't say we're even afraid of them.
I think we have a great dynamic. We're kind of like a band of brothers. Our practice regimen leading up to BlizzCon has been really intense. We had about a week-and-a-half long boot camp at NVIDIA where we spent our entire day scrimming, even as late until midnight. So we're coming in here with a lot of preparation and we're just ready to hit the stage.
Honestly, I think it was pretty rough for like the first month, just getting used to the Maelstrom playstyle. It was very different from the Vortex playstyle. I think I've adjusted pretty well since then. We've had a lot of time to kind of get used to each other as a team, and recently I think the results have been showing.
I'm probably pretty lucky in that I'm team captain of a bunch of guys who are kind of goofballs. We just don't tend to get heated or upset.
We get along a lot. After hours, after practice, people are usually still on the Skype call, hanging out. We're still grinding Hero League, stuff like that. We're really spending the majority of our days together.
I don't think we put much stock into rankings that are international right now, simply because we haven't seen the way the regions are going to clash. So until you actually play the games against the regions, you don't know how it'll fall out. So ranking sites right now that are speculative just don't mean much to us.
We're really excited about our invite to the Gold League in China. It starts the day after BlizzCon, so we're going to be already extremely practiced. We're going to be really familiar with the game, and we really want to see what their scene can offer.
I think the opportunity to go to China means a lot to me, because one of the reasons I tried to get into pro gaming in the first place is because I wanted to travel. So to finally have an opportunity to go out of the country playing video games is just amazing.
We always thought that we could be the best. We always knew just in ourselves that we could be the best team, at least in North America, if not the world.
네, 저희 팀원들 5명 다 블리즈컨에 처음 하게 됐는데
저희 5명이 뭉친 지는 한 8개월 정도 됐고 저희가 각자 포지션마다 저희 팀 다 잘한다고 생각해서 모았기 때문에 저희 팀은 어느 팀보다 제일 잘하는 것 같아요.
일단 저희가 한국, 중국 다 이렇게 해봤잖아요.
일단 한국이라고 다들 들으면 게임을 가장 잘하는 나라라고 생각하잖아요. 다른 팀들이랑 솔직히 저희가 친해요. 근데 그 팀들을 대표해서 저희가 한국 대표로 온 거니까 마냥 기쁘지만은 않고 부담되는 것도 있긴 한데 그래도 꼭 한국 팀으로 왔으니까 꼭 이번에 우승하고 싶어요.
기존에 중국이랑 대만 사람들이랑 해보다가 북미 유럽이랑 하게 돼서 템포스톰은 이미 강호 팀이기도 하고 하지만 근데 저희 팀이 준비만 된다면 질 것 같진 않아요.
일단 실력적으로는 걱정되는 건 하나도 없고요. 만약에 뭐 새로운 챔피언을 쓴다든지
일단 우승하는 게 가장 중요하기 때문에 우승을 하고 좀 그런 걸 생각해야 될 것 같고 우승을 한다면은 뭐 어디든 기쁘게 놀러 다닐 수 있을 것 같아요.
작년에는 저희가 없어서 뭐 C9이 우승했지만 더 쉽게 우승했지만 안 될 것 같고요.
The swarm brought ruin to our world. Our proud people became refugees. And yet, they could not shatter our unity. For we are bound by the Kala, the sacred union of our every thought and emotion. homeworld. And with it, our legacy.
Hello there, friends, and welcome to BlizzCon.
Over 600 teams came to do battle, only 8 teams remain. This is the Heroes of the Storm World Championship.
The road to BlizzCon ends right here.
The first game here is about to begin on Tomb of the Spider Queen. Make some noise! Talk about a good start to BlizzCon. Alpha will get blown up very quickly. 50% core! A 4-level lead. The first game of BlizzCon 2015 goes to Team YL. Oh, look at that move from Battle to try and get up to one of them.
Here for Braveheart. Happy. Look at this. Oh my God. They try and make a statement here against Tempo Storm, and that will be the ball falling, and that will be 1-1, forcing us on to a game number 3.
It is Team Dignitas.
Game number 1 between Team Dignitas and Team YL. It is the rematch here.
DD is on the run now. It's like Wile E. Coyote chasing the Roadrunner.
Both of these teams are in a do or die situation.
Desperately to slow them down, but Thunderburn won't be enough. They're going for the core. Team Dignitas will be able to pick up game 1 in this best of 3 rematch.
Final game of the night. Definitely. It is going to be an exciting series. Braveheart, they just pulled a rabbit out of a magical hat.
Are you guys ready?
Between Braveheart and Team DK. This is exactly what you don't want to face. A train wreck coming in from Team DK. For the last takedown, may not be able to connect. Invisibility will go down at the end. Have a target and take down Vala first. The rest of them gonna get combo quickly by the Ring of Frost. On the extra 4 there. This is gonna be a good time. Finally, we see the ball. It is for show only. And game number 1 will go to Team DK. Dragonite, and they get it. The final push-up by Exia will actually happen. Slowly poking at it, making sure to get a maximum satisfaction. And Braveheart will take game number 2. But we're ready to go for the final game of the night. China versus Korea, DK versus Braveheart. And we're hopping on into it. And Sky Temple. Kadia in a lot of trouble. Jaina goes down. And now pulling back. Holland will not connect. And the boss goes to Team DK. Well, they've got this. DK will advance to face Cloud9 in the semifinals. And the winner of this game is Team DK.
It continues tomorrow right here on this stage as we enter the semifinals and move into the grand finals. And then, of course, we will crown the team that will claim the title of the 2015 BlizzCon Heroes of the Storm World Champions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Heroes of the Storm World Championship here for day number 2 of BlizzCon as we're about to get into our semi-finals. Just a few more things that we need to sort out before we actually get there. But we wanted to come back and entertain you guys a little bit more. Just like Artanis being released recently, he is bound by the collar. And between us, we can be bound by the collar. You guys are Protoss, you know what I'm talking about. And we can be strong together here. So far, between these two teams, let's remind our audience here, outside of what's been going on, Navi versus Dignitas, this EU rivalry that has happened for a long time. Between these two teams, it is going to be close going into this best of 3, I believe. I really do believe that.
Really? You think it's going to be close?
I think it's going to be close, yeah.
Because Navi, I don't think they agree.
No?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're very confident, and with the way it went last time, they are very confident.
How do you think about Grubby going into this?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say that it's going to be close, but it very well could not be. Like, if you were Navi...
Are you saying it's going to be one-sided?
I am saying it's going to be... I think it could be. Technically, I see Navi as a somewhat superior team in their execution, in their hero choices, even in their preparation going into the European regional qualifiers. And then they 3-0 Dignitas, Team Dignitas, and then they practice together with them extensively. Now, any smart dominating team would make sure that while they're practicing to hold something back, like you used to do when we practiced together. Like,
the worst joke of this show so far.
I mean, overall, let me kind of draw on that. That's kind of a cool comparison because you guys had a lot of games in Warcraft 3 that you were kind of battling off against each other, and there have been moments.
Actually, this reminds me of something. Okay, so if you're the best team out there, like you kind of mentioned that already, but I feel like there's even more emphasis on the fact that you're already ahead. You're already the best team out there.
Right.
Why would you practice with somebody that you think you're going to beat already?
Exactamundo.
I remember this one WCG where before it was going to happen, Moon was like the one player all the talk was about. And then he practiced a lot with you in particular and another player called Zakard from Warcraft 3, two of the most legendary orcs in the game, orc players. And through all these games, I could really see both of you guys really grow together. And then later, Zakard ended up taking him out of that very tournament, the next one that came up. Even though in practice, he barely won a single game. So Dignitas, we could be seeing something like this here where they lost in the last official match 0-3 against Navi at the European Regionals, but then they practiced a lot together, learned a lot about Navi, and could be trying to counter them properly here and beat them.
I mean, you were saying before that, you know, when you guys played Warcraft 3, you didn't have the best of starts against Grubby, but there were games that you ended up taking off him, etc.
I lost the first like 15 times, and then I won one time, yeah. Okay, maybe not that extreme, but yeah, like sometimes.
It was a very memorable and big tournament. It was a pretty good tournament for both of us, actually, at WG 2006.
Okay.
I think you won like, what, $28,000? We had a very tough matchup against two of our arch rivals, two of our nemesis.
Oh, in 2v2?
No, it was, we both found ourselves in different semifinals.
Oh, okay.
And I was going up against Spirit Moon, who had pretty much beaten me every single time. He had an unbeaten 1.5-year record in Night Elf versus Orc. He had never lost in televised matches against Orc, period. So one could assume that therefore it is impossible, based on the statistics. So I was going up against Moon, and it's the only time I've ever felt like not showing up on match day.
Wow.
Okay. I just didn't want to go. I just prefer to sink through the ground like we're at a swampy morass. On the other side, there was Todd, and he was playing against Sky. Now, Sky really made his mark. He's a Chinese player, and he won 2 WCGs in a row.
Now that you said that, I didn't feel like going as well.
We should have just gone have a heavy night of drinking and don't show up. But that would be irresponsible, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so we went, and it turned out pretty well because we both won South Semi.
I think Todd won 3-0 against Sky. It's probably one of the few times you beat him, to be fair, but it was a very important moment. And when Todd won 3-0, I was like, okay, I guess it's possible. Like, miracles are in this world. And then we both won. It was pretty cool. And then he smashed me in the finals, which was also really cool. I was happy for you, honestly.
Thanks. It can happen, you know, when you have somebody like this who's a little bit of a nemesis. You definitely, at some point, you're bound to break him, right?
Yeah.
I feel like there is not too many cases where one player has bullied the other or a team has beat the other for years without ever losing the one time.
Yeah, it's extremely rare, and it requires a really strong mindset from the winner as well. Like, if you are a person with feelings, like you could even feel some pity for someone you've beaten 12-0 in a row.
You shouldn't.
You know? But yeah, yes, exactly. You should not. Like, you need to be very hungry and ambitious as an accomplished tournament player who wants to continue to be accomplished.
I have a question here, just like outside of the competitive spirit and nature of Warcraft 3, and I have a feeling I probably know what your answer might be here. But drawing from your Warcraft 3 background and something like that, going over to Heroes of the Storm, are there any heroes or characters or units that aren't in the game currently of Heroes of the Storm that you would like to see implemented from your past?
Well, I've always wanted to see Cho'Gall because he came from Warcraft 2. But,
okay, but he's already here.
Don't even.
That doesn't
Blade
count.
Master.
Yeah, Blade Master was, of course, one of the most iconic heroes of the Orc race in Warcraft 3. He had this ability called Critical Strike, and the cool thing about it was that it had 15% chance to do double, triple, or quadruple damage.
Sounds like a fun trade.
Yeah, it sounds really fun. Every now and then,
Heroes of the Storm.
every now and then it will like critical 3-4 times in a row because, you know, that's the laws of
That's
chaos
life.
and random. That's life.
C'est la vie.
C'est la vie. And that
Oh,
just
no.
feels awesome when you're doing that. It feels really skilled.
How about you, Todd?
Honestly, there is already an Archmage with Jaina.
Okay.
There is already Uther. Muradin is here.
And so is Kelthas.
Kelthas is here. So I've already got everything I want.
So you have nobody that you want to kind of see? No?
These are like the main 4 human heroes. So if they're already here, I'm already pretty happy. And I've played quite a few of them, in particular Kelthas, which funnily enough was the one that I used the least in Warcraft 3. Because he was not as viable as the other 3.
Well, thanks very much, Todd, for that creativity and fantastic spur that you have there.
Sorry.
I'm trying to think what I would actually pick from Warcraft 3, as much as I played Warcraft 3. Not quite at your guys' level, but I'm trying to think. I think something like a flying hero, always flying, would be very interesting overall. Like,
how about a Zeppelin? No attack damage, just huge capacity to transport people around.
That's Medivac, no?
But you're always in Zeppelin form. You just fly around, lots of vision. You can transport allies, but no damage.
Wow.
You better transport them damn fast and buff them along the way, because otherwise that's a terrible idea.
I've got more terrible ideas if you want.
Oh, I'd love to hear some terrible ideas. That would be fantastic.
No, that was the only one, actually.
Oh, okay.
All my other ones are good.
What about the other guy from the laboratory, the Shredder guy?
Goblin Shredder?
Yeah, Goblin Shredder, the one that collects the wood.
Oh, he just cuts down trees?
Yeah.
Oh, he can do that. Isn't Gazlo already there, though, to cut down trees?
He can't cut down through trees, though.
No, he can't.
He can only roleplay doing it.
I guess so. That would be interesting if there actually was a hero that could like manipulate the terrain to such an extent where you just come out and like, surprise, and just catch people with some very interesting ganks. Actually, now that I think about it, that's a great idea. You can hire me, Blizzard. All my contact detail is j.carol. I'm pitch mid-broadcast. It's perfect. So kind of moving on from that idea, aside from that, obviously, you know, you guys have extensive experience in StarCraft 2 as well. Any particular heroes from there that you could see transitioning on to Heroes of the Storm that could work?
How about Mothership? Cloak all your allied heroes permanently. Recall them anytime you'd like.
No attack damage.
Here
we go again.
8 targets at once.
Here we go with those bad ideas.
Everyone of Grovy's idea is no attack damage.
He's a pacifist. I don't know what to tell you. How do you play Hero League?
Hey, who shoots Artanis' beam? If not a mothership.
It's the Spear of Adun.
Oh, yeah.
Lore Buffy, I don't want to...
Such a role player. Chat spam role player.
Don't talk lore of anything with Gylaris. He knows everything about everything.
Yeah, I've got quite the World of Warcraft extensive background, etc. So yeah, you don't want to talk about any of that. Whenever I bore Todd to death when it comes to some of our
keep in mind
moments.
You can only be arrogant with me though, because I'm sure there's thousands of guys here that can
That's actually really
challenge
true.
you and beat you.
Yeah. Of all the places you try to want to test your lore knowledge, probably not here. You will get shredded. So kind of difficult for sure. Todd, in terms of StarCraft 2, any kind of like characters or units that you would like to see? I know you were a big fan of Hammer. It's already here.
Yeah. To be honest, there is a lot of, again already. Zeratul is here, Artanis, Tassadar is like...
Oh, I got one.
Yeah?
I got one.
Oh, no.
Reaver, permanent 20% movement speed, but hits like a truck.
That sounds pretty fun, actually.
Yeah. Just really slow, but hits really hard.
What name?
Reaver.
That would like a proper name.
Raver.
It's wrong guy to ask.
Yeah, I've got really stuck with the people that have great creativity. This is.
I mean, I've been
fantastic.
practicing for filler time my whole life. Like every time in an elevator, I just pop out a random hero suggestion.
Yeah.
It's just like, guys, have you ever played Heroes of the Storm? What do you think about this hero? And then just quiet. I live for those moments.
Yeah, you've been making tweets actually, like quizzing people or something. What were those about?
It's a new function on Twitter. You can poll people. Yeah.
But I mean, like, no, you were making suggestions, like making questions about compositions, like which you think is better, or like what hero is missing and stuff?
Sure. Just to try and teach people a little bit about drafting, so that I may never have a bad draft again on Hero League.
How did it go? Did they get it right?
Some people, yes, actually, some people. I got it wrong once myself.
You got your own question wrong.
Yes.
On purpose.
Just because you asked the question doesn't mean you have the answer.
Okay, okay, no, I can see that. That's cool. Yeah, that's actually really well covered there. Good job, Grubby.
Thanks. Retake.
Okay, so what else do we have to cover here? We've covered Warcraft 3, we've covered StarCraft 2.
Communication in Heroes of the Storm.
Communication is an important one.
You mentioned Navi and Dignitas communicate very differently.
Very, yes.
When I think back to 2v2 communication in doubles matches in Warcraft 3, that was quite a different beast. Oftentimes when you would put two very good individual players together, you barely needed to communicate at all, just because the feeling was there. You both kind of knew what you had to do, and there was a kind of synergy, a kind of language beyond languages.
Right.
Except with this one time. I was playing together with my former teammate, Moon, the best Korean Warcraft 3 player ever, pretty much.
Yeah.
And we had this 2v2, and we were playing in the WC3L, the Warcraft 3 team league. And there was this moment where I thought, man, I need him to give me some gold so that I can buy more armies, so that maybe somewhere later down the road we can have a nice engagement. So I told Moon in a one-liner, I was like, gold. Suddenly I see him attacking by himself, 1 versus 2. And I'm like, no, gold, gold. He's like, go?
Oh.
Language barriers. Sometimes it breaks down.
You won that game.
Yeah, we did win. We made it look as ugly as possible.
Wow. Oh, great. Okay, okay. So how prevalent was 2v2 really in Warcraft 3? Because I only really know more about the 1v1, but did 2v2 kind of get into the fray of proper competition?
The cool thing about 2v2 and WC3L in Warcraft 3 was we were like 4 years into the, basically the beginning of esports. Esports began somewhere in the year 2000.
Yeah.
We were in 2004 and 5, and 2v2 started really making its mark. And the prize money, to be honest, it was atrocious. Most of us, we were playing on no salary. We're making our own costed tournaments. The prize money was very low. Teams would send teams, like 5-man teams to finals without any hope of making money back, just because we were all in love with esports. And 2v2 was a really big part of that, a big symbolic part where it meant almost the most to us, more than some individual tournaments, just to win that team league together, to meet friends and like-minded people, which I didn't used to know exist when I was back in school. So esports, super awesome like that.
All right, all right. Well, I mean, overall here, going forwards, Todd, aside from, you know, we've heard a lot of Grubby's experiences in Warcraft 3. You played the other side of this card, obviously Grubby being Orc, you were Human. How did Human really fare? I mean, from what I recall, Grubby and his Blade Master, the RNG Love God, were pretty strong compared to Human.
Right? It depends. You know, there was periods in time where it was really tough, and I feel like this is probably the same thing for any pro gamer, to be honest. Be it with you playing a game that will change from one patch to another or not, everybody will have to go through tough times, and sometimes it will be easier. You know, all of a sudden, you know, the meta is really exploding in terms of what you like to use or even the race that you like to play. And I really feel like a lot of the stuff that I see nowadays happening, applying to a lot of the current pros, happened to me a while back. You know, even in Heroes, we see teams going through struggles sometimes in terms of cohesion. You know, sometimes there can be a few arguments, so that will be the lower time where like they don't communicate as well and they don't do as well. But sometimes, you know, you just see this moment where like you're in perfect synergy with the rest of your team and everybody is playing perfectly. And then you don't even, whether you're screaming on the audio communication or talking softly, it doesn't matter because you're already doing everything right. The thing actually going to this match is that Navi, you mentioned how, you know, they like to shout a lot and stuff. They call which hero they want to go for. It's a great style, I think, to have when you're winning. But if you start on falling behind, it's going to be really tough for people to actually like shout and stuff. What do you want to shout? Stay at home, do nothing. Like, there is not much to do. I was talking with JPL earlier, and he told me that when previously when they played against DK on the Haunted Mines and they were losing, nobody was really talking for quite a bit of time on the communication. So Navi, if they find themselves behind, this could be one of the things that don't play in their favor, even though that's a bad example because they won in the end of the game, even though it was looking really bad.
I actually just want to, speaking of communication here, I just want to kind of relay the information that we're getting to you as well. We've had 1 or 2 attempts at actually being able to fix this, and it seems that it is a slightly more unusual problem in terms of the ones that we're used to experiencing at the broadcast. So that's why it's taking a little bit longer here than usual to actually get that going. We, just as much as you guys and everybody here, wants to get into these games as quickly as possible. Actually, I think probably me more so than anybody else, because I want to shout my lungs out about these two teams. I am very, very excited to actually get into this.
Blackout as well. He's waiting to get paid.
Oh, yes, he is.
He's warming them up.
Blackout's
All
a
right,
loud guy.
let Lovers start this game.
He's a loud guy. He wants all his coin and he wants to get blasting away at those buildings, that's for sure.
Can you do a good Blackout impression?
No, I cannot. And we've done this many a time in Europe, and I don't want to go at any.
Good thing you're going to do it again.
No, you're trying to bait me. It's not going to happen.
Robbie?
No,
You're nervous.
Maybe the person who's asking, just a suggestion.
No,
I would love to hear a French Blackheart.
I'd have to do it, but no, I'm really bad at
Le cœur noir.
La paix de cœur noir. That's the name of this map in French. That's all I'll give you.
Go ahead.
No.
Beautiful, beautiful. At some point, we'll get you to cast in French during this broadcast, and it'll be fantastic for the 10 people that are out there that speak French. Well, probably more than that, actually, now that I think about it, considering we have quite the wide audience here for Heroes of the Storm. It's growing. It really is growing, and that's the great thing to see, actually, about Heroes of the Storm as a whole. It's still a very fledgling and young game, and a lot of people out there are wanting the growth to be, fast and powerful and stuff like that. People are very, very passionate about this game, and you see it everywhere. Not only on the Reddit, yeah, we know you guys exist, but also out there on Twitterverse as well. There are so many people dedicated to Heroes of the Storm, and it's really fantastic to see from game to game that kind of exuberant passion actually just transitioning on.
And Heroes is a game where there is so much emphasis on the team play that sometimes it can be hard to properly see a player shine. For example, if a ranged assassin does a very good job of staying in the back line and doesn't die an entire game, you won't necessarily notice that he played this well. Even though, in retrospect, if you really study the game again, you're going to be like, oh my God, his placement the entire game was perfect. Never caught out of position, never overextended. So it's really interesting when we see some players actually leave their mark and put up a great performance. Because sometimes hits happen where melee assassins make flashy plays, some supports have some great saves, and I'm sure that here, this series that's coming up could be one of the series where we see some of those.
That's such a really interesting point that you bring up there. Obviously, being a team game, being the nature of this game that you can't exactly carry as a solo player very easily, it gives opportunities for roles that you would less see as a flashy role in Heroes of the Storm to really shine through. One thing that really stands out to me, actually, when I'm watching a Heroes of the Storm game is actually the supports over some of the other roles as well. Bakery is a fantastic example of that. When you see these Divine Palms land at just the very last moment, there are these big flashy players that these supports can pull off.
Yes, I think so. I don't have any comparison because this is my first MOBA type, hero brawler type of game.
Okay, yeah.
But I have heard that supports in some other games, they're very much an accessory to a big champion assassin player. And here, every member is one finger to a fist. And that's the really cool thing about Heroes of the Storm. Sometimes the frustrating thing, but frustration breeds progress, I usually feel like. Everyone is going to get better at the game eventually, and as more and more players play, the matchmaker, everything will get better. And yeah, I think that's a really good thing.
And I think the 5 fingers to a fist thing is a really great analogy here when you kind of think about how Heroes of the Storm, especially competitively, goes on. There is a massive wealth of difference between you just going out there and playing Hero League and then what these guys do. The levels of communication compared to just your normal Hero League game are very, very wildly different, Todd.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff that can be learned as well from watching these guys in terms of synergy, the way they will queue up every single one of their heroics, that they will be on point with the communication and everything. I've seen a lot of Hero League games where my team or even our opponents were very impressive and had good synergy. So it's always a good example to watch these pro players and see whoever is doing well usually and try and reproduce that.
Now, of course, if you are a solo queue player or perhaps a duo queue player, you've got to row with the, how do you call these things? Oars. You've got to row with the oars that you've got. And you cannot necessarily expect 100% communication with your stranger allies. So one really good thing to do, I think one tip for solo and duo queuers is try and hit, for example, the easiest stun first. Say, for instance, you're playing Uther and someone else who you don't know is playing Muradin. It's usually best if you see Uther is in range, Hammer of Justice, not a skill shot. You just click on someone and they get stunned. As a Muradin, it's your responsibility to wait. Allow Uther to do that, because if you do 2 stuns at the same time, besides the minimal damage it adds, it doesn't really add that much. So as a general rule, I think it's a great thing. easiest stun first, then the next hard one, then the next hard one. So.
And usually the best way to do this also is just to look at the composition. You know, in the start of the game, say if you're playing quick match, then you haven't been through a rigorous draft and you haven't had time to think about it. You just press tab for the first 30 seconds, see what you have, see what you're up against, and don't just think in terms of what your composition can do. Think also of what's the worst thing that can happen. Say, for example, you're Falstad and you want to go Hinterland Blast. There is a Zeratul on the team. Don't use Hinterland Blast before Void Prison has been used, because otherwise, Or you can make an agreement with the Zeratul. Be like, give me a heads up if you want to use Void Prison first, or maybe you want to wait until I use Hinterland Blast and then use Void Prison, because these two heroics, they can work very well together if well synchronized, but if not, they can be terrible.
And I just have to interject for a moment there and go to a point that's very interesting that you bring up in terms of the communication aspect here of the game. Something that I think a lot of big players out there experience is almost a ladder anxiety to try something like Team League, for example. Team League is a very different beast in itself. You are a 5-man knowing you're going to go up against a 5-man. And recently I've been playing with a little bit of Team League, not exactly at the same level of these guys, but
almost.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. But it provides a very interesting opportunity for you to just kind of have that communication level with a couple of friends. So I truly do encourage people out there to not only, have their solo queue experience and stuff like that, but don't let ladder anxiety get to you when it comes to just having a group of friends. Even if you don't know them that well, get on your voice comms, get in Team League, and then you can try and start working your way up the ladder, and you'd be surprised at actually how much you can accomplish in Team League.
Sometimes, I think you definitely can be surprised. Like a lot of these guys, JPL in particular, JPL is a player on Navi who's really not been playing that long. This is his first competitive esports game here that he's playing, and he's been playing for only 6 months. Look at where he is, semifinals of BlizzCon. Could very well be on his way to the finals. Like, this is insane to just think that these guys started playing this game 6 months ago.
Yeah, it's really incredible. Touching back on ladder anxiety, like this is actually a very prevalent problem among StarCraft 2 and Heroes of the Storm players, and undoubtedly other games as well. Basically, I think what helps is to put things in perspective a little bit. Like, yes, you are afraid that your stats are going to get ruined a bit, but it's not as much sometimes about stats as it is about progress. Usually focusing on progress gets the better stats already. And the good thing to remember is, like, even players like Todd or me or Team Navi, Team Dignitas, like the first games that we played competitively as well, like it always starts a little bit with that. Like, you're worried about ruining your perfect or your good record, but it always gets better. Like, mere exposure, exposing yourself to certain stress elements almost always makes it better. Like, just playing more games. I used to not be able to play more than 2-3 games of StarCraft until I would be like completely flushed with sweat. It's like, oh, that was so intense. And now I can easily do 30-40 games a day without breaking a sweat.
What doesn't kill you make you stronger. That's very much true when you're practicing online as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, even in defeat, you can draw a lot of information from that. Yeah, it's great to win and all that stuff, but sometimes, when you get to take a loss, actually, it's a cool idea if you're kind of into Heroes of the Storm. Watch that replay back. Look at some of the team fights and see your positioning as well as where your warriors are. Even if you're solo queue, if you're as an assassin, just watch back where your positioning is in relation to how your warriors are positioned, and then just try and see, okay, yeah, maybe I was a little bit too far forwards there in the start of that team.
That doesn't apply to you, though, because when you watch your own replays, you can't help but cast them. Been there, seen that.
Yeah, there's... sometimes I can't turn off caster mode.
I watched Skilara's cast his breakfast this morning. Here we have the crumpet and the biscuit coming together with a cup of tea. I can't wait to see how this goes together.
Have you ever watched his stream? He's casting while playing. Like, the fight is happening and he's playing, and he's like, Tyrell uses sectification. And
he's a natural.
It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. I was just laughing the whole time.
I can't turn it off. And also, I really wish me casting my breakfast was untrue, but there was a moment where we were actually casting our breakfast. I don't know why. I can't remember why it happened. But
it's just in your blood.
I guess so, yeah. I just have to talk about things. I don't know. I don't even understand. Off camera, I'm quite an introverted person and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, you're like, yeah, cast crumpets. And I'm like, right in there. Crumpets, fantastic. Look at the butter going down on those. Beautiful stuff. What a classic buttering of that crumpet. I've never seen anything like it. I just don't know. It turns on.
One more thing that helps me. One more thing that helps me when I have some kind of letter anxiety or overemphasis or focus on my statistics, I try to just improve at one thing. Like if I can go to bed thinking like, and of course, you know, gaming is my job, so it's not exactly maybe the same for everyone, but if I think I go to bed and I learned one thing today, I focused on one goal.
Can you give an example?
Well, for instance, I'll say like, okay, I always die in the first minute taking the watchtower, and now I'm just gonna exactly not do that. Then you're already in a different state of mind. Like, I'm just not gonna go there and I'll test how that goes.
I've seen that a lot on your stream, actually, you dying in the first minute over at the
Up until at night, where he went to bed thinking about it.
I won't do it again. And then it never happened again.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Why don't you talk
about the intent?
You have an interesting strategy on Battlefield of Eternity, right, if I recall?
Yes. One thing that I try to do is to get my whole team to go to the enemy middle gate and start doing some damage on it. That's it. I never know what happens afterwards.
There is no, we'll find out what happens. Just attack it. If they come, we kill them.
Usually we don't lose more than like 3 allies.
So it's never truly backfired for a full team wipe in the first minute?
Yes, exactly. It's never a full ace.
Okay, okay. Well, that's good to know.
Could be worse.
It's those kind of pocket strategies that make you a true RTS player.
That's how you work on optimism with your team.
Yes.
Like, look, guys, it could have been all 5 of us. And then they're like, wow, what an inspiring leader.
Through the sheer enthusiasm of your suggestion, as foolish as it was, they actually listened.
Yeah.
It's all in the attitude, right?
Yeah, it's the attitude that matters.
Well, I mean, the issue is that you play a lot with your stream viewers, and they will follow you religiously regardless of what suggestion you make. So that's something that you are...
Poor stream viewers.
A true leader for your stream viewers as you lead them into certain death.
No comment.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're still having those technical issues continue on. I hope you're enjoying our cool little bants here, as we do call it in England, obviously, with our English guys up on the stage, eventually going to be getting to play. I'm very excited to see how they do.
It's finally happening, and you get to hang out with some of your fellow Brits attending tournament that's in StarCraft. No Brits
no, not really.
made it to BlizzCon ever, and even in European Championships, there wasn't that many of them.
I know, I'm having the time of my life, to be honest with you. I did want to prepare a Union Jack with a small little Slovenian flag and a small little Polish flag in the very corner, just to be able to represent Dignitas. But then I thought it would be a little bit too biased, and I decided to go against it for now. So
Union Jack, I thought that was a type of cheese.
No. No, it's not.
Okay, cool. Learned something new. I will sleep well tonight.
I thought it only had to be heroes related.
No, it doesn't have to
about
be.
the game. Yeah,
anything about life.
Anything about life.
I'm a very curious person.
Okay.
We know that. You've always been the inquisitive kind of guy, and that in turn has led you to actually win tournaments, be the strategical mastermind that you are, and do very well, for sure. How many titles did you actually win in Warcraft, if I could ask?
Too many to remember.
I'm shy to say.
Shy to say. Oh, come on.
Okay, 40.
40?
That's quite a lot.
I counted.
That's including online cups, though, right? What about offline?
No.
What? Only offline?
I counted big onlines. Like minimum 2,000.
Like monthly finals.
Okay. No, minimum 2,000.
Todd, yourself?
I have no idea.
Really? You don't know? You don't?
Yeah, I won a few tournaments. Definitely not 40.
CPL in America, WEG 2006.
If you had to think about your earnings across esports, I think my earnings, I think I've earned about $25.
From competitive play?
In competitive play.
What game was that?
StarCraft.
Nice.
What?
What's it called? Okay, I don't know.
Was it offline tournament or online?
It was at the very beginning of StarCraft, it was a Masters-only cup, and I won.
I didn't know you were a pro gamer too.
No, because it wasn't really pros. There were no pros involved.
Well, you won $25.
Tournament, and I won $25.
And it was a Masters-only tournament, so you were a pro gamer for that day at least.
For that one day, and never again. So yeah.
Not bad. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I never knew this.
It's not quite...
I have a newfound respect.
I appreciate that.
I finally respect you, in fact.
Wow. That's not good at parties.
Not as the host, of course. No respect here. Thank you very much, guys, for your true confidence in me as we move forward. For now, though, guys, we can head over to Anna, who has an interview prepared for us here for the World Championship.
Thanks, guys.
I got a little lonely backstage, so I came to hang out with you here in the audience, and we have some of the few proud friends here in the front row. Found a familiar face. Could you introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about how you're involved with Heroes.
Hi, I'm Frojo. I'm a writer and admin for heroeshype.com. We do amateur tournaments every Wednesdays, which I think you know a little about since you casted a few.
Yeah, Gilly and I have spent some time with the Heroes Hype family, and we did yesterday as well. We had a giant meetup with Heroes Hype, Eye on the Storm, TGN Squadron, just a whole bunch of people from Heroes, so that was fun. And have you felt like the Heroes community is strong here at BlizzCon?
Oh, absolutely. It's been a blast just being a part of this community and seeing everyone come together for this huge event. It's been spectacular.
As an admin for a tournament, of course, you're also here watching one of the biggest tournaments in the Heroes scene. How has the energy been from the audience side?
Oh, this has been incredible. Just having everyone slamming those thunder sticks together and cheering their lungs out. It's been amazing.
It's pretty crazy. There's still, I mean, so many people here. We're a full house. Yesterday we were standing room only as well. You managed to get yourself like the literal front and center seat. Did you have to come early for that?
Yeah, luckily the media pass comes with some privileges, so got in here a little early, staked out the spot, so.
Your hard work during the year pays off, and now you're here at BlizzCon. Awesome. Well, you know, we're here about to watch Na'Vi versus Dignitas. We also, of course, have Cloud9 coming up versus DK. Are you looking forward to any particular match?
Well, this match is a rematch of the European Championship, so I'm kind of thinking Na'Vi is going to run away with it, but we'll see. Definitely more excited for the Cloud9 match because they're my favorites.
Are they your favorites because they're in your region, or is there something particular you like about their play? Because I always love rooting for a hometown hero. Of course, they're a great team as well, but it's so compelling that they're, you know, they could live next door to me kind of thing.
Right, yeah, like we know their story just because they're from this region, but also their play, just how they've come together from two separate teams and actually started to really work on their synergy, and it's really shown off lately, so yeah.
You've seen a lot of those team stories, as Heroes Hype was an amateur league, has also done the Challenger Series, but you've seen a lot of these teams start from the amateur league and become pro teams. So it must be really cool to kind of see some familiar faces doing really, really well, knowing that we were in Alpha not too long ago and some of those teams started in amateur leagues like Heroes Hype. Does that feel good as someone who's involved in the community on this side?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Fan on Cloud9, I remember just talking to him and getting him set up for his first tournament, so yeah, it's really cool to see someone make that whole journey from amateur to this massive stage.
It does feel pretty cool. You know, a lot of people come up to me and say, I really want to get involved in esports, or I want to get involved in Heroes specifically. As someone who is involved and knows these stories and has gotten to talk to someone like Fan since the beginning, do you have advice for people who want to get involved like that?
Yeah, just start talking to people that you like playing with, and look for websites like heroeshype.com and join those amateur tournaments. I know the Reddit Heroes of the Storm also has a lot of good resources for you, so that's a good way to start getting involved.
Well, I know that you said you're particularly rooting for Cloud9. Is Fan your favorite player? Do you have a favorite player at all that you would maybe want to give a message of good luck to?
Well, I'm a support player mainly, so Dunk Train is probably the one that I'll keep an eye on. Choo-choo, hit him hard.
Choo-choo indeed, guys. Well, casters, we'll go back to you. I'll hang out here in the audience, and hopefully we'll have this audio issue fixed for you very soon.
All right, thank you very much. I do appreciate that, guys. In Flames t-shirt as well. Rock on. As we continue on here, just waiting a little bit longer between these issues that need to be fixed. Whilst we're doing that, though, of course, we can give you kind of like a little bit of a sneak peek behind the scenes as to what goes on here for the Heroes of the Storm World Championship. And one thing in particular that is actually interesting, and one of the best desks that I've actually worked on, is this desk itself.
It's actually a spaceship.
It is actually a spaceship, you're correct. It's not exactly the most common setup that we actually have at these tournaments, Grubby. These screens in particular, as we wait for them to magically appear from the depths.
Technology, man. This is beautiful.
It is.
It allows everybody to see us entirely when we're on camera, and then as soon as we're not...
I mean, let's be honest, it's kind of hard to see me entirely anyway, considering my height. Never mind the screens being a little bit of a problem here, but as you can see, right up there, as we look down on towards this, and what have you done, Grubby? Chat spamming like Italy.
Uh-oh. Don't worry, Twitch chat will be grateful for this.
A lot of people actually don't know this, but you're a huge memer.
You're
You
calling
love
me
your
Dank?
memes. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to show something else. If we can show the telestrator. Some of you have been wondering, how did you nurture such great MS Paint skills?
Oh, no.
And I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, I didn't really practice much for it. I guess it's just like a talent. So, oh, oops, wrong one.
But they're not showing it yet.
So you're preparing something on our telestrator for us, or are you drawing?
Right. So I can just point out what's happening, like this kind of thing. You see?
Okay. I don't see, but I'm sure we'll be able to pull that up in just a moment. Are you drawing?
I am. I thought it was working, so it's not, I guess. Do we have the overhead cam still?
Come to us, overhead cam. As we look down towards the telestrator, can we zoom in on the telestrator down towards Grubby's location? What are you doing there?
So this is getting the most out of basically when we do the Windows 10 game DVR replays. I know you're all big fans of that. We can show things like that with Circle. Look at these two moments. We can use the spot to highlight different areas. I saw Todd having a lot of fun with that. And of course, also we can have blue arrows, which looks better on different maps. So all in all, lots of options and yellow circles, but no replay analysis yet. But since I'm the third caster here for this one, I will love to show you guys some Team Navi versus Dignitas analysis later.
And you're going to make sure to use every single one of these features.
I will use most of them to great effect.
You can work them all into your repertoire and it'll be beautiful.
Exactly.
It'll be like a Picasso, just absolutely fantastic.
Like a Grubby.
I can only promise it will be like a Grubby, yes.
Okay. I can deal with that. I can deal with that for sure. So yeah, we've had our screens here that actually they do raise to 2 different heights, but if they're raised to the top height, then you really won't be able to see me. That's not the best situation at all. So not exactly the tallest of guys myself. As you can see here, I am with some very, very tall gentlemen.
I wonder actually, what do you guys think in terms of drafts? We saw, very specific bans into fairly standard drafts here for map number 1 in terms of what was picked and both of teams' lineup. Going down the line, map number 2, do you think the result in map number 1 will affect how the draft goes for map number 2? Or do you think both teams, they already kind of mapped out what they want to do pretty much exactly? And
mapped out.
Well, sorry, just to interrupt you there, before we actually get that, we can actually take a look at the draft once again whilst we're actually talking about it here. So just to reiterate and remind people as to what's gone on, it's been a little while since we've actually had this draft up here. So let's just kind of take a look at it once again here and have a bit of a discussion point about it once again.
Exactly. We see the very specific picks coming out, the bans from Team Dignitas, removing Falstad and Butcher there. These are the 2 niche picks that we have seen barely from any other team.
Yes.
So Team Dignitas, in essence, forced a more standard draft. And they're also very comfortable picking Karazim, which they picked before the second ban phase, making sure Navi can't remove it. And the thing that Dignitas, Team Dignitas said, which is really interesting, is they said, we don't mind if the opponent takes Uther. We are as comfortable on Karazim, or perhaps even more so.
Yeah.
Sometimes we'll take Uther just to take it away from the opponent because we know they are crutching on it. But they basically get a free other hero pick. And in this case, that's going to be Tyrael and Jaina.
Okay, real talk though. Falstad with Mighty Gust and Butcher with Lamb to the Slaughter. What's the counter to this? Other than banning it? If you have to face this composition, how do you survive?
Force wall behind yourself.
What?
So you can't get blown away.
Maybe. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's thinking outside the box, at least, something that I wasn't really expecting. But also something to do with that draft that I was noticing as well is the fact that we were talking about taking away the puzzle pieces from a Tyrael. Tyrael is very, very good with his sanctification and couples up well with things like Kerrigan and Sonya that were banned on the other side for Na'Vi. Now, usually in their past scrims and stuff like that, they would just ban Tyrael and just be totally fine with it. But taking away the extra pieces that are strong with sanctification is a really cool statement here from Navi, saying that we're fine to deal with Sanct as long as you don't have the strong heroes that are coupling up with it.
That's their message, but the question is, will that become truth? True. Because Tyrael, I think he has something like a 9-1 or 9-2 win rate. Not exactly sure on the stats here, but it's very near that. He was 6-0 going into BlizzCon from the BlizzCon opening week, and he has won a number of more games here so far yesterday.
Yes.
So I think all three of us were kind of expecting to see perhaps a first big ban on Tyrael, or perhaps a first big first pick of Tyrael.
I think that's where the mind games came in between these two teams. They're like thinking an extra level above where we are. We have a lot of information on these two teams, of course, but then we can never truly be in the minds of them when these kind of mind games come into play.
I'm actually a big fan of the current meta and all of the heroes that we see, because there are a lot of them. There is very few heroes that you can say are almost never picked. And a while back, a couple months back, you know, while the game was still in beta, that wasn't necessarily true. We were seeing a lot of the same heroes pretty much every single game. Every Hero League game started the same way, with few people picking the same heroes, whereas now there is so much to choose from, and all of these teams, they are bringing out new heroes to the plate as well. We saw Diablo come out. I think this is really cool. There is so much, I guess, diversity in those drafts.
Yeah, I think all the warriors are viable now. Like, we saw Diablo come into play, Stitches, Chen.
Stitches, out of all heroes.
Yeah,
we saw the Stitches.
Exactly.
That was so cool.
And obviously we see Sonya, Leoric. I think every single warrior is viable now.
ETC actually also really went high in terms of popularity this tournament, in particular from the Chinese teams, which
I think
used it pretty well in some of their games.
It's thanks to the Chinese teams. I mean, let's face it, they have brought it along, and people have just said, well, actually, you know, it's pretty good. Of course, you know, we've seen some of these other teams actually running it in scrims, but not quite as aggressively as we've been seeing those Chinese teams actually bring it. And, you know, coming back to Stitches, I said at the beginning of yesterday, you know, will we be seeing that Stitches come out? And finally, we actually did get to see it.
I couldn't believe it, man.
You were happy.
We all screamed together. We saw the Jake and Babel.
That was primal scream.
Yeah, a primal scream.
It was beautiful.
There's very few assassins that don't see any use. Actually, it goes to show that with a hero pool like 43 heroes, that there's so many heroes that get used, that see play. That's actually pretty impressive. Sure, we see a lot of usual suspects in the first pick and first ban situation, but if we look at assassins, it's pretty much like Nova and Thrall that barely get used, just those two. And even Thrall saw use in the Korean regionals in the very grand finals.
Didn't do so well, though.
And, sure.
They came out, I guess.
And never since.
What's important is to participate, right?
Yes.
I guess so. I guess so.
Seeing the Lost Vikings as well yesterday, I thought was really cool from DK.
Garden of Terror, one of the best maps for it, let's be honest. But for now, guys, actually, let's head over to Anna with another interview here at the Heroes of the Storm World Championship.
You know, I have indeed found another familiar face. Tell us a little bit about what you do and who you are, my friend.
Hey guys, my name is Hengist. I am the founder of the TGen Squadron. We've been covering Heroes of the Storm for, I don't know, close to 2 years now since Tech Alpha. We make all kinds of content. We try to set an example in the community. And, oh man, I love coming to events like this.
Yeah, what kind of content do you make? If people are just being introduced to you, what can they find on your channels?
Mostly entertainment stuff, a lot of funsy type things, casuals, but we also do the odd competitive play here and there, at least try to. But yeah, we do anything from educational content to just straight hero shenanigans, and all the way up to climbing Hero League, things like that. Yeah, lots of variety.
And people can find you on YouTube as well as Twitch, right?
Yeah, we stream on YouTube and Twitch. Our YouTube channel is youtube.com/games, and yeah, all things Blizzard.
And you guys have I've seen tons of the TGN Squadron crew here at BlizzCon. You've been up to a lot of things. What have you been doing here?
Oh man, I just got out of a Heroes interview with one of the game producers, talking about a lot of the announcements from yesterday. We got to play the new Overwatch build, do some interviews, even stream on site. It's a lot of fun. I got to play as Greymane against Cho'Gall, and with Cho'Gall, oh my goodness, they aren't lying. He is a raid boss. Like, he's very scary in the hands of competent players.
Yeah, we've barely had any time to go play these heroes, so give us the inside scoop. What was it like to play Greymane?
Greymane is very mobile. He's the first hero in the game that has basic abilities that change as he shapeshifts. So, I mean, there's some similarities there from other, MOBA style games, but I think it's executed in a really creative way, and as with anything Heroes, the gameplay is super smooth. I think it's going to attract a lot of the Warcraft players and anyone who likes to play assassins. I mean, frankly, he is a melee and a ranged assassin in one, so it's one of a kind.
I really like not having to choose between things and getting both of them instead, so that is very, very appealing to me.
Yeah, granted, if you want to play him properly, you've got to do both. You can't just choose to be ranged or melee. It is very much a fluid interaction between switching.
You know, Cho'Gall was one that both Gillyweed and I, when we saw it, we were instantly like, we are going to play Cho'Gall immediately upon closing this show. Did you get to play Cho'Gall, or at least you said against?
I played with and against him. I'm gonna play him today with some guys we brought along. Yeah, he's terrifying. Like, he's got about his, I don't know exactly how much HP, but he feels like an avatar Murden, and he's got mage burst damage. He's pretty mobile. You can spec into a Gall. He can do a nudge, and he like moves the body to dodge skill shots without Cho knowing that the Gall is gonna do the nudge. There's a lot of really interesting mechanics, one of a kind. I've never seen anything like it in a MOBA game before.
Yeah, we were wondering because you're sacrificing one of the bodies that you would normally have on the field in a team fight, so he has to be strong enough to compensate for that in a way, right?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of similarities drawn between playing Gall and the symbiote, the top hat from Abathur. Although there is a lot of interaction between the two players, you have to be on voice comms, which I think is it's a good thing, really, to sort of force the interaction between a duo queue. And as they were saying on stage yesterday, if you want to do your ultimate properly, you've both got to, you know, time your abilities. The abilities are intertwined in a variety of ways. It's very creative.
Yeah, it's really cool how they're spreading Cho'Gall as well, that we get Cho'Gall here at BlizzCon, and then the only way to get it is to play with us, and we spread, like they said, the virus of Cho'Gall.
The virus. And, you know, we need ways to make more friends in Heroes of the Storm. I mean, we need more community, more socialization. I think this is the first step in the really good direction for the game. Just a great way to make friends. Even for those introverted people that, you know, they like to play by themselves, well, you know, if you want to get Cho'Gall, you got to find a friend and play with him.
I think that Heroes is really fun to play with friends, more so even than alone, in my opinion. Do you have any recommendations for people who are just getting into Heroes and want to kind of build a group of people to play with?
Sure. I mean, one of the things the community team always tells us is that there's a lot of people who play co-op versus AI. It can be very daunting to just hop into a quick match and you don't really know how the game plays. Maybe you don't have experience with other MOBA style games. If you want to get into it, the easiest way to do it is bring your friends with you. You know, they call them Blizzard gamers now. You have a Battle.net friends list. If you're going to try Heroes, it's free. You can just say, hey man, let's go try this out. I heard there's a hero that requires 2 players to use. And yeah, just hop into it with friends. Eventually you'll make more as long as you're positive and you're a friendly person. It's a great way to make friends.
It is a great way to make friends, and we're all here celebrating, of course, the tournament that is going on here behind us. We have Na'Vi and Dignitas on stage ready to face off, and then Cloud9 and DK are also in the semifinals. Are you rooting for anyone in particular in this tournament?
I mean, there's an EU civil war going on up there. I don't know how I feel about it, but I mean, we're on home turf, right? So I got to pull for the North American teams. Cloud9. Yeah, who else is pulling for Cloud9?
I think a few people are. Is there anything you're really hoping we'll see? Any players you want to give any messages to, final words to these players as we go into the tournament?
Sure. I mean, team captain, Heroes of the Storm requires a great deal of leadership. Dunk Train, he's a very likable personality. He's a lot of fun. So yeah, Dunk Train, Cloud9, I'm pulling for you guys. Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you, Hengis. Enjoy the tournament, and we will check you out on TGN Squadron later. Looks like we have another interview lined up right over here, but in just a moment, because casters, we're going back to you instead.
Yes, we are back at the desk. Thank you very much, Anna, for that. And we have a 4th member now here at the desk. Now, before we get to our 4th member, I just want to actually point out that she is actually one of the most dominant forces in Heroes of the Storm. And before actually the tournament did begin, she was not allowed to play because obviously it would be a little bit unfair towards the other team. So why don't you introduce yourself to people out there that may not be familiar with who you are?
Hello, everyone. My name is Kim Fawn. I am the Senior Manager of Esports at Blizzard, and I am so glad to be here and joining you guys because I want to talk about Heroes Esports. I want to kind of give you a bit of tease into what we're doing next year.
Yeah.
But most importantly, I just want to congratulate all of the teams who have fought so hard to make it here. They have put on some great matches for us to see and for all the crowd to witness. And so congratulations to them, and I really cannot wait for the next match to begin because it's going to be a good one.
Yes, it is. Oh, it's going to be fantastic for sure. Now, 2015 so far has been a brilliant year for Heroes of the Storm. We've seen it being able to rise through the ranks, and actually 2015 as a whole, even the tournament circuit, has been really, really cool to watch evolve and continue on. Now, moving into 2016, Kim, this is what a lot of people are very interested about, and something that I think you have quite a lot of details for us.
We have some, but before we jump into 2016, I definitely want to talk a bit about how 2015 went.
Okay.
Just a lot of great moments, and I want to be able to just go back and talk about those, because 2015 is our pilot year for Heroes. It launched, I mean, if you forgot, it launched June of this year, so the game hasn't been out for very long, and we definitely wanted to see which teams were best out there. So we're very happy with how the World Championships has played out.
Okay.
So many great memories. Of course, I would want to hear from you guys, you know, how you thought it has gone so far, just because you're seeing teams developing now. North America was really awesome to watch just at Vegas, because there was this rivalry that was being built up between Tempo Storm and Cloud9. You know, and it was great to see. We had these monthly qualifying tournaments just to see how they would perform against each other, and it created such a great story now, and this rivalry that now you have everyone here cheering for Cloud9, who throughout most of the season was getting second place.
Yes.
Right. So that was really memorable for me. But at the same time, I love that we're seeing teams from Korea and Taiwan, and even Europe. Europe is so strong now. Prague was great. Tell me a bit about how you think the European scene has been developing.
Oh, it's been great, really. I've been playing for quite a bit of time since the alpha. There was always a lot of tournaments online, but it always felt like they weren't the majors that I thought Heroes deserved. So starting with the Europe Open, leading up to Road to BlizzCon, and now here at BlizzCon, this is what I think everybody had been waiting for. These players, everybody that loves this game and loves to watch it, and it's been really nice to follow that entirety, that progression over time.
Yeah, I mean, Grubby, you were actually casting the European Championship finals there. How was that experience for you?
It was pretty amazing. I mean, I had never been to Prague before. Czech Republic was an amazing place. There was lots of passion coming from people there. We had a really, really good audience and some of the best games I've ever seen. So I really fell in love, I think, with competitive Heroes Esports on that very day. Like before that, I thought it was very cool already, but I played lots of games myself because the game is like extremely fun to play.
Yeah.
Thousands and thousands of games. But that's really when I saw like, wow, like this is just completely amazing.
And I think this is what you see here at BlizzCon is what we wanted to happen, which is teams from around the world coming to compete. You're seeing different meta, different strategies, different strengths. And so that is really exciting. And I think that's a nice little tease into what I can say that I would love to see more of next year. And so I don't know where to jump in because there's so much that we could say. But I will definitely say there is a 2016 Heroes Esports program that I think, I don't know what the official name is, but I think we're going to call it Heroes of the Storm 2016, the Global Championship Circuit.
Right.
So what we want to do is highlight what you're seeing here a little bit more often than once. And so next year, we're going to do at least 3 global championship.
Wow.
So that basically means you're going to see the world with different teams coming together, facing each other 3 times in the year. The first one will kick off in the spring, so there will be a Heroes Spring Championship. There will be one in the summer, and then one will take place in the fall.
And that's going to have quite the impact on the meta as in a global circuit, obviously. I mean, what we've seen here is we've seen all of these regions come together, and every region had their own little meta, right? But over these past 2 weeks, I think we've seen it evolve more across those 2 weeks than we have in months and months and months because of how these guys match up against one another.
Yeah, and so I think we are very excited to see that happen more than once because, this is probably the first time some of these teams probably have ever played each other. From Europe to Asia to Americas. And so I think that having that happen at least a couple more times will test the skills of these teams. They'll learn to adjust and adapt. So with that said, what I can tell you is each of those championships will invite 12 teams.
Okay.
So the 12 teams will be coming from 8 different regions. You'll have Europe in there, North America, Korea, China, Taiwan, Southeast Asia, LATAM, so Latin America, and ANZ. So I'm very excited to say that we want to bring those 8 regions, 12 teams total, coming together 3 times a year.
It's going to make the Heroes of the Storm landscape very, very competitive for sure.
Are you guys excited about that? Is that good news?
I think it's extremely good news.
That is very, very cool news to hear. I mean, also, I imagine that this is going to push forward, even more money in towards the scene, trying to help out the regions and kind of build up that kind of grassroots start for all of these regions to then kind of rise through the ranks. Are there any numbers that you can tease for us in terms of like prize pool here and there?
Well, you said something key, and I think that's important, is that, these global championships that take place. We're bringing the world together, but in order to do that, we definitely will be pushing out some programs within regions to find out the region's best.
Okay.
So what I do want to say is the focus here is to grow the Heroes ecosystem, to figure out, not only support the teams that are existing out there, but have additional teams come into participate as well. And the best way to do that is to allow each region to have its own competition that makes sense for that region, and then they will bring forth their regional champion to represent them and the global champions. So that's kind of the idea behind that, and you'll see that some regions will have, and we'll announce more details, like there's just too much for me to go over in this broadcast, but you'll see that each of those 8 regions that I mentioned will have kind of their path into the championship. And so that's going to be really great. A key thing I would say there is our goal is to work more with third-party organizers as well as normal open qualifiers. So teams that exist out there already will be able to compete in the qualifiers for their regions for each of the global championship. And then also there will be a new element that I think we want to bring in as well. And I'll share more of that later. But the idea is there are a lot of amazing solo players in Heroes of the Storm.
That's true.
More than I think you guys realize. And a lot of those players at competing at this high level, they just have not found a way to get into esports. I mean, it's, you got to build a team. How do you find a team? Where do you find your players? And so we're going to look into ways to bring them together to help have them compete in esports as well.
That's really great news. Some of these players actually on both Dignitas and Navi, they've only been playing a couple months. The game is still very young. Somebody right now watching the broadcast could be in the finals of these tournaments you just announced. That would be crazy. Imagine if one of these players gets interviewed, what it happened. He's like, yeah, I was watching BlizzCon and I heard about this new program. That it could be you.
Yeah.
If you're a promising player, try your chance.
It's a question I get a lot, like, okay, you get to a point where you're really good, and then how do you actually break through into the scene? It's a very challenging question, which I can only offer some answer to, like, get noticed, get really good, like
be famous,
make
like Rebby and Todd. That's how you can get in a team.
It didn't start out that way, right?
Wait a second, why aren't you guys on a team?
Oh, let's not go into that.
That's on the spot. But I mean, I've been on lots of teams. But the point is, like, they are wondering how they can break through. And it sounds like you're kind of offering the key for players like this to find their way potentially to fame. That's just amazing.
Yeah, and so three global championships are happening. And in each region, we need to figure out how we get those teams to come and represent their region.
Okay.
In Europe, we'll be bringing in 2 teams. North America will have 2 teams. China will have 2. Korea will have 2. And then the remaining regions will have 1. So Taiwan, Latin America, Southeast Asia, and ANZ. So with that said, I can tell you the first global championship will take place near the end of spring. And that will have a total prize pool of $500,000.
Wow.
For $500,000 for the first one alone.
The first one alone.
So BlizzCon in spring. It's $500,000 here as well.
There you go. So
That's growing.
that is something I'm comfortable confirming. And then I will also tell you that each of the global championship will take place at a different place around the world.
Okay, so a great opportunity for people to actually come and see the tournaments as well, not have to always travel over to America or going over to Europe. It will have an opportunity for a lot of people to really kind of get involved and actually see these things live.
Yeah, totally. And we have such other, like, we've already been working with a lot of the partners as well, that they are going to be taking part into our regional finals. And so there will be several regional events that are taking place to find those top teams to represent the region in the global championship. And then in terms of qualifiers too, we want to find a way to bring in more community tournaments. So we'll be sharing more information on that. Just make sure you're keeping yourself up to date on heroesofthestorm.com/esports.
Okay.
And then we'll be letting you know. And all the tournament play that leads into these global championships will kick off in January of 2016.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Kim, for coming and giving us this information. I have one personal question that I have to ask you. Out of all the heroes in Heroes of the Storm, who is your personal favorite?
That's no surprise, I think, to a lot of people, because I get asked that question a lot. I have a personal favorite, and I have one that I'm best at.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Both is fine. Both is fine.
because like personally, I really love to play Gazlo. He's like my hero, but I don't win a lot with Gazlo. So, you know, when I'm playing for fun, I always go with Gazlo. I'm a specialist girl, so I like all the specialist heroes. I think I'm best at Nazebo. So Nazebo is who I go into when I play Hero League, but or at least I try to, unless someone doesn't want me to go specialist. But it's either that or Sylvanas or Sergeant Hammer or Asmodan.
Nobody wins a lot with Gazlo, by the way. It's very hard to pull off a Gazlo properly.
It's not just you.
Oh, okay. Well, he's so fun. He's my favorite hero to play of all times.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Kim, for joining us.
Thank
It's been
you.
an absolute pleasure.
Thank you for having me. And everyone, thank you for being patient. Like, I know that we have some great, exciting matches left to come. I'm so glad that you're here to support us. You know, we have a rematch here of the European finals with Navi and Dignitas, so I can't wait to see how that's going to play. And before you send me off, I'm really curious. You know, I've been spending a lot of time in all the esports stages. I was in StarCraft yesterday, and we're doing a lot of predictions over there. And it's a lot of fun to do predictions. And I don't know if you guys are doing predictions here. Have you been doing that?
Predictions for this, sorry, or for?
Yeah, for heroes.
Yeah,
like who do you guys think is actually going to win? I'm just kind of curious.
We haven't kept a tally between us or anything like that.
I thought with how bad I'm doing at the StarCraft predictions, because I'm still making predictions for StarCraft, even though
you're in last place actually.
Yeah, I know. So I thought it might be a bad idea for me to make more predictions, but since you ask,
I'm more curious whether or not with all this European.
the bias
on
is
this
real.
desk, if you're like expecting a European team to take it all.
Navi.
I think Navi Cloud9 finals. I'm fairly certain about that. I could be wrong. Actually, I'm wrong quite a lot in my life.
Okay.
But I'm fairly certain
Actually,
about
I've never
it.
been right.
I gotta be right some one day, right?
Apparently, I'm first in the StarCraft predictions at the moment.
Oh, no way.
Which, considering that everybody else is supposed to be the experts and I'm just supposed to be the guy that shouts, I'm not doing too badly over there.
Who do you predict here?
Here, I'm actually down the same thought path as Grubby. I'm thinking Cloud9 Navi finals, as much as the Brits might tell me off for that, and then maybe Navi actually eking it out in the end. So it's a very interesting kind of thing to see here in Heroes of the Storm. With this America versus EU potentially happening, that could be fantastic.
Yeah, that would be great. Great, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kim, for joining us. Absolute pleasure to have you here, and fantastic also to hear the 2016 plans well underway here for Heroes of the Storm. For now, though, we can go down to Anna once again, who has an interview prepared for us here at the World Championship.
Thank you, guys. Kim, such exciting news for next year in 2016. I cannot wait to see what Heroes Esports looks like next year. And I'm particularly excited because Kim was talking about bringing more competitors into esports, some really great Heroes players. And I have a guest here who has some expertise in that area. Could you introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about what you do?
Yeah. So my name is Mel. I work for Esports Arena located in Santa Ana, California. And we are basically a LAN and event center, and we host a lot of esports games such as ranging from COD, Blizzard games, Heroes, League of Legends, Hearthstone, and all those other amazing games that people might be interested in. We host a lot of tournaments, so we do have a lot of open LAN tournaments going on. So if you guys are in the area and you guys are local, definitely come check us out if you guys have time. And for those of the folks who are still here around BlizzCon, after BlizzCon, if you guys would like to come and visit the arena, I think it would be a great experience for you guys.
Yeah, it's really cool. Kim was talking about that people who are really, really great at Heroes but maybe don't know where to connect with other people in order to form a team. That would be a great place to do it. And Mel, I know you do a lot of other things in esports as well, right?
Yeah, so I'm very involved in the Heroes community. I've been involved since about January. I've met a lot of amazing people in the social environment as well. In the scene, it's amazing because there's so many amazing and great players out there, and especially seeing a lot of people and a lot of teams competing here today, this whole weekend it's been a great experience, seeing them grow.
Are you rooting for anyone in particular in this tournament?
I was rooting for Tempo Storm. I'm still a big Tempo Storm supporter, so regardless whether or not they got knocked out of the bracket, I'm still going to be by their sides.
Good for you. Good, like, die-hard fan. And is there any play that you really, really love watching either Tempo Storm do or that you're hoping we'll see in the finals here?
There's so many plays.
I really like aggression. That's what I really look for. What do you look for?
I really like seeing a lot of assassin plays. It's really great to see people carry hard with assassins. My favorite would have to be Zeratul. I'm a big Zeratul fan.
Well, good. I hope we'll see lots of Zeratul play. And thank you so much, Mel. Enjoy the rest of the competition. Thanks for talking to me. And actually, go ahead and take your seat, because I see someone here that I would love to interview as well. Thank you, Mel. See you later. Look at this. I found a gillyweed. This is a really awesome person right here. You want to introduce yourself in case someone out there still doesn't know who you are?
Well, sure. I'm Gillyweed, and I'm commentating the Heroes of the Storm World Championship here at BlizzCon.
Does that feel good to say?
Yes. Hell yes. It feels so good to say. We started casting in March together, casting Heroes Hype. I know you talked to Frojo earlier. That was really cool. So this crazy journey that I've been on is just amazing, and I'm so thankful to all of my supporters who have kept, helping me get here.
Yeah, you've been to a few BlizzCons before, so how does this one compare, and what are your BlizzCon memories that are surfacing right now?
Well, it's kind of cool because the first opening ceremony that I ever went to, this is my third BlizzCon, and the first one, they showed a crowd shot of, I think it was an IEM that I was at, and it was just one quick crowd shot, and I got to see myself in it. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm in the opening ceremony of BlizzCon. And then, again, this time, they showed me, but this time it was a shot from the casting desk at Vegas, the America's Championship. So it was almost full circle. And it's like I started as a fan, an influencer, did a little bit of interviews with cosplayers, and yet now I'm here getting to cast. This is just, it's incredible. There's no words.
Were there any announcements during the opening ceremony that you particularly loved, or moments that really got to you?
Well, we started together in StarCraft. Both of us did. We were big StarCraft fans, so I know both of us were shedding some nerd tears of joy, we'll say, with the Legacy of the Void just trailer that we got to see. Of course, all of the heroes announcements were cool, but especially Cho'Gall. You mentioned it before. We're planning on going and checking that out as soon as the tournament's over, actually, because I think we're going to make a pretty good duo for that, Anna.
Our Cho'Gall is going to wreck all y'all's Cho'Gall, just putting that out there. Don't you think, Gilly?
Oh, absolutely. Indeed.
Indeed, as Gillyweed would say. Have there been any other announcements? I mean, we've talked a lot about Cho'Gall, but anything else in Heroes that you're particularly interested in? And I'm curious what your thoughts are on Arena. I haven't asked you about Arena at all.
I'm pretty pumped about Arena because I love the random factor of it too, and just, you talked about aggression, it's pure, full aggression because it's such a small battleground, so I'm really excited to check that out. I'm also really interested in the new battleground, Towers of Doom, because I hear it really pushes the bounds as far as a map for this type of genre, this type of game, and so I'm really interested to check it out. You can't actually attack the core at all. It's all done through the battleground mechanic, which is just mind-blowing.
Awesome. I love battlegrounds that are really changing how we think about how these games are going to go. And considering that we're here defining the global meta of what is going to exist for Heroes of the Storm at the first World Championship, tell me a little bit about how you think that meta is evolving. What's really interesting to you that's happening in these games here?
Some of my favorite things that we've seen, particularly from these teams, is going away from safe choices, things that you're picking just as kind of a backup, things like Ice Block or Ancestral Healing. Moving away from that, realizing that there are better things on those tiers, and if you are confident in your positioning and know that you don't need those fallbacks, then there's a lot more that can be accomplished. And I think that's really cool to see that we've been seeing all of the teams start to be gravitating toward those choices.
We also talked a little bit yesterday, and actually I've been talking to people in the audience who have been cheering for Dunk Train. They're really into the support role, and we talked a little bit about how support is faring right now. Tell me your thoughts on the support role as it exists in Heroes right now.
Well, you know, my baby, my Brightwing. I love Brightwing, so I think it's really cool. We're seeing a lot more aggressiveness in terms of supports. So we're seeing like Karazim and Brightwing, even how she is so mobile, and we're seeing that role really branch out, and it's been exciting for me as a support player to get to experience.
Have you seen any surprises from these teams? Did you expect teams to perform about as they have been so far, or were you really surprised by an upset of any kind?
I'm most impressed with Braveheart. Knowing their story, knowing they had to come together, band together because they wanted to represent their region, seeing how opening week went for them, knowing that they were up against Navi, who looks like, you know, one of the favorites potentially to win this entire tournament, and then having a week to prepare and practice and come in and just be so strong. An incredible play versus both Tempo Storm and Team DK. It was just fantastic for them. They really really made me a believer in their team, even though they were, just banded together. It was very cool to see their performance.
It's a really cool story, kind of coming to represent their region together. And actually, you're casting later today. What match are we going to see you casting?
You'll be seeing me cast the next semifinal after this one, Cloud9 versus Team DK. I'm pretty pumped to bring that one to you guys.
I heard some people out there are kind of excited to watch Cloud9 a little bit, maybe? Yeah, I think so. All right, well, Gilly, there's a lot that you do in the Heroes community outside of even just commentating. Where can people check you out and see you do more Heroes-y things?
Well, I stream, first of all, so personally, you can watch my stream. But we also have a podcast together called Eye on the Storm that is on the Misclicks channel, and that's on Thursday nights. I'm a member of TGN Squadron, so I have shows with them as well. And yeah, you can always find me, definitely on Twitter would be where I'm announcing all of those things.
Well, thank you for bringing us the hype. We're really looking forward to these matches. And guys, we're going to bring them to you as soon as we possibly can after a quick break.
We started playing as Bob. It was when ADOD had been from Gamers 2, and 3 of our players had stopped playing from SK, and then we found a third ranger who started playing the game. He'd been a friend of mine before he started playing Heroes of the Storm. So it was around that time that we were like, okay, we're 5 really strong individual players. A lot of us have experience in the past. We have the knowledge. ADOD's an incredibly smart captain and drafter and a shot caller. So I think if we said if we pull all this together, I think we can make a top level team.
我这次是第一次来洛杉矶啊，我是看有没有机会可以去迪士尼看看这样，因为台湾并没有。
After BlizzCon, we will go to Disneyland and have some fun.
这是我们第一次来洛杉矶，我们打算比赛之后去旁边的迪士尼玩一下，对。
We take the trophy straight to Disneyland and celebrate. We just take photos at all the rides with the trophy.
I think one of the funniest moments playing as a team is not actually in a pro game, but in a scrim. We just started learning medic. We think, oh, he's really strong. And we put the medic back out, right? And then we're like, oh yeah, let's go bot lane. We can take that keep. And instead of going in front of the keep with the medivac, we flew into the keep and just all died.
Today, we retake our homeworld, and with it, our legacy. My life for hire.
StarCraft 2, Legacy of the Void. Pre-purchase now at StarCraft.com.
The Nexus is a realm of endless conflict. The crucible for heroes ripped from countless worlds. In this new battleground, fate will decide their allies and their enemies. Now, they face a greater trial. Here, anything can happen. Heroes, prepare yourselves! The ultimate challenge is upon you! For soon, you will enter the arena!
To be honest, we are like kind of family.
We do all these decisions together.
We are like really big friends. We have chemistry in the team.
We always talk to each other, even if we are not playing. It's like a job, but with friends and even a family.
We're really proud to be here as the European champions. That's really big by itself. So we're really happy that we have the opportunity to represent Europe.
It's something that every player strives for.
Even if we are not winning it, just qualified for it, it was really big. Winning BlizzCon is like reaching a dream.
We had a bit of roster changes in the past, but I guess that we kind of have chemistry now. We found like players which fit us really good, because I think that we play a bit different from what the meta is and what the meta is considered to be. I want us to be known for our diverse play style.
After the tournament, we will probably eat Taco Bell.
We will go to Disneyland and have some fun.
I think we will just party.
We're definitely one of the hungrier teams for this title. I think we've had a lot of hype surrounding our team ever since even we first started playing.
We've been practicing about 8 hours per day coming to this event, and everybody has been spamming a ton of Hero League. We want to get really comfortable in our heroes coming into this tournament.
One of my favourite dynamics for the team is we all like to joke around with each other. We're all comfortable with each other and we all hang out a lot. There's a lot of joking in-game, out of game, but when we have to get serious, we get serious.
I don't really have to tell people to practice because everyone is motivated and they want to be the best and they try their hardest all the time.
With Dignitas, I think we show that we have 5 incredibly strong players who all have the ability to make our own plays on the map. We can create situations from anywhere. I think we're very confident in our ability to play every map and play almost any style.
All of our players have pocket picks. Having those kind of versatile picks really gives us a boost in our drafting.
We're really coordinated. We can turn any situation that looks bad into our favor.
For me, winning at BlizzCon, it would be really awesome because we'll be the first team whoever gets the title.
And I think it'd be really cool to, say, oh yeah, we're representing Europe and we came into the first World Championship and, we smashed it. Like, that would be an awesome feeling.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the Heroes of the Storm BlizzCon World Championship opening week.
Actually, in the enemy's team space, I think that is it, Kubi. I think it was a last-ditch effort from Tempo Storm. Excellently defended from DK. They were able to take the boss and really show why you guys should be leaving as the strongest team representing here at BlizzCon, taking a very close and strong series over Tempo Storm.
Navi first. This is the champion team, and they went undefeated. And the Bat Breath stinks so badly that everybody will faint, and we have the whole team pushing on the core dropping, boss still knocking. It seems like there's nothing Braveheart can do to stop this approach. The core down to 1%, and Braveheart will fall.
Dignitas here is going to be victorious.
There's the wedding arrow, but too little too late.
Too little too late. The core falls, and Team Dignitas makes the recovery. Cloud9 with a 2-0 over GIA.
Cloud9 up against Dignitas.
Way to go as Sanctification comes down as well, because why on earth not? Cloud9 is going to be victorious here, and they are going to be the first team moving on to the semi-finals here at BlizzCon.
teams, Team DK, they struggled against Tempo Storm, and we saw that on stream earlier today. Na'Vi, they were just so dominating against Braveheart, and I think they're feeling really confident against DK right now.
Some of the best pro gaming teams and players are coming from Korea in Team DK.
HP, here comes Inferno, another polymorph. It may not be enough, and there goes the sanctification. The whole team knocking. Meanwhile, on the red side, the core is down to 90%. It's gonna be so close. We're gonna see Na'Vi knocking, and they may just got it. 40%. They will go to day 2. They're screaming solo. Let's do it. That's what they say, and Na'Vi wins this series.
Na'Vi just took out Team DK, slated to win the entire BlizzCon even. They have done it.
It's awesome representing North America. I mean, anything to represent the old red, white, and blue, and then just supporting North American region and everything else is something awesome. Anytime you go to a competition on an international level, it's a really humbling experience to know that you're representing like a large group of individuals.
We've represented North America for a very long time, and you know, if it's going to be any team, it has to be us.
We're a team that, even when we aren't at our 100% in terms of tournament results, we can kind of come out of nowhere when it's a really important tournament and just take the whole thing. We've shown that in the past, and that's what we plan on doing here. Like leading into BlizzCon, usually our practice is about 5 to 6 hours a day, and that's just against multiple teams. We usually take time to look at replays as well, so we're going over the games, looking at our mistakes that we made, what we're going to improve, and then coming in the next day with a game plan of what we want to work on.
BlizzCon has always been a dream for our team and a goal that we've been working for a long time, and it is fulfilling to finally be here. But honestly, if you're going to show up, to be here, that's not the end of the goal. The goal is to finish it and win it. If I was to win BlizzCon, what do I say to my opponents? I mean, GG no re. What else do you have to say?
我们这个队伍成立于2014年10月17日，就是国服 A 测开始的那一天，然后中间一直不停的有人员变动，直至2015年5月份，我们的人员稳定下来，是现在的 Braveheart。
我们把风暴英雄视作自己的职业，我们每天训练大概10小时左右。我们现在最重要的考虑应该是我们这个新队伍的磨合期，因为我们是因为签证问题没有全部都过，所以说跟另外的队员沟通上还不是特别好。
DK 是韩国最强的，他的实力非常强悍。然后北美是 C9嘛，然后我们中国的 YL 也很强。我们的队长宝是一个非常有亲和力的人。当我们队伍出现困难，比如说输掉比赛的时候，他会团结我们，给我们语言上的鼓励，然后平时生活上也非常有帮助，就是对我们非常友善。
成绩大家肯定都是想获得最好的成绩，但是我们会尽自己最大的努力。
我们代表中国出战，自然会全力以赴，目标是非常好。
There is some burden that comes with being the best team from your region. You want to show up to the event and you want to represent your region and bring it home. We are the hope of NA at this tournament.
I think the team we're most afraid of right now is probably DK, but I wouldn't say we're even afraid of them.
I think we have a great dynamic. We're kind of like a band of brothers. Our practice regimen leading up to BlizzCon has been really intense. We had about a week-and-a-half long boot camp at NVIDIA where we spent our entire days scrimming, even as late until midnight. So we're coming in here with a lot of preparation, and we're just ready to hit the stage.
Honestly, I think it was pretty rough for like the first month, just getting used to the Maelstrom playstyle. It was very different from the Vortex playstyle. I think I've adjusted pretty well since then. We've had a lot of time to kind of get used to each other as a team, and recently I think the results have been showing.
I'm probably pretty lucky in that I'm team captain of a bunch of guys who are kind of goofballs. We just don't tend to get heated or upset
We get along a lot. After hours, after practice, people are usually still on the Skype call, hanging out. We're still grinding Hero League, stuff like that. We're really spending the majority of our days together.
I don't think we put much stock into rankings that are international right now, simply because we haven't seen the way the regions are going to clash. So until you actually play the games against the regions, you don't know how it'll fall out. So ranking sites right now that are speculative just don't mean much to us.
We're really excited about our invite to the Gold League in China. It starts the day after BlizzCon, so we're going to be already extremely practiced. We're going to be really familiar with the game, and we really want to see what their scene can offer.
I think the opportunity to go to China means a lot to me, because one of the reasons I tried to get into pro gaming in the first place is because I wanted to travel. So to finally have an opportunity to go out of the country playing video games is just amazing.
We always thought that we could be the best. We always knew just in ourselves that we could be the best team, at least in North America, if not the world.
The core. And looks like this could be it here. They're going to right click onto the core. Is this Navi taking the clean sweep? I think it is. Navi knows they've done it. They have been able to bring down the core, and they are the European champions.
That was, am I going now? That was amazing. What an unbelievable match. Unbelievable. We've seen some great games in this road to BlizzCon, European group stages and the semi-final.
이번 경기의 우승 제재! 초대 챔피언 새로운 역사를 썼습니다. 이루고 싶었던 거예요. 네, 이 트로피 이제 DK일 거예요. 그렇죠. DK가 핫식스 히어로즈 슈퍼리그에서 우승을 차지합니다. DK 우승. 초대 챔피언. There's nothing here to stop them. Cloud9 is finally going to defeat Tempo Storm with nothing to defend. Tempo Storm's core is going down, and this game will go to Cloud9. GG. They've done it. They managed to do the unthinkable.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Heroes of the Storm World Championship here for our semi-final, which will be happening pretty soon. I'm being informed that we are quite close now to actually solving the tech issues that have plagued us just a little bit here during the start of this. And for now, here between Navi and Team Dignitas, we actually saw a highlight there just moments ago from that European Championship, where Navi was able to get the clean sweep there over Team Dignitas. So in the past, they have had a very, very strong performance against them. Here, though, on this stage, right now, I think Dignitas has a little bit more of an opportunity here to kind of scramble back some results.
Yeah, they probably have more hope. They have a lot of scrims. I even heard that in the scrims of Team Dignitas versus Team Navi, Dignitas would take more games sometime in the recent few days. But
Navi
practice isn't everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Navi all alike, though, they've been screaming quite a bit against DK. Again, one of the teams that is considered very highly here. So yeah, maybe they gain quite a bit of experience from that as well. So it's going to be cool to see, obviously, you know, the rematch from the European regionals, and at the same time between two teams that have definitely developed a little bit of a rivalry, I guess we can say by now, right?
Yeah, I would say so, definitely here. With how things have gone out in the past, despite them actually working together as kind of a bro force towards actually doing something strong here in the World Championship, them now meeting up in the semi-finals is interesting as a whole. They're not really going to have too much of an opportunity with the past scrims that they've had to hide too much from each other. That might be why we're seeing Navi actually opening up with a more standard composition, in essence, to almost feel out where Dignitas currently is after all of the practice that has gone on between opening week now and then into BlizzCon.
Did you say a bro force?
I did. I never normally say that. I'm not exactly the most gangster guy on the planet, let's be honest.
I thought that was an old English word, maybe.
It's nice, but at the end of the day, we should always remember that it's always heroes before bros.
That's that's true.
That's very true.
Got to look out for your fellow heroes. I remembered it wrongly. You remembered it wrongly? All right. Well, as this continues on here with Navi and Team Dignitas, if you're just joining us now, whilst all of this has gone on, we have had a few delays here and there, and they have completed the first draft, most importantly. I'm wondering if we can actually remind people as to what that draft currently is here between these two teams, as we have Black Arts Bay loading up, and the crowd is already giving us a little bit of reception as the teams have moved out onto the stage for now.
Yeah, they're moving on to the stage, and they're going to just test, so we'll see whether that will lead into a successful test. For now here, once again, if you did join us now, yes, we have held the show for you. We wanted you to be able to watch this, so welcome to the show.
You made it just on time.
We haven't spoken for the past 2 hours at all.
Yes. So here's Team Navi versus Team Dignitas, and we had the first pick and first ban by Team Dignitas. So they started by removing Falstad. Hasn't been picked by any team yet during this entire tournament. Why ban him? Well, that's a specially adjusted ban to remove it from Navi because they have special strats with it.
Absolutely. Back in the Europe regionals, they used Falstad in a great way with the Butcher, with Mighty Gus coming to play with Land to the Slaughter. A combo which I think it was the only time it came out and did really good.
Yes.
And we also theorized, like, what can you do against it? And not much, unless the goofy suggestion that you made with the Force Wall Grubby. Like, it's funny how on paper it sounds so strong, yet only one team ever did it one time.
Yeah, like the combo. But the cool thing about that combo of Butcher Falstad is that not only do you have to just pin someone down with a lamb and blow the rest away, but there's many different ways of doing it.
Yes.
You can aim the gust a bit differently. Someone gets left behind and then you lamb him. You can do it in many different ways. We've also seen it come into play a little bit into the fight already, as the chaos is kind of consuming the battlefield, as it were, and the cool thing about it is they have lots of creative ways to use it differently.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And one thing that really stands out to me here from Team Dignitas is not only did they fear the idea of that composition coming along and hurting them, but they also respected even the individual components themselves. In Heroes of the Storm, you don't ban out those two heroes at the same time. You actually have, you ban, then there's a few picks, and then your second wave of bans come in. So even though they banned Falstad, they were still scared of the idea as Butcher as a single component, with potential other synergies, of course, but there's still so much respect coming out on the Butcher as just a second ban alone.
I wonder who for you guys are the players that stand out the most on both teams? For me, I'd say in Navi, maybe it's Schwimpy.
Yeah.
Schwimpy really, like in the European regionals, it was like, this guy is just insane. Whatever hero you put him on, he always put in some serious work and played a hell of a game. And on Dignitas, I mean, obviously you have ADRD, but I feel like Bakery on Karazim, he's a beast. He barely misses a pawn ever, and he's really, to me, the MVP in some of those games a lot of the time as well.
It's actually a really interesting point that you bring up about Shrimpy there on Team Navi, because actually we saw in this draft no hint of Tyrande whatsoever, be it in the bans or in the picks.
Yes.
Usually this is a fallback for Navi to actually go to as something more of an aggressive stance. So that really kind of gives rise to how different this draft is for Navi, considering their previous kind of stance.
Yes, and what about Abathur?
Yeah, true.
Abathur is actually a really good hero on Black Arts Bay. There's a huge distance between the middle and top lane all the way down to the bottom. There's lots of places that people are walking between, to the pirate, around the pirate, toxic nest, vile nest with prolific dispersal from Abathur, and generally just the ability to take mule or just to have the map control. Another thing is, like, the top lane, it feels so far away in the mid game on Black Arts Bay, and it's very difficult to garner experience there without making a risk that is well, disproportionately high. And Abathur can get that experience safely through the use of his symbiote.
So in terms
we didn't see him.
No, you're right, you're right. In terms of the warrior lineup that we do have from Navi, the Johanna Leoric, actually it's something that we haven't seen as much of recently. Notice how there is actually no Muradin at all, not only in the bans, but also not in the picks either.
It's almost old meta against new meta.
Almost.
With TRL and Altas being two of the new guys that we see a lot more of in a lot of these games in terms of Warrior that have done very well as well. TRL has he has an insane ratio so far in this tournament, barely lost a game.
It is very interesting. It looks like now, I'm just getting informed here as we continue on, that we will have a 5-minute delay. So it seems that the teams are almost ready here, and the production is almost ready to solve all of the issues that
you promise it'll be the last one.
Thanks,
Kalaris's word on it.
Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. As the host, yeah, sure, I'll take the blame. That's fine. I'm okay with that. No problems at all. You can tweet me and tell me that I was the one that was in the wrong. I'm totally okay with it.
But if he's right, all credit goes to him for finally getting this show on the road.
All credit to Kalaris. Yes. Great. I'm loving that. Probably, it's got nothing to do with me, guys. So we were talking about flashy plays as well. Outside of Dignitas, we've already spoken about Bakery with his Divine Palms. Are there any particular things that stand out to you? For me, Athero on Tyrael is something that is a particularly kind of a fantastic little pick that goes forwards.
Yeah, Athero Angel on Tyrael is I think Tyrael was known as like a pocket pick to these two teams for a while already.
Yes.
Na'Vi followed that a little bit later. And just, well, speaking from my experiences, I never used to play with Holy Ground. This is a level 16 talent that Tyrael can take at level 16, and he can use his Eldruin's Might in a different way. Already it has 3 purposes: damaging the opponent, slowing the opponent, and teleporting to it.
Which can be used aggressively or to retreat.
Tyrael is one of the most creative warriors, and then it can also be used to provide an area that becomes impassable terrain for only enemies.
Yeah.
Having that every 6 to 10 seconds or so, depending on how much use he makes of his battle momentum, resetting his cooldowns on his basic abilities, is just insane. It offers so much control.
Yeah, it's about kind of trying to corner your opponents against already existing parts of terrain that you can then actually lock those people down, get rid of them. And actually, now that I think about it, you could have some synergy there with Holy Ground as well as even Falstad that's come along from a ban here, if you were able to execute it with pinpoint precision, which we do normally see Athero actually being able to land that Holy Ground and pin people in and guarantee themselves kills. It's like mini Force Wall in essence, but with actually a very, very similar cooldown.
Yeah, if you play StarCraft 2, Protoss, in Heart of the Swarm or Wings of Liberty, even in Legacy of the Void, and you like using sentries and Force Walls, Tyrael is the hero for you.
Yeah.
Or Tessera.
Or Tessera.
Force Wall.
With actual Force Wall.
She's a very skinny force field, actually, if you think about it.
Yeah.
It's a very odd shape. You're right.
One more way to counter the Mighty Gust from Falstad would be to do an entomb. Kind of like working like a vacuum cleaner. Everyone gets pulled into the small entomb. You put it behind your own team. The only problem is, and it is rather a significant problem, is that every area of effectability from your opponent would completely devastate your team.
Yeah.
But that's the only disadvantage.
Only? Yeah, not too big a deal in any way.
Depends on the draft. Yeah. Maybe only one guy has some proper wombo to it.
Exactly.
Are there any particular standouts on the side of Na'Vi? I mean, we've spoken about Bakery on Team Dignitas. We've spoken about Athero on his Tyrael. Aside from those two, then when we go over to Na'Vi, are there any standout players that play a particular hero that you're very, very interested in terms of their lineup?
Alex the Pro G is a phenomenal warrior. I think he's one of the best warriors in Europe, if not the best. He also plays very well on Tyrael and a number of other heroes as well. And I guess he's going to be manning the Johanna.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would have said that as well. He's very, very good, actually.
And this was a first pick. So they're using Alex the Pro G's talent / skill / comfortability on warriors to put him on first pick Johanna. And I was even wondering, like, is Johanna's era a little bit over? But here she is, first pick.
You know, to be honest with you, I mean, looking at Navi's lineup, they could quite easily put him on Leoric as well. I mean, we've seen Alex the Pro G actually when Navi was, when Leoric first was released, he was very, very prevalent on that hero, almost to the point where he was using that very annoying split push strategy that we did see him actually bringing out and causing a lot of teams problems in the European scene. So I won't be surprised if he ends up on Leoric as well.
Some people live for these kind of strategies where you get like Leoric and Abathur, you attack the enemy keep. Even as you get fell down like a wayward tree in a lone forest by the opponent. You just come back from the dead as Leoric with your undying regeneration and go have a whack again at that keep. And those kind of backdoor strategies, we've had a number of them in Heroes of the Storm. Also, like a long time ago, Falstad, Brightwing, Abathur, Zagara, all flying into an enemy keep and taking it down. It happened.
It did happen.
Somewhere last year during the technical alpha. And then you had Azmodan getting copied by Abathur, copying his demonic invasion as well. It's like,
good times.
Yeah, and then if you died, it's okay. Resurgence of the Storm. But the game became a lot more balanced than that already.
I forgot about Resurgence of the Storm. Now only Diablo kind of has this proper effect.
It's funny, actually, when Resurgence of the Storm was like, a lot of people were suggesting it should be removed. I was one of the guys who was like, no, it's great, keep it. I love it.
You were playing a lot.
I'm like, actually, it was a pretty good removal.
Yeah. You were playing a lot of Warriors at the time, clearly, at that point.
Sergeant Hammer with Resurgence.
Oh, yeah. And Lily?
Yeah.
The only healer with Resurgence of the Storm.
It was an interesting time.
Do you remember, I think it was called Swiftness of the Storm.
Didn't Uther have it as well?
I'm not, yes. But usually we went for Divine Hurricane, the really big hammer party.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
But do you remember the level 20 Storm tier talent called, I think, Swiftness of the Storm, where you would have a mount that I think you had 160% movement speed, and you could not be dismounted by any enemy attacks. And you had like a Gazlo, and you're like, okay, dismount you, stop that, no! And it goes to your base.
Stop that right now.
You cut it out, young man!
All right, well, I'm just being informed once again that we are very, very close to actually having this solved here pretty soon between these two. I think, again, more so than almost everybody out there, I want to start shouting and raving about these two teams, considering I think this is the longest hype we've ever had to a match here in a broadcast. So it's really been building for me, especially in my mind. I'm very excited at the moment to actually get this underway.
Yeah, these two teams, they also got like a lot of extra time, definitely, to think about. Maybe they want to do something different. Like, you know, we always talk about like preparation going to the match and mindset and all that. Now they've had a couple hours to meditate extra on the match that's about to take place. Actually, this is very unusual as well.
Yes, it is.
The draft already happens.
Yes.
Usually you get very short time from when the draft finishes to when the game starts, whereas now these guys have had a lot of time to think about how they're going to be playing it.
All right, well, Dignitas has just made their way onto the stage here to get ready for our semi-final as we continue this on. As you can already hear the crowd in the background going a little bit crazy here for Team Dignitas. Some of the fan favorites, really, in the end as well. I mean, they have made themselves a very, very strong position as our monitors raise as well, slowly here for a moment. And kind of a prelude to the beginning here of our of our match to start here in this semi-final. So very, very soon we will be getting into things. Got to ask you, Grubby, here as we're going into it, Navi versus Dignitas in this first game. Looking at the drafts, looking at the two lineups, where is your prediction? Where is it lying?
I think Navi is going to play the map. I think they're going to take Mercamps aggressively. They have a strong wave clear, so they can put a lot of pressure on Team Dignitas. And it's up to Team Dignitas to play a very defensive role, both in terms of the map, in terms of the battleground, as well as the way that fights start. I think they're first going to defend and then counterattack. Execution, teamwork are going to be crucial to determine who can come out on top here, as the drafts look very balanced to me.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, of all ages, we are ready to go into Team Navi versus Team Dignitas. Get ready, America. Get ready, everybody on the international stage. As we have to the left-hand side, it is the blue team. It will be Navi with Alex, the Pro G, going to be playing on Leoric. We have Shrimpy on Johanna. Down to the bottom, Splendid will be on Uther. Eternal will be playing Valor. And we have JPL finally on the Sylvanas. Then to the right-hand side, we have Team Dignitas with Zarmani on Arthas, Bakery on Karazim, Snitch will be playing Jaina. Then to the bottom, we have Athiro on Tyrael. And finally, ADRD will be on Zagara. Let's get this game going here as we have game number 1 of the semi-finals of the World Championship.
The laning phase is going to be very important here to start things. Whereas the trap is already being set up here at the bottom with Na'Vi trying to get a catch here on that Zagara that they knew was going to be there. They're going to use the Sylvanas here to try and do a little bit of damage on the tower, but JPL's going low.
Already that push forwards there from Arthuro, looking to try and get on towards JPL with the Elder Ruins Might. Splender's going to take some damage. It looks like JPL's going to get out of there. Very, very close call for JPL.
That completely backfired here. They lost so much hit points. Now JPL, he's going to have to use his Hearthstone, go back home to heal up. That's going to completely throw up the balance here and the rhythm of Na'Vi already in this game.
And we will see now these two lanes very, very close to one another. So usually you see some kind of rotations coming out, not only be able to control the watchtower, but also just control these lanes themselves. You can see that big, big commitment towards the bottom lane. A little bit unusual on a map like this, but already both of them with the mind games trying to stretch. This is actually quite big.
Yeah. Bakery and Zagara here, they're going to go to try and help Snitch at the top for this. We got so many of them, 7 in total. They're going to get all the 10 coins.
Power on towards Shrimpy as well, still looking for the kill. Arthur comes in with the Howling Blast. That is going to be first blood there for Team Dignitas. They pick up the first one. A great little move to come out.
And 10 coins were collected here. This could be a turn-in. This could be the momentum that Dignitas needs here in order to do well against Na'Vi.
Deal with that, but at the same time, Dignitas gets themselves the first turn-in here without any...
And in that game, he didn't have to wait for very long. This is very unusual, you know, for a team to be able to collect all 10 of these coins and get a turn-in immediately. This is going to be great here. They're going to do quite a bit of damage here, Dignitas, and start pulling in ahead in experience.
Exactly, giving themselves a little bit of a lead here at the start of this game. Absolutely brilliant for Team Dignitas to try and kind of push against a team that was so dominant against them in the European Championships. As we have the talents coming in here, it's going to be Protective Shield for Karazim Amplified, healing going down for the Tyrael. We have Arcane Intellect coming in from Jaina as well. And over on the other side, of course, here, we have a very, very standard build coming out from Uther, going for Conjurer's Pursuit, Protective Shield as well. Even Laws of Hope coming out for Johanna, so looking for a lot of stability here in their composition.
Some extra tankiness here to try and survive longer in some of these fights, while ideally Sylvanas and Vala will be doing the job in terms of damage.
Just going to back off for now with this easy camp pushing. They're escorting it a little bit there, Na'Vi, trying to get the most out of it, despite knowing that that bottom lane is very, very heavily contested here. So trying to escort and keep it alive for as long as possible is important. Arthuro's looking to move on, though. Splendor is quite low. Protective Shield's already been used by him, and he will be able to get out of there with that 3-man push.
Took a lot of damage here, though. Dignitas really not holding back at all here in the start of this game, going all out, taking every single fight that they can get. And Na'Vi so far not quite able to really have anything favorable happen for themselves.
Yeah, just trying to slow things down in the bottom lane. They know that that is where a Sylvanas against a Zagara, that is where potential big experience chunks can come from outside of Blackheart, using his Bombard ability to actually help out in the middle lane as well then to the top lane, and then finally going down towards the bottom lane if required structural damage-wise.
Yeah, I really like that. Actually, Zagara is the first one here to, again, go for one of the siege camps on the right-hand side, because Na'Vi, they already collected theirs earlier, so going to be trying to equalize that. But no, actually, she pulls back towards the lane here, having had to defend. Sylvanas is always such a threat in pushing, and it's funny because usually she doesn't really come into play that much in general, and in particular on Blackout's Bay, you know, because it's not necessarily a pushing map. You know, you want to win fights, you want to have some good map control and get the turn in. But in this case, it's not going to do too bad against these buildings.
I'm particularly scared of when they're going to have Wailing Arrow as well later on down the line. It can be a huge, huge game changer in those team fights. If you get a good Wailing Arrow to be able to actually silence the entirety of your opponent's team, can be a big, big deal.
It's that time again.
Yeah, it's going to be those hard camps, the easy camp pushing towards the bottom, and now buying a little bit of time here for Dignitas to commit to this chest very quickly. One thing that's important to know is actually Karazim is one of the best support characters to pick up on this map, because he's able to chunk down that chest very, very quickly. It takes a certain number of hits, not a certain damage threshold.
Yeah, and he's very good at kicking very fast.
Basically. Oh, yes, he is. He's a speed demon, man. Bruce Lee got nothing on Bakery.
Ooh, Zagara getting caught again at the bottom.
Very, very close. Might end up going down there for the attempt, and it's actually still poisoned. Oh, Bakery's able to save him from any kind of poisons that will lay down onto him. Good moves here by Bakery to save Zagara.
Yeah, and Bakery is actually the one carrying 6 coins here, so he's going to have to be very careful. If he was to get killed, and again, Karazim's pretty fragile himself. he could be dropping those coins. I'm pretty sure that's what Navi would love to have happen.
Up to the top. Oh, okay, Arthas was looked in on the minimap to be in a little bit of a predicament there, but not so much. It's only Leoric and Johanna actually chasing on down against him. Level 9 against level 8 at the moment. Dignitas with a little bit of an experience lead, doing well. You can already see Sylvanas trying to take that easy camp
and
to apply
because of
pressure.
that, they are pushing in here, Team Dignitas, and doing quite a bit of damage here to this wall.
If they get that tower up towards the top here before this easy camp actually does anything, that could push them towards level 10 very, very quickly here. JPL taking some damage from those Banelings, trying to slow this down. They want to keep that tower alive because they know if it pops, level 10 will become a factor, and they've got to be very, very careful about it.
This is the most awkward 2v2 of all time here. Nobody's ever dying. But Shrimp is actually going pretty low.
Shrimp going low. Jaina there with a lot of power from behind. That's going to be a Howling Blast on it. That's going to be a kill down on towards Johanna. A brilliant pickup. Level 10 is here as well. That is the opportunity. Still more damage going down on towards Pro G. He doesn't have his rage walk just yet. Very close, and he's going to go down to the Elemental as JPL here tries to save the coins. He's in a lot of trouble as well, though. Zarmany's going to go big. He doesn't have mana, but here comes Zagara. Oh, the flank in. That's 4-0 going over towards Dignitas to start things off.
Dignitas finally getting the momentum. They never really were able to get in the European regionals, where again they lost 0-3, but now level 10 was gained by Navi, and they're looking to try and turn things around.
Coming in towards this, that's going to be a great strafe here from Infernal to actually pick up one of the kills. Already going on, great plus shield actually put, actually it was overall the Holy Radiance there from Splendor, and he was able to get another kill down, so 2 trade off there. Good rotation around from Navi to try and salvage the situation.
Yeah, Team Dignitas going deep, getting a few kills, but not pulling back early enough, and now getting punished for it. And this was actually, they completely caught up here with this Navi. Experience-wise, they're just a little bit behind. They really brought it back here with that last huge rotation and flank here.
And at the same time, you've got to wonder where all the coins really are. I think Dignitas at the moment has every single coin on them.
They've got 18 in total.
18 in total.
They're
against 0 at the moment, with Zarmany carrying around a lot here. He could almost have a whole turn in himself, and that might be their game plan. I mean, if they can get Zarmany just for the full turn in here, if they're able to wrestle back some of this mid-map control.
Oh, Bakery.
Navi's getting very aggressive here. They realize Bakery is actually doing this easy camp, and they're going to even use Whaley Arrow there to try and get the kill, and that is a big commitment, but it's a good one. They're able to steal the easy camp away. Athero, where is he going? This is no man's land. Throws down Sanctification to try and get out of here in this scary predicament that he's in there as JPL whirls away. That's a good disengage more here to try and keep them alive.
Yeah, but that's another heroic here that had to be used for them to disengage. And Dignitas, that was a pretty scary loss here. You know, Bakery doing this on his own, not having any vision, not seeing anybody on the minimap. They should have pulled back earlier, and now Navi, they might just be getting that very easy turn in here.
Yeah, and
ideally for them.
They've wrestled coins away. They've gained themselves, even just with that 1 kill alone, with the control of that section of the map. They've gained
Zaga's
so
trying
many
to interrupt.
coins. Is she going to be able to do much? I don't think so.
Nah, she was going to go there, but I think AD already realized that was going to be too dangerous. So full turn in, level 13 about to hit here for both teams.
Yeah, Navi have done a really good job of getting themselves back after that. Look, a bit more of a disaster in the start of the early game. They've really solidified themselves moving towards this level 13 here, as Dignitas is trying to just find a position towards the bottom. This would be an ambitious hard camp if they were going to take it, because there's so much Navi presence. We do have the Shrink Ray coming in at level 13 here for Uther, as well as we look across the level 13 talents. Actually, the Burning Rage along with extra Frost Shot capability. Double Relentless on the side here as they're trying to blow up JPL. He was very far forward. Bakery goes in for the Radiant Dash. Doesn't quite get the mark, though. Doesn't quite hit for the final blow there on towards JPL.
They won't contest here. Johanna went to the mid, so Navi won't be fighting a 4-on-5. They will just stay at the bottom with enough heroes here to make sure they can defend against this camp, plus the pushing power here of their opponents. Meanwhile, Johanna in the middle is soaking, and Arthas is looking to try and get a full turn in here on his own. He's got enough.
Yeah, exactly. This was the game plan all along. Bank up enough on him and then be able to get that full turn in. That's going to start bombarding the top here very, very quickly. And I'm wondering actually how the structural integrity is up towards the top here as that continues on. So they're going to get themselves quite a hefty amount of damage done up towards here and some good experience to try and catch up with Navi.
Oh, the survivability from Team Dignitas, from all their heroics, their composition, and even the talents is going to be incredible. It's Arthas with Army of the Dead, Bakery on the Karazim with Divine Palm, and Sanctification on the Ethereal. Double Relentless. on Karazim and Arthas. Like that team is barely ever going to die, it seems like.
Relentless at level 13 for Karazim became a true staple when you're going into these kinds of fights. One thing that's very important about Karazim is his healing is very, very close to where he actually has to be. This is a big turning point though for Navi. They're going to try and get it. That's a double route going down on towards two of them. They're only able to get 6 coins in. Dignitas going in for the fight. That's a 4-man wailing arrow. And the palm actually is able to go off there. All right, at the very end of it. They're trying to save Bakery there as well. And he will be able to run away. Divine Shield gets popped onto the Leroy. They're pushing against Tyrael here. Then I don't think they're going to be able to get anyone. Dignitas is able to disengage. I don't think they want to be sticking around, but they are very, very low right now.
They turn around for a second because Eternal was very far out. But Dignitas, I think they realized that they couldn't fight here. They were too low on hit points. Every single one of their heroics were used. So their only choice was to pull back and make sure that they don't take a bad fight that they will regret taking later.
All right, so I'm just getting word as well that one of the monitors is just having a few issues here. So not the same issue that we had before, so we shouldn't be having too many delays whilst we get back into this. And that fight as a whole was crazy. Yeah. Considering the fact that nobody died on Dignitas' side after being caught in that precarious position, and even the Leoric actually being able to just march on forwards and do some big, big damage there with having his Divine Shield on.
It seems like, you know, the execution from a lot of these teams, like as much as it's better from some teams than the other, most of the time, like they're all going to be good enough to go for the proper execution, but pre-fight positioning and the way they engage very often is a determining factor in who wins those big fights. And so far, Dignitas, they were doing well at first, but in the last fight, I really didn't like the way they were engaging into that fight.
Yeah, it was a little bit difficult, and I was a little bit worried they were going to re-engage there at the very end, but they seem to have been fine with disengaging from that position.
Yeah.
But look at how this first game has played out so far. Very, very even, very down the line. We've had 2 turn-ins from Team Dignitas to 1 turn-in from Team Navi, who...
Oh, it's going to be too soon.
Oh, yeah, probably. Considering the fact that they've just been able to push away Team Dignitas after them being quite low here. I think we're going to be going back into the game pretty soon here, guys. Onto Blackheart's Bay once again, as I think we're almost close to having those little issues solved.
Well, since you gave your word, I'm going to take it and wait for it to come.
Yeah, I don't want to sort out some like Kyolaris curse here or anything like that, but in my
You were right last time.
In my defense, it was about 5 minutes last time we actually got into that.
Imagine you get it right twice.
The Kyolaris blessing is here. All praise me. There you go.
Please.
No, I don't want to go that far. That would be a little bit bad.
It's a bit weird, you know, Navi from the start of that game, they didn't look that good. You know, they were not doing well with their push at the bottom. They fell behind in experience. There were a few takedowns that seemed unnecessary, but they really gained momentum in the last few minutes. And it seemed like Leoric and Johanna in particular became really useful in those last few minutes in terms of being at the front, being very annoying, and tanking all the damage. Letting their assassins, damage dealers here do all the work.
The holdable position is really strong. I feel that the narrower the choke point before level 16 here, the better it is for Navi. But as level 16 kicks in, once Holy Ground becomes a factor for Tyrael, that can get pretty scary for Navi. They're going to have to really think about their positioning from that point on.
I talked earlier about how it can be hard to synchronize some of these heroics as well. And, you know, my example was Void Prison and Internal Blast. But in this game, with Divine Paul on Karazim, and Sanctification on TRL, how do you properly synchronize who uses which first? It must be really hard. Surely. I guess TRL's general guideline for Sanctification will be to just wait until they've taken a little bit of damage and it gets really dangerous, then pop it. And Karazim will try, for the most part, to keep that in mind and wait until one hero in particular is getting bursted down. And then try to use the Divine Palm at the last second so we can save him. But yeah, maybe it doesn't sound that hard anymore once you see it like that, but I'm pretty sure that it's very hard to properly execute.
I completely understand your train of thought. It can be very difficult. I mean, if you pop that palm whilst everyone is in Sanctification, and then it is just completely wasted, unless he goes for Peaceful Riposte at level 20, then it becomes a bit easier to coordinate those kinds of things.
If they both try to save the same guy, and that could be bad. So communication is going to be key. Usually you want to try to make some kind of deal with whoever you're going to be trying to synchronize with before the game even starts, so that you have, you know, some kind of guidelines yourselves. And it's going to be very important for them to be on point with this Team Dignitas, because Navi, they were starting to gain momentum. If they get another turn in here, which they will by the look of things before we went into a pause here, they're going to be getting a good experience lead, and then from there, beating a team like Navi when they're ahead is incredibly hard. I feel like it almost never happens anymore. I mean, they barely lose at all.
Yeah, I think one thing that really excites me about how this game has gone on so far, though, is that it looks like Dignitas is not willing to roll over as easily as they were in the European Championship.
Yeah.
And overall, it's a really cool marker to start off this series, because this could really be a very, very close series between these two. But I'm getting word now that our game is ready here to go back into things as we start it up once again. We're halfway into this, onto Blackheart's Bay. Let's jump back on in. Navi is looking for the turn-in, but Dignitas is actually coming back here to the point where they want to scramble and try and stop them from doing that.
Wow, it really felt like they were going to be pulling back and not trying to fight anymore. Bakery goes down because of this. They're re-engaged too early. Athero wasn't there.
And yeah, those Banelings actually moving forwards. Dignitas still trying to delay this out for as long as possible. They've got to be careful. Alex the Proji is coming in from the right-hand side here, looking for a flank, looking to make sure that they can get that turn in properly.
Dignitas really doesn't want Navi to get the full turn in here for some reason, but I think it might be unavoidable. They stayed way too long there, and again, trying to slow it down. They did, but they lost their support here for a second. So now Dignitas, they have to pull back, they have to go for camps, they have to wait a little bit, and level 16 will be reached earlier for Navi here.
All right, well, still bombarding up towards the top here and trying to do as much damage as possible. With that easy camp being taken towards the bottom, Dignitas is going to try and apply pressure down there as well, as this already, with the fort going down up towards the top here. Now the bombardment continues towards the bottom. Navi is gaining a little bit of an experience lead here, and you can really see the power behind it with those level 16 talents coming in. We've got blood for blood, we've got extra power into the Shadow Dagger there on the Sylvanas. They're looking to take the boss here, and there's nothing that's going to be able to contest with whatsoever.
Yeah. They knew they had a good window, but unlike Dignitas, they knew that this was going to be happening, so they're trying to push at the bottom right now here to get a fort, and most likely they're going to have to, I guess, head back to defend that boss, because otherwise it's going to be doing quite a bit of damage. I mean, we're at the 12th minute, so they're just going to use their Hearthstone and head on back home. Right. Cute little cancel here from Shrimpy on one of these Hearthstones.
Yeah, they're still pushing towards the middle here, our team Navi. Dignitas, of course, it's 4 kills to 4 kills, but there's been more structural damage properly here done towards them as ADRD and the boys going to lay in the wings. Oh, that is not the right mode that they want here at all. ADRD trying to scramble into a position. Alex is going to be blocking him out. There's the actual strafe doing big damage, but the Sanctification soaked up a lot of it. So here now, Dignitas just trying to scramble against this boss. They haven't lost anyone to the mid, and that is very, very important here against Navi, who are split pushing properly.
What the hell was that panic Maw? That's very unusual of ADRD to go for something like this.
So trying to steal him in there. The Wraithwalk's going to be able to get him out. Of all the people to catch, it's not Alex that you want, because Wraithwalk will get him away from Holy Ground.
Not one of the heroes that you can properly trap and kill. Man, that Maw, it reminded me of all those videos that we show, you know, during the draft to show how those heroics work, which are always used against just minions.
Oh yeah, not the best of positions, that's for sure. Holy Ground gets thrown forwards once again, and Navi, it does not want any of this fight. They're playing it patiently. You can see them now moving into a slightly more PvE role here on a map when they've got the experience advantage, because if they can push themselves towards level 20 whilst playing PvE, that would be fantastic.
Look at what Dignitas is doing. Actually, both teams, they went for camps while they left enough heroes in the middle of the map to make sure that the opponents could go for turning. But with the chess coming at this stage in the game, there's going to be a fight, and whoever wins it's going to get a turn in at a big lead.
And there's the Athero throwing himself across there with Elder Ruin's Might on towards the chest, so they're going to be able to pick up a lot of coins to start things off.
It's so funny, Navi actually let them collect, and they want to collect these coins back from their dead bodies. They're like, take it, we'll just take it back in a minute, because we won't let you turn in.
And Athero trying to buy time here with Holy Ground for that turn in to go down, get 6 coins in. Bakery, will he get it? No, Shield Glare. It's going to be enough there for Shrimpy to try and deny it. Also the multi-shots trying to slow down all of this from going on. Just the poking potential here from Navi is very, very strong, as Athero and the Warriors here just holding the front lines. The standoff continues in these bushes.
That's crazy, actually, how both of these teams just won't budge. And right now, it looks like Navi, they might have made peace already with the fact that they won't be able to get a turn in themselves, so they kind of try and rotate towards the middle. They're trying to soak on multiple lanes, bottom, mid, but bottom lane was pushed enough that they couldn't. So I think ideally, Navi, they are okay with not getting the turn in immediately. They'd love to hit level 20 earlier and then making sure that they get it. Because if Dignitas fights without 20 against level 20, they're going to be in so much trouble. They're going to be getting crushed. And right now, I think Dignitas should be one team to try and maybe engage before that happens.
Navi, oh, there's Johanna trying to pick him up there, realizing that they could have potentially been in the bush. The Elemental's gone down as well. Sanctification's been used already by Dignitas to try and get themselves a kill already here with the Army of the Dead also walking forwards. I think Navi wants to disengage here. It's not going to be easy though. There's another holy ground. Divine Shield's been thrown down on towards Johanna. They're trying to blow him up as quickly as possible. Even if they get him, Splendor is in the back lines. Johanna goes down and Uther ends up falling as well. That's a 2 for 0. Oh, with the ball! I didn't even realize 2 more members fall. That's 4 for 0 here for Dignitas to be able to pick that up and gain a massive experience boost forwards.
Dignitas playing as one, isolating 3 heroes away from the other 2, taking them down very quickly and then using a Maw to turn around and kill 4 heroes in total. They're just they can go for the keep.
They're looking for big damage here. They've got 30 seconds available to them. They're already going on towards this keep. This is a guaranteed kill. Even after this, look how many coins they have as well here. Dignitas is really ramping up the pressure and has now taken the experience advantage to move them on forwards to level 20.
That's exactly what it needed. A big fight win like this. That's what it came down to in the end. The engagement was beautiful. Shrimpy getting caught out of position. You might think, yeah, Johanna, not the end of the world, but it took so much damage. Divine Shield was forced to be used on him as well, and the rest of this team, the team was split. Dignitas so far in the semi-finals here, they're the team that's playing as one.
Is this another keep? Is this another keep with the cannon barrage coming in from Blackheart here? It could potentially be. That being said, there were still a few structures towards the middle, so maybe not. But getting this extra experience will push them forward to level 20. I don't think they're going to get an opportunity to use that 20 against the lack of 20 here from Navi because of their positioning at the moment, but at least they'll have it in their arsenal.
And the boss will come back in 20 seconds here as both teams are nearing here that final heroic boost here that you can get if you want to go for it here on level 20.
How many coins overall are we looking at for each of the teams here, Todd?
Quite a few. I think there is 15 on Navi and about the same on Dig.
Dignitas already getting a big turn in here. They've got a lot of coins available to them, but it's not the full turn-in just yet. That 1 coin off Zagara has it, technically, I believe. She could try and go for that turn in here, and she is going to go for it. This could be big if they're able to get this. It's not going to be denied at all. Dignitas is buying time down towards the bottom here against Navi, and that is a full turn-in once again here, going over to Team Dignitas. I think also moving it forwards here. Shrimpy's taking quite a bit of damage. They're looking for it. Sanctification's been thrown down, trying to keep Johanna alive during all of this. Alex is in the back lines, but that's another holy ground. Trying to go for the Divine Shield here to seal him down with also that Maw sealing out JPL. There's the invincible pop by Shrimpy though. He will be able to keep himself for a little bit longer, and it looks like the palm is going to be able to save Bakery. Zarmany's going to take a lot of damage though at the front lines as well. How is he still alive? Leoric falls. Oh my god here with Dignitas being able to turn around this, and the cannon barrage still going on. They go for more. They get themselves the Uther.
They're just not losing any of those fights. They're on the chase right now. And Navi are going to be able to make it out, but already having lost 2 heroes, they're going to be in a bit of trouble.
Brilliant little moves here as well, as Redemption will be able to get Uther back into this fight. Maybe they can actually turn something around here. As Shrimpy still in this back line. He's going to take a lot of damage, and is invincible. And Johanna ends up being crushed into oblivion, with Uther also going down as well. Bakery is looking for more here. They have a brilliant opportunity now to do some big damage.
Yeah, Navi, they have some great pushing force in the top lane here against the keep of Dignitas across the map, but losing so many heroes, they tilted a little bit here for sure. They were not supposed to turn around and try and go for a fight when they were outnumbered. They lost patience. This is very uncharacteristic here of Navi, and Dignitas playing so much better than the last time these two met. They are the ones right now putting in some serious work.
They're in a position where they can try and scrape back all of that momentum that Navi would have had, considering their last performance against one another on an official stage here, as it will be peaceful reports coming out from a Bakery. So now every time he throws down a palm, if it doesn't pop, he will have an insurance policy against that. And that makes it, all in all, a very powerful little potential position that they have here.
That's the best explanation I've ever heard for a talent, man. I almost feel as if it should be called that, the insurance policy right there, because that's exactly what it is. Both of these teams are going to group up around the mid-chest, and we could have another fight here. Athero about a little bit of time, I think.
That's a big turn-in. That's a very big turn-in. Can Snitch get this? Oh, slightly out of range there was Alex, and they get themselves the full turn-in. So Alex now pushing on forwards against Dignitas. They can disengage, though, if they want. They're going to try. March to the Black Egg gets interrupted, and they're going to the Maw there. Wow, what a move to be able to disengage engage away here for Dignitas.
Yeah, I think they know that this bottom keep is going to be dying across the map, and unless they fight now and lose, they should be in a great position here to win this game. So disengaging was the best thing they could do, and they used Devouring Maw and TRL beautifully here in order to do this. And I think right now, Navi are trying to force a fight. They know that they're behind. They need to win a big fight right now if they want to be able to win this game. So they're going to try to force a fight by faking that they're going for the boss.
Oh,
they might be able to get that fight.
Looking on towards Athero, this could be a really cool move here by Navi already. We actually see the sanctification being used at the front. Leoric has already gone down in this fight. Wailing Arrow's been used. The boss is slamming on towards JPL. Oh my god, he blinks away. Very, very close call. But now he's being pinned in there for a moment. And he may end up falling here. He's very close to them. He's got 12 coins on it. He ends up going down. So does Sagara as well. Sylvanas has been popped over there. They need those coins back. That's so important here. With Snitch trying to challenge on against Eternal. Another Divine Palm has been popped here, and it won't actually go down if they don't require it at all. That's a 4-for-1 trade overall. And they're going to pick up all of these coins and walk away. Brilliant moves by Dignitas. They're going onto the core. I didn't even think about it actually now that we look at it. They've got 30 or 40 seconds left available to them. Shrimpy's trying to delay it out, but it's not going to be enough at all. This is going to be Dignitas here, pushing on towards the core here. And they're trying to march here as Alex tries to find some desperate last moments here in game number 1. But look at the score. It's 17 kills against 5. Sanctification goes down for one last time here. And that will be game number 1. Going over to Team Dignitas, and then get a little bit of retribution back here against Navi. What a game to start these semi-finals.
Retribution is the word, as Dignitas, they want their revenge here. Again, these two teams we've seen face off in the European Regionals, and back then it was all about Navi that won 3-0. It seems like the roles have been reversed here at BlizzCon.
It seems so. I'm just catching my breath a little bit. Once again, these games are extremely exciting for me. Grubby joins us once again here at the desk. Obviously, there were so many back and forth moments there in that game to start things off. Are there any particular moments that really stood out to you?
Well, Kalaris, it's never an easy moment for both these two teams as they face each other in a knockout. But I just want to show one moment here which I feel like summarizes the game the best here in this Windows 10 game DVR replay. Here we've got, I'm going to pause it for a second. Here we've got one of the many moves by Ethereal Angel where he uses Holy Ground to catch the frontline warrior, in particular Shrimpy on Johanna, many times. We see Shrimpy has the talent choices Conviction at level 7 and Fanaticism at level 16. Both of them give movement speed, either when using his W Condemn or using the Iron Skin, which makes him unstoppable, and every damage he takes, he becomes faster. So that is kind of his escape, but he cannot move through walls. And the Holy Ground functions like a wall. Actually, when you look at the game, Team Dignitas has been winning most of the fights, but we had the game starting with Natus Vincere winning the map, getting more experience.
Yes.
But these fights have started to really compound into a bigger and bigger problem. Here is one of the many moments where Holy Ground managed to catch a kill. This was a very long chase in a 5 versus 5. They are still, to a degree, chasing Shrimpy. Zarmany there, getting Shrink Rate. And now we have the full split. And in this moment, you've got to consolidate. I'm pausing it right here. You've got Johanna getting caught again, and also we have Splendor caught here as well. Up here, we've got 2 heroes from Navi who essentially have made it out. Now, losing a fight now would be bad, but they're still 1.2 levels ahead, Navi. Losing 1 or 2 heroes would be an acceptable sacrifice at this moment. As we play the game again, we can see that we have more sacrifices being made. We have the Divine Shield on Johanna, but cannot get away. Uther now dies as well, and that should be it. But we shouldn't have 2 trying to peel for some allies all the way on the other side, and this turned a pretty bad moment into practically a disaster with a 4-man wipe. And if they had decided early only Johanna, that would be it. If they said Johanna and Uther only, that would be it. But they came back, and I can only say it's, as Todd said, it's some kind of tilt where they were trying to save each other. as much as you want. When you can't, you just have to let it go. And they were unable to let it go. And Dignitas, with their superior team fighting, were able to get a huge jackpot here.
I think one thing that's important to note during that series, that first game as well, is that the Dignitas, Team Dignitas front line held so strongly. Neither Arthas or Tyrael died at all during that game. So something like 17 takedowns each to 0 deaths during that. So very strong front line. It's the front line that you actually see Team Dignitas being most comfortable with a Tyrael, with an Arthas. Arthuro and Zarmani couple up really nice together with those two heroes.
We talk about this. It's kind of hard to die when you have Sanctification, Army of the Dead, and then Bakery as a Kazim. It's like, shame on you if you die. Only I could achieve that.
So many awesome Divine Palms here. I really feel like, I mean, the whole team played really awesomely, but Karazim with the Divine Palms, and Athero Angel with the Tyrael play, and of course, I mean, all of them played amazing, but these two are like the most flashy and really made some epic plays.
What a game to start off our semi-finals here. It was definitely worth the wait. We're going to go to a short break, but before we actually do that here, let's hear from Team Dignitas as to what they think about their team captain.
ADRD puts a lot of time into looking at other teams, looking at drafts, looking at the way that team comps play into and around each other, and that just makes him able to shot call and draft really effectively.
I think the most important thing that ADRD can do for us this weekend is make sure that we're prepared with the strategy that we want to play and that we all know exactly how we have to perform that strategy. Because I think if we get in a situation where we know exactly what we want to do and he can bring us there, we can easily take any game.
I think the biggest thing that ADRD can bring for us this weekend is probably adapting in between games. If we lose the first game of the series, adapting why we lost, what they did well, how we can counter it.
He's like the drafter, the shot caller, so we can all trust him and listen to him.
I'm mostly responsible for our drafts, and when we are in game, everyone can shot call something, but I usually make the final decision.
For honor and glory.
I am the first of the Dryads.
Court will belong to the Gravekeeper.
Heroes, prepare for the arena. Prepare for trouble! Make it double!
I feel a lot of pressure to deliver in the BlizzCon because we are crowned as a Europe champion and I want to continue that streak. Can we retake?
Yeah, we can retake.
Thank you. We feel a lot of pressure here at BlizzCon because we're kind of a favorite to win the whole thing, so it's a bit too much pressure. Retake! Okay, I'm just gonna say we don't feel pressure.
Okay, that's fine.
Here at BlizzCon we don't feel that much pressure since we know what we can do and it will go good.
I'm glad Shrimpy is more decisive in-game than he is during these interviews, that's for sure. Didn't go quite as well for them as it would normally here, as they are a dominant force here in the World Championship, but already they have had a little bit of a struggle here to start out this series. Team Dignitas taking game number 1. Was that expected here, Grubby? Did you really expect Dignitas to fly out of the gates like that?
I expected them to play better, but I expected them to look better while losing.
Okay.
I had so much confidence in Navi that I expected, yes, Navi will take it again, but it'll look a lot harder. I'm quite surprised to see them take the opening match here.
Yep, very, very strong performance by them here, as very soon we'll be getting into game number 2, of course, between Team Dignitas and Natus Vincia. But Todd, looking at that game, how it played out, you were alongside here casting with me for that game. What a great little game to start off our semi-final.
Absolutely. You can really feel the progression from the last time these two teams met. Dignitas, they've had the time to think back on these games, have some reflection, and be able to tell themselves, well, you know what, next time we play them, we think we're pretty good. Let's just do our thing, win some fights, and we're going to be okay. That's exactly what happened. They just engaged beautifully every single time, and the drafts were very equal. Again, I think you say that as well, Grubby, but I personally think that these drafts were very equal in terms of potential.
Yeah,
maybe to some people it was obvious. They were like, oh yeah, sanctification and...
Yeah, but you saw a lot of disengaged potential with that movement speed on Janna.
Yeah.
They always tried to get away when sanctification was cast, which was probably the right thing. But yeah, just like you said, we cannot boil it down to a game of drafts here, because we saw a lot of missed heroics on both sides. Maybe nerves rattling, maybe a bit the delay setting in, but you can just see that there was a lot of execution at stake here. Blessed Shields going haywire, Maul's missing. So on both sides, mistakes. Seems like Dignitas made the fewer.
That is for sure. Now we are ready, ladies and gentlemen, to get into draft number 2 here for the Heroes of the Storm World Championship semi-finals, as Team Dignitas leads 1-0. We are gonna be on Tomb of the Spider Queen, and we are back to what we consider the EU meta. It will be Tyrael getting banned to start things off for Natus Vincia.
And not again, says Navi. We don't want to have to play against that guy again. He's just too tough to deal with.
No more invulnerability on both sides. No Divine Shield, no Sanctification.
Everybody's mortal now, except Johanna.
Yeah, exactly. Who literally is invincible at level 20.
Quite literally.
Quite literally.
As we saw last game. Wait.
Uh-oh. Whoopsie daisies. Oh well, for now, let's see what Navi wants to pick up as their first pick. Do they go back to their aggressive tendencies? Do they? Oh well, it's going to be the Jaina, the jack of all trades. Fits into any composition. Quite strong, Grubby.
Yeah, I mean, not much to say about this hero that we haven't already said. Can slow enemy movement speed by 35%, every basic or heroic ability she uses on them. It's pretty useful to kite people away or to surprise them and get early game kills, as well as that oh-so deadly level 16 and level 20 power spike she has.
Yes, indeed. And now Team Dignitas has 2 picks themselves. Now remember our previous bans as to what we had. We had Sonya being the first ban over against Team Dignitas from Navi in our previous game. On Tomb of the Spider Queen, do they go for something like that? Is that something that Team Dignitas would like early on?
Definitely possible. I think, by the way, it's interesting. An interesting thing to note here that this is Team Dignitas' map pick here, because Navi had the first ban and first pick.
Yes.
Team Dignitas picked Tomb of the Spider Queen, on which they are known to be really good. But all alike, Navi also very good on this map. Gonna be opening with the cars in very early here.
Wow.
They just love that hero. I mean, Bakery goes so well every single time with it, and Kerrigan comes out now.
And this is very interesting, because overall, Kerrigan here has no invulnerability. The Uther is gone, Tyrael is gone. They're going to be running a Kerrigan here that's going to be slightly naked in that sense, but still having the proper shield.
Our opponents won't have any invulnerability as well.
That's true. Maelstrom can be a big factor here when it comes into these team fights. As long as you're able to keep Kerrigan alive, that Maelstrom is going to power down on these very tight battles that we're currently having in this meta, Grubby.
Yeah, not just the enemy heroes will get damaged, from which you will get shield assimilation, but also if you're in the middle of spider web waves, the spider web weavers, and all the little minions, you get so much bonus shields, she becomes virtually unkillable anyway. And if it gets worse, you've always got Divine Palm from Karazim coming in.
And who better than Bakery? than to land it.
Exactly. Yeah, totally true. That will obviously put Kerrigan in a little bit of stasis there for a moment. But we get Johanna, and Tyrande is going to be following things up. We already touched briefly on Tyrande being a very strong pick for Navi in the past, and it comes out now.
A little bit strange to go for Johanna rather than Muradin then. But I guess with the next bans coming up, they can ban that if they want to make sure that Dignitas don't grab it themselves.
Sonya is going to get removed, generally very powerful hero. I thought maybe we'll see that Muradin ban as well. But that may be up to Navi. They're going to have to make a choice here.
We could definitely see that coming out. I mean, the thing is, though, is that Team Dignitas, well, there you go. I mean, with being limited from having a Tyrael available to them, we're probably going to see a Team Dignitas now moving over towards the Arthas picks, etc. Something like that, as they've already shown, is very strong for them.
Yeah, this is one of the best battlegrounds for Kerrigan, bar none or maybe one, together with Haunted Mines.
Yes.
It's a very close combat battleground where Kerrigan get a lot of kills in the early game. And what better to pair up with than something like an Arthas?
Yeah, it was very important to remove the Muradin. The ETC comes out into play.
Chinese metagame.
Dignitas.
It's time to come out from the shadows and jump on top of everybody, because that is what we're going to see. We're going to see power slides. We're going to see combos from Kerrigan coming out. Power slide here for ETC. Very powerful, along with Mosh Pit as well. We have seen that come into play very, very strongly against these couple of compositions.
Maybe they were afraid that Navi would go for it as well, because we've seen ETC and Tyrande really come into play very well together with Shadowstalk. Maybe time for a Kalthas here, because Dignitas, they need some extra damage. They need a damage dealer that's ranged here.
Right, 3 melee heroes so far, even though they have 3 different roles. You don't want to get too many there. Excellently predicted there, Kalthas, with the range stun and massive amounts of area of effect damage, and pretty decent burst as well on a single target.
Yeah, looking at that lineup there for Team Dignitas now, I won't be surprised later on if their pickup was another warrior maybe, like the Arthas to actually couple up with all of that. But going over to Team Navi now, what do they need? Do they need a proper support here? What are they going for?
I like the dual off support with Tassadar here. Helps a lot to protect against Kerrigan, ETC burst damages. He's himself pretty escapable as well if he can get away from those stuns using Dimensional Shift.
It's a great.
How about Diablo? Tyrande and Diablo. Navi are the one team that can run this kind of composition very well together.
Okay, it's going to be Brightwing, so we have a real support. Diablo's still an option. We have a somewhat limited range damage with Jaina and Tyrande functioning a bit as off damage, so even an assassin or a very high damage warrior would make sense here. Arthas is possible, Falstad is still a possibility,
yeah.
Vala.
I mean, whatever they go for here, if they do end up going for the damage path, then that is extreme damage that they could put out with Hunter's Mark available, Jaina, any damage following it up, and also the good control of Brightwing with Polymorph as well, to even add a bit more vulnerability that if they want to go down that path.
The thing is, whoever they go for later, they need to think about the opponent's composition. You know, ETC and Kerrigan running towards you and using power slides.
Yes.
Primal Grasp stunning you and doing a lot of damage to you. You need to get one of these warriors, if they want to go for a warrior, that's going to be able to survive or escape against this kind of combo. Somebody like an Anubarak maybe. So Diablo, as good as it could be. Maybe in this game it seems a little bit difficult, but they go for it anyway. They have faith in their Diablo once again here.
Lord of Terror, his ability Shadow Charge and Overpower combined together magnificently to flip someone into your own backline and finish them off with all due haste.
Let's see how this is going to work out. We've seen Diablos in the past couple of games that it's been ran, moving in, and actually, sorry, I've seen it in scrims, moving in and then actually just dying off pretty quickly. But with a Johanna in support as a warrior to help on out, spreading that damage a little bit between them, I think Diablo has a lot of good room here to actually get done what he needs to do.
And Dignitas now, they got quite a few options to pick from. The 2 most likely ones, I think, would probably be another warrior like Arthas or a ranged assassin to try and add some extra damage to what they've already got.
Maybe Tassadar. It could be a ranged assassin, could be Arthas, could be Tassadar. They have a fair amount of options because all roles have been represented.
Tassadar actually would really help in giving a shield to Kerrigan and providing some extra survivability. It's going to be Leoric.
All right, got that second warrior. One of the best Tomb of the Spider Queen gem pick-uppers in the game. Leoric is going to be undying for much of it, and he's got options. He can go for Entomb, March of the Black King. Once again, we are not going to know for sure, even though we may have an inkling. And that closes out the draft for now.
Yes, it does.
It's
what a draft.
The map where Leoric cares the least about dying, by the way, right? He comes back so fast, like he's just right back in there, middle of the map already, so really cool draft here.
Yeah, also, you know, obviously being able to clean up those waves pretty quickly when the web weaves are moving along. Skeletal Swing is going to clean that up quite fast. Not as fast as the previous patch, but still pretty fast here as we now get loaded up onto Tomb of the Spider Queen. So far, we've had a fantastic game number 1. What a way to start off our semi-finals. Make sure as well to join the conversation on Twitter with the @Esports Heroes, as well as #HeroesWC. Also include your hashtag for which team you think is going to win. Right now, just a slight edge going over to Na'Vi out there, but at the same time, Dignitas is definitely in a good position to try and round this out. Thank you very much, Scrubby, for joining us for the draft. We'll be checking in with you a little bit later on, but for now, we are ready to get into game number 2 here for our semi-finals. Team Na'Vi goes up against Team Dignitas here as we begin things on Tomb of the Spider Queen. And to the left-hand side, it will be Na'Vi with Alex the Pro G going to be playing on Johanna. Eternal is on Jaina. JPL will be on Diablo. Shrimpy playing on the ever so graceful Tyrande. And Splendor will be on Brightwing. Then to the right-hand side, we have Team Dignitas with ATRD on Kael'thas. Athero will be on ETC. Bakery on Karazim. Snitch will be playing Kerrigan. And finally, we have Zarmony going to be on the Leoric.
Team Dignitas, they were able to seize the moments in map number 1 on the map of Na'Vi and beat them on it. Now it's up for Na'Vi to try and do the same thing here on Tomb of the Spider Queen.
Both teams are going to be trying to delay out this wave. You'll see this a lot from both of these teams in the EU meta. They've really kind of had this little style hit them very, very strongly. The more that you can try and block this as a full team, the better it is for you during that big engagement that goes on in the middle as it gets closer towards yours. But when they both do it, it kind of negates each other's movements.
Absolutely. Let's see if they actually want to try and go for it. Both teams, they have to be very cautious here. I feel like it's really going to be for JPL to try and make the plays here on the Diablo, for Na'Vi to try and bring somebody back and maybe land one stun or 2 on him.
I feel that Diablo's a good counter initiator. When it comes to Athero and Kerrigan trying to charge on in there, if Diablo is present, he has the ability to try and just launch someone in towards their towers and cause problems.
But at the same time, when facing a Kerrigan and an ETC, it can be really tricky. If he's out of position for just 1 second, you know, I talked about how ETC comes in, he's mounted up, and you already know that you're going to be in so much trouble. Uses power slide, you're caught, and then you die.
Definitely. Now Na'Vi has to play this one out pretty slowly. I feel that Team Dignitas has some good power early on in this game. It all really revolves around that Kerrigan combo that we do see being so important here. And we're already seeing Tyrande speccing in towards Hunter's Mark. So the ability to have that available to her a little bit more often gives the potential for those blow-up capabilities here. As ETC already being marked there with Athero trying to get away from this. Alex the Pro G going very low as well. That will be first blood once again going over to Dignitas. And Athero gets away a 1-for-0 trade to start things off.
Yeah, very good job by Team Dignitas, salvaging the situation as they could. Look pretty bad at first, but they were able to secure the first blood and escape as well, pulling in a little bit ahead of experience here. Not the end of the world, though, just yet for Na'Vi. They are going to need to be careful to do better just basically next time. They can't be caught like this and failing to get the takedowns and dying themselves.
One thing's for sure, though, you can see already in Team Dignitas' composition, the power that it holds behind it in the early game. They just took down a Johanna early on, of all heroes. So you've definitely got to be very, very careful here as Na'Vi. Some of the squishier characters going to have to hang back and allow their tanks to do their business and tank.
And this time it's Alex as well, not Shrimpy.
Great iron skin there, making sure that that power slide does not stun him out. Na'Vi already going for a bit of a turn in there with JPL, making sure he can get that going, and then going for an attack. That's a great little combo there, going on towards Kael'thas with that Lunar Flare following up. Perfect execution, but the counter as Tyrande ends up going down there with that power slide from Athero to help on out that stun. Very, very good little trade there overall.
Yeah, 1-for-1, Team Dignitas again. This didn't start out so well, but like I said, when you have ETC plus Kerrigan, you can just turn around, go for the squishies that are a little bit too far out because they do need to get close in order to deal the damage themselves. And that was a nice punishment. Splendor should be okay for now.
Yep, just gets on away there. Any more ticks of that salt consumption or whatever, it would hurt him a little bit more. It's not called salt consumption, but I just can't remember at the moment. We have actually focused attacks coming out from Tyrande, which is interesting. So kind of more over towards that auto attack build, considering they already have the Brightwing there for the proper support.
Yeah, and for now, it's just going to be both teams just kind of sitting back, collecting gems. Not that much fighting just yet.
it's very common on this map to have one team get a full turn in, then the opponents to get the next one, and not to have any kind of real massive fight before level 10. It feels like the games on this map, they're either super explosive or fairly passive at first, and then later down the line with bigger fights to come. Which so far, this game being the latter.
It's already the turn in here coming from Team Dignitas. As we will see them just cleaning up towards the middle and trying to get those web weavers as close as possible to try and take this down. JPL already going for the fight, and that Lunar Flare actually missed that overall. Jabbo taking a lot of damage there. Athero with the team is going to back off for now, but that could have got a bit more sticky. It's good that it was a 5v4 in favor of Navi in that position.
A very uncharacteristic mistake here out of Navi. They rarely miss those stunts. Usually they synchronize very well. This is getting a little bit worrying, actually, you know, with them losing the first map and already showing here in this game that the execution is not as good as what we're used to be seeing here from them. They're definitely struggling a lot more than they are usually. I mean, they didn't lose a single map in the European regionals.
Yeah, they're having a harder time here against Dignitas. It certainly seems like some of the teams here have caught up with Navi a little bit while things were going on. Navi, during the EU regional, were probably a little bit more ahead of the meta with their own style, but Team Dignitas has been thinking about this a lot to try and counteract them, and it will be Lunar Blaze coming in for level 7 here for Tyrande, so all the more potential for that coupling up for Diablo as well as Tyrande to try and get some of those kills a little bit of extra range.
Yeah, Lunar Blaze increases the range of Lunar Flare quite a bit. You can stun from so far away with it, and it's going to be an even greater opportunity for her here, Tyrande, to land some of these better stuns down the line in those fights, which could become very important.
And all shift abilities being spec'd into that. Actually a great little follow up there on towards Leoric. That's probably going to be a kill. And oh my god,
Alex
actually is able to get away from that position. Alex the Pro G going in pretty thick, but that will give them a full turn in here. And that is exactly what Navi needs to try and equalize up the experience gain.
Alex was trying to catch that Leoric here, wherever he was going to race forward to, but barely missed in the end. So nice save, I guess, from him. And now Dignitas, they find themselves with a nice experience lead. But with the web weavers coming in, Navi is going to want to look to try and equalize here the experience count.
They're still looking to push on towards actually getting themselves the Brightwing to start things off. And Infernal is in the zone.
They are 5 down there, and they get themselves 2 huge takedowns here. Those Team Dignitas. That rotation wasn't anticipated at all here. Navi definitely having trouble here with the way they're communicating here right now in this series so far.
Well, normally they stop from top to bottom to actually start cleaning things up, but they looked for opportunities, golden opportunities down towards the bottom lane, getting themselves a double kill, and then just being able to move on from there. They are going to be a whole level ahead here in the early game. That's a good combo coming out, but even without Lingering Apparition at level 7, Zarmani is still able to get out of there with his Wraith Walk.
Yeah, Team Dignitas really gaining momentum early here so far in the series, and so far they've been able to hold on to it, but now ideally for them, they would like to try and make something happen with level 10.
Definitely, you got it. I mean, with this, and there's such a good window as well here. You can see Navi really going for the consolation prize, knowing that they can't really contest it up towards the top, so they're going to try and take the hard camp towards the bottom because they don't have that 10.
And all alike, Team Dignitas know that Navi will be playing it slow, so they just go for a 4th at the top. They say, you want to sit back, you want to go for camps, and make sure you soak level 10 first. Fine, we'll just grab your 4th at the top, get that very easily, and then rotate on towards the middle to try and get our next turn in.
And they are going for it at the moment. Do they have enough gems to actually turn in here? I think they've got quite a lot indeed. The level 10s being in here. That's going to be the full Web Weaver turn in. With the level 10s of Mosh Pit, we have the Divine Palm as well as March, Phoenix and Maelstrom coming out as these Web Weavers become unleashed once again. They're trying to clean up these lanes and get them pushed as far as possible. If they could get the Wall of Forts here, that would be a massive pickup for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, I think ideally they're going to try to reach level 13 while Navi is still level 10 or 11 before going into any kind of fight. Kerrigan thought about it for a second, but not quite gonna jump in just yet.
Yeah, that clean kill at level 4 really allowing her to just power down a lot of these waves very quickly here, just jumping from minion to minion. JPL coming in, here comes Brightwing as well on towards JPL. They're looking to try and delay out this middle lane here as the other web weavers are going to push in towards the other ones, but they can't really do too much. They've got the level 10s, Lightning Breath, Water Elemental, Blink Heal, Shadowstalk and Blessed Shield here, but they're not going to be able to save this position. Dignitas is in too much of a lead right now.
Yeah, this is what Navi's been waiting for a long time here. They could go down the line for some Shadowstalk, try to come in from behind. Lightning Breath is something that's very easy to count out because of how little Diablos we see ever, really.
Yeah. If they land a Blessed Shield with Lightning Breath actually coupling up with all of that, it could be a catastrophe.
Yeah. Everything,
for
really.
Dignitas. Yeah, it could be a lot of power coming out from them. They're going to send the Sentinel forwards. They reveal the position there of Team Dignitas as they're going to back it away. But they got the forts. They got what they wanted. And Leoric will just Wraith walk away.
Yeah, I really like that Dignitas, they try to take it slow here. They just pull back. They're trying to make sure that they get level 13 before any kind of fight happens. You don't want to be fighting necessarily with your opponents when you're on equal talents. Even that Phoenix here, the preemptive Phoenix, to make sure they don't get caught here at this hard camp. Fantastically done here by Team Dignitas.
What a win this would be for them if they're able to take this 2-0, considering that pass they've had with Na'Vi, considering that utter domination from Na'Vi in the European Championships. At the moment, Dignitas is up in experience. They are up one game here in this best of 3. And we have still, they're taking control of this map here. It's going to be difficult for them with the level 13 talents coming in now for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, securing that easy camp here is going to be nice. They're going to have a little bit of the pushing force here at the bottom. Do they try and go for a fight here? Or do they just kind of play it slow, get the turn in? Ideally, I think they'd love to go into a fight, but you don't want to rush in too quickly and find yourself in a bad position.
Yeah.
I think they're just tuning up Na'Vi here right now.
And as usual for Zarmany, that Drain Hope's going to get talented into it, level 13 for Crushing Hope. So a big damage can come out here from Leoric if he gets himself on towards a Johanna or a Diablo. That's really where he's going to be aiming for, not only to increase his survivability, but also to really power down the position that we're seeing here from Na'Vi as the Sentinel spots them moving towards the boss.
That spoiled their plans very quickly here. Just going to be pulling back.
Gotta be careful. There's a little bit of engagement going on towards the bottom here as Leoric will Wraith walk away. Just kind of acting as a scout almost here is Zarmany towards the bottom, trying to escort this easy camp to get it to do some damage. Sentinel spots them towards the boss again. But it looks like Team Dignitas here, with the amount of members from Na'Vi that was down towards the bottom, they're trying to bait this out now.
They're almost level 14 as well, against a Na'Vi that's level 12. Fighting one talent down is one of the worst things that you can do in Heroes of the Storm. Probably the second worst things after fighting 2 talents down, which rarely happens. But in this case, Na'Vi knows that they can't fight just yet. But it seems like Dignitas didn't want to risk it because Na'Vi were closing in on level 13, so they just pulled back. And they might just be happy with getting a full turn in here in a second. They've got enough.
They were looking to bait out that position. The Sentinel misses the turn. It would have only hit Bakery. He's got 1 gem and then maybe Snitch. But at the same time, it could have been important because here come the Web Weavers for Team Dignitas once again. Are they going to be... Oh my God! Oh no, they almost got on towards that hard camp there. As we're going to see the Shadow Stock come down. Landing Breath has also been activated here. So they're taking a lot of damage underneath all of this. Divine Palm's been popped on towards Snitch, but I don't think it's going to be enough to be able to keep him alive here. Lots of spread damage. Alex the Pro G, that almost gets out towards the bottom. Diablo's going to fall. Dignitas turning this fight around. Brightwing goes down as well. What is going on? Dignitas was supposed to lose that fight, but they didn't. And they kept themselves alive with all of that AoE healing from Karazim.
Hard camp or not, a massive win here for Team Dignitas. Coming in a little bit late, and now those Web Weavers are going to be pushing it. They're already ahead in experience. They're going to get so much damage here done with all of those Web Weavers. Dignitas, it's their show right now. They're running the show in the semifinals.
It's their show. They are upsetting Team Na'Vi here. They are 2 levels ahead at the 12-minute mark. This is unprecedented considering what we saw from these 2 teams at the European Championship. Team Dignitas has shown up and they are really showing face here. At the moment, they are powering on towards this position. They might not look for the full kill here. They might go for a disengage, but still, here comes the Lightning Breath out from Diablo, doing quite a bit of damage. They want to bring him down during all of this. Alex taking some damage up towards the top as well. Kanden comes in, locking down Bakery and Athero for a moment, but nobody dies.
Lightning Breath really not doing that much here against the healing of Bakery. Dignitas turns around, they still want to fight.
Good little moves from there from the Brightwing as well. Alex Pro G still in the thick of things, and he's going to end up going down. Johanna already falls here. Team Dignitas with yet another pickup. Zarmany actually getting that skeletal swing onto a few of them, slowing them down. Brightwing is locked down. Blink heals out of there. Very important, but the keep has fallen.
So many gems were lost. That was 33 gems here on the Johanna that just died. Some of those were picked up, but so many of those were lost here by Na'Vi, who are in quite a bit of trouble. Level 13 against 16. They just don't seem to be able to win a single fight here.
This is a lot. This is a lot. We have seen, though, Na'Vi in the past come back from the brink of destruction. Think back to their series against DK. Think about the resilience that Na'Vi has had in some of these games here in the World Championship. Do not count them out just yet. They still have 2 keeps available to them. The level 16 talents in at the moment here for Team Dignitas are going to add that little bit of extra power and even a little bit of extra defensive capability. Think about how Kerrigan, with their assimilating shield abilities here at level 13 and 16, is going to be able to keep alive even further in these fights.
Arcane barrier as well. I mean, if you have that plus bakery on your team, usually you're not going to die.
It's going to be difficult for them to really wrestle this back at the moment. Team Dignitas moving up towards the boss here once again. It could be a bait. They're looking for the Sentinel to come out from Shrimpy.
They've actually been really shy to properly start this and then try and force a fight. But this time, I think they might be for real. They're actually trying to get it. And if Navi tries to contest, then Dignitas is just going to want to look to try and wipe them.
Oh, there's a Shadow Stalk. They're looking on towards Snitch here. Can they couple up a lot of stuns on towards him? That's going to be very important. He's already pulled them off as well. The Maelstrom has actually popped. And Joanna gets blown up under the power here from Team Dignitas. Likewise, does Diablo. Splendor is under a lot of threat as well here. Great stun out from Shrimpy to make sure that they're not going to lose 3. But they lost their entire front line. Now this is a great opportunity here for Dignitas to turn around, take that boss, and put on big, big pressure towards that top lane.
JPL letting go of his keyboard here for a second, scratching his chin in disbelief. This has not been their best game.
This could be it.
Struggling so much here. Navi, oh my God.
This is a big push that's going to come out of Team Dignitas here as they are looking to get the revenge on their opponents from the European final.
Look at Splendor. He doesn't look happy one bit.
He looks dejected at the moment. Meanwhile, you see on the other camera there, Bakery looking poised, looking focused, looking like they want to make killing moves here, killing blows. Navi has to play this very, very carefully right now. Oh, and that's not careful enough at all. Oh, that could get him. It pops! It pops! Jaina goes down. That's 35 seconds without big, big damage that they need to be able to keep themselves alive. Team Dignitas pushing on 2 fronts now, looking for Splendor. Blinks away on towards a minion. Very important, teleporting elsewhere to try and keep himself alive, getting away from the theater of combat, but they're going to lose a middle keep here. Team Dignitas is 3 levels in the lead at the moment here against Navi. They're going to get every single keep. And this is a disaster here for Team Navi.
They're just going to try to end it. They want a 2-0 victory. Level 19 against 15 now. Even if Navi get level 16 here, they're just in so much trouble in this game. What does Team Dignitas do? Do they pull back and try and get a turn in? Yes, it looks like they might just try and take their time.
Team Dignitas is in full control here. They're going to go over towards the hard camp as well, try and take this, really continuing to put on the pressure here against Team Navi.
Oh, Alex the Prodigy does not look one bit happy here on this shot that we see at the bottom.
Oof. It's hard for them at the moment. I mean, as much as they did come back against DK in that series in the past, this is going to be tough. Team Dignitas getting themselves almost a full turn in here at the moment, 3 levels behind. With level 20 hitting, there is a massive window here where Dignitas can actually finish this and move on to the grand finals.
18 gems away from the next turn in. Alex is going to get caught.
Oh, there could be more spin! He's able to catch 2! Actually to lay down there. Splendor's able to get away just barely. Got a bomb on him, just going to try and get away here. Alex the Pro G, though, is going to end up falling. That's one of the tanks already gone. Athero with that palm, not even going to pop here as they blow down by Diablo as well. He goes down, Tyranda's gone down too. This could be the finish here for Team Dignitas.
And Diablo didn't have 100 souls. It's going to be a 40-second timer here for him, doing which is going to be down. Bakery almost goes down, but escapes in the end.
Bakery almost dies off there. Good gravity lapse on towards him. Karazim actually does go down here, so there's a potential that they might not be able to finish. They need the healing capability. Are Dignitas going to go for this? Yes, they are. They're going towards core. If they can bring this down here in the little bit of time that they have left, that is going to be moving on to the grand finals. Navi trying to slow down. Jaina here trying to put out as much burst damage as possible on towards these members, but the core is falling. The core is falling. That is going to be Dignitas moving on to the grand finals. They are ecstatic here as they make their way on as the first team into the grand finals of the Heroes of the Storm World Championship. What a victory for Team Dignitas. They got their revenge on the team that was able to bulldoze them through the European final. Team Dignitas here, moving on. What a victory for them. And in the end, we were guaranteed a European team in the grand final, but Team Dignitas looked strong there against brothers in arms. You can see the camaraderie here between the two teams. A lot of respect here between Team Navi and Team Dignitas.
Yeah, Team Dignitas said very openly after the European finals that they were embarrassed in that finals last time. It was a 3-0, it wasn't close at all. This time around, how sweet this revenge must feel, Grubby.
Yeah, going from a 0-3 to a 2-0, showing how far they've come in just a few weeks. And even in just 1 week from last week, where they did not look as strong as they did now. Now, you've all seen the game. You may even want to watch it back again later at home. I will. But there's one moment that I want to show just to show how much they've grown here in this Windows 10 game DVR replay. We're going to pause it here for a moment. They almost took the bruiser camp here, Team Dignitas did. They're moving in here. They have the web weavers summoning. And I just want to highlight Snitch. I feel like he was a big man of the match here alongside Ethereum, and I'll touch upon that in just a little bit. But Snitch's timing of jumping in was just incredible. He looked fairly demoralized in the last week at some point, almost, when I saw him walking around. And we're going to play it here because he was a little bit off again on Battlefield of Eternity. Here we see his timing against Team YL. But here he played just incredible. Going to play it here. Snitch, he's waiting. There, he jumps in as Unstoppable is gone on Johanna, forcing the engagement here. Divine Palm, a little bit early here for Karazim. And somehow they're almost all dead. The reason Ethereal Angel is staying alive there and he's keeping all his allies alive is because of his talent tree, which is just incredible. I love it. Progressive rock at level 1, getting more regeneration for all your for yourself every time you use your E ability, and then groupies. Healing everyone around you in a large burst heal. It's the perfect choice when you have Kerrigan and Leoric jumping in with you here. That's why they're all staying alive here. The combined healing from Karazim and him. And that's why they win this fight. And there with the Living Bomb. Very nice play by ADRD. It's just a beautiful way that their draft work together, that the talent picks work together, and the synergy and timing of them jumping in. And truly, as great as Team Na'Vi played in both the qualifiers and the tournament here, Team Dignitas is super deserving of that final spot.
Yeah, I don't normally do this as a commentator, but I'm actually very, very proud of Dignitas and how they've been able to perform here in the face of adversity against a team like Na'Vi.
Here comes that patriotism.
Brits in the final, it never happens. So there you go. That is Team Dignitas moving on forwards to the grand final. We can confirm that in the brackets as well to show you exactly what has happened so far. This is Group A, of course, showing that Team Dignitas had to face off a little against a few troubles on their road here towards this position that they found themselves in. But obviously, having defeated Team Na'Vi now and moving through to the grand final.
They just got a sweet revenge. Maybe they want another one in grand finals against Cloud9.
Maybe they do if they end up going against Cloud9, that's for sure. As we will not have, you know, Team Dignitas here actually being able to put themselves, oh, sorry, Team Dignitas does put themselves in the grand final. I'm lost for words for at the moment, this is crazy. It's been a long start to the day for sure, but what games that we actually got to witness there after having that little bit of a wait.
And it's only just beginning, as the second semifinals is going to be Team Cloud9 versus Team DK. North America's hopeful against Korea's only representative, beating the previous favorites in Korea in the qualifiers, Team DK versus Cloud9. That's going to come up next, and that will set the stage for the grand finals.
What a fantastic match to come, really. Cloud9 going up against Team DK. We've seen that Cloud9 has had a very strong performance here in the tournament so far. It didn't even have to play yesterday because they were that strong. So now today here, they're going to be coming in very, very prepared for a DK that hasn't looked invincible.
It's going to be crazy. A lot of spectators here I know are going to be cheering for Cloud9 as well. I can't wait until this match begins, and I really hope it delivers as this one just did as well. Because even though it was a 2-0, that was very entertaining. A lot of good fights. And again, you kind of summarized it all in your analysis. Some fantastic teamwork, talent choices, and everything from Dignitas in particular.
Make sure, ladies and gents, to check out BlizzCon.com for all the information coming out from BlizzCon so far. Not only here for Heroes of the Storm, but also the other games that Blizzard is so graceful as to provide to us, all of us lovely, lucky people here in the Blizz world. For now, though, we can head over to Anna with an interview here with the team moving on to the grand final.
Thanks so much, guys. I am here with Bakery. Let's hear it one more time for Dignitas. Bakery, your team has just secured itself a spot in the grand finals. You've won at least $120,000. How are you all feeling right now?
Honestly, this just feels amazing. Like, we didn't actually expect to make it to the final. Our goal coming in was top 4, and especially since we beat Na'Vi, who had such a good record against us in the European Championship, it just feels amazing.
It's a huge topic to talk about you and Navi, as you really did want to prove yourselves against them after the European Championship, but they've also become your friends and allies in scrims. Tell us a little bit about how it feels on stage to be knocking them out of the tournament.
I mean, at first when we won, I felt like really great, obviously. And when I walked over and I saw them, I actually felt really bad because I want them to be in the finals as well. But yeah, once I see the crowd cheering again, it goes good. It's great straight back up. Feels amazing.
Well, you're going to have to avenge their honor as you move forward into the semifinals, and we're seeing some awesome play out of you. We talked yesterday about your Karazim play, which has been really important. You're also one of the only teams to be consistently picking ETC. Are those some things that were keys to your success, or are there others we should notice that have been really important for you and your team?
I think we have 100% win rate with Karazim in this tournament, which is really cool for me because it's my favorite hero. In terms of ETC, it's something we actually picked up here from the Chinese and Korean team. And it just works really well in early aggression. And once you get groupies, it puts out so much healing. It's really hard to deal with in team fights.
It's really fun to watch as well, and we're looking forward to watching you in that grand final. There are two teams ready to face off here on stage, vying for that next spot next to you. Who do you assume you're going to meet when you get to the finals?
I think it's going to be a great matchup. I'm actually going to go with the crowd, though, and say that Cloud9 should make it to the final.
Well, thank you, and congratulations. Get some rest. We will see you again soon. Guys, we are going to check out a video as we move into the next match about what we think Cloud9's strengths will be.
I think Dunk Train, as our captain, really brings a lot of stability to our team. We can, on occasion, get a little rowdy or kind of lose focus on what we're really trying to be practicing. And Dunk's really the one to be there and bring it all together and make sure that we stay on track.
What can I say about any of you? The strongest thing about King Caffeine is probably his presence on the team. Everyone relies on him constantly, and he just always performs. iDream's biggest strengths are his capitalization on the enemy's mistakes, I think better than anyone else in the scene right now. Killing Pro's strengths are definitely in the realm of mechanical outplay. That's just a really amazing feeling when you're playing as a team, you're positioning for a 5v5 and then suddenly you hear from the flank, hey, I killed someone, and you're like, yes. I think it's really obvious that Fan just brings the better strategic sense, just capitalizing on the map rotations and strategic things rather than the team fighting itself, which is something that we lacked prior to his addition.
그렇게 걱정은 크게 되지 않고 한국 팀들이 가장 강하다고 생각을 하고 계속 게임을 했었기 때문에 경기 스타일 차이만 잘 보완한다면은 큰 문제 없을 것 같아요. 어차피 한국이 가장 세다고 생각을 하고 그래서 저희 한국팀 다 이기고 올라와서 저희가 우승할 것 같으니까 즐기다 가시면 될 것 같아요.
The Heroes of the Storm World Championship is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, T-Mobile, and MasterCard.
Hello, friends. It's time to decide the second team in our grand final. And I, for one, am very excited. I think you are too, because I'm ready to introduce your blue team. They're coming from the Americas region. In fact, they are the Americas champion, and we haven't even seen them play yet because they secured their spot so long ago during opening week. It sounds like they might be your favorites. Your blue team is Cloud9. Your red team comes from a long history of pro gaming, and with that comes a lot of confidence. They came into opening week thinking they would not find anyone to stand in their way, but they were wrong. So they've been fighting their way back through this bracket. They are the Korean champions, and they are proud to show you why they deserve to be in the finals. It's Team DK. There has been a lot of talk about who is the favorite to win here. Commentators, I cannot wait what you have to say. Take it away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the semifinals. This is the Heroes of the Storm World Championship, and I am Babel, joined by Gilly as well as Kubi. How are you guys doing today?
Babel, I am so excited that I get to be here to bring this hype match with you. We're going to have a lot of fun, and it's a big rivalry. Once again, we have North America squaring off versus Korea.
Absolutely, one of the biggest rivalries between regions that we've developed so far in Heroes of the Storm, all the way back to that PAX Prime just a few months back, and it was the first time we actually saw these regions facing off. Very contested, and I'm looking so much more forward to seeing how this is going to pan out.
We both know that these two teams we're seeing today are fantastic, accomplished teams in the world. The best in North America as well as the best in Korea. And they have a lot to say. Now, first of all, we do have Cloud9, and I hear they are the crowd favorites. So this is a team that came up a long way, and they also bested Tempo Storm.
They did, and it was a long battle for them to be able to do that. For a long time, it was Tempo Storm who were on top, but they finally were able to start winning when it started with the ESL playoffs and then America's Championship, which was so huge for them. It brought them into having a better seed into this tournament as well, and they've been very dominant so far. Anna mentioned it before. We haven't seen them play since opening week, and even in opening week, they only played 5 games, so a lot of their strategies have yet to be shown in this tournament.
Another interesting thing about that is the fact that these guys are rivals up until we had that Vegas championship. But after that, these guys were training rigorously together to make sure that they could represent the NA region the best. So I have to feel that Cloud9 wants to avenge their Tempo Storm brethren.
Yeah, definitely. And Team DK, they came into this tournament, thinking that they are already winners. Obviously, because coming from the Korean Championship where you have really intense competition, coming into the World Championship with such a mindset, they had a rude awakening. And the way to this semi-final stage, man, Kubi, it has been a really, well, I would say, tremendous experience and also a rude awakening.
Yeah, it has. And, going back to that one time that we have seen these regions up against each other was MVP Black taking a 3-0 over Tempo Storm. So now we have the team that was able to upset MVP Black. A long time considered to be the best in the world, now representing here at BlizzCon for this top 4. No wonder people are saying that they are the favorite team to move forward.
Yeah, and Gilly, remember that time when Tempo Storm, they were in the, I think, the winner's bracket, or rather the grand finals, and Cloud9, they took out Team Liquid. This is the same tournament that Kubi mentioned, and they were looking at Tempo Storm, can you guys take out the Koreans? And Tempo Storm, unfortunately, did not do that. But here, Cloud9, they will have a chance at doing just that.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, we have yet to see North America be able to best a Korean team. MSI MGA, MVP Black 3-0, I believe, versus Tempo Storm. Yes. And then we saw it here, a 2-1 versus Tempo Storm from DK. So this is Cloud9's chance. It's their chance to say, no, NA, they belong up there in the top.
And I hear that it is ready. The big game is going to begin right now as we load up the drum into what looks like Dragonshire. Cloud9, Team DK, the best of both worlds will clash right here, right now.
Looking at Dragonshire, I was going to say I think that'll be Team DK's pick. They've shown that they really enjoy playing on this battleground. They are known for their rotations in a very rotation-heavy battleground, especially when it comes to those individual rotations. Cloud9 going to start off things with a Tyrael ban.
Not surprised to see this. I was talking to some of the Cloud9 guys in the back, and they said, no, we're just not dealing with Tyrael at any point during the rest of this tournament. We don't want to deal with this hero. He's so strong. I think he has something over a 90% win rate thus far throughout the opening week. week and the BlizzCon matches, and they said, we're just going to take Tyrael out, we're going to play to our strengths from there, and we're going to see how it goes.
You know what that does leave open, though, is an Abathur. And Cloud9 are notorious for not liking to deal with that type of play style. We'll see if that's something that Team DK chooses to go for. But so far, a Kael'thas ban on the side of Team DK. And Cloud9, of course they're going to first pick Jaina. They've been doing it all tournament.
Yeah, they have been doing this. This is what I was about to say just now. Very consistent with their strategy. They prefer first pick because of this Jaina. Banning out Kael'thas opens up a lot of room here for Team DK to get the Abathur. But we all know Abathur's not so good at Dragonshire.
So glad you brought that up, Babel. And it's really because this is such a skirmish-heavy map. And while Abathur is really good at sort of providing distractions across large battlegrounds like Cursed Hollow and the like, not really so strong on this battleground here. And so we need to look for more rotationally based teams, something that is maybe even strong in the early game to secure those early Dragon Knights, get some pressure moving, and secure the shrines.
Well, we have some good picks so far in that regard coming out from Team DK, Uther and Muradin. So this is going to dissuade some potential pressure from Cloud9, especially when it comes to those melee assassins. But also, just the fact that they're picking these up, this is something they've already shown time and time again, comfort picks for them in this tournament. So it allows them to hide strategies a little bit going into the second set of bans before they start to really show what they want to do here on Dragonshire.
Yeah, definitely. And Dragonshire generally want to win lanes here. Zagara is a favorite. Sylvanas as well.
Oh, yeah.
And here we go. Sylvanas getting a priority in this battleground. It's important to note that she just has so much push potential as a specialist.
Right, I'm glad you brought that up, that push potential. Those two picks right there for Cloud9 perfectly exemplify that. Having Leoric, perhaps even in that top lane, he's just a very safe hero to put up there just so that the team can say, we want to rotate heavily between the very close mid and bottom lanes of this battleground. Leave Leoric in the top lane, and you have Jaina and Sylvanas to do a heavy push between the lanes. You can even throw all four of the other heroes rotating between those two lanes to get a very, very effective push.
The nice thing, too, with Sylvanas is if they are able to pick up the Dragon Knight, having Sylvanas paired on top of the Dragon Knight means that the structures won't be attacking the Dragon. So it requires Team DK to have their heroes come a little bit more forward, and they might be able to catch somebody out of position because of that.
Cloud9 should be looking at a warrior ban here, and it will be Sonya. I actually prefer Arthur's ban because Arthur's would be so important in winning a lane. He is also one of those that can win lanes pretty well, but Sonya will be able to put up a bit of a control in terms of the amount of damage that Team DK will want to do. Now, in terms of the draft so far, Uther as well as Muradin, they provide such a good rotation-centric composition. In the early game, I think Team DK will be looking to rotate between the lanes, and if the rotation proves to be successful, Cloud9 may actually be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuns there. They could definitely chain those up and be able to take out someone. I also like the ban on Johanna from DK2. Already we see, you mentioned the push potential of Cloud9 with Leoric and the Sylvanas. So making sure they don't have Johanna on top of that, that would be a lot of really good solo lane heroes that they could get, keep the minions pushing and keep them off of their own structures.
Okay, so after the second set of bans, Team DK looking to pick up Zagara and Arthas. Arthas very likely will be part of that rotation crew, but Zagara, another safe hero that can be put in that top lane to sort of negate the push that Leoric will be setting forward.
I really like the fact that he picked Zagara and Arthas here. They know that they're not able to win lanes without these heroes, and they also already addressed the Johanna. So here we have Zagara, the best 1v1 in this whole game in terms of the laning phase. As long as she stays safe, she does have those creepy tumor to provide those vision, she should be okay. Arthas has got so much of a good presence.
Yeah, they have a lot of potential to have the rotation now, especially with the Zagara up top. Cloud9 picking up a Rhaegar. That is an interesting choice there for their support.
That's very early, I almost want to say, you know, just because there's nothing really that's jumping out at me from Team DK that says we need burst healing that has to come out. And unless they're predicting something crazy for this last pick from DK, what do you guys think is really prompting this Rhaegar pick?
Well, Rhaegar Ancestral Healing is going to be so good. Basically, they just want to make sure that they counter against Uther's, well, you could say anti-burst in a sense, but Ancestral Healing is very difficult to pull off. And you would not really expect a burst damage from Team DK, more of like a sustained damage. So maybe Rhaegar will be able to heal up in the late game once they heal level 13 and 16 with Healing Surge and Tidal Wave. That will really help keep the sustain alive.
Yeah, it could be maybe looking at, if they're going to have the solo warrior, then I could see maybe the Rhaegar because he does have that chain heal, and especially once it gets going into the later game. But that's still very scary to have a solo warrior Leoric. Not something that we often see. Oh! It's not a solo warrior because there's Rexar.
Okay, I have actually seen Cloud9 running this in the past, and we were sort of theory crafting about which of these heroes would be in the top lane. Leoric is what we were thinking, but Rexar, especially if you grab the level 7 talent that does extra damage to mercenary minions, he is actually very difficult to push off of that top lane. So I fully expect to see Rhaegar completely dominating the top lane and the top shrine. Very difficult to solo in that sense.
Well, definitely you have Rexar as a huge, you could say, contest against Zagara in the top lane. That will be interesting to watch. Maybe once and for all, Zagara may be dethroned as the best 1v1. We'll see. After this, Zagara, Muradin, Uther, I'm expecting one more range damage dealer here. Would probably be Reyna or Vala. Vala's very consistent with the Asian meta, so I'd like to see that. Kel'Thas already banned out. Jaina being picked up by Cloud9. I don't think they've got much of an option left, actually.
Yeah, definitely will be the Vala as our final pickup for our Team DK. So we do now have the stage set for Dragonshire. They'll have very consistent damage between Zagara and Vala too, but a lot of potential for ganks between the Arthas, the Muradin, and the Uther.
All right, so we have shown the cards on both sides. The draft is complete. Now what I want to know is which composition do you think has the upper hand, Gilly?
Why me first, Babel?
Because we have to go down the line.
Oh, is that how this works? All right, fine. I'll wait.
I really like Team DK's composition, especially with the fact that they have the Devouring Maw. We've seen some really clutch plays happen off of the Devouring Maw. But I'm pumped. I'm super pumped about Rexar. Gotta throw that out there.
So for Cloud9 for Gilly. All right.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on that for sure. How can I not be rooting for Rexar in a time like this? First time we've seen him, and I am so excited to see what he's going to be able to bring to such a rotationally based battleground. And we know that Cloud9 is going to be able to pull off these types of technical plays. A very strong mechanical team. I cannot wait for this game one.
All right, so 2 Cloud9 on my side here, very well done. So ladies and gentlemen, do join us on Twitter at Esports Heroes using the hashtag HeroesWC and vote for your favorite team using the hashtag Cloud9 or hashtag DK. Now, Kubi, thank you very much for joining us here. We'll be back with you on the analyst in a little bit after game one is done, but we are loading up right now and we are going to Dragonshire Cloud9 versus Team DK. And as the map loads up, give it up for the team on the blue side. Cloud9, Dump Train will be the Rhaegar. Fan onto the Sylvanas, iDream as the Rexar. K1 Pro onto the Jaina. King Caffeine as the iconic Leoric. And on the red side, we have the team from Korea, the last hope, Team DK. Crazy moving will be the Vala. Jaehyun onto the Uther as well as Nobles onto the Muradin. SCSC on his favorite Arthas. And Sniper as the Zagara.
Man, speaking of the Zagara, look at that Void Seeker mount. It is so awesome looking. I really want that, Babel.
I already have that. So it's really awesome. I mean, this comes really well with the pre-purchase of Legacy of the Void. So, I mean, it's one fantastic mount. It completes the collection. If you are a Protoss fan, you should definitely go for that. And here we have a little bit of a nice engagement going down already. Fan a little bit out of position, but the stun will not connect on him. iDream setting up some form of a nice wall in with Misha going for the charge. Will connect, but not enough damage. Seems like the backline was just not in a good position, and they don't want to overextend.
So this is iDream, the flex player for Cloud9, playing Rexar, which of course puts King Caffeine playing his favorite Leoric. He really makes some awesome Leoric plays. I don't know if you remember, but that amazing Entomb stopping the Butcher in the Americas Championship. We're going to be looking for some cool plays from him for sure.
How can anybody forget that?
Right?
Basically blocking out the Butcher's Furnace Blast. So well done. I'm not so sure if it's going to be Entomb in this game, though. What do you think?
Yeah, we'll have to see. March the Black King also makes a lot of plays too, but he generally does play a lot more of the Entomb, so we'll see how that goes. Up at the top, we do have, like Kubi mentioned, the Rexar versus the Zagara, and we'll be looking at the creep spread there from Sniper 2, being able to make sure that no ganks can come in from Cloud9, as she'll be able to spot those out with that vision.
I mean, I would love to see Entomb with Ring of Frost, and hold that thought. Noble is a little bit of trouble, but we'll be okay. Some stuns coming out. We have Blu-rays, Gilly. Cloud9 looking for the first DK, but already Jaehyun at the bottom shrine picking it up, and it seems like we're going to have a raid race instead. Also, Zagara on top will be picking the Sun Shrine. So it seems like the sites is just flipping so quickly. Rotation-wise, very, very nice and even.
Yeah, we have a lot of rotations that happen between the mid and bottom, and we may have an engagement here, but looks like both sides just kind of feeling each other out. There goes a Howling Blast onto Leoric. Won't be able to get a takedown. No first bloods just yet.
Vala channeling up the DK, but getting canceled already by Sylvanas Haunting Wave.
Oh!
And they get the Dragon. Team DK goes in. Dump Train is in a lot of trouble, getting rooted as well by the Howling Blast. Will go down. Novelist is also pulling back, dropping very low, and a nice charge back there by Crazy Moving. It seems like it will be Leoric on the bottom side. Rexar top lane against Sniper 1v1. Meanwhile, we see that Span is just trying to put up some form of defense. SC pulling back. We have a bit of a heal going down, and DK will be able to pull back safely.
This is why SCSC is known for his Arthas. His Howling Blasts are always insane, and already they're able to get a Dragon Knight so early in the game as well as a takedown. But because it is such an early Dragon Knight, they're not going to be looking for any like super pressure. They're just trying to get as many towers as they can, try to get ahead in terms of experience, so they might be able to pick up level 7 faster, level 10 faster, and then catapult off of that with future Dragon Knights as well.
They also will stun lock Sylvanas. Sylvanas does go down, and they will finish off the second turret in the mid lane. So that means that both of those towers are already gone. And I consider that a 6.5 out of 10 a victory there for the DK.
Oh, Misha in a lot of trouble, but also is Rexar. Misha goes down, but the big deal would be able to get iDream, and he will fall. Another takedown in favor of DK.
Cloud9 is just not able to react to these rotations coming from Team DK. Very much on point. They do have the upper hand with Arthas as well as Muradin, and also to consider lock-in with the support Uther coming into position. Now Cloud9 just needs to hold back, play it slow, play it safe. They are not really winning lanes.
Yeah, and they're also down a talent tier. Speaking of talents, we have Jaina who has picked up the Frost Shards build. So we're going to be looking at more of her Frost Bolt build. That's going to be able to pierce. So what they'll be looking at is the potential to be able to hit both of the members, the warriors of DK, and then later on, if she chooses to go for Numbing Blast, she's able to hit both of them, root both of them, and then they can disengage from that.
It'd be really good to see how that works out. Also, a possible build on the Frostbolt would be pretty awesome machine gun build, which would do a lot of damage. I think it works out to be about 700 damage every 0.6 second with Icy Veins.
Right.
All that thought, Novelist, and gonna go in, but we'll pull back out. Caffeine is gonna be fine as well. Some Siege Giant throwing those rocks. They need a technological upgrade.
Well, we'll see if they are able to pick that up. We do have an upgrade, at least for Cloud9, as they have level 7 now picked up, but they're still finding themselves behind a level. So both teams doing a really good job of soaking. At this point, they're staying even now. But if it keeps up at this rate, we will have heroic abilities picked up on the side of DK first, and the Dragon Shrines are about to spawn in just 14 seconds.
All right now Team DK 1 level lead. And they also will have the Bruiser Cam attempted already. This is going to help them provide so much pressure on the top lane, which means that a Sun Shrine will be going to the raid team unless something is done to stop that from happening.
Yeah.
And we have Cloud9 at the bottom lane actually going for the Moon Shrine.
Yeah, they're going to hold it for as long as they can, but now they have to really look at what kind of tricky rotations they can get into as they approach a level 10 team when they don't have it, because that is a very good window of time that DK will have to try to pick it up. So the Bruisers are starting to push. You mentioned how much pressure they're going to provide on top. Rexar, though, did pick up the ability that allows him to do more damage to minions and mercenaries with that Spirit Swoop at level 7, so that will help clear those out faster.
We have Jaina defending the mid shrine, so no worries there. Meanwhile, bottom shrine here, we have the rest of Cloud9 picking up the Moon Shrine. Sniper top lane pushing down the lane as much as possible, and it seems like Zagara is pretty dominant even against Rexar.
Yeah, Misha is having a really hard time, especially versus all of her minions too, but Sniper has run out of mana. He picked up that battle momentum at level 7, and that does mean that he is very mana dependent, so it may be somewhere where she's going to get pushed back. Actually, up in top, she gets taken out. A rotation from Jaina comes in, and that's a great move from Cloud9 to try to bring this back.
K1 Pro with the flanks, making good of his word. He is the best flanker that America has ever seen so far. Fan, meanwhile, in some little bit of trouble there. Haunting Wind will keep him safe. And mid lane, again another Dragon Knight. Now goes to Team DK. They are also level 10, so this means Cloud9 may not be too keen to defend the spot that the Dragon Knight's pushing.
Heroic abilities picked up are Devouring Maw, Divine Shield, Strafe, Avatar, and Army of the Dead for Arthas. So we're not looking at a super push-heavy Arthas. We are looking more for his ability to sustain through fights as long as possible, be the brunt of the damage that is given out by Cloud9 if possible.
All right, now they can fight. They already hit the level 10. And a nice cancellation on the charge there by Caffeine. We also will see some really interesting talents, Gilly.
Yeah, we have Bestial Wrath picked up for Rexar. 150% bonus damage for Misha when they pick that up. So we'll see how much damage she's able to do when she gets in the back line. She was already going toe for toe with Zagara a few of those fights.
Man, I really like the Entomb, and you're right, it is the Entomb, but it's not a Ring of Frost. It's with Water Elemental and Misha. So you're getting locked in to a cage with a water elemental, as well as a really pissed off bear. I don't want to be in that spot.
I don't think any of DK want to be in that spot. They do have some people who, well, actually, they don't really have much of anything. They'll have to rely on their devouring maw potentially to be able to get out with just Muradin, who has the dwarf toss, to try to get away from that.
Yeah, Team DK still has the level lead, and they're looking to exert even more lane pressure on the mid as well as bottom lane. Top lane Rex are struggling, but rotation-wise from Cloud9 still not there yet. Caffeine with the Rave Walk. We see a bit of a stun onto the Rhaegar. Rhaegar, Ancestral Healing, down train, saves himself. DK now pulling back, but there is not enough damage on this side. Sylvanas just barely joined the team, and Jaina's also there. Now Caffeine a little bit of trouble, maybe popping the Entomb. Not just yet, there goes the Entomb, and the Welling Arrow combo on top of it, but where is the damage? Water Elemental knocking onto the Muradin, Divine Chill, as well as the Straight Fan dropping a lot of HP. Noble popping, Avatar already going in, looking for the lockdown. Caffeine wishing to respawn faster, not gonna get it yet. Noble will pull back, and Team DK will be safe. That is a 1-for-0 exchange.
Once again, that Howling Blast was so impressive. They weren't quite able to capitalize on it, but they still did get the Leoric takedown as well. Such a fantastic job by Team DK, and once again, they find themselves up a talent tier just as shrines are about to spawn. But it's not so dire for Cloud9. They're only half a level behind this time. Maybe potential where they won't just have to give away a Dragon Knight for free once again to DK.
I'm really excited. I'm looking at a possible Icy Veins build right here, and Caffeine is pulling back. It's going to be okay, but they are one talent down right now. They need to soak the lanes a little bit more before they can get to level 13. And Team DK, they are looking pretty good going into the next phase here for the Dragon Shrines.
The difficulty for Cloud9 is because they have been behind in these fights and they have lost some towers. It becomes pretty tough for you to try to pick up those shrines in top and bottom. Thankfully, Rexar did pick up the Bruisers. That pickup at level 7 for his Spirit Swoop, giving extra damage to non-heroic minions, does mean that you're able to jungle very effectively.
Yeah, we see Caffeine using the Wraith Walk, nicely timed. And also the fact that I think Arthas is the biggest problem for them. They just cannot go too close to this guy. He does have the Frozen Tempest that does a good amount of AoE damage. And King Caffeine is again setting up the stage with Drain Hope. That is the only thing useful against the Arthas. And as he drops to below 50% HP, some shields coming out. Water Elemental popping as well. Top lane, iDream dropping a lot of HP. And Sniper Nobles will be able to pick out iDream in the top lane. SCSC maybe the trade here, and he goes down 1-for-1. And Tomb snatches Uther, but there is no damage. The Water Elemental's blocking everybody. Jaehyun will be okay.
Man, the Water Elemental, that's exactly what you talked about. The Entomb with Water Elemental, a snowman saying, if you want to walk past me, you can, but you're going to be slowed down and chilled, and you're going to have to walk past all of these members. But we have a 1 versus 1. But both of the shrines, once again, picked up by DK. But for now, we're going to just see them continue to kind of play roulette here, trying to get to either rotations and pick them both up.
Oh my God, Fan, you don't want to be here to chain stun, and the hunting wave will not be successful. Down goes Sylvanas.
All right, so Sylvanas down, and this is a big deal for DK because they're finding themselves up in experience, but also with a little bit of a power play where they have 5 people on the field, and this is huge on Dragonshire because this is a time, a window where you can really try to make something happen. Caffeine really good at guarding the Dragon Shrine, and they do have both of the temples, so that's going to slow down DK. It's very important here that they do everything they can not to give up another Dragon Knight.
They're not really worried about the top shrine because you always have Misha, doing the dirty work, going to the shrine there and picking it up really well. And right now, the rest of Cloud9 just holding it, playing it safe. May see a possible Bush party here. Noblesse as well as the rest of the team looking for a possible flank, but he may be in a lot of trouble. If they spot him out, Fan gonna get caught out. Jaehyun swings by looking for the stun, will not get it. Caffeine now also using Wraith Walk. And it seems like the push on the bottom lane will still continue from Team DK.
Yeah, they have so much damage they can just freely throw on that, and the zoning from SCSC was really superb. Nobody wants to walk through the Frozen Tempest because it slows you more and more the longer you're in it, so he can follow with you, make you slowed, taking free damage, if you will, for DK. So all the while, Vala and Zagara were free to throw damage on that fort, so that'll be the first fort taken down for the game, and that does give level 16 to Team DK.
They will have the talent lead again, but just for a brief moment here, Sniper going back to the top lane to address this. Rexar is almost looking like it's a very, very painful hero to deal with in the top lane. Without Zagara there's nothing they can do. They gotta make sure that they don't find S5s. And Dragon Shire, I mean, this battleground is all about teamwork, split up. You're not looking at big 5v5s all the time. You're looking at strategy. You're looking at a macro play. You're looking at making sure that you win the lanes and defend the fort, because the first fort will be what keeps the Shrine folks alive.
Yeah, there's a lot of skirmishes here, like you mentioned. You don't see a ton of those 5v5 fights, and when you do, they're always very epic, but until then, you really want to try to catch your opponent where they have fewer heroes than you do, or they're down a talent tier when you are. And it's all about strategizing, trying to catch them in their rotations and have the favorable engagement on top of that.
Okay, we see the top Shrine again. Misha swings by, denying the possibility there, as well as the Dragon Shrine in the mid lane. Still no Cloud9 members going for it. Rest of Team DK with a bit of a rotation to the top lane. iDream buying so much time, but where is the Dragon Shrine attempt?
Well, Caffeine's trying hard, but there are several members here of DK going to be able to stall it out long enough for them to pick up the top Shrine. Speaking of King Caffeine, I wanted to point out that he did grab Imposing Presence at 16. This isn't often seen on Leoric. You usually see like the Renewed Swing or Consume Vitality for a Skeletal Swing. Oh, but he might be in trouble here, so we might have to continue this conversation later, Babel.
Brave walk from Caffeine. Noblest looking for the lockdown, not going to get it. Dunk Drain keeps the teammates safe, and the rest of Team DK now with a 5-man aggression on the mid lane. They will not have control of the top Shrine. Again, Misha goes to work.
Yeah, well, they're having a heck of a time picking up the Shrines. They can't, or at least are stopping the Dragon Knight being picked up from Cloud9, but it's only a matter of time until Cloud9 may be able to find one of these members of DK, catch them out. It could be right here. They're on the way in.
And yet to catch a sniper. There goes the Divine Shoot, Jacob pulling back, but there goes the Devouring Maw. And Central Healing connect. Baneling's bursting some damage. K1 Pro will be okay. The silence quickly onto Uther, but a flash of light healing up the rest of the team. And we got Sniper pulling back. Noblest once blocked. K1 Pro will sidestep the stun. And K1 still staying safe. The rest of the team coming back in here. We will lose Sagara on the side of Team DK. iDream with Misha doing so much work, but no more best to rob. And iDream still staying alive. Rexar goes down. SCSC is still pretty okay, but Noblest dropping way too much HP. 2 for 1 exchange so far. Maybe more. SCSC gets blocked, and Alpha's looking to go down. Last few hits, and they get it. Noblest down, also well go down. 4 men down, the crowd is roaring. Cloud9 will win that fight.
4 for 1 here in favor of Cloud9. They finally find an engagement, and for once they're ahead in experience. They're going straight for the Dragon Knight. They know this is their time. They've got to start getting some structures down. But thankfully, they haven't really even lost very much themselves into this game. We've had a lot of really good defense from both sides on those structures.
We will celebrate the first Dragon Knight for Cloud9 as they plow down the mid lane. Finally, a fort on the side of Team DK will be addressed here. Fans knocking on quickly on the mid fort. And still we have 20 seconds before the full team forms up for Team DK with Mordin's respawn.
Yeah, at this point, they're going to, it looks like they're going to go down and take another fort too. They realize they're getting very, very close to those Storm talents at level 20, which would be oh so beneficial for them. And they're even skipping the talents, or the towers. They know that they need to use this time they have with the Dragon Knight on more experience-giving and more important structures like this fort.
Look at K1 Pro. It is the IC Vein. It's time for Jaina to let it go. Level 20. Storm talent getting picked up, Dilly.
Yeah, we have Rewind for more heals from Rhaegar, as well as Spectral Leech coming in for Leoric. Every time he has a basic attack, he'll be stealing health from all of the members, making him even more survivable and taking even more of the life away from these members of Team DK.
It's such a good counter against Arthas because he's got a good amount of HP right there. Caffeine with the Entomb, a bit too far back. Rest of the team still not ready for it. Fan's gonna respawn in just 5 seconds. The whole team pulling back slowly. Misha knocking on the keep. The keep will still stand, but C9 pulls back. They have the Stomp talent. It could be a bait. We don't know just yet. And it seems like it will be the Howling Blast connecting a little bit. Drainhope will be disconnected as well. Noblest will just run away with the Dwarf Toss. Rest of the team going in the last hit, and they get the kill for Cloud9.
Spirit Swoop will swoop in and take out the keep. They're able to secure that. DK tried desperately to push them back, but they knew it was going to be very difficult to deny that keep getting taken out because they don't have level 20, still half a level away. And this is a time when Cloud9 are going to start to paint the map blue. They're going to move around. They're going to push the lanes back. They're going to pick up whatever camps they are and push with them, especially those bottom camps. They're so important now because they have the keep down there. Those will be pushing with catapults, Babel.
That's exactly why the combat mechanics in this game is so strong. You're looking at had one good fight, and the mid 4 going now, the entire bottom lane decimated already. Cloud9 still has the lead, but Team DK is almost getting the level 20 that they desperately need.
And that's the power of Sylvanas too, right? The fact that they were able to go in and take out so many structures lends to the fact that she has that black arrow for her trait. She's able to stop those structures from attacking. They can at any time rotate to another structure like we see them doing here and quickly start to decimate it as well.
Lyric scouting out the enemy team. He does have Wraith Walk. He will be okay. Drain Home not connecting. A bit of a dangerous position for him to be in. iDreams Misha looking for a bit of a disengage in case it is needed. But C9 stays safe.
Yeah, she's so nice for that. The fact that she only counts as a quarter of experience if you do take her out. You don't want to lose her because Rexar is way weaker without her. But the fact that you have her there, she can be out in front and she can charge in to stun someone to allow the other heroes to escape is really nice play by iDream on that Rexar.
Knowing Cloud9's strategy, they win one more fight and that's all they need. It will be a straight core if possible. iDream goes in for the lockdown. Spectral Leech going to work. There goes the Hardened Shield quickly on SCSC. Caffeine pulling back, 2-man stun in the background, but Team DK will steal one blood. Sniper is already in position for the Devouring Maw if needed.
Yeah, Cloud9 took some damage there, but everyone's healing back up. Noblesse jumping very far forward. Now that is down. That means Dwarf Toss is down. They aren't going to go straight after him, but it could have been a potential for them to do so.
Yet, unfortunately, Fan as well as Down Train in both the Sylvanas and Rhaegar, they are at the top lane. And we see King Caffeine again going and boxing out the Muradin. Who's the real king here?
I think King Caffeine.
Yep, neither Mountain King nor the Lyric the Black King, but here we have King Caffeine, and coffee wins any day.
All right, well, I agree with that. I would love some right now, but until then, let's see who's going to grab the next Dragon Knight. We have iDream. Once again, Misha on that shrine. So nice to be able to pick that up with her without putting themselves out of position. They have the potential there. There is the charge in as well, and you mentioned it. If they pick this up, they're going to go to core with it. It's a potential 20-minute Dragon Knight. That is so strong.
It is Mutalis just retiring right there. And we also see iDream just using Misha to its maximum potency right here, defending the shrine quickly, and Noble is going in, missing the Storm Bolt. Unfortunately, SCSC will be in front, but there is the Entomb on 2 target, also the Silence in the back line. But Cloud9, they are not comfortable yet. They want to take it a little bit slower, making sure Misha with Vessel Rum holds the front line. There goes Misha, charge, and the Divine Shield onto the Muradin. He's going to be okay. King Caffeine from the back line, still not at 2 for 30 seconds, but he's still holding on pretty strongly. Will not be enough. A 3-man Devouring Maw from Team DK. They want blood. Baitlink's coming out. More damage on the side for the Koreans, but still no takedown yet. Down Train now trying to stay alive, but will not be successful. 2-for-0 exchange.
2 down on the side of Cloud9, and one of them their healer. This is big for DK. They've already picked up one of the shrines. They send Muradin up to the top to get it and start to rotate to the mid in the meantime. They're ready. It looks like Cloud9 are desperate to try to stop this. They know that probably everyone isn't up here yet, especially because Leoric provides vision.
The flag from K1 Pro. They won this takedown. Noblesse will go down, but Cloud9, 3 versus 4 is still not so good. We have a bit of a catch-up. Caffeine from the back line. They need to group up, waiting for the reset. The Entomb on 2 targets, but still not enough damage. Caffeine holding the front line. iDream with Misha. They want to box out SCSC. He pops Army of the Dead. Strafe doing a lot of damage in the back line. Crazy moving, staying safe. Some heals coming in, but still no kills yet. And Arthur's maybe the first to go down. Arthur's getting healed up again. And with the Divine Shield, stays alive. Zagura will go down in the back line. J-View now in even more trouble. Willing arrow connect. Misha, jump for joy. Unfortunately, no stop, but J-View will go down.
That fight could have been so bad for Cloud9, but they rolled the dice and it came up boxcars because they didn't have their support. They didn't have Rhaegar, and it was only a warrior down on the side of DK. Yes, it was a very important warrior, but they still had one more. It was much scarier for Cloud9 there, but they knew they had the Sylvanas. They knew they could stop the fort from attacking. They went in for it, and they were able to pick up yet another Dragon Knight here.
Oh, Fan channeling up. Fan will beat up Dragon Knight. Misha catches SCSC, and there goes the Entomb. This is the big problem, and the chargeback on Vala, not enough damage for Team DK. We still see Fan doing some damage, but it is not going to be a kill just yet. Cloud9, they want to take it slow. They don't have to rush this. but they are in the lead.
Yeah, and Jaina is up in 10 more seconds too. And they have plenty of time, still a full minute with the Dragon Knight still for Jaina to be able to come up. And you look where they're pushing. They already have catapults here. There's only a tower standing in the way for the core. They know this is a 22-minute Dragon Knight, Babel.
It is going to be the bingo lane right here. We're looking at a tower, but Fan wants to go to the core. Caffeine on the back line, doing some damage against Noblius. That Spectral Lich is just so painful to deal with that I don't think Muradin will stay safe. Fan losing a lot of HP, tanking up so much damage, but Muradin still not going down here. Fan now may actually respawn at Sylvanas, and Cloud9 will fail this objective. They have to pull back. We still see Noblius staying safe. King Caffeine running back again. Stumble misses yet again, and the Essential Healing unfortunately will not connect. Will be down for 5 seconds. And Cloud9's Caffeine needs to respawn quickly, but he is using whatever mechanics possible to come back and break the game.
Misha was there once again and did fall, but as I mentioned before, not a ton of experience. And at this point, we've already hit the Storm talent, so it's more important that they're able to keep all of their big heroes alive. And that means they need to get Leoric back. But you mentioned it before, he'll come back faster. He is Leoric and has that Undying ability. He can use his abilities to cheat death a little bit, and that's exactly what he's done. So he's almost up. The important thing is that the rest of Cloud9 were able to get away, so it didn't become a win condition for DK.
It is, and in fact, if you think about it, the two things that can die on Cloud9's roster, first would be Misha. That's the best thing to throw away. Second would be King Caffeine, because he comes back so quickly. So in general, it's still not a bad of a loss at the bottom lane, but they did not push down the lane fast enough. And generally, it's just a bit of a miscommunication, I think. They wanted to go for Muri, they wanted to push together, and nothing was achieved.
Yeah, the Dragon Knight did take a lot of free damage from that core up there, as well as all of the members, because the rest of the team was focusing on Muradin and weren't able to pick him up. So we'll see how this big push, this minion push that we have in the bottom, but we could have a fight as well.
A bit of a problem, Ancestral Healing used already, but this is a sandwich, and Team DK is the meat patty right in the center right now. SCSC holding up the front, trying to chase after Rhaegar, and there goes CN2 splitting the fight into SCSC with the Divine Shield now will be able to hold the front, but Caffeine pulling back, and Cloud9 stays safe. K1 Pro again with the flanks and dropping those really icy cold rain.
Every heroic ability has been used except Devouring Maw, and that can really change the tide of battle. Cloud9 need to be so careful there, and they realized that that was still up. They knew that that could be a potential problem, so really great disengage from them. Both teams playing fantastically here, knowing that a wipe at this point, it's game over for them.
It is, and they have to play very safe. 24 minutes in, almost 25, really. 9-11. We are looking at really, really good, even game here on Dragonshire. Cloud9 still has the lead. They want to make sure they take one good fight. That's all they need to win this game number 1.
Yeah, and because they have the keep down, it's on the back foot force DK. But here is the fight. You mentioned this. Misha is charging in.
Oh, maybe this is the one. The Varmo connects on 2 targets behind Sniper. With both, that's used. Caffeine gives chase, but already they lose Arthas. And King Caffeine dropping way too much HP will actually go down 1-for-1 at the end.
All right, a warrior down on each side, as we do have the potential for a Dragon Knight to be picked up. 1 shrine held on either side. A big minion push up in the top, maybe enough to take down this top 4. But Sylvanas is going to come in. She can clear out these waves so fast, might be able to save it.
Might just be enough, but one thing I'd like to point out here is that if you look at the cooldown, there is no Devouring Maw for the next 1 whole minute. As for all the other heroics used for Cloud9, the cooldown's only 10 seconds remaining, so they can take a fight in the next 10 seconds and have a 30 seconds window to win that fight.
All right, so now we have the Dragon Shrines trying to be picked up. It looks like we might have a bit of a trade here happening, so just back and forth, but Noblesse might be cut out here. Here comes iDream.
And Noblesse pulling back. He's got to stay safe a little bit. Rest of Team DK is already in the back line. Water Elemental giving chase, and Tomb catches Sniper. He still has both, or maybe not. And the Wailing Arrow, but we have the Divine Shield keeping him safe for a little bit. Crazy moving, pulling back again. More consistent damage from Team DK. K1 Pro with the flank. SCSC goes in. He bolts back out, and it seems like there's still no kill.
And the big deal was the Divine Shield was popped there, but once again, now Devouring Maw is up. Unfortunately, Noblesse is in a lot of trouble here, and he's gonna fall.
Noblesse goes down 4 versus 5. This is for real. They know they have the numbers. Can they win this fight? And Tomb is going to be up in just about 15 seconds. SCSC with all those extra body blocks, he's not able to run away. Ancestral Healing again. And Arthas trying to pull away, running away from that skeleton game. And Devouring Maw connects. Zagara already gone. Maybe Cloud9 wins here. I don't know. But SCSC looks to go down for sure. A lot of kills coming out. It is not enough 3 men down. JQ now getting 1 back in. That's it, make it 4. We got Crazy moving, running away. Fan giving chase, but Fan, you want to make sure you focus on the core because this is their moment. Cloud9 looking to nail the final hammer in here, and it won't be a possible win. Trave in the backline, but nobody cares about Vala right now. They want the core, they want to make that sandwich. Vala still goes down at the end, but the core now dropping 4 will go down, and it seems like game number 1 will go to Cloud9.
Cloud9 taking game number 1 versus Team DK, and this is huge for them. They are 1 game away from facing Team Dignitas in the finals. All they have to do is 1 more, but Team DK looked very strong for that game. They dragged on for a long time because Cloud9, they really struggled to find the final nail in the coffin there. So we'll see how the next game tends to go.
Well, it is very, very exciting. I mean, that first game was close for most part, but Cloud9, they had the bigger and better macro game. Don't you agree, Kubi?
Absolutely. When it got to that late game, especially after they got the Wildfire Bear, the Burning Rage upgrade for Misha, all I can say is Misha, Misha, Misha. Because that's what that was all about in all of these team fights in the late game. They just got so much value out of that. Being able to use the Bear to isolate some of the backline targets like Vala, pull them out of the fight because just the positioning, the body blocking was very on point. It was really all about the Warrior play too. The Entombs were not necessarily used to set up kills, but to pull out some of those big cooldown abilities. So let's head on over to the Windows 10 game DVR replay. We can check out one of those exact moments where we really saw that plan going into action. So we have a really nice fight starting, but always keep your eye on Misha. We're going to pause it right here. At this moment, during this Maw, actually we're going to go ahead and keep playing it. This really nice Maw gets thrown down, but really the big thing we want to highlight here is the Wailing Arrow that gets thrown out. But once Uther dies, you have to make sure that you know he's going to have a lot of healing because of that flash of light. So the team splits up, disengages for just a quick moment, is able to back up, re-engage a little bit after. We see that life leech from King Caffeine, and this becomes an incredible chase. At this point, Noblesse does not have any way to escape at this point, but Misha is getting so much damage in with that Wildfire Bear, able to isolate some of those backline targets. Noblesse, crazy moving, looking for ways to get out of this fight, just was not happening. These are the types of play that Cloud9 is known for, and really what is able to get them this type of victory.
Such an awesome play right there. They capitalized on the mistakes made by Team DK, the overextension. And also, like you nicely pointed out, that was actually the game-changing moment for Cloud9. Don't you agree, Gilly?
No, absolutely. It was fantastic there by Cloud9, but what I love is that it was Rexar and Misha, and we had yet to see them. So that is the big deal, is that Cloud9 were able to keep this strategy until now when we have this all-important game on the line. They want to go to finals. They want to prove that they're better than the Korean region, and they're 1 game away from doing just that.
They are, and it looks to be very, very much exciting right now. Cloud9, they are up 1-0. For all of you guys who just joined us, you're in for a treat because Team DK, they're 1 game down. They got to make sure that they equalize this series with winning the next one and possibly even taking it back home after that. That's a huge order for some team, for someone who actually said that there is no more competition here. Everyone else should just have fun. With such a heavy word, being used in front, they're going to now back it up with real results. We'll see. But in the meantime, guys, we have a break to go to before we bring you game number 2. And in the meantime, also, just let's hear what Cloud9 has to say about the team captain.
I think Dunk Train, as our captain, really brings a lot of stability to our team. We can, on occasion, get a little rowdy or kind of lose focus on what we're really trying to be practicing. And Dunk's really the one to be there and bring it all together and make sure that we stay on track.
Our team captain's just a really reasonable guy, and whenever there's just arguments or disagreements, he'll be there to just fix things. And whenever we just lose track of practice, he gets us focused again.
I'm team captain of a bunch of guys who are kind of goofballs. It makes it a lot easier. We just don't tend to get heated or upset, and you don't need to make administrative decisions that, turn one person against another or anything like that, just because we're so relaxed.
I think like everyone on the team has pretty big egos, and Dunk is able to keep calm, and whenever we have disagreements or whatever, he's there to kind of keep the peace.
The Nexus is a realm of endless conflict. A crucible for heroes ripped from countless worlds. In this new battleground, fate will decide their allies and their enemies. Now, they face a greater trial. Here, anything can happen. Heroes, prepare yourselves! The ultimate challenge is upon you. For soon, you will enter the arena!
Terra Marines are the toughest frag magnets in the galaxy. But when they're in trouble, guess who they call? Medic! Winning a battle is more than just shooting enemy soldiers. It's about saving your own. I protect every member of my squad with my life. Sometimes I think I'm the only thing holding them together. Who am I? I'm Lieutenant Morales. I'm your medic. Ugh. I'm gonna need a lot of bandages.
I think the team we're most afraid of right now is probably DK.
I think everyone expects the Korean region to be really strong coming into BlizzCon. It seems to be the general feel of the community. So more than anything, we're looking to shut them down.
I wouldn't say we're afraid of them. They're just the strongest competitors here.
아무래도 북미 유럽 쪽이랑 게임을 안 해봐서 걱정되는 팀이 있다면 C9 팀이 걱정되는 것 같아요.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the semifinals between Cloud9 and Team DK. I am Babel, and joining me today is Gillyweed as well as Kubi.
We had a fantastic game one. It was a long game on Dragonshire, which was the choice for Team DK. And yet, Cloud9 were still able to defeat them on their home turf. So now, what do DK choose? Do they choose to go first pick and allow Cloud9 to choose the field of battle? Or do they go for some comfort pick of theirs? They've been showing things like Garden of Terror, Sky Temple. We'll have to see when we get into the draft.
Definitely. I mean, Team DK's strategy so far in all of this competition is to always go for the map pick. Picking a battleground to them is important, and this is again consistent with most teams. In fact, most Asian teams. But we know that Cloud9 plays very differently. They love the first pick, and maybe Team DK may switch it up here to snatch away the first pick. We actually know even why they won the first pick, but we'll say that once the game starts. Right, Kubi?
Yeah, so the big thing to bring up about that is when I was talking to Cloud9 backstage, they said the one battleground they were willing to give them, because they know they like it so much, is Dragonshire. And the fact that they're able to get that out of the way in the very first game, they know that that is their strongest battleground because of how rotationally strong the team is. That really sets them up for very good momentum, not just because they're up 1-0. They know they have that battleground out of the way, and that is going to give a huge morale boost to the team.
It will, and we're also looking at similar battlegrounds that has got a lot of rotations, like Tomb of the Spider Queen, and that would be a possible battleground for Team DK.
It would, but like you mentioned, if they like the potential of picking up the first pick and thinking what you're thinking, maybe a little hive mind here.
Yeah, we have that.
Yeah?
Little
Yeah?
apathirst in top of our mind.
Guys,
sorry.
Help me out. Come on.
We'll put a hat on you as well.
Okay. Awesome.
We're talking about a certain Frost Mage.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Got it.
There's only one of those. So I have an idea who it is.
And I just have to say, by the way, K1 Pro, he did so well in that game just now. The number of flanks from the side, all those damage. And remember, you are looking at 600 damage per 0.6 seconds on the icy veins, on those frost bolts, those little icy shards, they hurt a lot. And when they come up from such an angle, unexpected, there's no way to sidestep them. You get locked down, you get bursted down, and that's exactly K1 Pro's mind game right there.
It was a mind game indeed, Babel. We'll see if they allow K1 to have Jaina once again as soon as we get into the draft. But what are you thinking? If they give the battleground pickup to Cloud9, what are you thinking maybe they would go to?
Well, there's a lot of strategies at play. We've seen them play Lost Vikings. So Garden of Terror would be a possibility as well. You may be looking at Sky Temple, where you have the Illidan Abathur, which they did try and pull out as well. But we don't know what is left in Team DK's wide arsenal of strategies here. But I am getting word that the draft is ready. And we are now going to draft number 2 for the semifinals. We are going to Cursed Hollow. Wow, did not see that coming.
Yes, a very large battleground, of course. We were sort of talking. What?
I know what happened. Team DK went for first pick, and Cloud9, they love Cursed Hollow. So that's what happened.
Do. But we have DK banning out the Kael'thas. So I think we're likely to see them grab that Jaina. Cloud9, this is a big battleground. We talked about this. They don't like dealing with the Abathur. Do you think that's maybe a pickup that they will choose to ban?
It's either going to be the Abathur, the Tyrael, maybe the Jaina. We haven't really seen too much of that yet. Also, Uther is in contention there. There really are quite a few very impactful strong picks. Okay, they're sticking to their word. They are just not going to be playing against Tyrael at all for the rest of this tournament.
Sounds like maybe they found something that they dislike more than Abathur. I did not think that was possible, Babel.
Yeah, well, Abathur is one of the most broken mechanics this game has so far, if played correctly.
Right.
Now, don't get me wrong, it's a very hard thing to do, but most teams, they want to make sure that they get the macro game going, soaking the lane EXP. But what this means is that Abathur is actually open for Team DK. And we actually saw Dignitas use the Abathur to take down Cloud9 before, but they will lose the Jaina first.
All right, with Jaina being picked up here, Cloud9 now have 2 picks of their own, and they're the only 2 before we go into the round of bans, because DK will have 2 more picks before that. So looking at this, we still have Uther available. We still have Muradin available too. And we even have the potential now, because K1 Pro won't get that Jaina, we may even get to see one of his patented Tyrande plays.
Yes, the Tyrande has really made a huge splash during the Vegas competition. Probably even a lot would say was kind of the MVP, especially during that last game with the Owls. Just sort of has a knack for really having that map, you know, awareness, if you will. What are we going to see for these first 2 picks? Is it going to be that Uther? Seems to be a very common pick to grab early on, but really just does not have the best of win rates, despite how talked up of a hero he is.
I agree. Uther. Whoa! We have Hive Mind! Abathur going to Cloud9. Where's those Abathur hats? We need them right now.
We do! We're feeling you apparently not having these. There is Abathur as well. The big deal, of course, is that ultimate evolution. The fact that you're able to clone one of your teammates and have 2 of the same teammate on the battlefield. But also, those toxic nests. If you go for that toxic nest build, those are so annoying, especially once you pick up that 50% slow. There's lots of places, lots of bushes that you can place those, and when people run through, all of a sudden they're slowed down and taking massive amounts of damage.
Guys, if you can't beat them, join them. So they're going to grab that Abathur. Now, there's a lot of heroes.
That's my head right there.
There you go, Babel.
Sir, I need that.
Just throw it out of it.
Yeah, just throw some over here. But yeah, we have a possible Uther pick as well. Down Train, he plays Uther really well. I asked him, and he knows, and everybody knows that he got a beard that looks just like the hero.
Yeah. For good reason. For good reason, he really needs to sort of get into the shoes of Uther if he's going to be able to play it that well. So we're going to have Abathur. We need to sort of keep our eyes peeled for what are going to be the good ultimate evolution copies, if you will. What are going to be the good targets for that? Jaina would have been a great one. Obviously, DK has that picked up. Not going to be an option. Perhaps Illidan. Keep that in mind. That is really one of the best ones. Not so heavy of a skirmish map, but they can make it work.
Well, with the Tassadar pickup, that even becomes more viable, because then they have the shields from Tassadar to assist whatever support they choose to pick up on top of that. It really is kind of an all-in strategy on that one hero, but that one hero just won't die and is such a commanding presence when it comes to team fights and the ability to clean up once damage starts being thrown out.
So the next question is, does Team DK foresee this and pick up Muradin sort of as a preemptive counter to get that reverberation and slow the attack speed down for Illidan?
I'm thinking Uther Muradin should go to Team DK. Those are tier 1 heroes, but there's a good reason why Cloud9 prioritized the Tesla Abathur, and it is going to be Uther on the side of Team DK. Downtrain's going to play against his weird team here, or rather copy. Oh. And yep, it's going to be Sonya instead. Here we go. Have to wait for that. But Sonya on the side of Team DK, Uther, Jaina. This is a strong lineup here. They got enough damage in the back line, enough burst, and a very, very strong heavy hitter in the front line.
So far, though, the real only control they have is the Hammer of Justice. You know, the spear, but that's not always going to be a guarantee to hit from Sonya. Does Cloud9 ban out or perhaps even scoop up Muradin in this next set of rotations if they're planning on going for that auto attack? You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be Illidan. There's other options as well. Butcher is going to be quite strong. Any of the strong base spellcaster. Okay, they're going to ban it out themselves.
I love that ban because it would be so strong versus the composition that DK have. Sonya is all about not getting stunned. You need to be able to keep whirlwinding to be able to stay in the battle as much as possible. She's a very brawler-heavy hero who excels at constantly being in the fights, and stuns just wreck her. So it makes a lot of sense to take out Muradin, who has a lot of those, especially once he goes into avatar form.
Yeah, definitely. And also going to see Caffeine again on Leoric. That is a fantastic hero for him.
Trademark hero.
Yeah, trademark.
Made some plays last game, if I do say so myself.
Best Leoric that the world has ever seen. King Caffeine, here we go. Cloud9 looking for one more pick. What do you guys think it is?
Probably not to show too much of their strategy. They'll take a support.
Yeah.
I would think.
All right,
One
so
more?
Well,
okay, there it is. So they're going to go for the Brightwing. A large battleground. They really want to make sure that they do have the rotational ability, especially with the tribute spawning. You know, you don't. It's kind of a random, you know, between top and bottom. So they need to make sure they have that mobility. They can soak, and then at the last minute, right before that fight happens, rotate down.
Not only that, but look at what they have. Brightwing and Abathur. Such good abilities to soak because of the phase shift, like you mentioned. They also banned Sylvanas, so they want to be in control of the laning when it comes to this map.
Yeah, definitely someone we all know. Team DK, we're looking for a little bit more. I'm thinking Illidan going to Cloud9 already. This is Protect Illidan composition. They have run this before. It is pretty successful. Now, Team DK, on their side, though, they will have the Vala, which is a bit more the range damage. Now, the biggest question here is, do they deny the Illidan and pick it up, or is it going to be another frontliner?
I think it'll be another warrior, but who?
Arthas.
Yeah,
That's the one that's really jumping out at me.
I mean, SCSC, he loves Arthas.
Yeah, and he was, some of those fights, it just took them over 10 seconds.
Whoa!
Okay! Chen!
It is Chen, it is.
Up against Polymorph. That seems like such a risky thing. He's not going to be able to brew using his trait, that fortifying brew. That is what really is giving him that sustain. And if you polymorph him right out of that, he can't really be so far in the front line.
But, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
But using that enables Sonya, because it's really just the one polymorph, right?
True. If you're soaking up those stuns and disables, yeah, maybe that is really just what they're going for. All right, one more pick.
Wait. I have to say this. Washing machine combo. Washing machine combo.
It's there.
It's right there.
We're going to have the leap.
I don't know if it's going to happen,
Oh,
but
I
it's
hope
right
we do.
there.
Love it.
Wandering Keg is going to be so fantastic to box out even all of those support on the side of Cloud9. One last damage dealer. Let's see what it is. They have got so much support already coming out for them. Who will be leading us to the promised land?
Who's going to deal all the damage for Cloud9?
Who's
carrying the flag? It's Okay, was not expecting to see this at all. They do run it, but man, this feels like an incredibly risky strategy. This is the game that could take Cloud9 to the finals, and they're playing Murky.
Wow, talk about pocket strategy, something we all have never expected before. They have run this before, but this is interesting. So Murky has got Slime Pufferfish, Safety Bubble, but I want to talk about the heroics right there. And it's at the March of the Murloc, Octo Grab. The first one, it is a complete disable. You will not be able to move. Those tentacles, feel them. They will be there. And Octo Grab also does so much damage. Such a wide range to catch up. Also, you have the March of the Murloc that basically does a lot of slow as well as damage. You know, small little AoE, not too small, but big enough for a fight.
Man,
I'm speechless.
Abathur Murky.
Yeah.
What is happening? And I will admit, Dunk Train said to me, are you ready to see a Murky at BlizzCon?
And you just kind of look at me like, what
I
does
was
that
like,
mean?
no.
When is that going to happen? We asked him during opening, he was like, we're going to play it. We're going to play it for sure. Against GIA, we're going to open up. It just didn't happen. He's like, my team wouldn't let me do it, guys. Like, what do you want? My team wouldn't let me do it. I was like, okay, all right. So that's a little fun thing that you try to tease the casters with. That's fine, but here it is. At the most important stage, here it is.
At a game-winning moment, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's basically one more game for Cloud9, and they're waiting for it to happen. And I think that this is living the dream. That's what Murky's all about. That's what America's all about.
They're pulling out all the stops. Rexar last game, Murky this game. This is insane. Can Cloud9 do it? Man, DK, I hope you're ready.
You think they've even seen something like this before? That's really the big question. As weird of a pick as this is, how much is it going to throw DK off?
Well, it is going to be up to this Cursed Hollow. It's a big battleground, a lot of room for split push to happen. Now, guys, before we go on, composition favorites, please.
Come on.
Okay, Murky. Murky.
Please.
We got our answer already, guys. It's very simple. They like Murky. I think that it's going to be very tricky to push up. I kind of like the washing machine combo a little bit more. So we'll see. We'll see. All right? That's it. Thank you very much, Kubi. We'll see you again after this game for more analysis on the game itself. And ladies and gentlemen, join us on Twitter at Esports Heroes using the hashtag HeroesWC. And you can see 93% for Murky on Cloud9. Finally, we're going in. Living the dream. Game number 2. Cloud9 versus Team DK. We're going to Curse Tolo. Meeting the Funboy John. On the blue team, we got Cloud9, Train on the Brightwing, Fan on the Avatar, iDream playing as the Murky, and K1 Pro onto the Tassadar King Caffeine on his signature Lyric. And on the red team, all the way from Korea, facing elimination, Team DK. Crazy moving as the Jaina, Jaehyun onto the Uther, Nobles onto the Sonya, SCSC as Chun, and Sniper will be Yovala.
Sounds like the crowd's in agreement with the Murky pick here as the gates open and we are heading in to the Cursed Hollow.
It is a big battleground. The strategy here for Cloud9 is very simple. Soak the lane, push the lane, and make sure that Team DK cannot rotate in time. They will probably go for Toxic Nest build here, just to slow and provide a lot more vision.
Yeah, we're looking at the Murky build, and what we're seeing here is he's going to pick up Bubble Breeze. It gives you movement speed once you do go into that safety bubble. So the name of the game, as he starts to pick up more of these bubble talents, especially at 13 and 16, is Annoyance. Murky is made to just die, be taken out over and over again because he only counts as 25% of a normal hero's experience as long as you don't get his egg on top of the takedown.
Yeah, wow, B-Walk from iDream. Well, he is made to die. How do you make a hero that's meant to die and he goes down? Deserving B-Walk right there.
Absolutely. But he's going to spawn right now from his Easter egg and be right back out into the lane just in time to soak up the rest of the experience. It's a little bit scary to have a solo Murky there in the lane because if he goes down, he can lose out on some of that lane experience. But for now, we do have, it looks like Tassadar joining him, and that means shields. Oh no, Murky is going to rotate up on top of it. So they're just going to be looking for trying to annoy as much as possible. And as they get into the later game, with the build that we'll probably see Abathur put on top of it, it's going to be so much pressure into the lanes. So DK needs to get a lot done early on.
Yeah, and also I really like the idea of having the shield on to Murky because you just make something that's meant to die almost indestructible. Plus, don't forget you have a little bit extra shield from Brightwing as well if she does pick up the face shield going into this game right here. In terms of EXP, still very even right now. Team DK rotation-wise, trying the best to cope with this Murky that's just on a Murky hunt.
Our Jaina has picked up Lingering Chill over Deep Chill, so increasing the duration of Chill from 4 to 6 seconds versus the bigger Slow. So looking to be able to have Chill last for longer, be able to deal more damage, the bigger amounts of damage that she does deal for longer amounts of time.
Oh, Caffeine with Brave Walk seems to be okay. Ancient Spear not even going to be used here by Noblesse. And Caffeine just soaking up the mid lane. They're just playing this slow. Remember, Cloud9, they want to play it slow. They want to soak the lane. They want to apply pressure across all 3 lanes and to fill this mid area, the transitionary areas there with those Toxic Nests.
Yeah, when you're against that Toxic Nest build of the Abathur, or when you're playing with it, rather, you really just want to try to get one lane pushed as far as possible, and then eventually you can start to apply a ton of pressure. It's like putting your finger on a bruise for your team, because you just sit there with the Abathur as much as possible and send your Locust in, constantly pushing the lane, putting pressure on your opponents.
All right, needless to say, this first tribute will be very interesting. Almost 0 contest coming out from Cloud9, unless they do decide to park a Murky right next to it. We'll see what happens here. Team DK going for a very easy first one. Dunk Train, throwing some bananas, feeding Uther a little bit. The guy's very happy. He's going to continue going for it. But meanwhile, backline, we got K1 Pro. Noblesse dropping a lot of HP. Tassadar will use that extra health from Dimensional Shift and generate a Flying K Caffeine. Ray walks back out, but the team cannot take a fight. This is not a team composition that can win a fight yet. Lyric goes down. Team DK goes in, and the extra Flying King onto Dunk Train. Dunk Train needs to stay safe. Some extra shields coming back out. This is not a Murky. It looks like one, but it's actually a Brightwing, and friends no more. Brightwing goes down.
We can't be friends anymore?
Unfortunately, Brightwing goes down, so I don't think so. We have got Caffeine holding up the front. Murky was trying to attempt a steal right there, but was not successful. We have Abathur soaking the lane, so the longer they buy and drag this out, the more, better it will be for them. See Silent Stone coming out. It's just harassment over and over again. Abathur soaking the lane. In terms of macro, if they can hold up without losing too much, they can still win. Caffeine holding up, but will go down. Sniper being chased by Murky, and Murky brings the kill to the team. iDream boxing out of Jaina. K1 Pro now going for the tribute. Crazy moving. We'll not see it Abathur onto the Murky, but we'll take it out at last.
It is going to be so difficult for DK to pick up tribute to Ever. Now, once they start to get SCSC bulkier, they have that chin with the talents that keep him alive for forever, it'll be a different story. But for now, the first tribute is going to go the way of Cloud9, and already fans sitting in the top, putting a ton of pressure on towers on top of it.
I have to say I was completely wrong. I was expecting Cloud9 to just soak the lanes, but they went for it. Went for the tribute, throw out those harassment, avoid a team fight, come back, throw out more harassment, and hope that Abathur does his work, which he did. He soaked up a lot of ammunition, in fact, all of them on the top lane. So Fan, his primary work right here will be to take down the top lane.
Yeah, the name of the game really is to try to make DK, force DK into an engagement, and then make them last as long as possible. And meanwhile, Abathur will be as far as possible pushing that lane, trying to push down some structures. They already drained a ton of ammo and did damage those towers. Starting to get experience from that, that's going to push them ahead, and then they will be able to win team fights potentially just because of the fact that they have level leads.
Yeah, but right now, level lead going to Team DK is just slight level lead, so very much in control here for Cloud9. We got Murky pulling back, SCSE, bring out some fire. iDream saying, you can't touch this. And we have another tribute spawning. Abathur back to the top lane, going toward K1 Pro, channeling it up. Sniper with the Hungering Arrow, but pulls back with a nice vault. Jaehyun looking for the Holy Radiance, not even going to use it. Oh, well, actually use it to force the disengage onto the tribute there. Rest of Team DK is just nicely congregating right here. K1 Pro pulling back. We have a bit of a Brightwing assistance coming. Caffeine goes down. They lose one member. We still have Murky applying a lot of harassment onto Jaehyun. Unfortunately, not going to go through, and a tribute will go to Team DK.
Normally, that would be a very scary tribute to try to pick up for DK because it is in a protected area for Cloud9, but they were able to make it work. They all got in there. They had a perfect position. They separated out the teammates from each other and were even able to pick up a takedown. Now, looking at the talents we have as we get closer and closer to our heroic abilities, I wanted to highlight that we do have Manic Pixie for Brightwing, so it's not going to be damage on her polymorph. It's going to be extra heals for anybody who does have that shield Pixie dust on them.
Yeah, not Peekaboo. Peekaboo is just apparently not so useful in this battleground somehow. But we still have Mana Pixie, which basically helps a lot for the Brightwing. And I do believe that as time goes on, the EXP will catch up for both sides. It looks to be pretty even right now. Team DK, they made it work in the last tribute because they were forcing members off the same direction. They're going to make sure that Cloud9 comes from a different direction every single time. They got members that basically don't stay alive so long. And look at that iDream, looking for the burst. Pufferfish will not be enough, but Murky, it's a good try.
Yeah, he did put some serious damage down, and we did see the Octograb, which is what he picked up. We also have Ultimate Evolution, Blink Heal, Force Wall from Tassadar, and once again the Entomb. So maybe we're going to see an Entomb with the Force Wall just to cap it off as a nice little box.
Yeah, it will be really, really good. I mean, it is an interesting follow-up. It is a kill zone, and if you have Murky's Pufferfish with Rewind, there's two fishes inside in a box. That's scary.
Sounds like a fish taco right there.
It is a fish taco. Sniper getting cancelled there. Signing Storm not perfectly covering the whole area, but Sniper looking to pick it up really well. And they will get the second tribute for them. Murky still goes down at the end again. And Caffeine in the mid lane facing some trouble against Chen. In terms of having the macro game, it doesn't seem to work out so well for Cloud9.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that Cloud9, King Caffeine did pick up Fealty Unto Death at level 4. That is not a normal pickup. It's almost always Hardened Bones because you really need to be able to take less damage when you Wraith walk away from a lot of damage. And a lot of damage is exactly what DK has. So picking up that Fealty Unto Death means that he wants to be able to, well, every time a minion near him dies, he gains back health and mana. So they're planning on being in lane a lot.
Yeah, it is. And Caffeine facing off here a little bit, using Drain Hope to stay alive. Some shield from K1 Pro. Also Brightwing swinging by. They lose the tower right here to mid lane. The next tribute is actually going to spawn really soon. And yep, there we go, 15 seconds. I called it. Crazy moving now, coming in to join the rest of the team. Now, if Cloud9 cannot deny this tribute, it will be cursed.
All right, so they're starting to head up to it right now. We'll see where Abathur goes, probably to the bottom lane to start putting pressure on those structures. But there is a lot of damage already put on King Caffeine, and that's what I'm talking about because of they don't have that Hardened Bones. He took a lot of damage in the Wraith Walk, and they've already been able to take out King Caffeine at this tribute phase.
Can they stop JQ? And I don't think so. Wow, a nice disengage. Some bananas being thrown out. Who thought bananas could be so useful? JQ now able to try and channel up against Murky going down. Caffeine looking for the respawn. Avatar soaking the lane separately. K1 Pro pulling back. The false wall being used. Chun boxing them up. But we got JQ picking up the curse. And it is curse for Team DK. They will be able to push the top lane as CSC goes in because the towers are not attacking. The fort is completely AFK. And Dang Train needs to pull back. We see Avatar coming in to do the extra work. But SCSC still pushing Dang Train back, and it will not be a successful defense.
The really big deal there on top of it is that Murky didn't have an egg down, so that was a full respawn timer for him. He couldn't come back in and try to deny the tribute pickup, so that's huge. On top of that, level 13 now being picked up for DK. Jaina considering that Icy Veins, but I'm wondering if maybe she'll want Ice Block because of the fact that Murky can always be there, always putting on pressure, and she could find herself out of position.
A possible Ice Block will be able to stop the Octo Grab, but right now, we have to remember that Cloud9, they can play the long game here. They don't have to go so quick on defending all of these extra outer towers. They just got to make sure that they stay safe and hit a level 20 when you have Rewind, when you got Octo Grab with 2 pufferfish, extra slimes, and you got a bit of the extra hive mind on a single. That's going to be really good for Avatar. It just shields up so much. Lyric will practically never go down.
Now with your first curse, you're looking at the 2-fort rule. You really want to get 2 forts down because that means that you won't get into, well, we're getting into an engagement right here now, so hold that thought.
Here comes the Divine Shield. Murky goes down again. A quick respawn will be possible, but Caffeine will be the next to go down. Fan out, dropping a lot of HP. Looking to pull back, will be okay. It's actually the Ultimate Evolution clone right there, so he's doing as much damage as possible. We see Dang Train doing some extra damage with those extra help of those bananas right there, but I Dream will be pulling back. Caffeine looking to respawn. They seem pretty helpless at this state, actually, and K1 Pro popping the extra force wall will be okay. Caffeine respawning as CSC just completely drunk behind at the back line right now. And the pufferfish going out to do a little bit of damage will not connect on Chun. Chun's gonna be okay. Caffeine with some extra shields in front, pulling back. And it is the Wandering Tag. We see some damage, but Chun will pull back and try and stay safe. SCSC, a lot of HP lost already, and this is the kill zone. The pufferfish comes out, but it will get cancelled at the end. iDream giving the chase. Octo Grab not available for the next 25 seconds. And it seems like the team is still giving chase here. Noble is pulling back. Sniper will be safe. SCSC drinking up as he goes. iDream still with Avatar on top will finally go down.
Man, we have the Barrel Boys in this house as Chin has picked up that Wandering Keg, and now they have nearly, well, they have a full level lead, but they're nearly 16 talents on top of it. And I mentioned, you're looking at a 2-fort rule with your first curse. That's generally how much you want to get done. It puts you a lot ahead, but it also doesn't mean that you overcommit resources and maybe get caught out when structures start to come back online. They got 2 forts, but they also got the towers in front of the mid keep, and they got a lot of damage on that keep as well.
They got so much benefit from the first curse. Cursed Hollow is a very snowbally map. Generally want to make sure that you get those triggers early on. It's not to say it's impossible to come back, but you're going to make sure that you play even harder at a later stage here. And Murky again in a lot of trouble. The boss will go to Team DK. Crazy moving, looking to do some damage there. Nice side step by iDream. I'm surprised he's not B-walking right now, but he's going to be okay.
Now they picked up the boss on top, and it's really important that they grab that. It's the safer one. It's on their side, but also that's where it's going to push, and they've already taken down the fort on that side, so it's going to start putting pressure onto the keep structures. And later on, because it is on their safe side, on DK's side, that's always something that they can be looking at winning off of because of that boss. So they really want to get as much damage done from that, and they really want to keep putting on the pressure on that top lane specifically.
At a moment like this, Avatar's play will be important. You want to make sure that you have a good Avatar on your side, because you have still 2 more tributes to go. That is about 2.5 minutes into this next phase of the game. As long as Avatar can soak up the lane and get a level lead back, it's going to be pretty possible before they are forced to take the next fight. They want to get level 16 because that's where most of the talents will be unlocked here quickly for Cloud9.
Now they did pick up level 16. A great play, by the way, in grabbing that level 16. King Caffeine pushed with these giants while the rest of the team knew they had enough damage to take out the boss. So they knew they didn't need to have everyone there. It was overkill, so they got their level 16. Unfortunately, they did lose their own boss. They knew they couldn't contest it. They didn't have the same talent tier, so they are going to have to deal with this boss on top of it. And this means that Cloud9 is being put on the back foot on their favorite battleground here.
Yeah, it is. We still see the Grave Golem pushing down the bottom lane. Abathur is trying to do whatever he can on the top lane right now. And Tomb being used already. Caffeine don't have that for the next 45 seconds. Tribute spawning on the top half of this map. But Team DK, they don't care. They want to get the bottom keep. Murky's egg is so close to the team. They're going to make sure they play safe. Down train pulling back. Polymorph going down. iDream swings by. Looking for some damage. A fan cloning up another Caffeine. That is Tulio in the back line. Noble is in a lot of trouble. There goes the Divine Shield. We'll be okay. Pufferfish will connect. It seems like Jaehyun is dropping a lot of HP, but will still stay safe. Caffeine goes down at the end. Ice Block comes out. Fan now doing even more damage. Crazy moving goes down. Nobilis will also be in a lot of trouble, dropping way too much HP. The team has to force to disengage. We see Dimensional Shift. iDream coming back out again. And finally gonna see Brightwing phase shift right into this one. Sniper to going down a lot of damage already. Some extra help from Abathur at the top head quickly onto iDream. And he will again use the safety bubble. This is why Murky's so good at level 16. Caffeine looking for the respawn, slowing them by so much. And Team DK may not be able to run away, but Wandering Kang ensures that the safety mechanic will be there. And Tomb catches them. Sniper now in even a lot more trouble. The Pufferfish gets cancelled, but SCSC jumps onto iDream. iDream still alive. Murky, he is practically not made to die. With Abathur on top of him and safety bubble. And now the right wing attempt. SCSC says, I'm done, I'm enough, I'm just gonna drink here. You know, I'm gonna really go down it. Another Pufferfish, this is big. Jaehyun looking to go down, and Cloud9, they are back in this game. The game is equalized.
How did Cloud9 pull that off? It looked so bad, but man, they kept going. The fact that they had that Murky, they knew when Leoric would be back up. Now they've taken out a fort. Meanwhile, that whole entire time, that huge, long fight, they had Abathur up top, soaking and pushing too. They're ahead in experience, Babel.
Yeah, they are, and this is why a good Abathur is so important. You need to know when you need to body soak, and that's exactly what Fan did, going all the way out here to the top to make sure he makes that play. But we're gonna be careful. There are some enemy, well, structures here that can spot him out, and the rest of Cloud9 pushing down the bottom lane, and Tomb not really connecting straight by Sniper, going out. A lot of consistent AoE damage coming out from that Vala. iDream now pushing down the bottom lane. Nobilis flanking from the side. Murky goes down, but the Pufferfish, the damage has been done, and Vala goes down. What a worthwhile trade. Murky will rejoin quickly, but Caffeine dropping a lot of HP, some shields going down, and he goes down finally. Fan now dealing some damage in the back lane. Nobilis now, you don't want to play against Murky. There goes the slime. Murky now with the invulnerability again on the safety bubble. A few seconds before he will be able to use it again. Just so good. iDream giving a bit of a chase with more slime. Gotta stay safe here. The shift from Tesla, K1 Pro, popping Dimensional Shift. Nobilis with those extra slams coming in. iDream running back, but look at Fan, he gets the curve for the team!
This whole time, Fans just sits there, picks up the tribute, he's like, I'll just grab this, guys, don't worry. Look at the push on top too. Now they're even back. Caffeine's back. He hits the Entomb on top of Jaina as well, and there is the force wall.
But there is not enough damage for a takedown, and Murky's not in the vicinity. SCSC with the Flying King onto Caffeine. It's going to go down easily, and that's gone already now. Team DK wants a little bit more. The curse will still be in effect. Here comes iDream. Murky lifts the Dream with another Pufferfish, looking to use the safety bubble to stay alive. Nobilis with the Whirlwind. They want to burst on the Murky, but it's so hard with so much shield up. It's practically like an Illidan with so much extra damage on it. A lot of AoE damage. The Boxograph goes down. Pufferfish not used, but the damage has been done. It's just buying so much time. Meanwhile, they lose the top cave.
They hate to play against the style, but apparently they love to play it. They get a keep, the first keep of the game.
And you have iDream still on SCSC. Come on, get out of me, brother. This is not going to work out. He bolts away. They want to catch a little bit more. And Tomb, big use. SCSC in a lot of trouble. Drinking his wolves away. That's not going to work. Polymorph goes down. And Chad will be going down as well. Nobilis now in a lot of trouble. Murky's addressed, but that's okay. Caffeine pulling back K1 Pro against Vala with the help of Brightwing on the sideline. Caffeine pulls to the left side, will be safe. Murky's egg is just so close.
Man, that was an amazing play by King Caffeine to wait until the bolt from Chen had been used to throw down the Entomb on top of it. You can't use it twice in a row. It has a 70-second cooldown. So they were able to throw down the Polymorph. He couldn't drink through it. And on top of that, they got Chen down. He's down for another 34 seconds. This is a perfect amount of time for them to be able to. Is this them just going out and taking the boss by themselves? I guess with the Abathur hat, that's a lot of damage they can do on top of it. So they're going to work on this. They want to get another keep down. They want to win condition. They want to move on to the grand finals of BlizzCon.
And they get spotted up by Team DK. The rest of the team in the vicinity. Caffeine now with the flank. Divine Shield, Boss Wall. You shall not pass. But
see if they're able to close out the series.
And we still see iDream playing the Murky, living the dream in the back line. In terms of level, both teams are dead even. Another Foswell Sniper has the vault, will be okay. He does alter a bolt of the stump. K1 Pro gives chase. Psionic Stump coming right out. Caffeine looking for the respawn. A few seconds remaining. The swing will not connect. No slow right there. But K1 Pro gives chase again. Another Foswell. Noblesse dropping so low. Jaehyun quickly with those heals. Caffeine respawns and Tomb is a possibility here, but he will not use it.
All right, so they're just working on getting these lanes, continuing to push. Meanwhile, Apather has been putting on the pressure, just hanging out in mid, why not? As he's working on that final fort remaining on the side of DK. But the really important thing is that DK is kept completely back in their base at this point. This is a battleground. Well, all battlegrounds, you don't want to have catapults pushing against you, but especially on Cursed Hollow, because you want to be out, you want to be contesting these tributes. If they could pick this one up, they would be able to get a curse, but it's not going to happen. Dunk Train is here. Can Noblesse slow him down? The line slowing.
And the wall, and Caffeine will go down, but DK, they will not get the tribute. No curse. Curse is denied. iDream going in. There are no mistakes for Murky, just happy little accidents. Ruined. I know, we got it. And we also will see Team DK now knocking on a possible boss. iDream in the backline, Pufferfish not connecting. They're knocking on the Grave Golem. Already, Caffeine looking for a respawn. iDream goes down. K1 Pro needs to stay safe. He does have pressures. Another false wall yet again. And Murky looking to rejoin the team quickly, but look at Fan. He's pushing the bottom lane. SCSE now going up against K1 Pro. He may not have pressures. There goes another dimensional shift. Will be okay. And Murky gives chase in the backline. Another clone to Tassadar in the backline. SCSE holding up. Murky goes down. Noblesse wants to give chase against Caffeine. He's holding up so well with the Spectral Leech, but will Wraith walk out of trouble there? And then at the end, Ancient Spear, will connect on Caffeine. He finally goes down. Noblesse is doing whatever, but look at Abathur. He's getting a keep.
The keep is going down so fast to these Locusts. DK realize they need to try to win here. This pressure is too much for them. They're trying to get a team wipe, but it's so tough because Murky just keeps walking right back into the fight and dealing more damage. Every time they think they nearly have it, Murky comes back or Leoric comes back. It's so difficult for them, but if they can get this tribute, they would be able to get a curse, start to even out this pressure.
Yeah, they have to. They're just buying time, playing it safe, toxing Ness up, whatever, wherever, and hoping to make sure that they get one good fight. That's all they need to end this game for Cloud9. For Team DK, they also can win this game in one fight. Now iDream is getting chased by 3 heroes right here. This is remarkable.
All right, so King Caffeine working on Chin with that Drain Hope. He's already very low. iDream trying to come in a lot of trouble, but does have that rejuvenating bubble, so healing back up. The Entomb goes down, but Caffeine very far forward will get taken out, as does Murky. Only Tassadar and Brightwing remain, but once again, they bought the time. They picked up the tribute. Another curse denied from DK.
Credits to Dunk Train right there. He just directly went for the tribute and got the extra count. So now it's 2 upon 3 for both sides. Team DK is definitely frustrated. How do you work against such a composition? So much shield, impossible to take down, and so much toxicness. Gotta make sure the position's right, gotta make sure the flank angle is correct, and gotta make sure to stay alive on top of all of it. It is gonna be really, really hard for them to pull off.
All right, well, we've got the boss trying to get picked up here from Cloud9. They know that keep is down. They know they could push with that and be able to win the game. It's been caught, but there's the underground.
This is Vala, and she goes down. This will be the window that team needs. They got 60 seconds to make the magic work here. Take down this Grave Golem, push down the bottom lane. SCSE spots out, but the Toxiness will slow him a little bit. Maybe go for a second kill. We don't know. Caffeine getting cloned here by Fan. Will also go down for an even trade, but maybe Churn trying to pull back will not be possible easily. There goes the Frost Wall, and no flying kick, and no polymorph yet. He does have Bolt of the Storm. SCSE is going to stay safe a little bit. Will be okay. Caffeine in the back line, looking for the respawn, but does not have it yet. He does have Filthy, but it's not quick enough, and Caffeine is holding up the aggression. Fan again, so close to the tribute, looking to do a little bit of extra contribution here. Murky will go down. Fan just runs away.
Yeah, a really big point there is that because Vala did go down, they knew exactly what Cloud9 was up to. They knew they had to deny that boss. So going in with Chen, they didn't want to lose him, but they were able to send him in and be able to stop that boss pickup. That's huge for DK.
Oh, the shield, and Caffeine will be okay. Dream with the safety bubble, as well as K1 Pro flanking on the side again. And Noblesse now trying to hold the front. We see Caffeine doing whatever he can. SCSE pull back, and the Yukto grab again. iDream not able to go quickly because of the clans on the crazy moving. moving. And we see that Murky is still holding the front cable from the back line against Nobles. There goes the extra Hungry Kang. And quickly, Sniper picks up Fan on the sideline. We also will see the Divine Shield on the Crazy moving. He's getting healed back up by Jaehyun. But iDream has got so much AoE damage with those slime. And SCSC still holding the front. Sonya goes down. And we see the ice block. This could be game. iDream picks up Jaina. Jaina's gone. SCSC way too low for count, but iDream goes down. But his egg is very, very far. He will not rejoin in time. Red team gets cursed. Tassadar gets it for the team. We're having a lot of pressure on top lane and bottom lane. Chen goes down. 3 men down. It's Sniper. It's Jaehyun. Has Cloud9 done it?
Cloud9 is on their way to the core. Should bypass this keep, especially because it's not going to attack because it is cursed. But the big thing was because, yes, Vala was able to take out the Abathur, but now the Octagram goes down. She wasn't there for the fight, and they've lost 3 people. They only have 2 left here to be able to defend this.
And the core, 30%. Cloud9 will go to the final! And that's exactly how the Korean overlords fall.
Cloud9 victorious in the semifinal, 2-0 versus DK, and they move on to face Team Dignitas in our finals.
Wow, this is interesting, Gilly. I know why you're looking at me, but this is interesting. Cloud9, you're living the dream of Murky. I mean, it's completely unexpected, it's completely mind-blowing, and it basically means that any hero is good as long as the player is good.
It was a fantastic job by them, definitely, and I can't wait to see what Kubi brings to the table to show us, because there were so many cool plays, and I want to know what you chose.
Oh my goodness. And the whole draft, we were just kind of hyping up, like, all right, they're going to go for this Illidan, maybe some Butcher play. They're building the entire composition around being able to support one hero. In this case, Murky, played by iDream. So let's head on over to the Windows 10 game DVR replay. We can check out some of the finer moments of Murky. What makes him absolutely so obnoxious in these compositions is his ability to chase consistently with the Tassadar shield, the Abathur hat, the shield being applied from that, the consistent healing from Brightwing, and all these fights go on for so long. And the sustain from Chen, you think that that is going to be enough to keep you alive in these fights? Think again. iDream is constantly on the move, threatening these positions, dragging the game out. That was all that they needed to get this game to move forward, which is getting to level 16 and beyond and slowly draining them of all of their will to move forward with this game. And this is exactly the type of combo that really makes Murky so threatening. We're going to pause it right here, and it has absolutely to do with this pufferfish. So much damage. If you guys know, you played Murky, a huge startup time for that, but huge damage comes out of this ability. It pairs so well with the Octograb. All they need is to make sure that Uther is not anywhere nearby to provide any kind of cleanse or divine shield. Exactly what is going on in this case. They're able to continue to lock down these heroes consistently with these kind of punishes. We're going to see one more clip with a really nice Entomb, another ability that was so good and clutch in really being able to lock out so many of these takedowns throughout the game, and they just completely drained DK of any moral to go on.
Wow, it is really, really awesome. I mean, Cloud9 is doing such a good job at this game. Murky, pocket strategy. We saw Na'Vi pulling out unorthodox strategies already in opening week. We never thought Cloud9 could do the same. We just have to ask ourselves this question. Is there more?
I hope so. I really hope so. What's left, Gazlo?
I know. How many heroes are left that they could pull out at this point? What a ridiculous strategy, but they absolutely played it so well. Fantastic. Kudos to Cloud9 for bringing something so crazy to the absolutely most important game that this team has ever played in Heroes of the Storm.
All right, guys, I want to know what you think. Cloud9 winning there, going to the grand finals. Let's make some noise! And the house is almost brought down. We got a full crowd right here. Oh God, Cloud9 versus Team Dignitas, completely unexpected. We have with us here the final bracket. Let's see how it looks like. And we have also got Na'Vi going down to Team Dignitas. Huge props to that. As Kailari said, it's good revenge for Team Dignitas. They have proven that for now they are the best in EU, and it doesn't matter what anybody else can say. Cloud9 winning Team DK, that is phenomenal. So right now we have NA versus EU again.
We do, and it keeps coming up.
the dream. Absolutely. We know that this is the hugest rivalry we have thus far in Heroes of the Storm, and I couldn't be more elated to see these two teams absolutely deserving of this position to be in the finals of BlizzCon 2015.
All right, so we are now going to go to a little bit of a break, but before that, do check out BlizzCon.com for more information. And I do believe we got very good world-class commentators to talk about the NAEU rivalry coming out real soon. We also got Anna on the sidelines for an interview.
Thank you, Babel. All right, guys, let's hear it. Choo-choo! I am here with Dunk Train. You guys have just secured your spot in the finals of the Heroes World Championship. How are you and your team feeling?
We're super, super elated to have been able to bring Murky to the game to make it to finals.
You took our hype meters and we went like this, boop. All of us just exploded. Even back to let's go back to the first game. You had Rexar. Tell us about choosing Rexar and why you picked that.
Well, we really respect DK's players in team fighting, so we wanted to try and fight them asymmetrically. So that's why we had to pull out some of the more unusual heroes that we figured they didn't have experience against.
Well, and then, of course, what we want to talk about is this team composition you had, not just Murky, but the whole composition. Tell us the thinking behind it.
Well, actually, at the start of this patch, we kind of developed this composition to fight Tempo Storm, and at a certain point in scrims, they just started banning Murky every single game. So we realized it was probably the real deal, and we knew that DK would have no idea what was going on with our draft. Like, when we early pick Abathur and Tassadar, they're like, what's going on? So we knew they had no experience with the composition, and it would be, you know, solid.
Grubby and I were watching backstage, and we got a little worried. We thought, okay, this composition, should they be more ahead in the early game? Are they worried now? And it didn't look like it. You weren't worried?
No, we weren't worried at all. We've played that comp, and we know it's a late game beast. It's so hard to lose the game once you get post 16 or 20. So we knew that if you can stay even close to like relatively even, like one keep down is fine. You just need to make sure you get to the late game and you can actually bait them into your like side of the map so you can get those really long drawn out rotational team fights to take advantage of your reviving characters and the base and such.
It was so much fun to watch, and we're really excited to see you now moving on to the finals. You'll be facing Dignitas. Are you surprised? Are you excited? How are you feeling about that matchup?
I was a little surprised to see Dignitas triumph over Na'Vi, to be honest, but I mean, they played well and they've been doing really well in scrims against us lately, so I think it'll be an excellent grand final.
I have to give you one chance to say something to your fans. There are so many signs out here that say Dunk Train and Cloud9. They've been cheering for you all day. Do you have words for them?
I just want to say thanks to everyone for supporting us and cheering. It's really great to have you all out here. I hope you're enjoying the show, and look forward to more from us.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again. Guys, we will be right back, but first let's learn a little bit more about Cloud9's opponent, Team Dignitas.
We're definitely one of the hungrier teams for this title. I think we've had a lot of hype surrounding our team ever since even we first started playing.
We've been practicing about 8 hours per day going to this event, and everybody has been spamming a ton of Hero League. We want to get really comfortable in our heroes coming into this tournament.
One of my favourite dynamics for the team is we all like to joke around with each other. We're all comfortable with each other and we all hang out a lot. There's a lot of joking in-game, out-of-game, but when we have to get serious, we get serious.
I don't really have to tell people to practice because everyone is motivated and they want to be the best and they try their hardest all the time.
With Dignitas, I think we show that we have 5 incredibly strong players who all have the ability to make our own plays on the map. We can create situations from anywhere. I think we're very confident in our ability to play every map and play almost any style.
All of our players have pocket picks. Having those kind of versatile picks really gives us a boost in our drafting.
We're really coordinated. We can turn any situation that looks bad into our favor.
For me, winning at BlizzCon, it would be really awesome because we'll be the first team whoever gets the title.
And I think it'd be really cool to, you know, say, oh yeah, we're representing Europe and we came into the first World Championship and, you know, we smashed it. Like, that would be an awesome feeling.
There is some burden that comes with being the best team from your region. You want to show up to the event and you want to represent your region and bring it home. We are the hope of NA at this tournament.
I think the team we're most afraid of right now is probably DK, but I wouldn't say we're even afraid of them.
I think we have a great dynamic. We're kind of like a band of brothers. Our practice regimen leading up to BlizzCon has been really intense. We had about a week-and-a-half long boot camp at NVIDIA where we spent our entire day scrimming, even as late until midnight. So we're coming in here with a lot of preparation and we're just ready to hit the stage.
Honestly, I think it was pretty rough for like the first month, just getting used to the Maelstrom playstyle. It was very different from the Vortex playstyle. I think I've adjusted pretty well since then. We've had a lot of time to kind of get used to each other as a team, and recently I think the results have been showing.
I'm probably pretty lucky in that I'm team captain of a bunch of guys who are kind of goofballs. We just don't tend to get heated or upset.
We get along a lot. After hours, after practice, people are usually still on the Skype call, hanging out. We're still grinding Hero League, stuff like that. We're really spending the majority of our days together.
I don't think we put much stock into rankings that are international right now, simply because we haven't seen the way the regions are going to clash. So until you actually play the games against the regions, you don't know how it'll fall out. So ranking sites right now that are speculative just don't mean much to us.
We're really excited about our invite to the Gold League in China. It starts the day after BlizzCon, so we're going to be already extremely practiced. We're going to be really familiar with the game, and we really want to see what their scene can offer.
I think the opportunity to go to China means a lot to me, because one of the reasons I tried to get into pro gaming in the first place is because I wanted to travel. So to finally have an opportunity to go out of the country playing video games is just amazing.
We always thought that we could be the best. We always knew just in ourselves that we could be the best team, at least in North America, if not the world.
The Heroes of the Storm World Championship is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, T-Mobile, and MasterCard.
Welcome back as we prepare for the finals of the Heroes of the Storm World Championship. It is my pleasure to introduce you to a special guest that has some words for us. It is the game director of Heroes of the Storm, Dustin Browder. Welcome, Dustin. Now you have some words for all these lovely people?
This has been the most amazing week of esports action we've ever had at BlizzCon. From all of us at Blizzard, it's our honor to welcome you to the very first Heroes of the Storm World Championship. Having only launched the game earlier this year, I'm absolutely blown away by the skill and strategy we have seen here today. To the teams, thank you for all of the effort you put into training and competing. You have fought tooth and nail on this long and hard road to BlizzCon. And let's give a hand to our top competitors who flew in from around the world to make history and compete for the first Heroes of the Storm World Championship. Finally, I want to thank all of the amazing players who competed in 2015, from the college students to our champions, and thank you to the growing Heroes of the Storm community for all of the support you give to our game. Because of you, the future for Heroes Esports is incredibly bright. I can't wait to see how this turns out.
We can't either, Dustin. Thank you so much. Let's hear one more hand for Dustin Browder. We'll see you soon. The feels are so high right now. And I'm standing next to a nice little piece of hardware. We all know that our teams will be taking home their portion of $500,000, but they're also taking with them something money can't even buy. This is the incredible Heroes of the Storm World Championship Trophy, which was designed by Sam Didier, Christopher Barkarzi, and Stephen Provost, and the Heroes art team. This bronze trophy, as you can see, has hexagonal pillars topped by translucent glass, letting the light shine through and illuminating the Heroes Nexus logo. And this thing weighs over 50 pounds. So the winning team may need to kind of just reinforce their fireplace mantle before they put it up there. It is a doozy and they want it bad. Which teams want it? Well, let me introduce you to them right now. First, it is your blue team. They are from the European region, and they want to prove to you why they deserve to be the champions not only of Europe, but of the entire world. It is Team Dignitas. They are Athero Angel, Bakery, Zarmony, Snitch, and ADRD. Let's hear it for them all. And though they are wearing blue, they will be your red team from the Americas region. They showed us that anything is possible by getting their spot in the finals with Murky on their team. It is Cloud9. All of us out in the audience have just about as many goosebumps as I have right now. Solid Jake, are you feeling it?
Am I feeling it? BlizzCon 2015. This is the moment where we find out the best team in the world. 2 teams remain and 3 casters at the desk will be calling it all. I'm Solid Jake, joined by Grubby and Kubi. And guys, how pumped are you?
What a rare treat to see the semifinals just now happen between Team Dignitas and Navi, and then Cloud9 and Team DK. Cloud9, amazing hero picks, Murky against Chen, and then winning with that just shows incredible class when there's so much at stake. We're in for the finals of a lifetime.
Based on what I just saw, you'd think I would be exhausted, but then I take a step back and remember this is the finals of BlizzCon for 2015. I could not be more elated.
I mean, we're talking Murky, Lost Vikings, Stitches, heroes that don't see the most playing competitive heroes busting it out when it matters the most, because $200,000 for first place and the trophy and title as the best team in the world.
Yeah, it's not just enough to play really well and to play all the viable strategies at the very highest level. If you can surprise your opponent and wow the crowd, that's a huge extra bonus.
And wow the crowd, they absolutely did. We heard how loud they can get for that Murky. Maybe we'll see it again, I don't know. Is it too crazy of a pick to bring back? We'll find out.
All right, so let's talk about these teams in some more depth. Team Dignitas from Europe actually fell to Navi in Prague earlier this year at the European Championships, but obviously they triumphed over them today. Looking at their roster, of course, ADRD, Athero Angel, Bakery, Snitch, and Zarmany, this team starting to bust out a very new style of their own.
Yeah, they have a very special kind of resilience, and by now they're starting to get known a little bit as the ones who will take down the favorites. They did it to Team Liquid first, the long-time reigning champion in Europe, and now they have toppled Navi as well.
All right, well, their opponents on the red side, that is Cloud9, and of course, they were the champions of the Americas Championship, here to represent America. Now, speaking of Cloud9, we know a lot about their styles, but they just busted out Murky at the highest level with an unkillable composition.
Not to be overshadowed by Rexar as well. A couple of heroes that we have not seen. This team also kind of has a little bit of an underdog story as well. All the way up until that Vegas Championship, Tempo Storm had taken every single event, all of the opens in the North America region, and now they find themselves at the finals in BlizzCon.
I mean, coming into the event, just about everybody thought that Korea was an unbeatable force. I mean, prior results really showed that MVP Black and DK, these teams were on another level. But managing to triumph over them. We now have an NA versus EU finals, and that is quite uncommon for esports.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players are coming in from various other games. They have rich competitive histories. Team DK in particular is hailing 4 out of their 5 players coming from StarCraft 2, another one of the blockbuster games from Blizzard Entertainment. And they were pro-level players. We call it Code S. There's no higher level to reach than these 4 players did. And they were from Team DK, and Cloud9 has dismantled them in this newest game, in this most hopeful of games. 2-0 score.
Now, that's a bit of a rivalry based on that, right? These teams, they've hit head-to-head before. Obviously, Dignitas, they want revenge.
Yeah, having taken that 2-1 over them, you know that they are out for blood and want to be able to prove themselves, not just that they can take out NA, but also become the world champion. They are going to have to deal with some crazy strategies, and we've been seeing that develop all throughout this tournament. The rise of Tyrael, Sanctification, making huge plays. Ethereal Angel, I gotta highlight him as probably the MVP for Dignitas in that previous set against Na'Vi. Just an incredibly strong player, and really showed why he is the go-to warrior on that team.
Kubi, how much of this do you think comes down to those warriors, right? We talked about Ethereal Angel's Tyrael play with not only Holy Ground but Sanctification, but King Caffeine on Leoric.
Yeah.
I mean, some of those entombs are absolutely ridiculous.
I know, and in a game where you have Murky on your team, to have the entombs that are so strong that you have to take notice of them is insane, and that is really a testament to his play. And even in the Vegas Championship, some of those Butcher body blocks while he's using that Ruthless Onslaught really made a name for himself as somebody who can make that snap decision to really save his team, and is shining as a warrior player on the North American side.
So it seems like Cloud9 is placing even more emphasis on Leoric than some of the teams or some of the regions indeed have done. With King Caffeine even saying, doesn't matter all that much when I die. If I can trade evenly and I can take off a nice notch of their health points, I'll be back soon enough, and here's my second entomb.
Yeah, we like to call that Leorky, when you just dive in and you fall time and time again. But obviously it worked out well for them. Now, speaking of just drafting, right? These two teams, they both play very specific heroes. Bakery is known for Karazim. They're starting to become known for their Tyrael play on Dignitas. Do you think there's going to be very targeted bans in this matchup, or just more generic bans like Uther Jaina?
Based on what I've heard from Cloud9, I was even mentioning this in the previous set, they just cannot deal with Tyrael right now. They understand and completely respect how strong of a hero this is, so they're not going to be spending their first ban on this. Not even sure that you would, but you also have to deal with Abathur as well. This is something that has really been a thorn in their side in the past. Not to say that they won't run it themselves, but they really do not want to be faced up against it. And then you have strong players also. We mentioned the Tyrael, but also Bakery. On that Karazim, also a very strong pick, and has made an amazing amount of plays in this tournament as well. What do you target out? It's becoming a very big deal, and that is really what is showing why these teams are where they are.
Now, Grubby, if you can't find a targeted ban that makes the most sense, do you need to just prepare a specific strategy you want to go for each battleground? Do you think you should try to just play it by ear and just wing it when you go into each draft?
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. This is probably going to be one of the most unpredictable drafts yet. It's a best of 5, which already changes the dynamic a little bit. And also, these teams are now facing at the very highest of stages. There's a big question mark. Do they still have something up their sleeve which they have, until this moment, not shown yet? That would be crazy. There's a few heroes that haven't been played yet. Thrall?
There's a few, but after watching a game with an unkillable composition, busting out heroes like Murky, you mentioned Rexar, you think Dig might be a little bit worried that they have other crazy strats up their sleeve? I mean, they actually fell to Na'Vi in the finals over in Prague versus very strange compositions, running things like Kerrigan and Butcher.
Yeah.
Butcher and Falstad, really kind of compositions we never ever see in competitive heroes.
Give a team a week to practice, and they may have some time to try and dismantle some of these strategies, but give a team half an hour to practice, and that's not going to be enough. I mean, Dignitas said we practice about 8 hours a day, and then we spam some Hero League as well in their pre-game interview. But how many of those hours were spent practicing against Murky? I can tell you from experience, half an hour is not enough to come up with a full comprehensive response against it. Still not going to mean that they're going to ban Murky, but it's certainly a bit of a worry.
Wow, the fact that Murky is having an impact on the World Championship Grand Finals, that is just insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, it's going to come down to those crazy strategies like you guys are talking about, and having that time to develop something going forward. But, time is of the essence here, and they really have to show their flexibility as a team. And we know that some of the drafters on these teams really are sort of a crazy mindset in terms of that. They really can think outside the box, and that is really something that you need to have in this stage here.
Now, just thinking back to opening week, one thing that we saw very powerful on the side of Dignitas was ADRD on Abathur and just the power of minds. And in a lot of ways, this is the kryptonite for Cloud9. They hate this cheesy split push style build, as they like to refer to it, but they just pulled that out in the last game.
Yeah, if you can't beat them, join them, right? So doing it themselves, obviously a very strong counter argument to the opponent not being able to do it. So are we going to see like a big struggle for Abathur, either going to ban it or pick it every time? ADRD is very strong on that hero.
Yes, he is. We'll find out, because the draft for game number 1 on Dragonshire is ready to roll. Let's hop into it between Cloud9 and Team Dignitas. Insta-Uther ban. They just say, you know, Dunk Train, he's so good with that hero. They do not want to have to think about the power of Divine Shield.
Nor are they necessarily removing one of their own support picks, because they do love to go for Karazim there, Team Dignitas.
Cloud9, yes, they're going to take him out. They said it earlier, we're not playing against this hero anymore, and they are still holding to that Tyrael. With the Sanctification has shown so many great plays, even Team Dignitas being able to slightly upset Na'Vi in that previous set.
I mean, if you watched the semifinals and you saw Ethereal Angels plays just on Blackheart's Bay alone, you understand that ban very clearly. I mean, he's only been playing Heroes of the Storm for 3 months, and the fact that he can play the game at a level like this is just truly inspiring.
Yes, absolutely. Some players will never reach that level, and he did it in 3 months. He also had a bit of a competitive history, but he also seems like quite a talent. It's a pleasure to see him use heroes like Tyrael. And on a map that actually isn't that good for locking off locations on the map with Holy Ground. So he's making it work, even on an open map like Blackheart's Bay. Cloud9 says, no thank you.
Dignitas will opt to take that first pick up on Jaina. Seems to be a staple of that first pick rotation. Cloud9 grabs Muradin, something of an aggressive opening, one of the stronger warriors, especially when you take Tyrael out of the mix.
Could this be Muradin Tyrande, Muradin Kael'thas, one of those really heavy roam heroes? I mean, it is Dragonshire, and the roaming style is often quite successful.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by Tyrande here. It's a very good suggestion there, Jake. The 2 ranged heroes that can stun Kael'thas and Tyrande. And here, more than on any other... Wow, they're going to go with Karazim already. Yes.
This is huge. I mean, we just mentioned, if Team Dignitas is banning Uther, they're saying, well, we'll just grab Karazim.
And normally they get it.
Yeah.
But now, Cloud9 will take Karazim.
Okay, so that is going to be, you know, and probably one of the more aggressive of the supports that you could pick up in this case. So, you know, we've seen in the past from Bakery how many kinds of plays you can make, especially with those Radiant dashes to sort of finish off plays where any other support would not be able to do so. So Cloud9 has that under their belt. They are going to rotate over to the other side for Dignitas, grabbing Sonya and Tassadar.
Okay, they didn't need to take any hard support here, Team Dignitas, because Karazim was already taken for Cloud9. Off support makes a lot of sense. For the final picks, they have one more, like either Tyrande or Malfurion or Brightwing or whatever, but they want to get the most important heroes here, and they judge that's going to be Sonya and Tassadar, who work together really well.
Yeah, it's a very flexible draft. There's a lot of things that could work with that. You could, like you said, another warrior like Brightwing, or excuse me, another support like Brightwing, or a secondary warrior like Johanna to really just have some of that AoE of viability with Condemn, pulling them in, getting the Blizzard extra value, Sidestorm as well.
Okay, now that Kael'thas gets removed, Tyrande becomes a very likely pickup. Muradin by himself functions just fine as a solo warrior, solo tank, but oftentimes he would like to chain together his stuns with those heroes. Tyrande is still up. They have a primary support. She could be a great secondary one.
Cloud9 opts to ban out ETC in their rotation. We'll get to that in a second. Falstad has picked up a hero that we have not seen Cloud9 play in some time. This actually used to be one of their staple ranged assassins many months ago, and they have since switched to it, probably from Vala, something that's a little bit more akin to the meta Jaina Kael'thas, but those options have been removed at this point.
I mean, yeah, Falstad in general has been so much less popular since the change to Gathering Power. And since then, really the only great success we've seen is paired with Butcher. I mean, you use Lamb to the Slaughter with Mighty Gust, you seclude a single hero, and this is exactly what Na'Vi did versus Dignitas. Of course, but this was in very different situations, not on Dragonshire.
This is going to be a very exciting game already, as Falstad can fly from top shrine to the bottom one, or vice versa, to join his allies in combat and suddenly turn the table. Sylvanas is going to get picked up to add some pushing power to Cloud9. They've shown how intelligent they are with their strategical play, their rotations, and using the map to their advantage. In the last match, they just played semifinals against Team DK, and they're feeling like a little bit more of that.
Big thing to note is that all of the heroes on Cloud9's side do have some form of mobility to deal with Force Wall. That can really be a big deal. And we were talking about, Holy Ground maybe not having the value that you would get. Force Wall quite a bit wider. You can make it work very well, especially in some of the spaces between the lanes. All 4 of those heroes can escape. Perhaps it is slightly targeted at that.
So Johanna, we have a few options here. We could go with Tyrande. We could go with Rhaegar, Brightwing. They could even go without a second support. Whoa, it's going to be Morales!
The medic has been picked up. Bakery did play a fair amount of this hero throughout this tournament to good success. So that's going to be quite powerful here for Dignitas. 2 big frontliners, 2 supports. Of course, Tassadar kind of a half support, and then Jaina being the bulk of the damage.
Wow, so cool.
Question is there enough peel to keep Morales alive? Yes, Johanna, especially if we go for that Eternal Retaliation, be able to reduce the cooldown of the Condemn past level 4, and there's going to be a lot of minions in the area, but you just have the Spear from Sonya. Everything else is you're going to rely on a lot of body blocking to make sure the positioning is strong. Not saying that Bakery can't do it, but it is a somewhat risky pick.
You're very right, pointing out he is the most attractive target to focus. we have a bit of slow from Jaina with her ability coming, and of course Tassadar shielding. Oh, Rexar once again.
This is a rather interesting composition. Rexar with Muradin, there's a fair amount of stun control there. I mean, the power of Misha, we saw earlier today, when you pick up Bestial Wrath, that bear hits so hard, and it just seems impossible to eliminate. Even if you do, it's akin to Murky, where Misha will just respawn after a short time.
And this is also very much a map-specific pick. You can see that Rexar is nearly near his own gate as he's putting Misha on the shrine to occupy it. So this is a very smart battleground pick that apparently Cloud9 have been working on.
And not only is he really good at taking those shrines, but also very good at isolating targets in the back line during those team fights, especially after level 13 with that consistent damage output from Misha. You know that it's going to be sent straight towards the medic, and there's going to be the job of Dignitas to pull the bear off, at least to put enough damage out to push that back and really try to turn the team fight from there.
Kubi, we're seeing Falstad, we're seeing Rexar, some weird stuff. Who do you think won the draft?
Based on what I saw from the Rexar play in the Dragonshire game in that previous set, how can I argue against that? They really showed that this is another niche hero, along with Murky, that they can make work on the specific battleground. And I think until I see some kind of counterplay to that, they don't even have Zagara. What is going to be the contest in the top lane? It's going to be tough to hold that top shrine, which puts a lot of focus in the bottom shrine. I don't know. I got to give it to Cloud9 here.
Grubby?
It's a really difficult pick. We've got Cloud9 with some insane mobility. Falstad can fly across the map. Rexar, very strong lane presence. This time not going to be ousted by Zagara. But we've also got Lieutenant Morales. She's got this heroic called the Medivac.
Oh, good point. Yes.
Crazy things can happen.
They certainly can. All right, well, we want to know what you guys think, who you think the first ever Heroes of the Storm World Champion will be. So head on over to Twitter, use the hashtag HeroesWC, and tweet at Esports Heroes with the team that you think will win. But on that note, we are ready for the first game of Grand Finals here on Dragonshire. Let's get into it. On the blue side, it is Team Dignitas. ADRD will be on Tassadar. Our Thorough Angel playing Sonya. It's going to be Bakery on Morales. Snitch will be playing Jaina and Zarmony, rounding up the team as Johanna. Their opponents from America, Cloud9. Dump Train playing as Karazine. Fan on Sylvanas. iDream on Rexar. K1 Pro playing Falstad, and King Caffeine the Warrior on Muradin.
And both teams are going to be blocking the middle minion waves again to try and get the mid struggle as close to their own gate as possible. They're going to try and use that to have a better position there and try and take down some of the opponent's heroes. This is a full 5 versus 5 in the middle. Don't worry, they'll disperse to the respective lanes, but you want to have every hand on deck for that first possible engagement.
Yeah, I mean, the middle lane does in fact push out a little bit further than the other two. And yeah, honestly, in a lot of situations, this is just a good way to buy time for the other lanes to catch up with them. Now, like you said, they're just going to soak up the middle minions and then rotate to their lanes respectively to make sure they don't miss any experience.
Now, Falstad is not going to use his fly ability yet. He's going to the bottom lane with all 4 of them. Now, this gives him an option to fly into the top lane later. Presumably, Rexar would use his abilities to make Tassadar use his escape, and then Falstad could fly in and finish him off.
All right, nice hunting wave going out there for Fan to get out of harm's way, but still a lot of pressure being put on by Dignitas early in this game.
Falstad flying to the middle there so that he doesn't have to go through the precarious middle there. Kind of bullying Joanna out of the lane here. A little bit of an XP lead for Team Dignitas here, but it's only because Cloud9 hasn't cleared the minions yet. We have quite a strong wave clear here on the side of Team Dignitas.
Yeah, both teams do have plenty of lane clear for sure. I mean, once Sylvanas gets to level 7 unstable poison, that makes a lot of help for removing those minions, but just a lot of safe posturing happening at the moment.
Yeah, and that's also when Rexar becomes a beast at clearing waves. Picking up that level 7 talent, Bird of Prey, doing double damage with his Q ability on minion waves. That's when they can start clearing waves like mad. For now, we have a status quo here, a bit of a standoff as both are trying to capture a few shrines. You never want to rush too quickly to try and capture the Dragon Knight. As cool as it looks and as hard as it hits, you don't want to sacrifice heroes for it.
Yeah, early dragons tend to only take out 1 to 2 towers at most, and is it worth expending heroes to do that? Generally not. Dead even, both teams hitting level 4 at identical timings, both teams just really respecting each other.
I find K1 Pro's Falstad talent choices more than a little bit weird, Jake.
So updraft is the norm for them.
The level 1 is the norm for them. Wow.
But the spec into
Thunderstrikes?
That's new, right?
Every subsequent Thunderstrike does more damage. Normally you don't see that a lot. So very different Falstad play here. Mobility there. He gets more travel distance with his level 1 updraft ability, so he becomes it becomes that he has a better escape. I'm starting to wonder if he will take Epic Mount at level 20.
Oh man, I certainly love to see that. You can make the big plays happen. I'm actually most curious to see what he goes for as heroic. I mean, Mighty Gus, Hinterland's Blast, both very popular heroics, very powerful heroics. But we haven't seen Hinterland's Blast used in so long. With Tassadar in a bit of a bad spot here. Misha Charge does stun him out. Not enough for the kill.
Yeah, King Caffeine's upwards rotations are providing a bit of a trouble there. Tassadar has to hardstone back there. ADRD will be going back up the top. Missing a little bit of XP, but it's certainly better than losing a hero at this point already. Zarmany, likewise, portaling back. Nope, he changed his mind. Well, that's allowed.
All right, well, just a lot of safe soaking dead, even experience still at this point in the game. Looking for those level 7 talents. That's when, like you said, they can start to push through the minion waves a bit more quickly. That means they can rotate more effectively and try to get some kills. Again, you can see the power of updraft there on Falstad, getting him behind his safety.
Yeah, exactly. And also noticing that there's a lot of escape on the side of Cloud9. We see a different talent choice by Jaina here at level 1. Not going for the deep chill, increasing another 10% extra movement slow. Saying, well, they all have their natural escape anyway. They can barrel roll away, they can jump away. Instead going for extra mana, just keeping more sustained power, realizing that this might be a very long, drawn out shrine battle.
Yeah, there can be a lot of fights here. K1 Pro taking a lot of damage. First aid use has to use that Gus to get over the wall, staying alive for the time being. Athero gonna get the Ancient Spear onto Dunk Train. It's a lot of damage, but Karazine can slip away.
One of the hardest battlegrounds to actually observe, since there's always a lot of action going on in the top and the bottom. Dimensional shift, but he has the deep shift ability, adding 1.5 extra seconds on his invisibility and invincibility, allowing him to get away, and no Stormbolt follow-up there. So now that that is known, Murden will know that he has to time a Stormbolt after that. Managed to get away.
All right, Shrine still 1-to-1. Zarmany taking a lot of damage. If he falls here, that would be first blood in this game, but we do see the Iron Skin keeping him alive for a while. Zarmany super low, but the final shot of Sylvanas takes him out.
First blood by Cloud9. Athero running away here, taking the high road. The damage has been done. Savannah still pushing the middle. And now we're going to suddenly see a 5 versus 4, an instant capitalization on that by Cloud9, capping both shrines and going to try and put pressure on the middle lane.
I mean, already the mobility of Falstad being shown there, able to fly down, put that huge presence in the bottom lane to make sure they control both shrines for a short while, but Johanna is back in action, and this is going to be a very hard dragon to pick up unless they can pick off 1 to 2 heroes.
Muradin still at the bottom, soaking XP for Cloud9. This may translate into a much quicker level 10 for Cloud9. Still the pressure of those double red lasers. It's also scary. Zarmany moving in.
Yeah, they're really just putting that threat of the dragon there, forcing them forward, forcing them to spend their abilities. Blizzard, we saw the flashlight of Johanna, the skill shots going out from Morales as well, but Snitch is...
Oh, Stormball!
The Stormball connects and he goes down. They're turning on his army. They picked up a Dragon Knight, and Cloud9 suddenly is...
Oh, the body blocks! Oh, almost Zarmany got taken out. Body blocking Johanna with Falstad. K1's Pro audacity is boundless, it almost seemed like, but then he finally gave the ground as he started taking too much damage.
All right, K1 trading out pretty effectively versus ADRD, but able to use that dimensional shift to get out of harm's way. Cloud9 currently up 2-0, but they do have their heroics running through them. We see Wailing was picked up along with 7-sided strike avatar. We have Misha, but Falstad is debating his heroic.
Or maybe hiding it. Showing last minute whether it will be the damage or the displacement. In the meantime, we have a convergence on iDream. He doesn't have any escape. Can Dunk Train keep him alive?
Oh my goodness, the Jaina damage is coming through. Barely does manage to pick him off. And the Mighty Gust was picked up, but just a little bit too late.
Could not blow that Blizzard away. Second wave catching iDream there. Managed to finish him off. So it is going to be Mighty Gust. And that is a very short heroic cooldown. 20 seconds left. Dragon Knight did some fair amount of damage, taking down some walls, getting a bit more of an experience lead for Cloud9.
It's also interesting that Tassadar is considering his heroic pickup here. Force Wall has been quite prominent in this tournament, but the power of Archon, not what it once used to be, but still quite good for your team. And when you have 2 supports, do you really need Force Wall?
Yeah, it is a very difficult choice, and he's hiding it for a reason, just to cast a bit of doubt into it. You may even be letting it depend on how the game goes. I don't think so, probably. I think it's probably just hiding it. But yeah, if you were ever going to take Archon, you should hide it as long as possible. That's what these pro gamers can pretty much afford themselves. They're good enough not to be like, oh no, I didn't pick my heroic, didn't use it in the fight. No, these guys are really good. So it's just one click away, and the element of surprise is worth a lot.
Okay, Athero, K1 Pro dueling in the top part of the battleground. A nice Ancient Spirit going off, but Mighty Gust is spent to slip away. Of course, that's a 40-second cooldown heroic. Not a big deal to use that in that situation.
Yeah, just like Kel'Thas's Phoenix, it can be used almost as a 4th basic ability. Whenever you can save yourself with it, you should definitely do it. Pressure now by Team Dignitas. They want to force a fight before level 13, but that becomes a forlorn hope as Cloud9 is drawing very near. Stormbolts connects. Wailing arrow!
And the Envenom goes off. Snitch will end up falling here, and they're putting some pressure onto Johanna in the bottom. But with that pickup, Cloud9 secure themselves a full level lead in level 13 with those talents.
Yeah, nicely done by them. They can continue to pressure now the power of Sylvanas, which is why Cloud9 loves that hero so much. Pushing the bottom forward with impunity. Nothing to be done by Johanna. All she can do, all Zarmany can do there on Johanna is just to stay near it and try and get a bit of experience and try to slow the advance of Cloud9's rampage.
Yeah, just absolutely phenomenal decision-making. 3-1 in terms of kills. The Dragon Trines are once again active. And if you control them, you can get that Dragonite. But we do see Dignitas, they've kind of recuperated. They're back on the battlefield, and they're putting that presence in the top part of the battleground.
I feel a lot of confidence coming from Cloud9 here. The way they are playing shows a lot of confidence and power. That Mighty Gust was a little bit overconfident, didn't hit anything, but they still have control, which means they can pretty much dictate how the next fight is going.
All right, King Caffeine actually just wasted Dwarf Toss, so if he goes too deep, he can't get back out until it's off cooldown. So he does have to play careful here. Yeah, just walking away a little bit with Johanna in that front line. Notice Sonya hiding in the bush. If they step forward too much, the Ancient Spear will come out in a heartbeat.
Now, every 5 versus 4 is an investment. You need to get something done. iDream was still pushing the top XP. That means that Athero had to leave now. Dragon Knight for Cloud9.
Right under their nose. The moment they stepped away, Cloud9 was so confident to just step forward and channel and grab that dragon.
Oh, Snitch, no. Can he get away? Ice block.
K1 Pro, bit of a bad situation. The shields come off. Mighty Gust is
flying away.
He's trying to fly. The snowball just barely doesn't take him down.
projectile following him. Unbelievable.
Oh man, Pharaoh is looking for blood here in the top, though. We do see Dunk Train, the whole team up here except for Falstad. He will not have Fly for some time since he used it defensively, so he just needs to heal up and come back out of the action. Cloud9 playing rather safe, but they have that 2-level advantage.
90% HP on the Dragonite, 20 seconds left. They can start using it a bit more brazenly, starting to hit that fort a little bit, and that's exactly what King Caffeine is doing. He doesn't care about the damage he's taking anymore. 12 seconds is what he's got, and what he wants is level 16 and taking down this fort.
Oh, this is such a huge window with that level advantage for them. They can be as aggressive as they like to really try to bring the pain and force themselves into a great spot for level 20.
All right, level 16 has been reached. Feign death for Rexar. We've got Stone Skin coming out for Muradin. Karazim is going with the Circle of Life, presumably. And the dagger that makes everyone a little bit more invulnerable, vulnerable from Sylvanas.
Oh no, we see the Dimensional Shift has to be used already. ADRD in a bit of a bad spot, a lot of damage going up. Again, Prescience goes off, but will he be able to survive through his Blessed Shield? Does not manage to hit anyone, just buying time to get them out of there.
Cloud9 is starting to throw their weight around here as they're starting to steal Dignitas' Siege Giant. There's no label on it, but you can pretty much assume it's on their own side. Normally Dignitas would love to have them. Is Cloud9 going to pressure with that? We see iDream soaking the middle lane with Rexar. Even as they're starting to push in, iDream is going to join his allies in combat. And what?
Oh, Tassadar, the explosion from the minions. Unstable Poison takes him out.
Wow.
They're powering through this wall with their Giants, just escorting them, getting them in 7 seconds. Doing so much.
Germany!
The heals are not enough, and he goes down. Cloud9 will get a keep only 12 minutes into this game.
It's a double kill out of nothing. Cloud9 takes a keep at minute 12 and will live to tell the tale easily. Started to take down a healing fountain a little bit. Athero was taking a bruiser cap. Now they're starting to push into the middle. We've got another 20 seconds of no Johanna. This could be a second keep, Jake.
Oh my goodness, it is. I mean, this is insane. Cloud9 just showing how confident they are. A lot of teams would have just opted to back out, but Sylvanas disabling those structures. You see she was actually going back and forth between the tower and the keep to make sure they took no damage. They are in a dominating spot right now.
Very nice play there by Fan on Sylvanas, and a bit of a blunder there by ADRD, dying on the Tassadar so close to the gate. I guess they died there as a team, as he was unable to save himself with Prescience, with Dimensional Shift, with healing from Morales. It's just a bit unlucky. And Jake, we have yet to see a single Medivac.
You're right. They haven't really been in an opportunity where they can use that to go across the map and try to make plays. Medivac's something that you often use either to escape or to attack in a very specific manner, right? Over maybe one shrine.
Exactly.
Or to chase someone when they're falling, or when you're chasing them into their lane. But they've never really been in a spot where it made a whole lot of sense to use.
Right, they have not been in a level of comfort. Cloud9 has put the pressure on, they have piled it on, and they're keeping it on. I see Falstad flying to the back, Sonya in the middle, being mighty gusted away, seven-sided strike!
So much damage from that Karazim Heroic. 50% of your health gets removed, and Sonya falls like she's nothing.
Now they're starting to close in, hungry for blood. Chasing here, Karazim with his punches. They're starting to occupy the shrines now. Fan on Sylvanas, heading towards the middle.
And there's the Medivac going to the top lane. So this is the use you want to see. They're trying to stall out the dragon. Will Cloud9 channel in time? No. So that is going to be Bakery picking that up, and a nice denial of the dragon.
Yeah, very good move. Note also that if he stayed a second longer, he would have the shrine, but he would be at risk of dying. A very fair trade. Taking it to the halfway point disables it for the opponent, but all it actually did was provide something like a 10-second delay. Cloud9 still gets the Dragonite. They're pushing in. There's no keep in the middle lane, and it's level 20 versus 17.
Yeah, they're going to have those Storm Talents any moment, and note that they're going down the mid lane, which means they want the core. 2 keeps down already, a 3-level advantage. This defense is not going to be easy.
As the tower goes down, the way is clear. They're starting to be pushing in here. King Caffeine on the Dragonite, looking for his next move. New minion wave is spawning.
Yeah, just drive them back a little bit as they regain their composure. They want to escort those catapults up forward, and even this split push from Falstad, the fact that he can take out these towers in the top lane and then fly into the battle when he's needed most is just exemplifying how good he is with that global mobility he has.
Yeah, exactly. We see Epic Mount indeed, by the way, being picked up by him. Super cool. And they're starting to push in through the top again. Oh, Suicide Strike, Wailing Arrow!
A lot of sustain comes out to keep Johanna up. Wailing Arrow not quite enough to seal the deal for any of those kills, but they're all very weak, and the Dragon is...
Oh, the dodge on the Blessed Shield!
Nicely done there. The keep will end up falling. Falside rotating around the bottom. I believe Mighty Gussia still down, so they don't have that. Snitch is getting super low. Ice Block to dodge the Storm Bolt. King Caffeine needs to back away, but the core is starting to take some damage.
K1 Pro jumping in with Falstad. They have 4 catapults pushing in. I feel like at this point they can just go for the core.
They're going for it. Cloud9 is knocking on the door of Dignitas. It's down to 40%, and I think they've done it. Game number 1 goes to Cloud9. What a start to this grand finals. The rotations, the plays, busting out Falstad. A hero we haven't seen them play at Dragonshire, and I don't know how long, when it matters the most.
Absolutely amazing play by Cloud9 as they fairly trashed Team Dignitas in the opening game. A strong statement that says, we are here in the grand finals and it belongs to us. And now it will remain to be seen whether Team Dignitas can provide a compelling counter argument to that.
I mean, it really seems like they shook them up in the draft, right? Cloud9 not going with what they're predicted to do. That's what it's all about in the grand finals, throwing off your opponent. Even StarCraft, any strategy game, you're going to try to do a new build order that your opponent doesn't really fully understand, and it seemed to work out pretty well, Kubi.
Yes, absolutely. We actually got to see a little bit of a different style of that Kharazim that it's been all about the Divine Palms up until this point and how well Bakery was able to, execute those always at the last second. But there is that other very viable option in the 7-sided strike. Now, we were sort of hyping up the Rexar play and really the capability that you have with that bear out, and that stun could come out at any moment, right? So they did a very nice play in the bottom lane that I really want to highlight in our Windows 10 game DVR replay, so let's head on over to that. Now, the real big setup for it is we just had this takedown on Tassadar in the bottom lane, and look at this position that Zarmany has stepped forward into. The big thing that I want to highlight is that he feels safe. Now, Johanna is a hero that has the iron skin, and that grants her unstoppable. She cannot be stunned out for this time, but you have crossed this line, and you have gone too far. We have the bear that is just right here, and like I said, at any moment, that stun could fly out. Once that happens, we are going to see the 7-sided strike. That's 7% HP taken away. It doesn't matter how high your HP pool is, you are going to take half of your health if you're stepping in every single hit of that 7-sided strike. So go ahead and Banter right here. He steps forward. There's the stun from iDream, taking most of the hits from that, able to get a great lockdown in King Caffeine with the Dwarf Toss to follow that up. Just a really nice execution of a different style of play for that Kharazim.
You know, Dwarf Toss kills are possibly my favorite type of kill in the whole game because it doesn't look like it should do a lot of damage, but it does enough to secure those last hits quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly. And if it had been just a single kill on Tassadar, it could still be salvageable. Maybe they could still save the middle keep. Yeah. But with that second one there on Johanna, and the way that they were staggered with 15 seconds in between them, that was really the one that gave them a second keep and ultimately sealed the game completely in Cloud9's favor.
You know, but this is a best-of-5 series. Many games, I mean, you need to win 3 times to secure yourself a victory, so there's plenty of time for Cloud9 to not secure it, for Dignitas to bring it back. Because Cloud9, of course, 2 more wins, that's a whole best-of-3 matchup right there.
Absolutely is. But really, it's all about that mental edge as well, and you cannot stress that enough. Having just taken down DK in a 2-0 in a very convincing fashion with some strange hero picks, and now being launched right into the grand finals with a 1-0 victory, you know Cloud9's feeling good.
You know, we actually have something really cool set up, a very special interview over with Anna. Anna, take it away.
This is special indeed, guys, because I am here with Dunk Train's parents. Can we get a choo-choo for them? Choo-choo! What are your names?
Ailey Arabian.
Caroline.
So nice to meet you guys. How does it feel to be sitting here in the audience surrounded by people who are cheering for your son in this match?
Fantastic. Just loving the experience. We've been watching for months as he's been playing, so it's great stuff, great stuff.
Is this ever a career path you thought you would see him take?
God, no. No. Not at all.
But are you excited about it now?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. We love it, and we're looking forward to them play the next games.
Do you feel like they have a really good chance to take the finals?
Absolutely, absolutely. With this crowd behind them, yes.
Is there anything, if you could say, this is a great crowd, it really is. If you could say one thing right now to your son before he plays this next and potentially, well, not quite final match, what would you say?
Keep going, don't give him a break, and let's win it for the USA.
Don't blow it.
Thank you so much. Guys, we will be right back with more Heroes of the Storm right after this.
I think Dunk Train, as our captain, really brings a lot of stability to our team. We can, on occasion, get a little rowdy or kind of lose focus on what we're really trying to be practicing. And Dunk's really the one to be there and bring it all together and make sure that we stay on track.
Our team captain's just a really reasonable guy, and whenever there's just arguments or disagreements, he'll be there to just fix things. And whenever we just lose track of practice, he gets us focused again.
I'm team captain of a bunch of guys who are kind of goofballs. It makes it a lot easier. We just don't tend to get heated or upset, and you don't need to make administrative decisions that, you know, turn one person against another or anything like that, just because we're so relaxed.
I think like everyone on the team has pretty big egos, and Dunk is able to keep calm, and whenever we have like, you know, disagreements or whatever, he's there to kind of, you know, keep the peace.
Today, we retake our homeworld, and with it, our legacy. My life for ire.
StarCraft II: Legacy of the Void. Pre-purchase now at StarCraft.com.
Let's end this thing. Once and for all. My life for ire.
StarCraft II: Legacy of the Void. Pre-purchase now at StarCraft.com.
Prepare yourselves. Coming this fall, a Hearthstone tournament like none other. The Collegiate Hearthstone Championship. In a whole new competitive format, teams of 3 from across North America will gather, craft their decks, and work together to be crowned champions.
You asked for it.
For justice.
And with over $100,000 in scholarships to win, why not give it a shot? For all the details, check out the link below. So gather your crew and sign up today. And stay tuned for more information about the live finals later this year.
We started playing as Bob. It was when ADOD had been from Gamers 2, and 3 of our players had stopped playing from SK, and then we found a third ranger who started playing the game. He'd been a friend of mine before we started playing Heroes of the Storm. So it was around that time that we were like, okay, we're 5 really strong individual players. A lot of us have experience in the past. We have the knowledge. ADOD's an incredibly smart captain and drafter and a shot caller. So I think if, you know, we said if we put all this together, I think we can make a top level team.
Alrighty guys, welcome back here to BlizzCon 2015 Grand Finals for Heroes of the Storm. I'm Solid Jake with Grubby and Kubi, and you know what? We've got a special announcement. We've just found out that we'll be launching a special championship bundle based on the winning teams, heroes and skins of the final game here in the championship. This will be available globally after BlizzCon, so all the sick heroes, the skins they're rocking, those will be on sale.
Yeah, sounds pretty nice. I like the idea of that.
So if Cloud9 wants to, oh, I'm assuming too much. If the winning team,
hey, they're going to play murky. No, they will do it for the people.
Exactly. And they could be like, okay, which one do we want to put on sale? And they'll just pick freely on that. And not about competitive merit.
I think they're going to pick all the cheapest heroes, like Raynor, and then just go with like that.
Oh, man.
All right, so let's talk about game one. Cloud9 busting out Falstad on Dragonshire to great success, a bit of a new build. Kubi, what do you think of that style, the talent choices?
You know, I thought especially some of the plays that he was making, he was really showing the capability to be like almost overextending in some cases, where we saw that play where he almost was able to take out Jaina in the bottom lane. Ice Block was popped at the last moment, but being able to use that Mighty Gust and then buying time to make use of the flight ability really just showcased the mobility that the hero has on a battleground like Dragonshire. Being able to swap up after a quick team fight, going up to the shrine at the top, really just showed the ingenuity of the team.
Now, Grubby, now that Dignitas has experienced a lot of different things from Cloud9, they saw the composition with Murky, they saw Rexar used multiple times, now Falstad being busted out. You think they're going to try to go for just a really safe, well-rounded composition, a very generic, like, you know, Uther with Muradin, Jaina, go for that, like the ideal, if you will?
Yeah, certainly Team Dignitas has received a cocktail of surprises from Cloud9 here in terms of both the bans and the picks. Let's not forget that we saw an Uther ban with a Kharazim pick, taking it away from Team Dignitas. In the previous times, we've seen Dignitas respond to this with a first pick Kharazim. I said, whatever strong heroes are the fad of the month, this time we want to just lock that one in, because now you are aware how good we are with Kharazim, and we want to make sure you cannot take him away again. We've seen that before. Maybe we'll see some more of that.
I'm curious if Cloud9 would be willing to go first pick Kharazim themselves. Of course, we don't know who has first pick, first ban in this draft just yet, but really the way it works is you either pick the battleground or you get the first pick for your draft. So stylistically, it's on the losing team for game number 2.
Now, if it does put Cloud9 into the situation where they want to first pick Kharazim based on the fact that Dignitas will do it, and then they move to, you know, shifting to the ban, that's going to take up the spot where Tyrael is so happily residing in Cloud9. So we're going to start to actually see, because we're in a best of 5 and series that you see are, you know, best of 5 or longer, there's almost like a mini meta that develops between these two teams, and it's so exciting to see the adaptations between the two, and even just watching Kharazim shift up perhaps a little bit in the draft is that type of thing.
Yeah, we see a whole new dimension of draft strategy because it is a best of 5. We see up to 5 games instead of just 2 or 3 or so, and that's really going to change it. Kubi said that Tyrael will be removed every time by Cloud9. They just do not want to play against it. They may change their opinion about it, but so far they seem pretty satisfied about the proceedings.
Well, I'm curious to find out what they'll do for game number 2, so let's hop on into the draft. Game 2, Cloud9 up 1-0 here on Cursed Hollow. And this draft is going to determine a lot. Now, this is a battleground where heroes like Abathur are quite popular, right? He's a prominent hero. You got the split soak, you have a lot of damage, but Dignitas, they're banning out Jaina, realizing that the Uther ban didn't work out all that well for them in game 1.
Yeah, now they know they cannot play a game about supports anymore because Cloud9 has shown themselves with Dunk Train being comfortable also on Kharazim. Normally, that has not been a concern. We don't see that high of a prioritization of Kharazim. Cloud9 sticking with their guns, putting their foot down and still saying no Tyrael.
Speaking of a little bit of mind games going on, this is the second battleground that was chosen in Cloud9 versus DK. This is the battleground choice for Cloud9 now in the grand finals. We saw some really weird strategies with that Murky, the Tassadar, Abathur, Leoric, all being played out. Does this factor into Dignitas' draft now? Because they just so recently saw that be successful against a team as strong as DK, how does that manipulate their picks?
For now, they're going to be taking Abathur. It was an important linchpin of the Cloud9 strategy that we just saw, so that has already been dismantled a little bit. Abathur providing so much value on a map like Cursed Hollow with his Locust Strain ability with which he can push, and of course, pretty much every ability in his kit, actually.
I mean, step back to the matchup in opening week. ADRD was playing Abathur, going the full Toxic Next build. In this just dismantled Cloud9. Every time they stepped on a mine, they would capitalize. Sonya would be there with the Ancient Spear, and Athor Angel was just getting kills left after right.
Yeah, King Caffeine was unable to use his Wraith Walk to get away in time from the nest, because there was always one more mine behind him on the escape routes. The mad scientist ADRD placing those toxic nests so well. Yes. Now, how is Cloud9 going to respond?
Now, Sonya was a big factor in that as well, especially with those slow mines. And if you can buy time for Sonya to just be next to a target that is that slowed, she will be able to take them out in quick succession. Does Cloud9 factor that in to this draft? Do they continue to move with something that's a little bit more rotationally heavy, like we've seen in the past with Muradin? Exactly.
I mean, I like this pickup a lot. Muradin is great for denying not only those attacks from the potential Sonya, he has the escape with Dwarf Toss, and Reverberation is very good against auto-tech style heroes. So, you know, it's just very good, well-rounded, and Uther will be picked up, of course, when he's available.
Dignitas will not have to pick Karazim right away because the support has already been picked. Until today, maybe we'll see it. We've never seen Uther Karazim yet, but of course he could be banned away in that second ban phase, so it does become a concern. Maybe they will take Karazim, maybe not.
Okay, and you know, like you were saying, that can probably wait until later, but also things that could wait until later is what is perhaps that melee assassin, or who is that hero they're going to try to focus on, Dignitas, with that Abathur, right? Do they show that early? You've got to be careful with that because you allow some, you know, potential counterplay with the rest of the picks of Cloud9, so we'll have to see.
What's interesting to me is the fact that this is a battleground where we have seen them play Butcher, we have seen them play Falstad, and we have seen them play Kerrigan. So Butcher, Falstad, maybe Kerrigan, Falstad, they could try to do something weird like that. But Karazim, Kael'thas sticking to the staples.
Okay, so the interesting thing about picking Karazim and Kael'thas is that these are two heroes that, you know, Cloud9 is pretty sure they're going to pick when they get the opportunity to do so. And it's like, well, why would they grab them so early in the draft? I'll tell you why. It's so that they can save the element of surprise for that later portion. They don't actually know. There's a bit of an air of mystery to what that remaining set of picks will be. Who is the warrior? What is that potential melee assassin?
Very smart ban of Sylvanas there. Sylvanas very good against fragile compositions, especially warriorless compositions, because they rely not on their health pool, but on very important key mechanics in how their abilities tie together. They don't want to go up against that Wailing Arrow. For now, Cloud9's strategy has been doing a monopoly on good warriors, removing both ETC and Tyrael.
I think that's actually quite good. I mean, we've seen the power of ETC. DK really showcased that this weekend. But Sonya being picked up for Cloud9 with Divine Shield, she becomes quite hard to take out.
Okay, so they're going to have some control, especially available too. Even, again, slows available for Sonya, and that's also potentially a bit of a removal. We mentioned how good Sonya can be with those Abathur mines being rotated, and Falstad once more.
Now, this is not that weird for Cloud9. This is the one battleground where they would play him. So to see him being played successfully in Dragonshire, they have to be feeling good. Like you said, so many situations where he seemed overextended. Very risky positions for Falstad, able to get out. He has the ability to rotate, and he also has the ability to hunt for Abathur, pick him off, and then fly down to the big battle where he needs to be.
Yeah, exactly. He's one of the better Abathur counters. Zeratul and Falstad probably right up there. So very smart pick in every single respect. Zeratul by Team Dignitas. That means that they will either play... Well, no, they still have a warrior pick. Okay, they can still go for a warrior. I was thinking, oh, okay, it's going to be Arthas.
Oh, a great target to have the Abathur hat on, and also a great clone target along with Zeratul. Wow, what a draft so far for Dignitas. Their composition, I would say they can feel very comfortable having.
Yeah, I mean, the Zeratul pick is good for A, defensively, and B, denial. If you have Abathur on your team, you do not want Zeratul looking for your Abathur. That is a very powerful thing to have. So very smart pickup on their side. But it's going to be interesting to see how the control works out. Will Arthas go for Army of the Dead and then Divine Palm? Sometimes communication is very difficult in those situations. Is Cinder Ghost going to be the play of choice for Arthas? We're going to have to find out.
Cloud9 has one more choice. From the looks of it, maybe something ranged. It's going to be Tassadar, a secondary support, helping out Sonya to get in there and stay safe, providing a lot of vision as well. And most key of all, perhaps, the use of his trait, the Oracle ability, to try and deal with what Cloud9 has said are some of those most annoying toxic nest placements.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the power of mines in opening week, and they were everywhere. Like an absolutely devastating number of mines scattered in all the right places. ADRD on Abathur, he is a legend.
So now we're in a situation where we have a lot of control available to the battleground from Dignitas and a lot of mobility now, especially with Falstad. Tassadar is difficult to take down as well. So it's going to be two little bit differing strategies for either side. We'll have to see which is more effective in this game number 2.
We see Team Dignitas, they can turn any 1 versus 1 into a 3 versus 1, with Abathur coming either with a copy or with the symbiote hat, and then Zeratul coming from the shadows. So Cloud9 is going to have to show an unusual amount of restraint in trying to seek 1v1 duels. And they're going to have to play together like a team, as they already have been doing.
Alrighty, guys. Well, we want you all to join us on Twitter. Use the hashtag HeroesWC. Tweet at Esports Heroes. Look at that. Cloud9 in favor. Woo! Are you guys ready for game number 2? I think that'll do. Guys, let's hop on into it. Game number 2 on Cursed Hollow between Cloud9 and Dignitas North America versus Europe. The Heroes of the Storm World Championship. This is it. On the blue side will be Team Dignitas with ADRD on Abathur, a Thorough Angel playing Kael'thas, Bakery on the legendary Karazim, Snitch on Zeratul, and Zarmony playing as Arthas. Their opponents, Cloud9, with Dump Train on Uther, Fan playing Tassadar, iDream on Sonya, K1 Pro and Falstad, and King Caffeine once again on Murder. And look, the Mount Synergy, it's consistent through every game.
Yes, exactly. It's very important.
It is. And oh, is that the new Falstad skin?
Is that the rare parrot? Is it a pirate riding a parrot?
Oh, I want that skin so bad. So attractive. Alrighty, well, Cursed Hollow, once again, they're actually body blocking those minions, flying this on the back. But look at this. Dignitas suspects they might be doing this, and they're waiting in their bush. This is a very cool play.
But I mean,
next level meta.
Tassadar has the vision. Is he going to use it in 3, 2, 1? There we go. And Howling Blast will miss. Zarmony does not catch a fish on the end of that fishing rod.
Okay, well, they do need to split up and make sure they get those soak in the lanes respectively. We see Falstad flying down, King Caffeine already in the top, so Crisis controlled. They do not miss a single minion. But Dignitas, they did miss some in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they missed 2 footmen at the bottom lane, maybe 1 at the top as well, so that's about 165-ish XP lost already. It's not all too bad, but it counts for a little bit.
Yeah, every small little bit, can make a difference in the game. A lot of presence in the mid, though. Tassadar does get hit by the gravity lapse and will have to use Dimensional Shift to get out of harm's way.
Now, that's a 20-second cooldown. That's why you can see Dignitas work so hard for trying to take down a Tassadar, which is virtually impossible. They also wanted to clear wave quickly so they could help at the bottom. A big 3-man attack here. Rending Cleave there missing from Snitch. Will not be doing any damage, and Cloud9 smartly pulls it back for now.
Okay, but they did do a fair amount of damage to that bottom tower, and that's just kind of like a sign of one of the threats they have with Falstad. If they do see an opening, they're going to go for structural damage. Falstad can fly down there or walk down and fly back to his respective lane. But wow, this Tassadar is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, didn't need to use Dimensional Shift. Flame Strike had already hit him. Now they're going to get a tower. Almost going to get a tower. Will K1 Pro finish it? Yes, he will.
All right, a nice early pickup, but Zeratul has made his way in. We do see a nice dash out, but Uther will end up falling early in this game.
First blood for Team Dignitas with the Gravity Lapse and Flame Strike. Athero is going to port back for now. He's gonna rejoin the lane once again. I really like what Cloud9 is doing here, putting such heavy pressure and taking down the tower early. Even though they lost the hero, they're still ahead in XP. Whenever you're facing Abathur on the ladder in Hero League or Quick Match, you want to put a big, heavy 3-man pressure on one of the lanes. Abathur is a very strong late game hero, a true beast, but he lacks a little bit of presence in the early game, and you want to abuse that.
Yeah, but so far so good for Dignitas. They're staying quite even in XP. They do have that first kill of the game, but will they be able to go toe-to-toe for this first tribute? Look at this nest.
And there we have Oracle coming into play, giving iDream the chance to clear them up with his Whirlwind. Oh, Bakery gonna get cancelled from that tribute.
Okay, restarting to start that channel once again. Now that the mine's been cleaned up, of course, there is a bit of a cooldown to be able to place them again. So you can't get a big nest built up like that in a short period of time.
I like what K1 Pro is doing on the fast side at the bottom there, not giving Abathur the advantage of soaking experience. All by himself.
Yep, Oracle popped in Dream, also just pushing up this lane, realizing that it's going to be a bit of a stalled out fight for the time being. Dwarf Toss for King Caffeine, barely slipping away. The heals are their Dream. Starting to look into the back line. Zarmony quite low or Thorough. One Ancient Spear could be his death, but no, a nice gravity lapse going out. Zarmony, though, does get connected on. A lot of Stormbolt connects there as well, and that will be the first kill for Cloud9. Dunk a bit out of position. Gonna have to mount up and rejoin his team, but no, it's going to be Fan grabbing the first tribute of the game.
Very nice play by Cloud9, getting the first tribute, 2 away from casting a curse upon their opponent, which will disable all of their minions and forts.
Wow, I mean, even Abathur down here, not able to defend against a Falstad, which is left alone. So we powered through the entire wall, half-level lead for Cloud9, about to have those level 7 talents.
And in an unusual talent choice, Uther, Dunk Train, has gone for the Radiance talent, going for a wider and a further reach of that spell instead of Protective Shield. It's very nice to use on Cursed Hollow, probably the best map for it, as you can cancel the opponent from the Tribute from much further and much more safely.
Yeah, it's a really cool pickup. I mean, especially if you have 2 melee on your team, I definitely think there's a lot of viability for that with Devil Warriors, but Snitch sneaks in and steals the Giants under the nose of Cloud9, just forced to back away, not knowing how many heroes were there attacking them.
Yeah, if you want it that badly, go ahead and take it, says Cloud9. It's pretty easy for them to clear up. Next Tribute is going to be spawning in a favorable location for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, and they're really not far behind in XP. This, again, like you said, on their side, just slightly in favor. And they do still have their full fortifications in the top lane. So one thing you have to really consider, do you have your well in that situation? At this point in the game, all the wells are still standing. Dignitas will be able to pick it up after a short while. I don't think Fan's going to be able to get the stall here. Just barely not getting in there for King Caffeine.
Yeah, the positioning was too good for Dignitas off that Tribute. They spawn. The first one is random. The second is a little bit less random. And the third becomes more predictable. There's some kind of pattern, which I won't bore you with. But that was a good location for Team Dignitas. And the vileness from Abathur, from ADRD, are really coming into play here, providing a 50% slow for 4 seconds on any intrepid adventurer that stumbles upon them. And that buys a lot of time for Team Dignitas to capture that Tribute.
Yeah, in the event you step out of mine, not only does it give the enemy team vision of you, but Zeratul might be lurking in the shadows. And that could just be a disastrous situation.
Very scary. Zeratul even went for Regeneration Master and First Aid, not going with the usual follow-through, sacrificing some damage for much more self-sustenance.
I love the fact that Cloud9 is realizing they're spending Abathur to split soak, and they're abusing that fact. They're just always taking the opportunity to push in these situations, even having 2 heroes, Sonya and Murden. A lot of damage will go down to this top lane, really putting them in a nice spot for level 10.
Nice dodge there by the Tassadar, dodging that gravity lapse. Yeah, Team Dignitas has been on the warpath. They've been going around as 3 or 4, letting Abathur soak 1 or 2 lanes, and sometimes they get away with it. But I feel like, Jake, Cloud9 has upped their anti-Abathur game, putting a lot of pressure and taking down towers.
I mean, the Tassadar pick alone has made quite the difference, just giving you vision of all those mines. And it's a situation where you have heroics versus no heroics. Dignitas has no choice but to give up that tribute.
Caffeine getting slowed down on this ascent to the top. Levels are equalizing as ADRD is soaking this lane here. Next Tribute will be a curse point for Team Cloud9. However, level 10 will be reached on both sides, so heroics will be up.
Yeah, but looking at the Cloud9 heroics, Force Wall plus Mighty Gust, this is an insane amount of control. These very close, narrow hallways that exist on Cursed Hollow can make some ridiculous plays possible.
Yeah, very reminiscent of the Butcher Falstad play, where you try and keep someone in place and then blowing other people away. A lot of battlefield control, and we'll probably see that coming into play in just 20-30 seconds or so when the next Tribute is coming up.
Yeah, but Dignitas, they have Void Prison. It's a great response to those kind of setups. So there's going to be a fine line between the control of the battlefields and who's able to use their heroics most effectively in this situation. Big push going down. Next Tribute not too far off, but it is curse point for Cloud9.
It's the little things that matter. So cool what Fan was doing there. He was taking all of the Phoenix shots, putting a shield on himself, making the Phoenix's goal miss. The Phoenix was cast to clear the middle lane quicker, but all of the shots missed because of Fan's play and understanding of the artificial intelligence of these units. So bought a bit of time there.
Yeah, the Phoenix will always prioritize the heroes over structures or minions. So nice. Wow, we already seeing that talent paying off, stalling out Bakery's channel of that tribute. This, again, is curse point for Cloud9. So they want it, and they want it bad.
Whoa!
Taking way too much. A nice PP to stay alive. Dream gets the Divine Shield and is now turning back in. Mighty Gust putting ADRD into a weird spot, but of course, that is just the Abathur clone, and the tribute is successfully channeled by Dignitas.
Still a little bit of a win for Team Cloud9 there. The pressure that K1 Pro with Falstad was putting on Zeratul, and I think he's chasing him again in middle lane. Okay, that's the end of that. Forced a Void Prism in a way that you never want to use it in a 1v1 duel. Even though Snitch went for a full survivability build, going for First Aid and Regeneration Master, he still had to use it by himself. And I wonder if that's because of that level 4 talent by K1 Pro, putting more damage on him than otherwise would happen.
I mean, if you're trying to stay in the battle, I mean, it's just going to hurt more and more with each consecutive charge. So it's a really cool style of Falstad that I'd love to see, you know, just advance in popularity? Because so far, I'm loving it.
I've been saying that not build is bad. I'm going to take it back. I'm wrong sometimes.
All right, fair enough. Well, Falstad continuing to keep that global soak. Cloud9 very close to level 13. That's why you see they're just continuing to be in the face of Dignitas as often as possible. Falstad, after he clears the wave, always just backs away to make sure he is not really vulnerable to any kind of rotations.
We see Sonya grabbing the Siege Giants. I wonder if she has enough time. She seems to think so. No, he's going to abandon that. The Tribute is calling anyone that gets this.
Falstad in the bottom,
bottom lane.
Arthas right now. He is in a bit of a chance situation. Does just barely fly away. First aid keeping him alive, so he spent that ability, spent his fly. He will not be present for this next Tribute, but Cloud9 is already in position. They'll get a curse. Dignitas trading out for a boss.
Yeah, curse has been cast. The blue team will be cursed. None of their forts will have any defensive capabilities whatsoever. Their minions are going to die in just a single hit.
And Cloud9, they're working on a boss themselves, but Dignitas, I believe they'll be able to get there in time to try to fight this back. They do have that boss push in the bottom, but they're waiting too long.
Yeah, this boss has been taken. It's a boss apiece with the curse in favor of Cloud9. They're now going to start to push to the top there. If they can take down this fort before the boss even gets there, the boss will go all the way to the keep by himself, and that gives Cloud9 a chance to attack a different location. They're already starting to work on that with 3 heroes in the middle.
Yeah, just note the way that they're splitting up their heroes too. Falstad and Muradin, the two most mobile, 2 heroes that have the best escape on their team. They're putting them up alone in the top lane while the rest of the team is pushing down that middle fort. They really want to make sure they take out as many structures as humanly possible during this curse.
Now, we've seen curses where only 0 forts get taken down, or 1, sometimes all 3, and getting 2 is definitely on the higher end of the scale. Getting that middle fort now, probably not the bottom, and that's thanks to the boss. Too much pressure here.
Definitely a good curse there for Cloud9. They got the 2 forts. They defended a boss, just losing the single fort here in the bottom. Yeah, the final punch does take it out, but Dignitas, they are far from out of this, only down 1 level right now.
Right, and they still have that late game hero Abathur. We haven't seen a lot of Kael'thas level 13 power spike coming in yet, where he picks up that chain bomb, and at that moment it's going to be a lot harder for Cloud9 to position themselves, as every living torch of a hero can pass that chain bomb to their allies and spreading around massive amounts of damage. So we see the power spikes hitting here for Team Dignitas, but momentum and playstyle has still been favoring Cloud9 until this moment.
Yeah, so far so good. Falstad once again getting a bit aggressive as he gets eyes on the opposing team in the mid lane. If they slip into the shadows, he'll be a little bit more passive, but once the team reconfirms they're in the middle, he's happy to do that damage to the final remaining fort.
Just 1 little inch away from level 16. Let's see the talent picks there for Cloud9. It's going to give them a huge power spike.
This is arguably the 2nd strongest talents you can get, next to, of course, your heroics and then your level 20 storm talents. And this momentum that they can have at level 16 with a full, level window, they can make a lot happen, but doesn't look like they want to do anything other than eliminate that last fort.
Yeah, they want to use that with the fort. They'll be happy if there is a measure of defense by Dignitas. They'll happily take that fight, but at least they're going to get that fort. We see the hammer throw, the hammer time talent by Falstad. He will have a 0.75 second stun if he hits someone after using his power throw ability.
But Dignitas, they're all going back to base. Harthing with the pressure there in the bottom lane on that bottom keep. Cloud9 will successfully take up the wall and just calmly back away. A nice play by Cloud9.
We see none of the wacky play by Cloud9 that they showed in the BlizzCon opening week just 1 week ago, where they continually made it scary for themselves.
Falstad is flying up here to the top. Athuro taking a lot of damage from Caffeine, but no, they opt to back away. The Abathur had the mines in that area. They realize a bit of a risk, and Caffeine, engaged upon by Snitch, does manage to dwarf toss away.
Uther still at the bottom lane. Dunk Train getting as much experience as possible there. At this point, we're starting to see this as a race to level 20. Whoever gets there first gets some of the most powerful abilities in Storm tier talents.
A nice force wall, but now we see Fan all alone right now. The team is
Dunk Train.
Falstad cannot fly down here. This is a 3v5, and Cloud9 is just running.
Dunk Train seems to be able to get away. He dodged that Howling Blast very nicely. And Fan with the force wall disengage.
The fact that they chased meant they weren't channeling the tribute. That would be a curse for Dignitas if they managed to pick it up. But Cloud9 has been able to recuperate, get back into position. Falstad flew to the left side, looking for after moves, uses that clone at the last moment.
Nice move by King Caffeine coming from the back there with the Stormbolt. They're really chaining their abilities together nicely. Oh, Divine Shield has been used.
Yeah, pretty early in that fight. Fan taking a fair amount of damage, secluded from his team. They need to make something happen. After clone about to wear off, and Tassadar is getting pushed to the left side.
Oh, Tassadar, he's singled out, he's isolated.
But this means that there's 2 heroes for Dignitas not in this fight. Gonna be hard to stall this out. Tassadar taking a lot of damage himself on the left side, but it's still buying a lot of time with Snitch and Abathur occupied.
Oh, and it looks like it will actually be Cloud9 who picks up the tribute.
They deny the curse for Dignitas. They might end up defending Tassadar. Does he have Force Wall? Yes, he does. And he manages to slip away.
With the Breshans getting away. In the den of the lion, Jake.
Beautiful play by Fan. He kept them chasing him for so long, it was all about stall tactics. We saw that exact type of play versus DK, but their whole composition was designed around that. Why not just try one hero to force 2 heroes to focus on eliminating you? Tassadar is the best hero in the game at doing that.
Incredible. What a troll, Fan. Such mastery of this hero as he goes deep behind enemy lines and sees his way out and capturing the tribute in the process for his team. A true MVP moment there.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, next level plays being made here at the World Championships. Snitch has to blink out of there after putting himself in a bit of a forward position there, but no one ends up going down in that exchange.
And as the dust clears from that capture of the tribute, a lot of yellow spots are starting to appear on the maps. There are mercaps that are available for capture. iDream has started with the Siege Shine. It's starting to get the Bruiser, and we'll see a Bruiser apiece for Dignitas as well.
I mean, they're really just starting to grab those mercenaries, trying to get that pressure across the battleground for this tribute, which is spawning in just 5 seconds. Again, this is curse point for Dignitas, and they desperately need to pick up a curse to catch up an experience for level 20.
Snitch has been stunned out of the ability to use Wormhole there. No follow-up threat just yet as everything starts to break loose.
Bakery was so close, Fan slips away himself. Again, very low prescience has been used, so now Tassadar is quite vulnerable, and Zeratul picks him off. Snitch with the play. It is now a 4v5, and Cloud9 has no choice but to give up this tribute, and that will be a curse for Team Dignitas.
The first curse for Team Dignitas. They're starting to ride the momentum here of being in a 5 versus 4 situation. Zarmany out for blood, trying to chase iDream there. Note that none of the defensive structures will be attacking. Zarmany now isolated. Tanky enough probably to be able to shrug this off until help comes. Army of the Dead.
Well, yeah, but Bakery's there. He has Divine Palm if needed, and they don't have eyes on the rest of the team, so they're being a little bit passive. But what they're doing is making sure that Team Dignitas can't go for a boss right now. That's exactly what Cloud9 wants to stop. Any kind of momentum train by picking up 2 bosses with a curse is the last thing that want to happen. Beautiful Mighty Gust, just forcing them off of that fort, stalling even longer.
Exactly, that's what Cloud9 is doing here, just buying as much time as possible. If they can survive this curse without losing a keep or giving away a boss, that would be a huge success for Cloud9, despite giving away the curse.
Yeah, but they did give away their experience late. Dignitas just passing them in this moment right now, and Dig is marching into these middle forts, middle towers, taking them out, which will put them so very close to level 20.
Ah, there it is, level 20. Storm tier talents are being picked. We've got the Hardened Shields going out for Arthas, Rewind for Zeratul. We've got the Hive Mind for Abathur, which gives him 2 symbiote hats, and finally, Calm Repose for Karazim, which gives him a attempt at doing Divine Palm every 5 seconds.
You can just spam it.
Yeah.
All right, well, Cloud9 very close to 20 themselves, going to grab their Storm Talents. This means it is not safe for either team to go for a risky boss. Once again, Abathur Mind's really providing so much vision. Fan was actually just clearing them out.
K1 Pro. K1 Pro, he's alone.
Oh, Tassadar, or excuse me, Zeratul flies in. A nice Mighty Gust going out, buying time. And Dream Caffeine, they're flanking from the bottom, looking for a lot of damage. They find a Thero in the back line. Force Ball going off the bottom. Phantom is actually infected by the most, but ADRD, the clone, will end up going down very soon here. So that's just the after clone gone. Now he will switch to using his hat for his allies. Cloud9 realize they do have a heroic advantage.
Cloud9 in hot pursuit. Toxic Nest slowing their pursuit here as we have an attempted disengage from Team Dignitas, who are nonetheless hesitant to give away the stage to Cloud9, as a boss will be the grand prize.
Force Wall secludes Zarmany, and a lot of damage is being thrown out onto him. But of course, Divine Palm is still a big factor in this fight. Zeratul blinks at the wall, the immediate stun onto Snitch, but no, it's going to be Caffeine getting very low. Mighty Gust does save him, and Snitch will end up falling in this fight. Now Caffeine getting that additional heal with the trade. Fawcett flying into battle. The slow from the...
Oh, the Force Wall!
Force Wall goes down, and Key Caffeine in the back will manage to get out just barely. Divine Shield is cast on Sonya, and he shreds through Uther, but no, it's Bakery, the one that's still standing for the supports. Healing up the team isn't enough. The shield's coming up, the ghost of Uther, keeping the team alive. The exchange is just too close.
Wow, Snitch dead there in the aftermath. Uther has perished as well, but should he not be coming back? He has redemption. He's not coming back.
Yeah, no redemption going off there.
Maybe he picked it too late or it was down. I do apologize, not understanding what happened there. But it's one down apiece. No bosses were taken. I thought Dignitas was in for a disaster of their lifetime here, Jake. But it is just a 1-for-1. They defended the boss successfully and are now starting to make a move for their own boss. But Fan says, no, thank you. I'm going to delay you from that. With the Force Wall, the Oracle is going to mount up and try and stay near and prevent that from happening. Snitch is back. Dunk Train is still 10 seconds out.
Dunk Train's parents really tense in this moment. You can see them watching from the crowd, realizing how epic this game truly is. One tribute to 0 in favor of Cloud9 fan continuing to stall. But if Dignitas, I mean, they have to go back up from 0. They're at 0 to 3, so they need 3 more tributes before they have another curse. So really giving that up, not a big deal.
Right. Dunk Train wasn't there yet, so no risky plays could be made. Now they're a team again, and it feels good, man. It's a 5 versus 5 again. Once again, iDream going on the camp.
Oh,
Fan taking lots of damage.
Way too much damage there. Needs to back away. Team has to regroup and look for a fight. 21 to 21, dead even, and we are just about 21 minutes into this game.
What a coincidence. 3 keeps apiece still. This is the grand finals match that we have been hoping for. It is very tense here. We don't have an overabundance of kills, just 3 versus 2 takedowns thus far. But that just goes to show how evenly matched these two teams are, even as Cloud9 has a 1-0 lead.
It's like looking at a mirror. At the same moment, they both start working on their bosses respectively. Dead even right now. I mean, the topless level play, we couldn't ask for a greater grand finals.
Very much so, and they captured at the exact same time. And what are they gonna do? More camps, defend the boss, push with it. There are so many options that I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. For now, it looks like both teams will play it safe. There's too much at stake. Grand Champion will win $200,000 and the title to call themselves the world's first best Heroes of the Storm team ever.
Okay, the next tribute has spawned, this time a bit in favor of Team Dignitas. So defending in the top, Abathur actually going up forward. ADRD will be able to channel that safely as Cloud9 is in fact back at home, taking care of that boss. False Head flying in, just in time. And ADRD does just barely get away. Mighty Gust, not quite enough. The beautiful evolution there, keeping him alive for the moment.
Oh my God, what just happened there?
Now, when the clone dies, Abathur will return to that exact spot. They're pinging it right now, right next to the tribute. So Cloud9, they want to maintain a forward position. Force Wall is thrown out. This is a tense moment for both teams. The clone is getting low, blinking away, back in, it's down. Abathur does end up falling in this battle very quickly. Zarmany in the front line, a bit secluded. The damage from Sonya is so high, but the Army of the Dead and Hardened Shield is keeping up, and Void Prison locking down 3 members. Mighty Gust still not ready for 3 seconds. They need that for the next play. If they can seclude them down into this little hole, no, they force False Head back.
Zarmany goes down! It's a 2-0 kill here for Cloud9 as they're pursued. They're out for blood. We don't have Arcane Barrier anymore. We don't have Bolt of the Storm on a Thera Angel. They're waiting out the Divine Bomb!
It went off and a Thera falls down, and Kerosene is incredibly low himself. Bakery just trying to slip back into his base, but I don't know if it matters. 3 heroes down to the 5 of Cloud9. It looks like they're going to try to end it here.
Is this the moment where 2 stood against 5 and stood victorious, or is it what it looks like that Cloud9 will get the core? They are banging on that core. They want it down.
All right, Cloud9, they're knocking on the door, but they're not getting over-aggressive. They realize they want to make sure they don't lose here. Bakery throws Divine Palm, will go off, but can he survive another onslaught from these 5? The core dropping down to 70% of its health. To iDream popping that Hardened Shield. I think they have done it for me. Cloud9 will go up 2-0 in this best of 5 grand finals at the Heroes of the Storm World Championship. What a game 2. Cloud9 sitting 1 game away from claiming that title, claiming that trophy with impeccable play. False Head in both games. I don't know what else to say.
Relief on the face of Mrs. Arabian as her son is just one map away from taking a 3-0 victory here with his team Cloud9, the American hopefuls. And this is just, it's an amazing finals. I'm out of words.
That's okay, I'll take care of you guys right here.
Thanks, Scooby.
All right, so a couple things to really point out. We looked at this draft initially when we saw it, and you know, Jake, you didn't give me a chance to answer who I thought was gonna win.
Calling me out.
But honestly, I would have told you Dignitas, they got all of their picks. Take a look at the 3 heroes that they feel so comfortable on. Abathur, Karazim, and Kael'thas. They got all 3 of them. Now, they did do a little bit of swapping around who was playing what hero. You know, Athera was actually on the Kael'thas, which is a little bit different for the team. So perhaps that had a bit of a factor into it, but really, it was about the Falstad play, right? We saw it in the last game, not even using any kind of Butcher combination with this, but really just showing the mobility. So the big deal that I want to highlight for our Windows 10 game DVR replay is this K1 Pro Falstad style play. This is actually one of the more interesting fights that we see. I want you guys to take note of Zeratul position. That's Snitch playing Zeratul. Now look how far forward he is. He knows that he has the support of his team. They're rushing in to make this style of play. The big thing, another thing to look at here also is Caffeine. He's actually going to be seeing a lot of pressure because the rest of the team's moving in. They know they have Zeratul really far forward. This is where K1 Pro shines. We're going to advance this just a little bit, and he is going to make an amazing, mighty Gus play. Look at this positioning, really just blowing the entire team back, buying time for the heal to get in for Muradin, and he's able to get out. Now, on top of this, we see the fight advance just a little bit more after this. Snitch ends up getting taken down because he was so over-aggressive, the rest of the team, but then we see the Epic Mount is able to fly forward, apply additional pressure. This is really clutch Falstad play. And we also had this really awesome play to fly up with the extra speed from the Epic Mount, hammer time, being able to throw the stun out, and they knew that if they were able to stall out that fight long enough, Abathur, because he had to use that ultimate evolution, would pop up in that same spot. They were able to take him down. That's no Abathur hat, no Hive Mind in that last fight. Really, really amazing play.
You know, big props to ADRD for using Ultimate Evolution so quickly because that snap call was rather impressive, but Cloud9, they knew exactly what was happening. Abathur would return to that spot, and I actually didn't see Abathur die. He actually, like the moment the Ultimate Evolution fell, his body just evaporated.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Falstad used his Thunder Strikes actually to finish him off, and there was like a glimmer of hope that Bakery would use his Karazim play to do a Divine Palm on Abathur, but like, did he miss it, or did he judge it's not worth it? Because like, what's Abathur gonna do?
Can you do that again? Can you do this laps? All right, well, that was quite an epic game, but we're not done yet. But before we go to a commercial break, we want you all to head on over to BlizzCon.com, where you can find out all of the epic news and epic info about this entire event, because it's more than just a Heroes Tournament. I mean, this is a celebration of the best games in the world, am I right?
Yeah.
No, come on, give me that again. BlizzCon, this is BlizzCon!
There we go.
Alrighty guys, we're gonna set up game number 3. We'll be back in just a bit.
I think one of the strongest points is that all of our players have pocket picks. I obviously play Monk a lot, we have Stitzes and Chen on Athero, we have Azmodan on ADRD, and having those kind of versatile picks really gives us a boost in our drafting.
A lot of people will be prepping for us from our Prague performance, but we've changed a lot of our playstyle since Prague, picking a couple of different heroes.
Going into this tournament, our form has been a lot better and we feel a lot more comfortable playing on stage now.
If we come to the games with the right mindset,
Knowing what we want to play before we come into the game and focusing on getting that.
we shouldn't have problems with any teams.
When we get really far ahead in games, we have a tendency to try to do very ridiculous plays. I'm not gonna make that noise though. So I'm not gonna be able to explain it. I'm not gonna do that on camera.
Whenever our team gets ahead in scrims, like by 2 or more levels, we tend to start trolling, And one funny moment that came out of that was that, you know, instead of communicating, someone just shouted go, and then everyone just started yelling literally random gibberish. You know, we ended up 5-0ing them or winning it very decisively with absolutely no communication.
Alrighty, guys, welcome back here to the Heroes of the Storm Grand Finals between Team Dignitas and Cloud9. My name is Solid Jake. I'm joined and honored to be at the desk with Grubby and Kubi. And this has been some of the best games we have ever seen, period.
Yeah, and it's really the innovation that is striking me as so awesome. We knew that we were going to see some weird stuff at BlizzCon. We knew the teams were saving some interesting strategies, but this has really blown everything out of the water for my expectations, and it's really just got me so hyped up.
Yeah, we saw that Falstad play, which so far looked like Europe's prerogative there, with Team Na'Vi and Dignitas playing it very much. But now we see that coming out from Cloud9. They've shown that they can steal Karazim play as well. And they've also showed Murky play. I mean, come on.
I like how you downplay a little bit, like, Murky play, you know, it's whatever.
No, Murky. So let's talk about Dignitas in more particular, right? They're known for Tyrael, they're known for Karazim, and they've been getting some of their picks. Obviously, Tyrael's been banned twice,
yeah,
but they've been getting a lot of comfort picks for them. It hasn't been enough. Obviously, it hasn't.
Yeah, that was really the big thing that I wanted to bring up about that last draft that we saw. They got everything they wanted, maybe with the exception of Tyrael, but they're not going to get it. Cloud9 will just simply ban it out every single time for their first ban. They need something very different for this game that has their back up against the wall.
So literally here on the largest stage in the world, do you just throw out a new composition that's unpracticed? Do you just try to throw your opponent off? What is the best way to approach this kind of thing, Robbie? I mean, you've been a pro player for a long time.
Yeah, I think at this point, Team Dignitas could do something crazy, but they would have really bad memories looking back at a tournament where they're behind 0-2, and then would use the last game of the tournament of the BlizzCon World Championships to do something which they don't have a lot of confidence in. They're just like, let's hope that this works. So my advice for them would be to play what they're comfortable with, even though Tyrael has been taken away repeatedly, and that seems to be a large part of their core strength. Continue to play what you're comfortable with. Notably, last game we had Ethereal Angel playing on Kel'Thas. We saw a number of quite important gravity lapses missing. Ethereal Angel, if you're not familiar, is usually playing a warrior. He's still got a number of heroes that he could be playing. It could be Chen, it could be another warrior. Go back to what you're comfortable with and hope that it is your opponent that crumbles under the pressure. Oh my god, 2-0, we're nearly there. And just try and have them make the mistakes.
Alrighty, guys. Well, without any further delay, we are ready for the third draft of this matchup. So let's hop on into it. Cloud9 versus Team Dignitas on Garden of Terror.
Garden of Terror strikes terror into my soul because of what we saw yesterday.
Lost Vikings.
Yeah, Lost Vikings. And I wonder actually how much of an impact that will have on this draft. Now, that is something perhaps a bit more of a DK style thing, but the potential of it is very real.
Yeah, that's just something we'll keep in our minds. Vikings may make their entrance. We don't know if it's going to be a ban or a pick, but we're setting the stage for that. Tyrael once again being removed by Cloud9.
If there are two heroes Cloud9 hates fighting, it's Abathur and the Lost Vikings. They do not like dealing with that big split soak power. So Dignitas bringing them to this battleground, I think that is very intelligent.
All right, it's going to be a Muradin pick here for Team Dignitas. That's their first pick.
Interesting.
And Cloud9 has been having Muradin a lot in the recent games, so they're taking that away. If anything, they want to change the cadence of the game a little bit.
So this, I wonder how quickly they're going to try to snap up Leoric. I feel like that, you know, either of those two heroes is really what Caffeine feels so comfortable on. Are they worried about those two heroes residing on the same team for Dignitas? And how quickly will they snatch up that Leoric?
Now, this is one of the battlegrounds where you can see some of the craziest compositions, because even if you have a hero that may not 100% fit team fights in every situation, it's going to be Abathur.
I mean, this is a hero that Fan is quite good with, and if you're worried about playing against it, bust it out yourself. But thinking back to the semifinals, we saw an unkillable composition, and they're putting the threat of that on the board by picking up Abathur.
This could be Murky again.
Yeah. Murky, Tassadar, Leoric, all those heroes work very well in those style of plays, but it's still by no means implied just by picking that up. They've just already shown it, so the threat has to exist in the mind of Dignitas.
I'm assuming that this is a strategy that forms like a tree with different branches coming out of it. Murky is just one branch, a rather low-hanging branch, but there's many other directions that they can be going for.
Yeah, okay, so they're going to grab Uther just to take that really safe support pick. The Divine Shield obviously has been making a lot of plays. A very, very solid support, but this also can reinforce a different branch, like you were talking about, Grubby, in that of a melee assassin. We haven't seen a whole lot of that yet so far in BlizzCon, with the exception perhaps of Zeratul, but the option is also there.
It could be a return of Fan's Illidan play, something that he used with his team in Heroes of the Dorm, April this year, winning the Heroes of the Dorm Championship. Lots of Illidan play there, combined super well with Abathur and Uther.
Well, we'll have to find out. Team Dignitas get the next 2 picks in this draft. They currently have Muradin. Now, it's pretty baseline. Kael'thas, another very strong hero to pair with Muradin. Tyrande also excels in having just the follow-ups, the stunts. Hunter's Mark, very good for those early game takedowns, especially if you can predict the positioning of your enemy team going for those seeds.
Think a oh! Balog! And his buddies, Eric and Olaf, the Lost Vikings, put one into the Plant Terror, and the other 2 can still be doing their job of soaking experience.
I was actually at the coffee shop this morning, and I saw a guy cosplaying as Eric, and I asked him, I was like, "Where's Olaf and Balog?" He's like, "They're split soaking right now."
He knows. He knows.
But here we see them in the longboat raid. If all 3 are together, they can go into a boat and do a lot of damage over time.
Yes, it's actually quite a bit of range to it as well. It's been slightly tweaked in some of the most recent patches, but has much more duration now. So if they can draw team fights out and have that consistent damage output, it will be a strong asset to the team.
I wonder if they'll go for Sylvanas as well. Vikings and Sylvanas, one of the best combinations of heroes in the game. Soak 2 lanes with a minimum amount of heroes present and go with a strong 4-man push in another lane, using the trait of Sylvanas Black Arrow to disable enemy fortifications. No, it's going to be that Kael'thas Muradin combination with the stunts at range and melee.
It's just a lot of damage and a lot of opportunity. You land that one Stormbolt, the Gravity Lapse follow-up, it's not that hard to land, and then a lot of the time it's just enough to pick off those early game kills.
Okay, what are the bans going to be for Cloud9? Do we see the removal of Kharazim? Now, if you take a look at the level 16 talent, I believe it's Circle of Life for Kharazim. That amplifies the amount of damage or healing that it does based on the amount of targets. Well, if you have a lot of Vikings around, you're going to get even more healing, a lot more sustain throughout those fights.
Looks like it's going to warrant the ban. A nice play there by Cloud9. Dignitas, what are they most worried about here? I mean, obviously, some strong warrior picks exist. Cloud9 have not picked up one. You think it's
Sonya?
Sonya or ETC maybe?
Sonya, ETC, Kerrigan, Butcher, Illidan. Maybe one of those 5.
Okay. Well, we'll have to find out. Kubi, what are your thoughts?
I think either. I mean, there's so many options that Cloud9 has put on the table throughout the duration of this event. No, it's actually going to be Zeratul in this case.
Of course. Zeratul so good at killing individual Vikings before they can run away.
Something that was actually very prevalent in that Braveheart versus DK game we saw on Garden of Terror.
Right.
There was a Zeratul present that was constantly sniping out those Vikings.
Okay, Cloud9, once again, if you're just tuning in, they're sitting up 2-0 in this best of 5 grand finals. 1 game away for stealing that trophy. The next 2 picks are theirs. Thinking about it, I mean, this is a tough order. You're looking at Vikings. How can we best punish that? Do you think we'll see Falstad for a 3rd game in a row?
I don't think it's a bad idea. Falstad is another hero that's really good at taking out Vikings. Flying towards them, using his abilities, is pretty much a guaranteed kill. He's got the bonus movement speed if he doesn't get attacked. But for now, it's going to be Sonya.
Okay, there's one of those, and that is actually a great target to have the Abathur symbiote ability on. Not a bad choice for copying either with that ultimate evolution. We could also see Arthas enter the mix if they're not going to go for anything too crazy based on what we've seen. Okay, it is going to be that Leoric.
The Bruiser buddies, Sonya Leoric, that is a devastating front line. And when it comes to level 20, when you have Hive Mind on Abathur, if you opt to play that way, it is just so hard to shake that off.
Now, I think Team Dignitas is not too disappointed about the Kharazim play. With a hero like Lost Vikings, I really like Malfurion to be paired with them. Oftentimes, you see Vikings take the entire responsibility of soaking. Oh, it's actually going to be
No, but your point still stands, I think, with a lot of AoE healing.
Right. You have a lot of area of effect healing for 7 effective bodies. Brightwing has the same thing as well, and they'll just be trying to travel around together. trying to get kills. Murdin and Kel'Thas leading the charge. Brightwing can jump on top of that. And ETC right through the opponent like a bus. Okay.
This could actually be a stage dive game. Now, as uncommon as it might seem, having global presence, we call it you can be a Brightwing bomb where he stage dives in, Brightwing phase shifts with him. Global presence, very powerful in those situations.
On top of what we already have with the Vikings being able to soak around the map. You're right, and especially on a battleground where taking that objective is quite impactful. They have set themselves up to be quite a bit of a nuisance, if you will. There's one pick left on the side for Cloud9. They already have a support, multiple warriors. It's going to be some damage, but what? In the form of Vala. All right.
Just a standard, safe, powerful pick. The vanilla Vala, the original assassin when it comes to competitive heroes of the Storm. Everyone just immediately fell in love with her, and she has been seen throughout every single patch in this game.
Yeah, she really pairs together well with a team like this, where you have a front line that's very mobile, like Sonya and Leoric, having movement speed through either Wraithwalk or the trait of Sonya, and Vala can chase very easily with her trait of Hatred, also bonus movement speed. And she can pretty much take care of herself. Uther, his main job is to be healing Sonya, and Vala has to fend for herself. So escapability is very key here, and she fits the comp well.
Kubi, we're going to game 3. We see the drafts. Who won the draft?
I got to give this one to Dignitas. Honestly, if they have enough control over Sonya, and then you're left with Vala as damage for the most part. Yes, Abathur is going to be able to pick up a little bit of slack here and there, but I really like the picks. They got their Kel'Thas once more. ETC is something that's been removed from their potential compositions many times throughout this tournament. They now have that. And with the surprise factor of the Lost Vikings, it feels like Dignitas does have something that can really form into a great thorn in Cloud9's side in this Grand Finals.
Grubby, do you agree? Does Dignitas have what it takes to bring it back?
I feel like in terms of draft, definitely Dignitas has won once again. With Vikings, the best map is Garden of Terror, and indeed, Cloud9's best assassin would have been, in order of priority, Kel'Thas, Jaina or Kel'Thas, maybe Sergeant Hammer, but she's a bit out of the meta. And then Vala is probably like the 3rd or 4th best pick. Jaina, Kel'Thas were not possible, so they lack a little bit of burst. And it looks like in terms of draft, Dignitas has won. But Cloud9 is just playing phenomenal tonight, and anything is possible.
So let's speak about styles, right? When you have all the Lost Vikings roaming around, Vala can play 3 different ways: auto attack, Hungering Arrow, or multi-shot. Do you think it's more warranted to try to pick them off one at a time with Hungering Arrow, or go full multi-shot style just because of the splash damage?
So usually you're going for Hungering Arrow style builds in one of two situations. One where you want to go for a very flank heavy style and you really want to try to isolate, pick off someone that's in the backline, maybe not close to any of the other heroes on the team. If you guys aren't familiar, Hungering Arrow can bounce to different targets if they are close enough. It means you can't really control the damage output. The other situation is when you're up against melee assassins that might be trying to hunt you down, and you can grab that siphoning arrow to really sort of allow you to duel a little bit better. I don't think the latter is going to be the case here. I think it will probably also be a multi-shot style, mainly because you want to have that wave clear. That's a very large battleground, and also being able to take the seeds a little bit more quickly. I think we'll probably see that multi-shot style.
Well, we'll find out very soon, but we also want to find out exactly who you think will close this out. Will Dignitas bring it back, or will Cloud9 seal the deal? Head on over to Twitter, use the hashtag HeroesWC, and tweet at Esports Heroes. Crowd, who do you think will win? Let's hear it for Cloud9. All right, Dignitas? Well, we're getting on in to game number 3 on Garden of Terror, and on the blue side, that is Team Dignitas. ADRD will be playing as the Lost Vikings, a Thorough Angel on ETC, the Cowmaster himself, Bakery on Brightwing, Snitch playing Kel'Thas, and Zarmony on Muradin. Their opponents, Cloud9, with Dump Train playing as Uther, Fan on Abathur, iDream playing Sonya, K1 Pro going to be on Vala, and King Caffeine on his legendary Leoric. They're dancing, they're feeling good, they're one game away from being the world champions.
And Team Dignitas will try and stop them and try and equalize this. It is a tall order to rise to the challenge to try and come back from a 0-2 deficit, but it has been done before in esports. And it is the most damnedest feeling as the one who was ahead 2-0 to come back to a 2-3. Let's wait and see what happens. Toxic Nest starting to reveal the intentions here of Team Dignitas, and they will disperse to the top lane. All 3 Vikings notably going to the top lane for now.
Now, I just want to point something out. In the Americas Championship, Tempo Storm was up 2-0 versus Cloud9, and Cloud9 pulled out the reverse sweep. So this is something that is still very possible in Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah, comebacks are very definitely possible.
6.5 out of 10 though, right?
I'm so glad you said it. I almost, I didn't want to. So the Vikings are not splitting up yet, and you may wonder why. There used to be this cheese about 2 to 3 weeks after Vikings came out. You would put a Viking in the top lane, you would put one in the mid lane, and you would put one somewhere in between to try and cover the slack if anyone got taken out. And you would have an immediate push of 4 heroes upon the enemy tower. However, as cheeses usually do, they eventually get countered. And for now, we'll probably see a Viking split just as the first objective will spawn.
Oh, but a lot of
Dunk Train
there. Dunk Train taking critical damage. The Sturning out with a stun. Managed to get Zarmany very low. So a nice play there. Just good crisis control.
Yeah, nice save there by Abathur. And Dunk Train will be able to get out. Athero being zoned out by Sonya. First seeds going to Cloud9.
Yeah, so they actually put so much emphasis on trying to get a kill. They didn't succeed in doing so, and they had to then concede their position over these auxiliary camps, just collecting the 34 seeds in favor of Cloud9 right now.
Yes, exactly. Every move you make is an investment. You can always be doing a few different things. When you go for a kill and you don't get it, you're giving away something else. So every successful defense for Cloud9 is a small advantage.
All right, well, they're looking to engage upon Dignitas here. We're currently working on this bottom Plantera. Caffeine in the front will just get out of there with that Wraith Walk.
And Baylock with the explosive attacks will get taken out by K1 Pro. First blood.
He turned around just for one moment, and that's all it takes. This is, in fact, a multi-shot Vala build, so even without the Hungering Arrow build, it was able to get that early kill.
Abathur is getting tickled at the top lane by one of the Vikings. But he's not too afraid. He's got the Sibian and he will be driving Olaf off. In the meantime, the melee continues here in the bottom lane next to that plant. If all the seeds can be captured by Team Cloud9, they will be getting a plant terror very early on. Dignitas does not want that to happen.
52 to 28 at this point for the seed count. Cloud9 keeping up with the soak of the Lost Vikings. That is a crucial thing to think about. Usually when you see these strong up fights, it's unbeneficial, but the stun going out. Dunk Train gets secluded and blown up early in this fight. Athero, low himself, will be able to back away.
Yeah, the power slide face melt combination with the gravity lapse proved to be too much for Dunk Train. He will be coming back right here. He's on his way already. In the meantime, the battle of experience soaking continues between Abathur and the Lost Vikings.
Oh, Eric does end up falling. Sonya gets a kill in the mid lane, so it's experience they could lose out on, but it's a lot of seeds dropping. King Caffeine hit by the power slide. I don't know if he can get out of this one, Grubby. Very low, but the Abathur hat making a huge difference. Bakery, one hit away.
Oh!
And a beautiful hit right there.
K1 Pro with the kills here, taking down 2 Vikings already and Brightwing as well. In the meantime, Sonya, I Dream, he pays the price for his deep chase and will get taken out as well. A more even split now. It looks like the cake was taken more primarily by Team Dignitas, who now have a 55 versus 65. 60 seeds remain on the map, and they're congregated in that top plant terror.
Correct. I mean, every night phase awards 180 seeds, so only one team can get a Plantera for that first night guaranteed.
And they're starting to fight over that now. There's a very monomaniacal focus here on taking out those seeds, as there's just 2 heroes who can take care of all the XP by themselves. Fan gonna be thrown with bananas.
Bananas aren't enough to take out that slug today. He will be able to stay alive for the time being, but Cloud9, they're really posturing to take the rest of these seeds. They can see the seeds being collected. Dignitas should be responding. Brightwing has spaceships with global presence. They can leave that Viking in the bottom lane. Not crucial to have them for the situation, but they need that spaceship here and now. ADRD will lose that Viking. Nope, just barely slipping out. Dreamlow himself, one more hit, does go down.
Dream caught out by himself. Once again, that combination from ETC Kel'Thas, which is so powerful. Zarmany coming there with the backup support. The seeds go to Team Dignitas. Athero Angel gets away. King Caffeine in hot pursuit.
But it's not enough damage. Athero will be able to escape the polymorph just in time. And now Caffeine is a bit far forward, trying to exchange here. Zarmany manages to get behind his wall. A nice stun, so Brightwing goes down. But it is still going to be a plant terror in favor of Team Dignitas.
Annoying little multi-shot shot there from K1 Pro, canceling Ethereal Angels ETC escape there, Hearthstone. And we do have seeds taken by Team Dignitas. Oh, a little bit of miscontrol there from Balog as iDream says, yes, thank you. I will take that free kill with relish. And now the Vikings are starting to portal back. That Balog couldn't move, by the way, because the other two were hardstoning back for the plant, and he didn't want to have to cancel it. I guess he could have chosen to cancel it, but then the other two Vikings would not be able to take the plant yet. They would miss a little bit of timing.
Now, of course, that's one of the greatest powers of Lost Vikings here on Garden of Terror. The fact that you can throw just one of them into the driver's seat of the Terror while the other two split, soak, or battle across the map.
Right. And they're starting to do just that now as the plant terror is pushing through the middle. iDream preventing with the help of that toxic nest.
Leoric does end up falling in the top lane to Brightwing, Kael'Thas, and ETC, so still a nice trade here. It's losing a Viking and trading out Leoric, well worth it.
And now you see the power of the Vikings coming to into full effect with Vikings soaking the bottom lane. iDream not happy with it, pushing with the Sonya at the bottom against that Viking. But we have a massive push coming in here. The plant terror is so healthy still. 50 seconds remain.
Yeah, you mentioned the bottom push. Balog did end up falling, so Sonya is pushing alone, trying to equalize this. 11-11. Both teams have picked up their heroics. This game, it's going to be March of the Black King instead of the Entomb because of how much extra health you can get by hitting those extra bodies, the Lost Vikings.
Exactly. Fan there now on the evolution, doing a little bit of damage on Snitch there on the Kael'Thas. And the push continues. King Caffeine taking a lot of heat here, using the Heart and Bones Wraith Walk to get away without taking lethal damage. Abathur in the middle, contesting the XP. There we go with the March of the Black King, going to full life.
Yeah, but in the strafe doing a fair amount of damage as well. Brightwing looking for that polymorph, not able to connect it. The Garden Terror did do more than enough damage and took out the top for it, but iDream able to trade that out effectively.
Yeah, really well done by Cloud9, using Sonya there in the bottom push to effectively achieve the same result as the Plant Terror did. And now look at that. For the next night, 4 seeds for Team Dignitas and 76 for Cloud9. Experience is equal, even though Vikings are supposed to be somewhat better at soaking XP than Abathur. I would say Cloud9 did very well in the first 8 minutes of this game.
Yeah, rather impressive just with their rotations, their ability to make sure they manage that soak accordingly against their opponents. It's really dead even, just like the last 2 games.
As the calm before the storm starts to happen here in this phase, they're starting to capture some mercenary camps, setting the stage for distractions, which can help to secure assassination gank attempts on the enemy heroes. Anytime someone is clearing a merc camp from the opponent, they're giving information to the opponent as to their whereabouts. And that gives them a lot of control on the map. Now plant terrors are starting to spawn again here, seeds up for the taking.
And they're just going to start collecting them in the top portion of the map. Now, 76 were remaining after the first night phase, so Cloud9 are pretty much guaranteed a plant terror of their own. You can see it's already growing, but they don't want to give up the rest of the seeds that exist on the battleground. So you should see them just go down and pressure the side of Team Dignitas to try to deny a plant terror of their own. And ADRD getting very low, ends up losing Eric in that situation. So 1 Viking down, Wraithwalk out for King Caffeine, able to stay alive.
Yeah, he's so good on that Leoric, always knowing exactly when to use his Wraithwalk to get away and sacrificing himself when necessary. Planter has been taken by Sonya.
Yeah, but this is a situation where, honestly, they're not collecting any seeds, and by having a plant terror and forcing Dignitas to respond to you in any lane at all, it's a win because they're not collecting seeds.
Right, they could get all the next seeds. So King Caffeine getting taken out here, will not have time to use his Wraithwalk, and that's a kill.
A beautiful play there by Dignitas, taking off King Caffeine, but it's Leoric. He will respond much quicker than any of the other heroes on that team. So if there's anyone to lose, it's definitely Leoric. Bakery, phase shifting to the top part of the map. They want to make sure they can collect as many seeds as possible, just playing defensively and making sure Snitch does not end up falling here.
Yeah, this is a smart choice to take this plant at least, not focusing all their efforts on defense, because Cloud9 taking the bottom plant will have 69 seeds, and if they had taken the top as well, it would be one of those funny situations where you have double plant once being taken by a single team during a night phase, and that's not something that Team Dignitas is want to have to go up against.
Now they're using the Garden Terror to try to buy time. Idrian is just stalling as long as he can to deny them the pickup of Terror of their own. That Garden Terror down just about 20 out. They're looking for a fight. Polymorph goes off, but they're able to slip away. A beautiful power slide getting back. And again, we have to watch for that pick. Oh no, Killthoughts going down. The huge strafe doing too much damage. Thorough is going to fall as well. Dunk Train might fall here. No, they're backing away. The Vikings getting torn apart. The clone of Fan with that Drain Hope. Not quite enough for the kill, but Zarmany, he is all alone in the back.
Yeah, the 5-mile race to take out Snitch there on the Kael'thas. That was a very long pursuit, ending in success, getting ETC as well. And there we go, Zarmany. Where are my friends?
King Caffeine predicted exactly where the Dwarf Toss would go, and the Skeletal Swing seals the deal. Not only does Cloud9 deny the seeds, but they deny the Plant Terror that Dignitas would have picked up.
And more importantly also, they were falling behind in experience points as well. They were about half a level ahead. Now they're leading again, and we all know how important it is to get to level 20 before your opponent with those Storm tier talents. As of yet, a very eventful game, but still 5 forts on Cloud9 side against 4 on Team Dignitas' side.
All right, several mercenary camps are available. Seeds 69 to 91. So there's quite a, it's quite even in that regard, but seriously, just one camp of those Shamblers will award a Plant Terror to Dignitas when the next night phase starts. ADRD might lose Eric here, but no, the defense is there from Snitch and Zarmany.
In the meantime, in the middle, Uther and Vala starting to push in the middle there against ETC, Brightwing and Kael'thas. They need to be careful. Uther getting power slided. There we go with the face melt. Doesn't have the increased knockback though. At level 7 he took follow through to add more damage. And Thero Angel did. Anytime after an ability, he will hit for bonus 40% damage with his auto attack.
Wow, a lot of damage taken by King Caffeine there, but we see the clone of Fan going in. Balog falls early in the battle, but a huge mosh pit going off Divine Shield to try to free up iDream, but King Caffeine will end up falling. We do see Longbow Raid expiring, Strafe doing critical damage, shredding through the low health bars of the Lost Vikings, and 2 of them have now fallen. Bakery Thorough up by their wall, but no, it's Zarmany. The Ancient Spear connects, and Dwarf heals from Brightwing, keeping him up. Slam does not connect, and Zarmany manages to slip away, but Bakery with Ice Block not going to be so lucky. Zarmany needs to step forward for the blink kill. No, Stitch is the one that's there in time, and Bakery manages to survive somehow.
Wow, what an escape. The jigsaw puzzle fit together with that ice block, buying time for another charge of Blink Heal, and not going on the Murden, who was zoned out behind his own gate already, but instead help coming from the least expected side. Kael'thas on Snitch there, coming from the north side.
Beautiful play, just great teamwork. When you realize that your support's in a bad spot, Ice Block can buy the time you need for that Blink Heal charge to regenerate, and then you can just go to that ally slipping away. I can't believe you survived, and just very well played here by Dignitas.
Thero Angel not happy about this camp steal. Moving in 1 versus 4, not sure that's a good idea.
This is a tight spot to be in. Thero Angel will end up falling this time, and Cloud9, they are gonna push down this top lane.
Now that was not a rational move to Siege Giant. Sure, they're nice, they're important, they're adding push power, but that was just pure emotion speaking. I said it already, not happy about that happening, and he moved in 1 versus 5,
no,
and this could be disastrous.
Yes, he has to Dwarf Toss away. If you get caught out here, they could look for a death push. Now, if you lose 1 hero, that's gonna signal, just a little bit more aggression, but playing safely like they are, they will be able to survive.
All right, ADRD pushing in there with that level 1 explosive attacks talent, doing double damage against everything that is not an enemy hero. Very cool picks on his talents as well on Olaf, going for the Burning Olaf at level 13, and Large and in charge at 16, going for the 1 second stun every, I believe, 8 seconds or so when he uses his charge. So adding a little bit more control to the battlefield with his auto attack heroes.
Okay, the next night phase is here. Those seeds being picked up. We will see the Plant Terror grow on the side of Dignitas, but Cloud9 have a little bit more work to do. Just 1 more seed, and they'll pick that up here from this Garden Terror.
And there we go, plans growing for both teams. We have a half-level lead here for Team Cloud9, and they're also ahead 2 forts.
Half-level lead, but that's 19 to 20. So if there's any time to have a half-level lead, it is right now. Having the Storm Talents can give you those big windows to initiate on your opponents.
And are they going to do just that? They're not quite there yet. Top land is being taken. I can expect Team Dignitas to pull away really quickly. We've got a plant terror converging on their position. iDream moving in with the Sonya Dart, trying to buy time. Did he make a mistake?
Oh no, a beautiful mosh pit goes off. A Divine Shield is even better, getting Dream out of a bad spot. Now Zarmany is the one that has to dwarf toss away. Plant Terror has made its path clear. It wants blood, and it is marching forward towards Team Dignitas, currently clumped up in this little spot.
Oh, some very close moves there. K1 Pro coming in with the flank, with the multi-shot, with the frost shot, trying to slow them down. Then face melt being used to dodge the Hammer of Justice from Uther. They managed to do a getaway, but this is that moment you were talking about. Level 20 versus 19.7. That's a guaranteed keep, and who knows what happens after that.
It's going to be a hard defense. They do not have mosh pit. That's the best thing they can hope for, but this keep is falling like nothing. ADRD trying to get the split push. I do not know if this is the right call. Now they're spending one Viking to do this. It means no longboat raid. They'll get a lot of damage done. Abathur actually sneaking by that Garden Terror in the bottom lane.
All right, it looks like Cloud9 is not happy about this plant terror pushing. If they can get a keep out of that, they want a Hearthstone. It's up to Team Dignitas now to try and either cancel a Hearthstone or say, okay, we'll just defend the plant. However, that would be a little bit risky. They can go and try and cancel a Hearthstone. They might be walking into a trap.
Ooh, a nice Queen's Curse from Caffeine, but the Gravity Lapse over the wall will stall him out. Of course, those stuns don't last quite as long on the massive objects like Plant Terrors and Dragonites.
All right, ADRD's plan is getting taken down. One more Plant Terror overgrowth. They're running away with Olaf, not using his go, go, go ability yet, which is his substitute for a mount. And King Caffeine is like, well, I'm Leoric. Even if I die, it doesn't matter that much. I prefer to get a little bit more push power here.
That full Leoric, and yeah, it's going to tear through those towers. That's 1,300 XP they just picked up. 20 to 20 at this point, so they do have their Storm Talents, but King Caffeine is a bit alone right now. Dunk Train actually taking a lot of damage himself on the left side. This is a very spread out team fight, but the Lost Vikings will be the ones that get shredded apart.
When the boat gets killed before its duration, every Viking will be stunned. So they were pretty much ducks in a barrel, and that's a full hero kill here for Team Cloud9. As it's a 5 versus 4, Abathur pushing that top lane in. We've got one keep advantage already for Cloud9. Keep in mind, this is the match point. If Cloud9 takes this, they will crown themselves the BlizzCon World Championship.
They will not only be crowned the BlizzCon World Champions, they're the best team in the world at that point, Grubby.
That's what it means.
Yeah.
And they want to have the right to call themselves that. Team Dignitas, they're treading water right now.
They are.
They're trying to keep alive here and hoping for a miraculous comeback. Momentum is against them, both in the match score as well as the way this game is going.
But what they do have going for them is they still have 2 of their keeps, so it's far from over. They have the ability to soak well, but Zarmany, getting pressured heavily, does manage to dwarf toss away. Now, they just kind of want to stall out, wait for the next night phase, pick up that plant terror. They just had a decent trade in the bottom lane, doing a fair amount of damage, but in the end, the Vikings were pressured too much, and they all ended up dying.
And they're back now, half-life keep in the middle. We've got plants spawning again in about 10 seconds or so, and the mad scurry for the Easter eggs will continue once again as both teams will be trying to get as many as possible. We've got mercenary camp pushes in abundance for Team Cloud9. They have some of the best mercenary camp capping timings I've ever seen. And we've got 2 camps pushing in now. That's a bit of a concern there for Team Dignitas as they're trying to contend with these seeds.
Oh, a beautiful juke there by King Caffeine, but he is pinned in the bottom, grabbing him, locking him in place, and he does get blown up here by Dignitas. This is the start of a night phase. So they are now 4v5 for, in theory, 55 seconds. Of course, Leoric cheats those rules, but this is a great spot for them to catch up in that seed count and grab themselves a Garden Terror.
Yeah, I do believe he has that Consume Vitality, which brings him back much quicker as well. He's about 30 seconds out or so, trying to stay near, giving vision. This is free scouting for Team Cloud9, and they're starting to move in. Where are they going? Are they going to go for a backstab? Snitch with the flank on his own team. They've cleared that plan. Plant will be coming out for both, and this is going to be one of the most impactful moments of the game thus far.
This is scary. We're looking at the 20-minute marker with plant terrors on both sides. Top lane completely pushed out with bruisers and catapults, forcing Dignitas to defend. This is Cloud9's signal to even up that seed count again, picking this up. Underneath that plant terror that's ready, they will have about 60 seeds each, and that's really going to set the stage going in to possibly the final push.
Yeah, there could be a final push, which is the second one, or this one could decide everything. There's a huge team fight emphasis as this is coming out.
They're stalling out, grabbing their Plantera as long as they can. They know this Plantera is going to be used defensively. ADRD not looking to make something happen. They're looking to survive.
And there we go, as we see this kind of wild, wild west. Who will draw their gun first as they're trying to go for a show-off. Not wanting to move on too quickly, too rapidly, because that Spore Queen's curse polymorphs anyone for 2.5 seconds. Eric!
Yeah,
that's taken down for now.
One Viking down, one Viking in the Terror. And Balog roaming around the back lines almost just as a scouting ward. A huge wave of minions in the bottom. Abathur gonna put the pressure there. The longer they stall, this is gonna be massive damage under this middle keep, and Abathur doing a lot in the bottom as well.
Pushing in here, 30% life left on that keep. The tension is too high.
Murden keeps trying to go down to the bottom lane to try to clean up that wave, but he's just not afforded the opportunity to do that. Mid keep, again, Overgrowth is just doing enough. Even if they destroy it immediately, it's gonna do a little bit of damage, and they still have 45 seconds on the duration of this Terror.
Yeah, we've got Bakery taking that role now, defending with Brightwing, thinking he can pop in anytime when needed. Keep in mind, there's a few seconds delay, so he can't wait too long with that. Keep goes down.
The middle keep has fallen. 2 keeps down on the side of Dignitas. Cloud9 can almost taste victory, but they still need to be cautious here. If they lose a team fight, it could spell disaster for them.
Fan there, sneaky Abathur pushing from the top as well. Starting to pop in now with the symbiote on iDream.
Oh, the strafe, the polymorph goes off. Dream pops at Heart and Shield. Poly used once again, but they're not able to get a Thera. The poly on him, not enough. iDream is quite low in the back, has to step away from the Queen's Curse. No one has fallen at this point. I do not believe it. An ADRD in the front hits the Queen's Curse onto Leoric, and King Caffeine loses his life.
King Caffeine was slaying those warriors. Ethereal Angel and Zarmony had to pull away from the combined onslaught of the backline, and as well as the Spectral Leech and the crushing hope that Leoric is putting out. He is a tank killer this game, but a nice disengage from Zarmony and Ethereal meant that they stayed alive. They took down King Caffeine. He will be coming back soon, but this is giving some breathing room.
And yeah, they kept that keep alive, and that is like a huge, you know, weight off their shoulders. They still have one lane they don't have to worry about quite as much as the other two, and with Abathur on top of it, it is a huge pressure.
Very true. Now Cloud9 starting to push in here once again. King Caffeine is back.
Okay, he's in the front, throwing out whatever he can, but the stuns seem plentiful. Zarmony backing away, Strafe hitting 3 members for almost its full duration, but it's not enough to really take anyone out.
King Caffeine getting Gravity Lab, starting to run away there. Taking a lot of damage, but he made his getaway. Zarmony moving in, stealing the cap. iDream, is he going to get caught here? Divine Shield is still available. Heart and Shield comes out.
Yeah, they're staying alive. We do see Ancient Spirit used defensively to just escape from the Gravity Labs. Has been expended, did not connect, but King Caffeine, he's a bit of a bad spot. Wraithwalk just barely getting him out. The Living Bomb not quite enough for the kill here, so they do survive. But Sonya and Abathur are collecting seeds. They're looking for another Plantera. The moment they can get it, they're going to look for a death push, Grubby.
Uh-oh, iDream, he's by himself. Murden in hot pursuit, Snitch coming in as well.
All right, we see Abathur has moved to the bottom. He's got that. iDream will, just barely trying to escape. Doesn't default. That's a big move for Dignitas, but they're still not out of harm's way yet. Still just 19 seed needed for Cloud9.
If the map is neutral and you take down Sonya, great. You're starting to push your advantage. 5 versus 4, looking for engagements. But this is not a neutral map. It's heavily dominated by Cloud9 with that Abathur, with all the Merc camps. And it's all Dignitas can do just to keep their head above the water. Starting to chase King Caffeine now. Wraithwalk has been used. Nope, they don't want to waste their time. Starting to take down the plant. And a plant is coming out for Cloud9.
Yeah, the plant is ready and has just grown. Abathur is pushing that top lane with the catapults, so that means they need to be very wary of the shields on their core, because it will start to take damage if they don't defend. And King Caffeine is going full Leoric style, pushing with these giants to take out the final remaining keep of Team Dignitas.
Now we see a delay in the capture of the Plantera in the home base of Cloud9. There's multiple reasons for it. One is they still want to capture some camps. 2, iDream on Sonya is still coming back.
What a risky play start.
It's okay, he'll be back soon.
Just like a commercial break. King Caffeine, he dies and he comes back after a short moment.
Yeah, I have a bit of a deja vu here, but you know what? It's working out. He's buying time. Abathur is still pushing in. Sonya now capturing the plant, and I do believe by the time that the plant will arrive, Leoric will be almost back again.
Well,
This
Lior,
could be the death
just
push.
about 15 seconds till he's back up. The timer lies to you. Don't read that. iDream is in his Plantera respectively trying to make something happen. Abathur pushing out that top lane. Lost Vikings going to try to scout him, but with the mercenaries making their way down, they will be thwarted in their approach. And Abathur has now repositioned to the bottom lane. Cloud9 looking to seal the deal and become the first champions, but this is going to be the hardest defense of Dignitas' life.
Oh, they're going for it. Plantera overgrowth, disabling the core, doing damage. King Caffeine hitting it with all he's got.
And they're starting to hammer away the mosh pit, connecting on 3 targets, but there is no follow-up. Dunk Train gets Polymorph. The blow-up is just barely enough, but he's now in his ghost form. The core has lost its shield. The Plantera is very low, 80% health. Cloud9 is so close to victory. I think they've done it, probably 50% on the core, 20%, then falling low, but they're still Cloud9 has taken the title.
5-0 in score today. They truly deserve to be called the first and the best world champion of Heroes of the Storm.
After placing second in all of the North America Opens, they triumphed in a reverse sweep over Tempo Storm in the Americas Championship. And here, at the World Championship, they showed more heroes, more styles of play than any other team, and triumphed over the rest of the world.
What a feeling when all your practice, your weeks, months, and years of preparation all come together in the most important moment of all, in front of your parents, in front of masses of fans at home and here at BlizzCon. Cloud9 does the incredible.
I'm shaking here on the stage. I can't imagine the emotions going through them. There is the trophy. The champions, Cloud9. You can see the smiles on their faces, the relief. They're feeling all of their hard work funneled into this one moment has paid off.
Hi there, guys. Dustin, come on over. Dunk Train, you and your team will now be written in the history books as the first ever world champion of Heroes of the Storm. What does that mean to you? What does it mean to you?
I don't know what to say. It's just amazing. Like, this has been a really long road for us, I think. We've all been playing for like a year now. Some of us were at last BlizzCon, so being able to come back and like win the title for the World Championship just means so much.
Is there anything that you want to say to all these people who love you so much?
Basically, just, again, thanks to everyone who came out here and supported us and continues to support Heroes Esports. It's just really magical to be able to come out here and experience all that, and, you know, everyone's just been great. So shout outs to you guys, for sure.
Guys, we wouldn't be here today without Blizzard, and as a representative of Blizzard, we of course have the game director for Heroes of the Storm, Dustin Browder. Dustin, I know you have something to say to these guys as well.
Well done, well done. Absolutely, congratulations to Cloud9, your Heroes of the Storm world champions right here. Thank you to everybody out there, everybody at home in the community who participated here today. We will see you all next year.
Yes. Guys, one more time, please gather around your championship trophy, and let's hear it one more time for Cloud9. Thank you so much to all of the players who made this tournament possible, to Blizzard for providing finding a place for our esports family to come together here, to the casters who did such amazing work bringing the games to us here today, and of course everyone here in the audience, as well as the millions of you that are tuned in around the world. It has been such a pleasure being here with you, and we will all see you on the battlefield. Good night.